Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. A question was heard about the hero's well-being. Seeing the doctor, he thought that he heard this question every day. The guy lowered his head and said that his legs hurt. This answer was every day. The doctor looked at him and said that he understood, said that he could increase the dose of drugs and called Kim. At that moment T-Sung SSI thought that he no longer cared about the answer to the question when everything went wrong. The nurse came up to him and said with a smile that she would take him to the room. The protagonist looked straight ahead with an empty look and thought that when he came to, everything was over. The wheelchair was held by the handles. The paralyzed man looked around and seeing people thought that the only thing he was left with were looks filled with pity and monthly insurance payments. With his hands down, sitting in a chair, he thought that he was left only with the cruel reality of being half paralyzed. There was no sadness, no joy, no melancholy in his face, it was empty. As he rolled down the hallway, he thought about how it was an accident and an accident caused by drunk driving. The guy remembered himself in a tracksuit and thought about how that day was painfully ordinary and how he usually stopped at the grocery store. He had a bag on his arm and he thought about buying beer and snacks to properly spend the end of the day. A light flashed near him, which made him turn around, and this was the only thing that distinguished that day from the others. When the hero turned around, a car was already flying at full speed towards him. He looked at it in horror and thought about how unlucky he was. Shoes and drinks flew to the side. While the nurse lifted him to put him on the bed, he thought about how his life had come to an end with terrible pain. Air bubbles slowly entered the IV bag, and T-Sung SSI thought about how he was left with phantom pain in his legs as if they had been amputated. Taking the pills in his trembling hands, he thought about how he had no choice but to rely on the pills every night. Clenching his hand into a fist, the guy shook and thought about how they say that God gives him as many trials as he can withstand, but it is better to die. Another night came and the hospital windows were brightly lit. The guy picked up his phone. Looking at the screen with a saddened look, he thought about how with a half-paralyzed body, there was little that was left in his power and all he could do was read novels. Looking at the smartphone screen at the announcement of 50 chapters, the protagonist thought about the novel he started reading last week. As he flipped through the chapters, he thought that when he reads works with a happy ending, he also feels happy, and reading them is an extremely calming activity when he feels depressed like today. A small light from the phone screen finally appeared in his eyes, but he still remained meaningfully silent and thought that he was almost finished with the novel. Running his finger over the phone, the paralyzed man said that in theory he would finish today. In this novel, an old magician named Aiden appeared before him, destroyed everything in his path and, having finally won, chose to create a new world. Afterwards, a knight appeared before him and he continued, thinking that he finished the old world and recreated the world according to his tastes. Everyone lost their memories and lived a happy life, even those who had experienced the traumatic experience of the deaths of those they cherished most. That magician stood on the top of the mountain and now everyone lived like happy winners. Looking at the last words and the thanks for reading, the hero wondered why. His hand was shaking and he thought about how the main character went through all this to protect the world, and in the end he just decides to cross it all out by destroying the world. His hands were shaking more and more and the paralyzed one mentioned that he was creating the world only for himself. The phone screen was shining brightly and he wondered why even a random novel had to have a bad ending. He pressed the phone to his forehead and, bursting into tears, wondered why he couldn't just be happy like Guts. The guy lowered his head and thought about how he didn't really care about the endings of novels, and even if he woke up tomorrow. The protagonist lay down on the bed and thought about how a good ending would never be something achievable for him. But then drops of bright light began to fall into the room, illuminating the surroundings. The bright light lit up. A notification came out about the beginning of the magician who dominates the world. And then he opened his eyes already in a new body. The bastard jumped up from the bed in horror and thought about what was happening. Grabbing the blanket, he thought that it seemed to him that he had just seen some kind of notification in front of his eyes and wondered what it was. Looking at his feet, the reincarnated thought that he had started hallucinating. But then, looking around the room, he realized that something was wrong here. The environment was completely different and he wondered where he was. The dark-haired one looked around and thought that he had fallen asleep in the hospital, asked if he was still asleep and began to look for a phone. But there was only a bucket of water nearby. The guy looked at the reflection in the water and saw his new self. The hero grabbed it and wondered what was wrong with his face. Suddenly, understanding overtook him. He began to slowly lower his legs and thought that something unthinkable had just happened. But then the system appeared again. The protagonist immediately looked at it questioningly. A notification popped up in front of him again, but this time it was static. The green-eyed man looked at it in surprise and wondered what it was. Seeing the inscription about the task, he thought that he already knew this story. Ward looked at it with anxiety and thought that this was the name of the novel he was reading. Seeing a sign that said that if the character dies, then he will die, and the hero thought that this person is a secondary character and wondered what was happening. but then he decided to get up on his feet with anxiety. His eyes opened wide and thought about what if this is real. He raised his hands with anxiety and thought that this is impossible. His legs were completely healthy, and the protagonist thought that before he did not even feel them, but now he is standing. The new body gave him the confidence that he lacked so much. Looking down, Mord thought that he could feel the wooden floor under his feet and very clearly, but suddenly the information began to download. The green-eyed man was scared. A large load came into his head from reading memories. The language of this world and all the contents of the novel were registered in it. He grabbed his head when many fragments from the memory of this body began to emerge, and he thought that he could feel all the memories. In front of him appeared a small boy pinned to the wall, and the hero thought that he could see what kind of life he lived. Then a bloody hand appeared in front of him, and he thought that he could see how it broke off. Seeing a respectable man, information came out with his name and that he is the son of the bizarre 7 archdukes. Then a picture appeared of an old man looking at a baby, and the explanation said that he was the illegitimate son of the patriarch of the family and someone so powerful. When the adult version of the baby appeared, it was said that even if all the protagonists united against him, it still did not guarantee their victory. But then a memory surfaced of Mord being hung up in chains and sealed, and in the middle of a magic ritual to gain complete control over his soul. He was ambushed and killed by the protagonists and his group, and in short, he is a minor character, after which the hero wondered why he became him. Suddenly, a notice appeared in front of him demanding that he change the fate of destruction, and then his wish will be fulfilled. The green-eyed man frowned and looked at it and asked again. He looked at the notice again and thought that his wish would be fulfilled. He again imagined the powerful mage and thought that the fate of destruction meant the ending of the novel. Taking his hand away, Mord thought about how it wanted him to protect the world and instead of the protagonist who would later destroy it. Imagining his past body, Tsung SSI thought about how he needed to reflect and thought about how he was just having a beautiful dream. Then he imagined his new body and thought about how it was because he was tired of his life. The dark-haired man remembered his terrible despair and thought about how he couldn't repeat the daily life of a half-paralyzed person, and if this was a dream, he didn't want to wake up. The bastard raised his hand and thought about how he didn't care if this was a prank from God or something like that, and there had to be a desire. Clenching his fist, the guy thought that his wish was simple and he wanted to return his body, which was before the accident, but then he gave up on it because you can't be content with just this. Imagining a thunderstorm, the hero thought about changing the fate of destruction to fulfill wishes. He imagined an old man and the local main villain and thought about collecting all the information about the novel. Imagining the cultists and the future, the warrior thought about collecting information about all the skills and strength and changing fate. The guy was filled with confidence and thought that it was worth trying. But then he gave up the idea, smiling, thinking that he would do it. Mord was part of the Archduke family and was an illegitimate child. His life was hard and he also had no idea who his mother was. Then he imagined a child next to a woman and thought that his mother died a couple of days after she gave him life. The little boy huddled in the corner near the barrel and was called the bastard who killed his mother, and he lived the life of a weakling, unable to respond to the attacks from others. The green-eyed man sat with a devastated look, listening to the insults. It was not because he was weak or because he did not know how to be angry, but because the guilt of being a bastard was eating him up from the inside. The hero imagined a man filled with aura and thought about how the powers of those of his line awaken when they turn 15, and they call it the awakening of new blood. Imagining a man surrounded by a red aura, he thought about how he must overcome pain comparable to if his entire body was burning. The man was in agony and he thought about how after this, he would be gifted with great power. The chosen one was being torn apart, and for someone outside the Archduke's family, the chances of surviving the awakening of new blood are less than 1 in 5. The same man was torn to pieces with blood splashes, but as it turned out, Mord was able to survive this. He was filled with power and gained great power. On the table lay a letter that said that if he survives his 15th birthday, then he must go to the family of the Archduke. The protagonist imagined that same head of the castle and thought that the character listened to his mother's last letter and went to where the family is located and agreed to undergo the test in exchange for recognition from his father, whom he had never seen before. The green-eyed man scratched the back of his head and thought that according to these memories, he had just arrived at the family's residence to undergo the test. But Mord is a secondary character, but the family is not one of the main antagonists, and he has a lot of information about the family. He imagined many warriors and thought that the Archduke already had many blood children, so it was unlikely that he would be accepted due to him being illegitimate. But suddenly the white-haired man was filled with determination, and having grown up without parents, he was full of desire to be recognized as a son, and the old man used this to raise his hound. Suddenly the big man opened one eye, emitting an aura and awakening the powers of the new blood, became so strong that even the protagonists had trouble fighting him, but he was not sure how strong he really was. Mord clenched his fist and thought with a slight smile that it would be nice to find out. But then he was forced to turn around by being called out. At the door stood a man who asked if he had forgotten what day it was, and at that moment the reincarnated man thought that this man was in his memories. The warrior looked at him with a menacing look and, putting his hands on his hips, asked what was staring at him, and he thought that this was the instructor who would oversee the test and was well built as befits such a person. The guy came closer and, having clarified his name, asked what was the matter and thought that, nevertheless, he was bigger than him. Todd lowered his head with a menacing look and thought that the tone had changed greatly. Having examined the new protege, he thought that his eyes also looked different and thought that he had simply gotten fixated. The man put his hands on his belt and asked if he had forgotten what had been explained to him and said that he had already said that there would be a test today, after which Mort happily clarified. The instructor calmly said that this test was to see his potential because he was well built for someone who could not do anything and asked about his fighting skills. But then the green-eyed man turned pale and looked down, thinking that he would have to rush into battle right away. Clenching his fist, he thought that at least this was not a fight for life, and in any case, he was happy. The reincarnated man looked up with alarm and thought that he was going to test his skills one way or another. They walked through the forest. Along the way, Todd, without turning around, asked him if he remembered what he had said yesterday. But suddenly the hero looked at him in surprise and asked again, which angered the interlocutor. The instructor turned around with a menacing look and said not to mention that he was the son of the Archduke. The protagonist continued to follow him and thought that he was being told about the unspoken rule of bastards, but this made no sense, since rumors had already spread when he got here and rumors were going around that the leader had already met with his son and everyone would find out who the bastard was as soon as he became an official warrior. The guys were happy to see the instructor, and he greeted them. But the reincarnated one looked at them with concern and said nothing meaningfully. One of the guys looked at him with a smile and asked if it was true that this was the new guy who would be taking the test, and the hero immediately thought that they looked a bit old for training and were most likely warriors. Todd came closer to him and said that he assumed that he had already heard that the way of Ernar fights is different from how an ordinary warrior fights. To which the green-eyed one said with a serious look that he uses weapons without being trained. But once they undergo training, weapons are no longer needed. The protagonist said with a calm look that they will fight with the body they have. To which the instructor said with a menacing look that this is true, and those who are not of their family's blood use weapons, but the rest study martial arts. The hero looked down and thought that he knows this. Presenting the family crest, he thought about how it was known for its military organization, the best on the continent, and they had earned this position only thanks to hand-to-hand combat and did not need weapons. The protagonist, with a slightly worried look, said that it sounded incredible, but in this world there was no weapon that could overcome the physical capabilities of their clan. But then the man turned to Vince and said that this test would decide where he would go to train and most importantly how. The blonde entered the battlefield and said that he was ready. He looked at his opponent with a pompous smile while the order for the hero to fight was heard. He, in turn, was absolutely calm, and Todd continued, talking about the need to prove that he was part of the bloodline. The warrior put his hand on his hip and thought. He scratched the back of his head and asked if they were sure that he was 15, and although his face looked like that, there were doubts. The impudent man beckoned him with his finger and said that considering how big he was really interested in whose son he was and was going to see if his fighting skills were up to par. The green-eyed man looked away, exhaling and thinking that there would be another bastard here and more than one Archduke was good at scams and now he needed to focus on the test. He stood in a stance and thought that with the help of strength alone, one could gain freedom, and strength was very important in this world, but it would be great if he could live carefree and quietly somewhere far away. The guy sat down lower for a more solid stance and thought that he had a choice. An aura began to emanate from him and he thought that he would prove his skills here. The hero jumped up, raising his fist to strike. The blonde was scared after that. With difficulty, he was able to dodge the uppercut. Vince looked at him with concern and thought that he shouldn't know how to fight, but in reality, it was not so. The protagonist raised his leg and thought that he was more agile than expected, and it seemed that boxing lessons in his younger days had not been in vain. He hit the block with all his might and thought that even though he did it as a hobby, it was better than nothing. The soldier stayed on his feet and slowed down. He raised his head menacingly and said that he was not bad. The blonde got up from his knees and said that he was lying, saying that he was not trained. But then the hero angered him, saying that he did not understand what they were talking about and asked why he would lie, and then the opponent with extreme displeasure said that he had the stance of a trained fighter. The green-eyed man sank a little lower and said that he copied others. But then the soldier got really angry and kept silent meaningfully. He jumped up from his place, loading his fist with mana. The narrow-eyed soldier anxiously leaned forward, surprised by this, and asked to stop, because this was a child who had not even learned the combat mana technique, but the instructor said that he allowed it. The big guy called out to him, but the teacher said that he would leave it that way. He became more serious and fell silent. The hero, looking at the enemy, realized that mana would be used against him. The blonde looked at him menacingly and asked if they were making fun of him. He charged a blow with a crazy smile and said that he was giving in a little, so he should be grateful. But suddenly his blow missed due to dodging. The protagonist impudently looked at him, while he did not understand how this could happen because he was kind of a beginner. When suddenly Mord said with a menacing look that the time had come. He pulled his hand back and clenched his fist, while the military man turned around and thought about how he had pulled off the combat mana technique so easily. The green-eyed man came close, charging the same blow, and asked if it was his turn. Starting to move, his eyes became empty and he thought that this was incredible. The veteran covered himself with his hands in horror and thought that he had spent years studying the technique of combat mana to lose to this newbie. The blow that landed on his body echoed throughout the entire area. The blonde was defeated and screamed loudly. A gust of wind and the force of the blow threw him far back. Everyone was in complete shock and froze. The instructor looked at his back and thought that it was the newbie who sent the official warrior flying. The hero's back seemed simply enormous and he continued his thought thinking about what kind of incredible guy he was. The hero stopped, raising his leg. His opponent lay with his back to the stone wall. The protagonist with a belt tied around his waist looked at him. Looking at this, he thought that things would have been bad if he hadn't dodged the last attack, but it seemed to have become clear how to use this power. But suddenly the defeated one began to move. The green-eyed man stood up again and asked if he could get up after that, and said that he thought that warriors were just on a different level. But suddenly something struck him. The blonde was drooling and thinking that this scoundrel was different. The bald warrior looked at this with alarm and wondered how he was defeated with just one blow, and the second one wondered where this bastard came from. But then the hero turned around and asked if it would be worthwhile to stop, because he had no idea how to control his power, and therefore he could finish him off if they continued like this. The teacher looked at him menacingly and remained silent. He continued to stare and thought about the fact that he was a test subject, and he was an instructor and his task was to test the strength of the test subject by bringing him to the limit of strength, and there was no way that he would defeat him. The brown-eyed man became even more serious, but suddenly, while the wounded man was being carried off the site, he ordered to stop. The bearded man took his hand away and asked why he had lied, and he asked again. Todd frowned and said that he had never learned to fight. The green-eyed man scratched his cheek and said that it was true and that he had never learned. The instructor came closer and asked if he wanted him to believe it after using mana, and asked how a person who had not been trained in the technique of combat mana could know how to use it, after which the hero thought that he doubted him as expected. He began to surround his hand with a stream and asked if it was mana, saying that he was able to use it once after a bad cold, but he was not so knowledgeable about it and thought that he should not tell him everything. The mentor, still with the same monkey face, asked if he thought he would believe it, and then the interlocutor began to tell a story. The protagonist told about the experience of awakening new blood. Mord could use mana before awakening, and he was so talented. The god of battles Vernar stood with his hands folded, and the goddess of battles Arita folded her hands to create a sphere. The blood of two gods coexisted in the body of the young talent, creating incredible synergy, and the guy is truly a terrifying creature. Light appeared and he was blessed with his genetics. The character stood like a rock surrounded by mana, and like someone who did not undergo official training until his 15th birthday. The blonde man was radiating energy, and as it turned out, he had achieved a lot in just 7 years. He looked menacingly ahead, gritting his teeth. The man stood on a mountain of bodies, holding the boy by the head, and he surpassed the Archduke himself in strength, who is the strongest heir to the god of battles, and that is how history went. The instructor scratched his head after hearing the story and said that if what he told was true, then it says a lot. He looked away and asked if he knew who Vince was, to which he was told in response that this was the first meeting. Then Todd introduced him, saying that he was a warrior who had trained since childhood and had passed a severe test. And the hero himself had already grabbed the back of his head when he was told that he had defeated such a monster. But suddenly the instructor noticed something strange and meaningfully remained silent. He exhaled sharply and said that one way or another he passed the test, scoring 200 points with a minimum of 100, and asked what he was going to do, to which the hero thought that he actually couldn't understand what he should do because nothing was explained. The green-eyed man straightened up and said that he didn't really understand what this test meant, to which he was told that this test determined the level he was currently at. He took his hand away and said that the family had a 3-level training system. To begin with, he imagined an ordinary fighter and said that if he met the requirements at each level, he would advance to the next. A picture of a sword fight also appeared before his eyes. Todd imagined pumped-up men fighting and said that if he passed the test at the last level, then he would be recognized as an official warrior. But then he lowered his head and said that the difficulty of the test was high, and many simply hit their ceiling. The green-eyed man raised his hand to his chin and said that he understood. Then he stunned the man by telling him to send him to the first level. The hero lowered his head and asked if he should go there to learn the basics of the combat mana technique, and then asked if he would be taught it at the 2nd or 3rd level. and Mord pulled his hand away when he was told that this was not the case and then asked if he would advance anyway if he met the requirements, and he was immediately even more surprised, thinking that it would be more logical if he wanted to pass the test to immediately become an official warrior. The protagonist proudly raised his head and said that then he would still go to the first level. The instructor again looked at him menacingly and thought that this guy was serious and in any case a bastard. He turned away and thought that it could be for the best and said that he agreed and he would not have provided him with preferential treatment in any case. As he left, the man, still looking menacing, said that this was all he had to do today and that tomorrow he would send him to someone to be taught everything necessary at level 1. The candle burned quietly in the room. Ward lay down on the bed with his hand behind his head and thought about how the test had gone smoothly. He imagined the owner of this body and wondered if he had gone through the same process, since the novel did not tell how he became the hidden ace in the sleeve of the Archduke. The guy leaned forward and thought that he believed that this made sense since he was a secondary character. The green-eyed man put his hand to his chin and thought about how it only said that the leader tried to bring the potential son to the maximum and dominate his mind in order to turn him into a human weapon, and wondered how he had passed the test. Looking around the room with concern, he thought about how as a child he always suffered beatings, and wondered what if he was simply beaten and sent to the first level and there was a feeling that this would have happened. The protagonist still doubted and thought that he understood the reason for moving into this body. Remembering himself in real life, he thought that it was not that it was an auxiliary feature, but he always fought when he felt that something was unfair or unjust. The green-eyed man became sad and meaningfully remained silent. Getting out of bed, the guy dropped his hands and thought that Mord lived a life opposite to his past. The beast from the house opened with a creak. The reincarnated one left the house and thought about what would save this world from destruction, and in order to do this he needed to defeat the protagonist of the novel, Aiden. He imagined many fragments and thought that the one who collects the fragments of the world, which like puzzles contain pieces of the world, can be called the supreme god and is the magician who dominates the world. Imagining the crystal, the hero thought that it was just like the title says, that the sorcerer collected the fragments and became a being ruling over the entire world and everything connected to it. In his imagination, the wizard held a huge sphere standing on top of a mountain and the result was the destruction of the world. He imagined a battle of enormous proportions and thought that he, having become a god, killed not only his enemies, but also his comrades, and the novella narrated the battle between the magician and his enemies to become the destroyer of the world. The sun was already setting behind the horizon. The green-eyed man looked straight ahead, full of determination, calling the hero of that novel. He clenched his fist with all his might and thought that he would make sure that he did not do this. Imagining many lights, the guy thought that this could be his last chance. The reincarnated one seemed to have left his past and thought that therefore he would now live like the man from the novella. If you dive into history, the Archduke Vernar's family is the ruler of the lands called Vernar's possession, and their castle is located in the heart of the state, was as luxurious as the royal castles of other states. And at the same time there were training bases for warriors. They were on the outskirts of the castle, in the outer castle of the third region. Then a chariot appeared and shouted that today they will live in the first level dormitory, and the main path is close to the training base. At that moment, the young man turned away and thought that it felt like the training base was larger than any campus in the university. He thought this should be expected from the Vernar's family. Suddenly, something distracted him. Then a comrade turned to him and said that this was most likely the training fields of the third level. In response he heard, did this sound really come from the training groups? Then the young man looked out the window and thought that even if this was a second level training, they would surpass human limits in the blink of an eye, because now they were on their way to becoming Vernar's warriors. And then he imagined these people and thought that, besides, it was said that warriors were capable of carrying the strength of several people at once. And when the carriage arrived, they said that they would soon arrive at the third region of the castle. Their instructor would be waiting for them there. Finally, the guy got out of the carriage and thanked him, then turned around and heard that another big guy had appeared on the first level. An adult man approached him and said that he was an instructor at the first levels of Haze. A newbie could call him that. The guy approached him and said that he understood everything. Then he heard that it must be that he failed the test, since despite his physical form he ended up here. The protagonist replied that he defeated the opponent in the test. He was surprised and asked if he really could defeat an official warrior. Then he bowed his head and asked if this was true, then why was this man here? And the young man came closer and said that there was no point in lag, the truth would still be revealed. So he added that he had never studied the technique of combat mana or any other martial art, came here to learn the basics. The instructor looked at him and said that in this case they could follow him, and thought, could it really be that this guy defeated Vince without any training? Finally, they entered the barracks and the man said that the people here were in the process of training, so there was no need to distract them. And Mord followed and thought that maybe this was the first level, but they must be very strong, training for the position of warriors. Finally, they took him inside and said that this was a newbie, All the guys looked there in surprise. The instructor came closer and said that this man was a new trainee, so there was no need to pay attention and continue training, and the guy thought that all the other students were children. Then he tensed up and thought maybe he should go to the third level. If only he could change his mind, everything would have turned out differently. But then the man turned around and asked if he understood correctly that he had never learned the technique of combat mana, and in response he heard that no, but he had mana. After which the brunette came closer and said that since the student had gone through the awakening of new blood, this could be called a gift since he possessed mana. What he would teach him would be easy. Then he raised his hand and said that firstly, he needed to find ether and create mana, but he had already done this. Secondly, he needed to collect it. But he believed that the young man had already done this, and the last step was the basis for controlling mana and feeling the strengthening, then he would be able to advance to the second level. Lord was surprised at first and asked if he should learn any combat techniques, and the instructor raised his head and asked if he really wanted to stay here for a long time. If he wanted, he could arrange it. But the guy was a little confused and said that he didn't mean that at all. In response, he heard that the teacher already knew what he was thinking. Then the man exhaled and said that he would teach him a couple of things. After that he would be able to train on his own. The instructor of the next level would fix everything if everything was bad. The main character stood opposite and thought that this was true. Since he had not learned anything, he should start from the basics. It was better not to underestimate this. Just because this was the first level, he needed a good foundation to use his power and thank the teacher. Some time passed, everyone stood aside and discussed that only 10 minutes had passed since the beginning of this guy's training, and what was happening was unthinkable. They looked at his energy and said what they thought. His mana is stronger than that of the instructor. And indeed, everything around was enveloped in the energy of this man. He raised his head and asked, "Is it really all over? Is the teacher really not joking?" And he came closer and said that in fact Mord had already passed the first level. The main character could not believe it was really all over, and then he heard that from tomorrow he could move on to the second level. So time passed. The physical reinforcement lessons at the second level were divided into 2 sublevels. The first was strengthening the body. This is necessary in order to prevent any damage, which the guy did. The next stage was strengthening physical capabilities so that he could surpass all his limits. The young man also tried hard on them. He trained and thought about the fact that he needed to surpass the limits that would be achieved when training his muscles. If you think about it deeper, physical reinforcement is a very difficult skill. Many trainees hit the ceiling, but it took him less than half an hour to master it, and everyone was watching. Then the main character turned around and said what he thought. He only had a training duel left, and the instructor at that moment was thinking what the hell was going on. This man was clearly stronger than the second level. After which he scratched his head and said that there was no need, allowing him to move on to the third level from tomorrow. You can go there. If you imagine these students, up to the second level, an easy day, but from the third should be more difficult, there will be people like him waiting for him, those who are part of the bloodline, so passing the third level will be quite a challenge. So the instructor folded his hands and said that the student will have to fight them without any fighting skills. The young man listened to all this and thought that now that he thought about it, he realized that he really did not learn any martial arts. The teacher sent him to the second level. He thinks that he is hiding his strength. And the man then came to him and said that in order to get to the second level, his brute strength is enough, but to become a warrior at the third level is not easy. He needs to work even harder. Then the guy lowered his head and thought, well, he knows that the third level will be different. He is so excited about meeting people gifted with the power of new blood that he can't wait to live until tomorrow. Finally, the next day came. The third level students were standing together and discussing what they heard. That someone had passed the second level in less than 2 days, but he was probably also part of the crown line, and another asked why someone of Vernar's blood would go to the first level. And there were 2 more standing nearby, discussing what Fionn would do next. He answered that such people are predictable. Probably this person went there to attract the attention of the Duke. Then he frowned and added that he would show him that there are ragas within blood kinship. When the main character entered the room, everyone began to discuss that this was probably the same person, and he said that it was worth coming straight to this level, skipping the first 2. Fionn approached him and asked if he understood correctly that this was a newcomer. He immediately asked who it was. The guy came closer and answered that he was a second-class captain, Fionn, and immediately thought, is this really the same person from the Vernar's kinship? Then he smiled and said that he was related to the Duke, just like this guy, and the main character introduced himself and said that he was supposed to be part of the second class, although he didn't know how long ago. For some reason, after that, Fionn got angry and asked if this place was really a joke for him. And the brown-haired guy scratched his head and said that he was wrong. He wouldn't have come all the way here if he perceived it that way. Then he turned around and said that he was in a bad mood right now, so he better calm down, but he continued to be angry. And then the guy looked him in the eyes and asked did he really think that he would piss his pants or something like that if he tried to intimidate him with such a stupid skill. It seems that these words made his opponent even more angry. Then he clenched his fist when Mort asked did he really think that the whole world was beneath him, just because he had gone through the awakening of the first blood, but he really thought that the only Vernars was here. His eyes literally blazed with anger when the young man said that he would kill him right here and now. Their comrades were watching all this, discussing that this poor newbie would not last long, because no one could stop Fionn, and the other said that it would not be easy for him to survive if the instructor did not come now. Meanwhile, the main character was still listening to how his new opponent would not hold back since he was a relative of Vernar's, after which the red-haired man extended his hand and tried to grab him. Then he frowned and said that the young man would pay for his chatter, and then there was some kind of bang, even dust rose into the sky. The other guys covered their faces with their hands and thought that it was just some incredible power. Poor unfortunate newcomer, they hoped that he would at least survive. Finally, two silhouettes appeared in the distance, but everyone there was in shock from what they saw, because it was not the main character lying on the ground. It turns out that Mord knocked the enemy to the ground and asked if he was really that weak, adding that he wanted to see so much, but how strong he would be. Then he looked at him and said that it turns out that Fionn is no stronger than the village bully. He got up, wiped the blood. Then he turned around and called him a bastard, said that he was just lucky with this blow. But the main character looked at him and replied that it was not luck, just that his opponent was weak. This news made the young man even more angry and immediately ran at him. However, when he struck another blow, the opponent returned again. And in addition, he tripped him, after which he struck another blow. Fionn did not have time to correct anything as he flew forward. And in addition to everything, he received a slap on the back of the head. The blow was so strong that even dust rose around. The guy then stepped back and thought what the hell happened. Then he looked at his opponent lying on the ground and thought that he was too weak. He thought that Vernars at level 3 would be strong enough. Then he looked at his hand and thought if this was because of the combat mana technique that he learned at level 2. If not, then the original player must have instinctively learned the basics of the combat mana technique. He thinks this means that the current one is weaker than the one in the novel. Then his friend ran up to his opponent and asked if everything was okay, said that he needed to pull himself together, and he stood up and told him to step back because it was not over yet. The opponent looked at him and said that he had passed out, had been out of it for at least 10 seconds. And the guy continued to get angry and shouted that he had just managed to land a blow when he lost his vigilance. The protagonist then lowered his eyes and said that the guy lost his vigilance during a fight with someone who wanted to become a warrior. It was too humiliating. But the opponent was not going to give up and said that just because he could did not mean that he should say everything that harmed him in his head. And then he got very angry. His anger was felt by everyone present. They said that now he was definitely awakening his power, someone should call the instructor, they needed to stop him. And they shouted at the newcomer to run, because he really could finish him off. The brown-haired man asked in surprise if this was true, and thought that the guy must be calling on the powers of new blood. Then he looked at him and thought that he doesn't really control it, more like mana, but it makes sense if there are more bastards at this level. Suddenly someone appeared there and asked what was going on. It was an old man, to whom the guy answered that the new kid and the student started a fight. The instructor got really angry. Then he turned around and when asked if they shouldn't stop them, he said that he wanted to see what was going on. Then he turned around and thought that this man was strong enough to deal with an ordinary warrior. There weren't many chances to check how strong he really was, but this was one of them. Then he looked at the newbie and thought that it must be that Vernar's brat who started today. The death of one bastard doesn't entail serious problems. At that moment, Fionn had already accumulated enough energy. Then he took a step forward and said that his opponent would pay with his life for pissing him off. And the young man stood opposite and thought that this bastard could use it too. After which he saw how the opponent jumped right above him and thought that this is an advanced skill that uses the body and weapon as a carrier to create a more powerful form of energy. Then he took a step back and realized that it was the impulse of the body. He managed to dodge the blow and jump back in time. And then energy began to gather around the student. The protagonist looked at all this and thought that it would be bad if he hit him with a blow. Meanwhile, Fionn jumped up and shouted that he dare not run away, after which he ran towards him. Then he pulled out his fist in a different way to concentrate energy in it. But then he got a fist in the face and at first did not understand what was happening. He looked at his opponent and mentally humiliated him. Then he began to hit, but surprisingly the brown-haired man blocked all these blows very well and the guy thought only about how this was possible. His attacks do not work. At the same time, the main character's attacks were all successful, and the guy received blows to the face just like that. He thought that he would not stand up to the bastard, who did not even use the power of new blood. The other students were standing nearby and discussing how no hits got through to him, but it looked like the new ones weren't getting through either because Fionn looked untouched. The instructor was standing nearby, thinking that one hit definitely got through. Then he looked at the student and thought that it could be told by his decreasing momentum. Then he continued to watch the battle and thought, okay, he needs to be more serious this time. Then the main character decided to strike again. It was a hit right in the stomach. His opponent exhaled from the pain. Then he landed on the ground and heard from his opponent that he was trying to hold back, but it looked like it was still painful. After which Fionn stood up and told him to shut up. All this man could do was run away with his tail between his legs, and he thought that if he struck one more blow, everything would be over. However, the young man stood opposite and listened to him say that he was finished. If he struck just one blow, he was sure that he was running because he understood it perfectly well. So the main character smiled slyly and said that he would stop dodging then. He was going to go easy on him, but he couldn't stop irritating him. Finally, his opponent was happy and thought that he had fallen for it. Then he ran forward and shouted that it would be better not to regret it later. He aimed his fist straight at the newbie's chest, and when he reached the target, there was literally an explosion. It turned out that at the last moment, the guy managed to catch his fist. Then he raised his head and said that it looked like momentum doesn't really help if you're just weaker than your opponent. Then he swung and said that it was a good lesson. And Fionn was scared at that moment and thought that for someone with momentum, it's normal to always win against those who don't have it, but this guy is amazing. And he immediately saw a fist flying straight towards him, after which the main character hit him in the stomach with all his might, and the opponent thought that he seemed to have started a fight that he would never win. He was in great pain from that blow, and the force was such that dust began to rise around him. The guy was literally thrown back a few meters from there, and thus he crashed his back into the wall. Then he lowered his head and lost consciousness, and the teacher looked at this and thought that it was unclear where this monster boy came from. An illegitimate child like him defeated such an opponent without even using momentum. He also thought that he had trained a huge number of Vernars before, but even a talented base start could not eliminate the gap between himself and a direct bloodline. And then he froze in front of him for a while. Then the guy turned around and asked if anyone else wanted to fight. The instructor thought that if he was already so strong at the time of his 15th birthday, then he was literally a monster. Then he turned around and said that it was better to hurry up and accompany a friend to the medical center. Another student said that he understood everything, and leaving the man looked at them and thought that if he did not do anything about it, the order of control here would get, despite how amazing it can be, still puts without any support. It's like a puppet, and we need to take care of taming it. As a result of yesterday's battle, Fionn got hit hard. He was forced to stay in the infirmary because he got hit hard then. And after that, he fell into a coma just at the moment when he lost consciousness. In connection with this, the protagonist was put on probation for 4 days and forced to study tricks. Finally, he closed the book and thought that it was too simple for a text on tactical theory. Then he remembered his university in the real world and thought that considering that he studied up to graduate school, the written test should not be too difficult. He rolled up his sleeves and thought that cramming all day in the estate is complete boredom, and so he wanted to practice his mastery of technique and combat mana. Suddenly, someone approached him and said that he heard that he caused a lot of trouble on the training fields of the 3rd level. The young man immediately looked up and looked who was there. Opposite was the instructor Todd, and the guy immediately asked what brought him here. He replied that the Duke wanted to meet him. The main character immediately came closer and asked why he needed it, and the man replied that they could find out on the spot. They had to go. The question immediately came up, are they really going to go like that? And the instructor turned around and replied that he did not expect him to know the etiquette of aristocrats, so everything would be fine as long as he had good manners. The young man thought that the Duke, even in the novel, did not like all those aristocratic etiquettes, so he thought about it and agreed. After which they went in a carriage through the forest. Inside they discussed that rumors about him were simply everywhere, that the 1st and 2nd level training was incredible, and Anoshu replied that he also did not expect it to be so easy. After which the man looked at him and said that he thought that he was a smart boy. I am sure the others understand this too, and the main character asked what this was for. Then the instructor lowered his head and said that wasn't this his plan to get the Duke's attention from the very beginning. Of course, the guy scratched his head and said that he would not risk his reputation so much just for his attention. If he wanted to attract his attention, he would simply become a very strong warrior. This time, the instructor believed him and thought that he was right. It would be better than what he ended up doing, so he said that the Duke was informed about what happened yesterday and therefore became interested in it. The guy looked out the window and replied that he believed that the battle of one of them was something worthy of attention. And when their chariot drove into the estate, in response he heard that he had defeated someone who was equal in strength to a normal warrior, soaked him into mush, then added that they had almost arrived at the Duke's training fields. There was no need to stand out too much, the guy agreed. Finally, they went inside. There were many men around who were fighting each other. The brown-haired woman saw one of them and thought that this man was the Duke. And indeed, there stood a healthy, pumped-up man, filled with energy. He had an all-consuming aura of power around him, and he looked like a muscular giant. Several warriors attacked him at once, but they all could not break through his protective barriers. Finally, the defense cracked and the man looked up. Then he looked at them and said that this was enough, they needed to stop. After which he raised some kind of ball in his hands. A second later, it began to absorb all the energy around it, and then it grew to incredible sizes. The young man looked at it and realized what kind of skill it was. Then he looked at the Duke and thought that this was an enhanced skill that absorbs both magical and physical attacks and turns them into a shock wave that you direct at your opponent. The same shock wave flew to the side, and it moved at incredible speed straight to the wall, and a moment later, this wall was destroyed. The guy grabbed his head and thought that this was a mirror of God's battle. He believes that at the moment it is still in the process of development. Meanwhile, the Duke turned in that direction and said that the effectiveness is still lame, and the young man thought that it is not yet complete, but already so powerful, it is surprising. After which the blonde turned around and said that the others were making him wait. Then the student and instructor bowed and greeted him, and the Duke came closer and said that he called them here to avoid dealing with etiquette, so they should rise. Then he came closer to the guy and said that he heard that he did interesting things on his training fields, and the boy thought that although he was not trying to impress him, he was still so impressive. Then they grabbed him by the chin and asked who his mother was. The young man answered that her name was Reina. The man replied that he remembered her, and apparently took more from her than from him. He also asked if he had undergone his awakening of the new blood this year. The guy answered yes. Then the Duke lowered his head and said that he heard that he overcame the impulse with the help of only body enhancement, so he wanted to see how strong he was. Then he called one of his soldiers, who bowed behind him and listened attentively. The Duke told him that he wanted him to have a sparring match with him. The blonde asked in surprise if he really needed to do this with this brat, and the Duke stepped forward and said that this was his son, who had arrived here a couple of days ago from outside, so he just wanted to see how strong he was, so he shouldn't push too hard. His subordinate agreed. The young man looked at him and immediately realized that this was one of the 10 people who had previously trained with the Duke, and the man pointed back and said that they needed to go to the sparring field. When they got there were a lot of weapons around. The man said that they could use weapons if they wanted. He would wait until he chose one, and he replied that he didn't need anything. The blonde frowned in surprise and asked if this was true. In response, he heard from the main character that he had never been trained in weapons, so he would make do with his fists. Kessner heard this and smiled, saying that it surprised him, and a second later he jumped up and began to attack. Their fight began. The guys looked into each other's eyes. The guy thought that he was fast, as expected from the Duke's confidant. The man then asked if he had dodged without even using mana. That was good. Then he tried to strike again, but the young man blocked it. The man hit him again, and he thought that his opponent was on a different level compared to the guys he had fought before. And from this blow, the guy jumped back. Meanwhile, the blonde approached him and said that he liked his spirit. He doesn't give it his all, even considering that he can corner him, which means he won't hold back anymore. Now the main character was already tense and thought that he was bringing his mana. He must also be one of the Duke's relatives. Then he looked at him and thought that now, thinking about it, he had never fought to the fullest after becoming this character. I also frowned. I thought that since this man was the Duke's confidant, maybe it was worth fighting him at full strength, and began to accumulate energy when I thought that he would stop holding back. A cloud of energy began to appear around him, and the two forces lashed out at each other. The Duke watched from the side and seemed impressed, and the man then looked at the guy in surprise and wondered if this was really the intern's mana. The brown-haired man stood there at that moment and thought that his character had most likely never reached his full potential, because he grew up with the stigma of a bastard who killed his own mother. Everyone abandoned him and left him to live on his own, and because of his guilt, he probably never had the opportunity to use his power correctly. Now the young man grouped himself. He frowned and thought that because of his guilt, he definitely never had the opportunity to use his power. So the guy looked at his opponent and said that he agreed to try anyway, and he was clearly surprised. Then he smiled and agreed, and immediately took off with such speed that he even left marks and shouted that he would teach this kid a lesson. The same man struck him, but surprisingly, the young man was able to block it. Then he looked up and heard that he now understood why His Majesty was so interested in him, so his hearing was not lying. Then he smiled again and said that it was all useless. He struck again, with such force that the boy flew back. When the young man stopped, he thought that he was sure that he blocked the blow. Was this really a skill that doubles the attack? Meanwhile, the opponent was already running towards him. The man was as close as possible and said that he still had a lot to learn and swung again. And the brown-haired man thought that the gap between them was too big. He had to think of something. But before he could do anything, he received a blow right in the stomach. From the force of the blow, he was thrown back right into the wall. And the blonde then smiled and said that he hadn't even started yet, so there was no point in disappointing him. Some more time passed. A silhouette appeared from a cloud of smoke. It was Kessner who asked what the young man was doing. Was this really all he could do? And the guy raised his head and answered that it was not so. He thought that the gap in strength between them was so great even without using the impulse. Did he need to use the powers of the new blood? Then he tried to get up and thought that then the man would use them in response. This was not an option. Meanwhile, the blonde was getting closer and said that it seemed like he had a lot of thoughts in his head. The guy just wiped the blood and said nothing. And when the opponent pounced on him with a creaking Nikami, if he did not start fighting with him at full strength, then he would have to force him. He finally grouped himself and prepared. When the man ran up, he shouted whether the guy finally wanted to fight. And the young man meanwhile raised his fist, and then for some reason hit the ground. The warrior flew back from the blast wave and said that this was great, just what he wanted. Then he ran up to the guy again, while he was thinking that he did not want to show him everything he was capable of now, but constantly taking blows is annoying, so he needs to hit him at least once. And then he tried to hit him, but surprisingly the man blocked all his attacks. And another fist forward, the blonde bent down and said that this kid had too big a range of attacks. After which he swung himself and added that the young man was talented, no doubt, but his fighting skills were still at the initial level. And then he hit him, but he miraculously blocked the attack. The warrior looked up and said that he had already told him that there was no point in going to the block, and the guy just kept quiet. Soon he said that he predicted that he would do this and tried to strike him back, and the force of the blow was such that the floor began to crack under the warrior's feet. He raised his hand and thought what was going on. How did the young man manage to use a double attack? Then he frowned and thought that he not only shifted the double attack in another one, but also stole his skill, so he blocked it on purpose. These thoughts angered him, and the fact that some kid made the double attack skill his own so quickly. Therefore, he began to accumulate energy and said that of course the young man impressed him. It was becoming much more interesting, after which he came closer and said that from now on, it was necessary to fight at full strength. Then the young man realized that the men were finally using the impulse. Was he really going to demonstrate his powers in all their glory now? But then they were stopped. It was clear that Vaughn was not ready to stop the fight. The Duke intervened and said that this was more than enough, so they had to retreat. After which he came closer and told the young man that his level was impressive, considering that he had awakened with the power of new blood quite recently. In response, he heard that he was being rolled over. But there was one thing. The man got angry and said that there was something he would like to check and directed his energy at it. The guy was a little surprised when he saw the spherical impulse. Moreover, this blow was directed at him. He stretched out his arms and tried with all his might to restrain it. And while he was restraining himself, he thought that his body would not withstand such a force. Then the old man does not leave him a choice to use the powers of new blood. Then he raised his head and thought that there was another choice, and it was quite possible that he could do it. Because he remembered the fight with Fionn and decided that that fight was extremely useful. The fact that the young man was weaker was true, but blocking the impulse with the initial level of body enhancement was almost impossible. And now his eyes practically lit up, and he thought that if he also began to use the impulse, it might work. Therefore, the young man stretched out his hand and began to use his energy. He decided that in this situation he could block the blow. The Duke clearly liked this, but the instructor was shocked and thought that it was impossible. The young man had awakened the powers of the new blood quite recently, and they were already using the impulse. It looked very impressive. The guy raised his hand and thought that the talents of this character were beyond his imagination, so he could only look at how someone uses their skill and immediately copy it. The blonde then approached him and said that as expected from his blood, he copes better than expected, although the main character thought that this is a piece of shit, who considers as part of his lineage only those who are useful to him, and therefore one day he will definitely be able to hit him. Then the Duke came closer and said that he was ready to reward him since he passed the tests, and asked if there was anything he would like to receive. Of course, he presented gold and said that he can offer money that no one can even dream of, or maybe a mentor for training. Anything he can imagine, just let him say. The brown-haired man stood opposite and thought that an unexpectedly good opportunity, but already knows what he should ask for. He presented a crystal and thought that he should collect world fragments before Aiden. This must be done to prevent the destruction of the world. Therefore, he looked at his father and said that he does not need to ask, and the question immediately came, what does he want? The guy raised his head and answered that he wants to test himself in the grave of the god of battles. After which he imagined this grave. There are places like a dungeon. Like all dungeons in fantasy, they are full of monsters, but the dungeons of this world are a little different from those in other fantasy worlds, because they are symptoms of otherworldly erosion. And he also thought about the monsters that are there. In other words, they are formed in places where the anomalies of this world and another overlap. Most dungeons intersect with the demon kingdom, and the monsters of this world are mostly also from dungeons. He also imagined the magical power that is there and thought that, however, the grave of the god of battles, in which, according to legend, the god of battles was created, has nothing to do with the overlap on another world. And after which he thought about the crystals, that is where one of the fragments is hidden. The blonde knew this and was clearly angry from what he heard, after which he thought about it, and the young man thought that it was probably too early for such requests. However, the Duke looked at him and asked why he wanted to undergo the trials of the battle god's tomb. The young man came closer and replied that he had heard that it was there that the traces of the battle god remained. He wanted to see the roots of his bloodline, which he felt when he woke up. Kessner was standing nearby and thought that this boy was even more immature than he thought. Then he imagined this place and thought that the battle god's tomb is a place where the coming of age ceremony for direct bloodlines is held. His request is like a direct challenge to the entire bloodline. Then he looked at this guy and thought that an illegitimate son cannot get into such a place, but then he heard the Duke agree. The man looked at him and asked in surprise, and he replied that he knew everything and knew what he wanted to say here, but this was not unprecedented. He also added that there were a couple of cases when strangers went to the dungeon for the sake of an expedition, imagined this situation and said that this simply did not happen in his generation. Then he turned around and asked if the man wanted to go inside. The blonde started shaking and couldn't answer. His thoughts were that he clearly wanted to. The Duke looked at him and thought that he had lived a full life only because he was born illegitimate. He was sure that he wanted to taste the privileges of a direct bloodline. So he looked at the boy again and told him that it was too early for him to go there. He couldn't send a qualified person there, so he would give him a chance to pass the trials of the tomb of the god of battles as soon as he became an official warrior. The young man clenched his fist and thought that becoming an official warrior was not that far away. He just needed to be faster than the main character of the novel. So he smiled and agreed, said that he understood everything. Some time passed, the guy and the instructor left there. The blonde looked at him and remembered his name. Suddenly the Duke approached him and asked what he thought. He turned around and asked if this was what the brats were talking about, and he heard that it was because he had fought him one-on-one. The warrior frowned and said that it seemed like this man was hiding a lot. I'm sure he was trying in every way not to give it his all to fight him. The Duke frowned and said that when he tried to accept the ball impulse, it looked like he was giving it his all. It looked like he was learning the body impulse in the moment. The blonde told him that he knew that there were guys who were learning in the moment. Then he introduced this man and said that the most amazing thing was his mana. He doesn't know how to control his power yet, but his energy level was simply incredible. At that moment, the Duke introduced a woman and said that his mana was comparable to Erna's mana, but there was something. The blonde immediately turned around and asked what it was. The Duke replied that nothing. But in fact, he had some thoughts. The man imagined this guy's eyes and thought that there was no desire for anything in them. He thought about the eyes again and decided that all the eyes of his illegitimate sons were full of desire to receive his recognition. And now he stood and thought that this guy looks like his mother. What an interesting character. Some more time passed. The guys were training on the playground. The protagonist stood aside from everyone and just watched. Then he looked around and saw how everyone was sparring. He watched what was happening and thought that he had almost died of boredom over the past 4 days. Now he could finally learn something useful. And then he turned around and heard how the country was told that they heard that they were going to select 5 from the bastard for a test in the tomb of the god of battles. Considering that Mr. Kessner and Viscount Owen were already in the ranks of the 5, there were 3 free places left. There were students standing and talking that, in all likelihood, this was an expedition to analyze the structure of the tomb of the god of battles. Another answered that it was true, because the structure changes after each cleansing, instead of just disappearing, although this probability reduces the risk for those who are a direct part of the bloodline. The guy immediately imagined that warrior and thought that he also decided to try. He should hurry up and become a warrior sooner. And suddenly someone approached them and asked if everyone was here. One of the students turned around and said that everyone except Fionn, and more thought, is this really the instructor? And indeed it was the instructor Daisley, who ordered them to prepare for training as usual. Then he approached the main character and asked if this one was new. He answered that he was. The old man stopped and said that he could not take part in this lesson since he had just started. He should ask other students to help him catch up after the lesson. The guy was a little surprised and asked, is this man really not going to teach him? If he wants him to ask others for help, then he should at least suggest who would be a good choice. The instructor came closer and angrily said that this man is clearly thick-skinned since he makes demands on him after he injured the captain immediately after joining. In response, he heard that he has already received the appropriate punishment for this, and it became clear that the captain is entirely to blame. The old man got even angrier and told him to stop contradicting him, calling him an arrogant bastard, and asked who taught him to talk to his elders like that. And the student replied that he had to understand him correctly, not contradict him. This was a completely reasonable request. This was his job as an instructor. After which he received a blow straight from a club. The man threw him back with one hand. Then he grabbed his jacket and said that as an instructor he was ordering him to do something. He pulled him towards himself and added that he would now be running in circles around the training fields until the end of the lesson, while maintaining speed, and that he had to listen to the lesson at the same time. Then he smiled and said that the student would be punished if he could not answer his questions after this lesson. Then he pulled him towards himself again and asked if he understood everything. At that moment, the boy could barely contain his energy and thought that a real bastard was in front of him. The instructor then looked at him and thought, is it really possible that the student was now reproducing Manhwa? That is why he frowned and thought that he dared to look so highly on his authority as an instructor. After which he struck him again, only in the face, and asked if he dared to bare his teeth in front of him and called him a runt. Of course, the guy flew back from the blow but successfully stopped. Then he frowned when he heard that the instructor's authority here was absolute. And when the man approached, he said that he would throw him out of here if he obeyed, and asked if he understood him. The young man held his cheek and thought that maybe he should just hit him. But then he turned away and thought that if he caused a conflict here, it could interfere with his military test. He also looked into his eyes and thought that it was better to restrain himself. He needed to get to the grave of the god of battle, so he said that he understood everything. The old man smiled and answered why he was still here. He needed to go running. The brown-haired man frowned again and got angry, but nevertheless, he turned around and ran. The old man then looked after him. He studied the guy from head to toe and thought that he would make sure that the young man paid for insulting him. After what happened, the old man apparently harbored a grudge, especially since he slapped him then. And he continued to punish the main character for every little thing, physically punish. The young man imagined him and thought that this man was united by the power he had. If he thought that someone had even slightly encroached on it, he immediately, unwillingly, punished them verbally and physically. For example, he arranged fights for the guys. But this man punished training, so no one could disobey, and the guys just endured. He was clearly consoled by the fact that he ruled this place. And then at some point the young man once again worked off the punishment, heard what seemed to tell him to maintain speed. He stood on his head, leaning on one hand, and listened to the instructor that he did not obey him. He thought that the man justified cruel treatment and called it training. The boy was barely holding back and thought he understood why the old man was so willing to mock him, since he had reproduced this mana in front of the other students. Meanwhile, the instructor turned around and said that the student was not responding again. Then he left and said that he should stay like this until the end of today's training, and would also punish him if he moved even a little. Finally, the boy raised his head and thought that he was holding on in case the old man could really teach him something valuable, but it seemed like it was time to start real training. That same day, the men were sitting in their room and reasoning. He lowered his head onto his hand and thought that this guy was just an arrogant bastard. Then he frowned and thought that it was unclear how the young man dared to snap back. The punishments he had given him would have destroyed someone's body long ago. But this young man endured until the end, as if in protest, even when they made him hold huge stones in his hands. How some illegitimate child without real blood and training became such a monster, it was unclear. After which he could not stand it and punched the wall. And then he stood up and thought that this guy would break very soon. He just needed to force him, and everything would go just the way he wanted. The next day came. The main character announced right on the site that he was going to take a test to become a real warrior. The other students around did not understand what was happening. They said that maybe this guy defeated their captain, but these were too big words. And the instructor frowned and asked again what the young man had just said, and was he in his right mind. But the guy stood opposite and replied that of course he understood everything. Then the old man came closer and said that this was some kind of nonsense. He had not even learned everything he needed to know to become a warrior. After which the guy took a step forward and said that it was all because someone neglected his authority as an instructor, and now that he thought about it, he felt uneasy. He came even closer and said that it seemed to him that this one was not very qualified to teach. The old man got very angry and said that this man was out of his mind. He had to stop talking nonsense. Only he here decides who is worthy of passing the military test. Then he shouted that he really thinks he will let him pass the test after everything the guy said. But in response he heard the student smilingly say that he has no right to say such things. Then the brown-haired man came closer and said that he was officially requesting the spirit of the god of battles. The old man heard this and was very surprised. Because the spirit of the god of battles is training, it refers to the sacred practice of duels. Like all those who respect strength, they also had barbaric traditions. Whoever is stronger is the truth. That's how they found out who is the main one. The god of battles gives real warriors his blessing, so if he allows the spirit of the god of battles to choose who is right and who is wrong, then he will be on the winning side, and in this case the instructor could lose. So the old man frowned and asked how the student knew about this, and the young man raised his head and said that it does not matter, according to the laws, as a student can request the spirit of the god of battle from the instructor, and use this right to prove that the man is not qualified to be his instructor. As the classic legend, the god of battle grew up not knowing his true identity. When he was young, he was insulted by those who reveled in their strength and called himself his instructor. However, the man challenged them. He turned into a god and told his descendants the following: Those who rule over others without being able to prove their case deserve to die. And the god was very strict in this. For this reason, the law allows students to request the spirit of the god of battle from their instructors. And now the young man stood in front of him and thought that the god of battle was also out of his mind, given what he said, but now it is to his advantage. At that moment, the instructor grabbed him by the clothes and told him not to joke with him. The spirit of the god of battle is just a brat who cannot defeat him. After which he raised him higher and said that he was at least 10 years younger to talk about this sacred ritual. But in response, the instructor heard that they should not be mistaken. The guy looked at him very seriously and said that he had no right to reject the request of the spirit of the god, then threw his hand away. Then he turned around and walked back. All the other students were watching what was happening carefully, and the brown-haired man then raised his head and began to accumulate energy. Then he clenched his fists and shouted that the student was requesting the spirit of the god of battles from the third-level instructor. Everyone was shocked when they heard all this. Yes, the old man, frankly, was confused. Then the guy turned around and said that now the choice is up to the instructor to accept his request or reject it. If they plan to reject it, then he does not trust all these guys as witnesses. So he turned around and added that he will go and tell everyone the truth. The man was shocked and asked did he really think that he would get away with such behavior. And the student turned around and asked did this man still not understand. He looked into his eyes and said that this was his last chance. Then he turned around and added that he did not want to waste even more time on trash like him. At that moment, the instructor was thinking that he didn't understand what kind of energy it was the strength he showed in the battle with Fionn not his limit. Then he lowered his head and realized that he couldn't retreat. He also clenched his fist and thought that even if that person was talented, he was still just a brat, even an unofficial warrior. So he frowned and said that he agreed he would make him regret such behavior. The duel would pass, but the guy interrupted him and said that he would wait for him in an hour here. Of course, the old man was surprised and asked why the student decides this, and he smiled and replied that the test subject has the right to choose the place and time. Did they really think that he wouldn't have such knowledge? But it turns out that the old man is cunning. And he added that, as he said, he no longer wants to waste his time on him, thereby angering his opponent even more. Then the guy just turned around and left, at the end saying that if he wants to escape, he won't stop him. For a while, the man stood there and did not understand where a psycho like him even came from. The announcement of the duel request even reached the Duke's estate. Kessner was standing near the window and thought that the student should request the instructor for the spirit of the god of battles. He knew that this was an unusual brat, but I love him so much, when would he have thought about it? After which he smiled. Then he turned to his service. A man came up to him and asked if he was called. The blonde turned around and said that he was immediately leaving for the third-level training center. He needed to get ready. Some more time passed. All the students gathered in the square. The main character walked and yawned when everyone around was discussing that this was the guy who requested the spirit of the god of battles from the instructor. He looked younger than expected. Also opposite was the instructor himself in full gear and heard the students discussing that they did not understand how the instructor rolled to a duel with such a brat. One way or another, for the first time in 5 years you can see such entertainment. Finally the guy approached the enemy and said that it meant he hadn't run away after all. And the old man raised his head and replied that he would save the life of this arrogant kid and make him regret his arrogance. But the young man grinned and replied that it seemed like a dog was yapping somewhere. After which they both exchanged hateful glances. Suddenly someone appeared there and asked if he was really late. He thought it was not the beginning time yet. And it turned out that it was Sir Kessner. No one understood what he was doing here. The brown-haired man turned to him and asked what brought him here. The instructor was shocked at that moment, wondering if this kid really knew him. He knew before that this arrogance did not appear out of nowhere. It turns out this man was covering for him. But the blonde looked at the guy and said that he heard that something interesting was happening. That's why he came. The spirit of the god of battles between the student and the instructor. What was he even thinking about? The protagonist then pointed his finger at the instructor and replied that he still had no choice when the instructor neglected his authority. It seemed that his head was full of rotten thoughts, so he responded accordingly. He tried to object, but the same warrior simply grinned and thought that this guy was very funny. Then he turned around and asked if he was sure of his victory. The old man may have retired, but he still should not be underestimated. In response he heard that he thanked him for his concern, but nevertheless he wanted to win. At that moment, the instructor looked at the guy and said that he was arrogant until the very end, and added that he already wanted to hit him, but asked another instructor to be an observer, so we should wait. Suddenly the warrior said that if the instructor was not here yet, he could try on the role of an observer, and this surprised both participants in the duel. But it was clear from his face that he really wanted it. Suddenly all the students began to discuss, did they really hear right? The sir is going to become an observer, so is this kid like that too? Meanwhile, the instructor approached him and asked what the blonde meant. He looked at him in surprise and said that, as he had said before, he would become an observer of the spirit of the god of battle. Did they really think he was not qualified enough for this? The old man said in surprise that he had not, but he was such a busy guy. Then the warrior angrily asked again about the guy. Then he came closer to the old man and said, "Is the instructor really talking down on him now? Is he mistaken? It seems, only because he respects him as a designer and says that he is equal to him, the Viscount, only because they trained him." At this point, the man lowered his head and began to apologize to the Viscount. And at that moment, he could barely restrain himself and thought that this was such a humiliation. Meanwhile, behind him, the young man was already warming up and said that he did not want to interfere, but it was time to fight. The blonde turned around and said, "Is it really time already?" Then he stepped back and said that he was looking forward to this fight and hoped that he had not come this far for nothing. The young man smiled and offered the old man to begin. He looked at him and said that everything was as he wanted. Then he came closer and said that most likely this young man had replaced Fion's impulse by simply strengthening his body. Then he raised his sword and said that in that case he would regret it if that was all he was capable of. But the young man simply remained silent in response. And the old man immediately pulled his sword to the side and added that he needed to see if he could block the sword's impulse. The old man immediately heard that it was funny and immediately asked again. And the guy began to accumulate energy and said that he was mistaken. He was already literally blazing with a bright flame and added that he did not understand. Did the instructor really think that he would give it his all in a fight against a student? And then he smiled sarcastically. At that moment, the old man looked at him with huge eyes and did not understand where this body impulse skill came from. When did the student manage to learn it? But the same man jumped up and immediately ran to attack. The instructor grouped himself and said that nothing changed. Then he parried his first blow and added that even if he could use his body momentum, he would not win. So the battle went on for some time. At first, the instructor seemed clearly weaker than his opponent, and all he did was run away from his blows. He had to slow down with all his might because the blows were very strong. Finally, the man found himself on his knees and thought what kind of nonsense this was. Some kid pierced his attack through and sent him flying. Then he looked up and saw that his opponent was already very close. The young man swung and struck again, but this time he hit the shield. And the old man then raised his head and said that he recognized that he was clearly suitable for the role of a warrior, but he could not defeat him, although the young man was clearly very determined. Finally, the old man himself began to act using his mana. While the student was flying back, he heard that experience is many times more important than strength. The man ran towards him and added that the guy did not have deep knowledge in the technique of combat mana. Then he pulled out a sword and said that this youth was generally 10 years younger to fight him. And immediately after that, a serious energy attack was directed. The student miraculously dodged, but received a small cut on his cheek. Then he jumped back and dodged the attack again, and the old man shouted that he had survived a long number of battles and fatal situations. He also ran straight at the guy and added that now some student dared to request the spirit of the god of battles and him as an opponent. He was literally furious, shouting that he was not some kind of illegitimate son whom he could look down on. Meanwhile, the main character jumped up quite high, and then, turning around in the air, landed nearby. He looked at his opponent and thought that he was right. He really did not lack experience. But the blonde man who was watching from the side thought that even if the boy was talented, his fighting skills were still at the initial level, and his experience could not be ignored. Then he folded his arms and thought that if he lost now, he would have to leave this place, and the instructor would definitely take care of that. Then he frowned and thought what the boy could demonstrate this time. Then the old man finally stopped and asked what was going on. Did he really have nothing to say? And the young man approached him and said that his skills were what they needed, even despite the fact that they were expired trash. In response, he heard that his arrogance knew no bounds. I'm sure it was all because he couldn't turn this situation to his advantage without playing strong. This time, the brown-haired man raised his head and asked if the old man really thought so, and really decided to prove himself as a bad instructor. But he looked at him and said that he was training him properly right here and now. Nevertheless, the young man began to accumulate energy again and said that this was an unfulfillable wish. His opponent began to cover his face with his hands and wondered what kind of energy this was. Could it be that very one? Because the young man, on the contrary, was literally blazing with his own strength. Then the color of his hair changed. It was the release of new blood. It turns out the kid had time to learn this. His hair and eyebrows became white, as did his eyes, which acquired a white tint. The instructor stood in front of him and said that it was simply impossible, although it was too late to change anything. Meanwhile, the guy was moving towards him and saying that it was the first time he fought like this, so he had no idea how to restrain himself. After which he raised his head and added that he allowed him to be offended by him if he eventually killed him. In the case of a bloodline, after awakening the divine blood on their 15th birthday, the possibilities of divine powers are revealed to them. It's like an epiphany. However, many stop using them in order to increase their mana reserves, for example, like Fion. and this allows them to gain incredible power like the same guy. If only someone could fully subjugate the divine blood, then they would receive enormous power that has no equal. This is what the main character was striving for. Everyone around immediately began to discuss that the boy was supposedly 15 years old. That is, he wants to say that he is already subject to the power of divine blood. No one believed it. And the warrior who was watching from the side thought that this 15-year-old stranger had already mastered the awakening of divine blood. He frowned and thought that he was considered the most talented among the offspring. It took him 4 years to awaken divine powers. This guy, having been here for only 8 days, achieved the same and had already comprehended this state. After which he looked at him and admired. The old man, meanwhile, stood opposite and said that he simply did not believe. He looked at his eyes and thought that he had already seen these silver eyes. He was more than sure that he had awakened divine powers, but he did not want to believe it. Then he even came closer and thought that it was simply impossible. And the young man at this time raised his head and said that he thought the only thing the instructor would lose today was his pride if he gave up now. But he also asked if he wanted to continue. Of course, the man shouted at him not to make him laugh, and even if he had awakened divine powers, he still did not intend to lose to a newbie and was not going to give up. Then the guy approached him with incredible speed and told him to take into account that he had rejected his offer to surrender. The old man raised his head and asked why he thought the same attack would kill him twice. Meanwhile, the protagonist swung and accumulated energy. The old man grouped himself and said that his attack had no effect, but he did not understand what was happening, because the student had directed the attack not at him, but somewhere up. Nevertheless, the blast wave threw him back, and when the instructor landed, he thought that this was really the power of divine blood. After which the bastard approached him and asked if it was really too strong, added that he was just testing it, until he really understood, while the old man thought that he had probably already lost to a 15-year-old guy. But he still stood up, said that he had to stop playing, and never lost to a face like him, although he thought that his left shoulder was out of order, but he would lose everything if he lost here. Therefore, he pulled himself together and said that he could not allow this, and then he ran at his opponent with all his might. The instructor immediately swung his weapon and wished death on the student. But surprisingly, the young man did not run away. On the contrary, he ran towards him and asked how long he was going to defend his pathetic pride here. Then he swung his weapon and heard from the old man that he should not lose his vigilance, because he suddenly appeared behind him. The young man turned around and saw no one there. The instructor ran up to him from the other side and said that no matter how strong he was, he surpassed him in combat techniques and therefore could win. Then there was such a strong blow that there was even an explosion. The warrior stood aside and thought that seizing the initiative when the young man lost his vigilance was worthy of praise. Then he looked at the old man and thought that nevertheless, their main defense and weapon is their physical bodies. And indeed, the protagonist stood there without any damage, and the man thought that regarding the sword impulse, which relies on the weapon, it would simply become a tickle for those who had awakened the power of the divine force. Therefore, the student turned around and said that his opponent simply had no right to be an instructor. He was still standing in shock and said that this could not be. He grabbed his sword and thought that his sword impulse, which he had honed on the battlefield for decades, did not work. Did they really want to say that in a battle with this kid, he would have nothing to oppose him? Then he literally began to shake and repeated that this could not be and that it was incredible. The instructor continued to swing his sword, but it was useless. Then he took a step back and almost knelt down when he heard that some boy was disappointed in him. The protagonist leaned close to him and asked, "Is it really possible that, being so weak, he still pretends to be all-powerful?" Of course, the man did not want to put up with this, so he swung his sword again and called him a bastard, asked who he thought he was to address him like that. But this time, the young man surprised him even more and grabbed the sword with just one hand. Then he raised his head and said that being part of the bloodline of the god of battles, they fight with bare hands, because there is no weapon more terrible than their own bodies. The guy also frowned and added, did the instructor seriously think that something like this could defeat him and cause him any damage? And then he directed all his energy directly into this sword, and a second later, through it, as through a conductor, he sent it straight into the opponent. He began to scream in pain and hack blood. At the same time, the old man asked him to stop until he fell to his knees. The student came closer and told him to admit defeat and then let him live. Then he took a step forward and said that if he refused, then this time he would definitely kill him. And he looked incredibly scary at that moment. Of course, the instructor looked him in the eyes and at first could not answer anything, because in front of him at that moment it was as if the devil himself was, and the thoughts were that he was not initially ready to fight him. Therefore, the old man lowered his head and said that he lost. It was a shame, a broken sword and lost to some little boy. Everyone around began to rejoice that this was something incredible, how a child could defeat their instructor. They simply could not believe it. And to disgrace them, time stood a warrior and thought that the board, which awakened divine powers 8 days after joining the family, is something. Then he exhaled and thought that in addition to this, he was able to suppress the will of one of the instructors with the help of the spirit of the god of battles. Well, honestly, I don't even know how much stronger he can grow. After which he went towards the exit and thought that it was a great fight. Then literally the entire academy began to congratulate this guy, and nearby stood a man in a hood and said that this guy is clearly amazing. Then he grabbed his hood and said that he heard out of the corner of his ear that there was a guy who had enough balls to request the instructor for the spirit of the god of battles. It was a girl, or rather, Erna, the 7th in the Vernar's bloodline, who said that she would never have thought that she would see such a monster. She watched the castle from afar, and added that it looked like something interesting could happen. Meanwhile, it was quiet in the Duke's castle. Of course, after what happened, the protagonist was called there. The Duke looked at him and said that it looked like he officially became a warrior. He heard that he easily passed the battle to the god, and Anoshu knelt down and replied that it was so, and came for the promised rewards. The man was surprised and said, "Is this really the same daredevil who requested a duel just to become a warrior?" And the guy raised his head and said that he simply could not continue to watch how the designer exceeded his authority. The father stood up and approached him, saying that the one who is stronger is right, founded the presumptive mentality of their family. Then he came closer and said that this is why he does not see anything contradictory to this in his actions. Then he seemed angry and added that there is something curious. Why did he hide his strength from him earlier? The boy tensed up and replied that he was simply more careful with mana when he used the impulse, which was the first time he used it. The old man came even closer and thought that if it were a pure lie, he would have seen through it right away, but there was nothing like that here. So he smiled and agreed with him. The father also approached his son and said that he remembered that the reason for his visit was that he wanted to undergo the trials of the tomb of the god of battles, and asked if his desire had changed. The young man said that it was true. Then a subordinate approached the Duke and said that maybe he should change his mind about allowing him to fight before the official announcement of the warriors. He was afraid that the people might be unhappy. But the blonde turned around and asked how this man dared to say such a thing. Then he looked at him with burning eyes and asked who he thought he was to think that he could tell him to change his mind. So the boy nodded his head and said that he would like to apologize because he crossed the line. And the Duke then said that a promise is a promise. His son listened to him attentively, after which the man approached him again and said that he would allow him to undergo the trials of the tomb of the god of battles, although he did not know what he wanted to get out of it, but he would allow him. Then the protagonist knelt down and said that he was very grateful to him for permission, and he smiled, thinking that he finally had a chance to get the first world fragment. After some time, Kessner brought him to the entrance of the tomb. It was a little creepy there. The man raised his head and said that only one could enter at a time, no matter what danger he encountered there. Until he died, no one could enter. Then the young man tensed up a little and thought that the tomb was much larger than he thought. He knew that the tomb of the god of battles was in the basement of the Duke's estate, but to think that it was really so huge. At that moment, his half-brother exhaled and said that he could not believe that the young man would pass this test first. In response, he heard that he himself did not think that the chance would come so soon. The warrior also turned around and said that since this was the result of the efforts he had put in, there was no need to make such a face, he just needed to come back alive. And the main character went forward and replied that he was grateful to him for that. In the end, the guy stopped. He looked at the door and thought that he just needed to stand opposite, and this already caused him oppressive feelings. And according to the myth of the foundation of this place, the god of battle never encountered death, fulfilled his destiny as a man and left their world to become a god in heaven, so he did not die, but ascended. And now the brown-haired man touched the door and thought that the name, the grave of the god of battles, is the name that the members of the family gave it. In fact, it has a different meaning. And after that, he just looked at it for a while. And then the door opened, and then the guy thought that the human side of the god of battles, the place where the remains lie, that's what it is. And he immediately went inside, meaning that after 7 years, Aiden will find a world fragment in the grave of the god of battles. And while he was entering, he thought that on top of everything else, he would need the help of an advisor. So he walked and thought that the world fragment should still be here, in this time. And after he entered, the door slammed shut. Once inside, the young man stopped, and immediately saw strange buildings in front of him. He did not understand what it was because he expected it to be easy. In the novel, the grave turned out to be completely different. He also imagined the road and thought that inside the grave of the god of battle there are 6 paths. However, the path presented in the novel was only one of 6. Then he thought that regardless of the path, they all have a seal, and all he needs now is to find it. He also thought that the seal should be in the form of a stone statue, which personifies the life path of the god of battle, right? Immediately after, someone appeared behind him as if he was being watched. And the guy walked, looked around and said that none of them looked realistic. After which he put his hands in his pocket and added, "Doesn't it look like someone only half finished designing a room on a computer?" Suddenly, something caught his attention. Some kind of flaming beast appeared there. More precisely, a flaming wolf, a hellhound. There were two of them. Both were about to attack him and were very angry. At the same time, they also surrounded him from both sides when the young man thought that he hoped that he would not have to meet too many monsters. Not a moment passed before one of the racers pounced on him. Of course, the young man immediately activated his energy. He put out his hand and with one blow was able to decapitate it. Then he turned around and saw something else. Another dog was attacking him from the other side. He also managed to destroy it with one blow. Then the guy scratched the back of his head and said that he was just tiring him out in vain. Finally, he came somewhere. He raised his head and thought that he seemed to have found a seal. In front of him is a huge monster, or rather his statue, and thoughts about what looks like a place where the god of battle defeated the monsters of youth, but why use something like this as a seal? Then he noticed a small man on the head of the monster and thought that it looks like their ancestor is full of pride, and since you are high, it is problematic to find him. The guy also activated his energy and said that it was time to start, and a second later he took off and flew up. It was not difficult for him to get to the very top of this statue. When he landed, he began to look around. It took him some time, after which the guy looked at the god and thought that he was about 10 here. Now it is clear why all the descendants are so huge. And immediately after he changed his appearance using a new ability, the main character made a cut on his hand. Then he took a couple of steps forward and said that in this state it is necessary to act. And then he began to let his blood directly onto the statue, more precisely onto the head of his ancestor. Then he reincarnated and thought that it would be hard to find her if he had no idea what was required of him. And while the statue was gaining his power, he thought that who would have thought that after awakening their divine powers, they try to sprinkle the statue of the god of battles with blood. At some point, he even had to jump down. The guy also smiled and thought that he should be grateful for being the first one who managed to do this. And leaving, he thought that he should hurry to the next seal. Only he did not take into account the fact that he awakened this very statue with his blood. On the way, he met various monsters, snakes, wolves, just skeletons. There were literally countless of them, and the young man was able to cope with all of them, at the same time thinking that he was sure that he had advanced far enough for another seal. Then he looked at the snake and thought that they continued to appear out of nowhere. After which he grouped himself and decided that since there were only narrow alleys here, there was no way to avoid them, he had to fight. And then the enemy began to attack him, and then he thought that to test the god of battle it makes sense to be extremely force-consuming. Then he swung, and when he struck, he thought that if he sees an enemy, he has to kill him. People like them would never accept a person who avoids testing. Immediately after, the next enemy appeared, some birds. Moreover, there were several of them at once. Mord raised his head and thought that the evidence was monsters guarding the walls in case someone wanted to climb over them. Then he looked and thought that at least he wouldn't have to fight them, considering that he was on the ground. And when he imagined the statue, he thought that he had managed to open 5 seals, the last one remained. And he thought about the crystal, deciding that a little more and he would be able to get the world fragment. Therefore, there was no time to rest, he had to move on. While he was walking, the young man looked up and thought that the deeper he went, the more mana he felt. After which he raised his trembling hand and thought that thanks to the 5 awakenings of divine powers, he had almost no mana left. Of course, this fact upset him, and in general, everything around him suddenly began to shake. Because of this, the young man looked up with surprised eyes. In front of him was a huge stone dragon. This was the 6th seal, which he finally managed to reach. The brown-haired man looked at the statue and thought that this time it seemed huge, even climbing it was a problem. And then he heard something behind him. A huge monster appeared there, 10 times larger than him. Of course, the main character was surprised, because he did not understand where the orc was from. Then he grouped himself and thought that the monster, with whom even a mage trained in impulse would have problems, was now standing in front of him, and he heard that they had dense mana and bodies comparable to humans under the 1st level of body enhancement. Meanwhile, the huge orc was already attacking him. Then he swung and hit the ground. But fortunately, the main character managed to jump back and save himself. Then he leaned over and thought that this guy was not the most ordinary, although the size of an ordinary orc reaches 4 meters. He also looked at him and thought that it could be said that this one reaches almost all 5. At that moment, the monster tried to crush him again, and when he hit the ground, the young man was able to dodge again and jumped back. Then he swung and thought that he knew it had been too easy up until that moment. Then he struck his opponent and thought that he should have an extremely entertaining fight with him. The fight was almost equal. Despite his size, it seemed that the orc was losing to him at times. But then he grabbed his opponent and threw him with all his might into the wall. The guy felt incredible pain, because his body even broke the wall from the force of the blow. Then he opened his eyes and thought that as far as he understood, he could not win with just momentum. The opponent was already running towards him at that moment. Then he swung and thought that he would crush the guy now, but he raised his head and thought that he should just accept it. Another blow, broken walls. The monster thought that he had killed his opponent and was very pleased. True, a second later there was a bright light of mana, and the guy screams about the fact that he must come to terms with the fact that he is still a newbie with good genetics. This time he managed to throw the windows back. The young man also managed to transform and added that he could have kicked the bucket if he had hesitated for at least a second more. Only the enemy was still alive and very angry. Then the guy flew up and swung hard, and while he was flying, he said that it was time for the monster to slam shut. Then he hit him with all his might, and fragments of the walls flew in different directions. When the young man stopped, something was dripping from his fist, probably the orc's blood. He stood there and thought that he had never imagined before that he would have to forcibly awaken his divine powers. Nevertheless, he managed to deprive the enemy of his head, and his thoughts were about the fact that he had previously thought that he could defeat him without awakening his powers. But apparently he had gotten a little arrogant. Scrolling all this in his head, the young man simply jumped off and approached the seal, thought that this is a dungeon, which can pass only 15 years of the bloodline. It seems that knowledge of combat and education are of great importance. As soon as he gets out of here, it is worth starting over. Finally, he managed to climb to the very top of the stone dragon, and there the last seal was waiting for him. The protagonist looked at it and thought that given that the height of the Duke is 2.5 meters, then why does the god look much smaller? Maybe he grew over time. And when he dug his blood on it, he thought that perhaps it does not matter, and finally you can get the world fragment. But the truth is that nothing happened after. The young man stood opposite and thought, did he really do something wrong? Then he frowned and decided that if you believe the fantasy, he should have gotten the fragment now, except to activate the statue and not enough blood. Then he turned around and thought that since there is a possibility that he forgot to do something with the other seals, he should return to each of them. But suddenly he heard someone behind him say that he should have expected that he was seasoned since he was his descendants. The surprised guy turned around and asked how this was possible, and in front of him stood a white-haired man and said that he would be confused if he was left so easily. Could it really be that the statue came to life? It is not clear. At that moment, the guy thought that he decided to go to the grave of the duel, entering the portal. He also imagined Aiden and thought that he remembered that he found a fragment of the world here, and would not have known if it had not been said in the plot. However, now in front of him stood the god himself, who said that he finally had the opportunity to communicate with the descendants. He thought he would let him just leave. The young man then thought that he could not even imagine that the statue would come to life. He frowned and thought maybe this is a hidden test. Then he came closer and asked who this man was. In response, he heard that he liked his mood, and the question is, how old is he? Of course, at that moment the main character couldn't stand it, transformed and asked again who it was, and the man smiled and said that it impressed him. After that, the guy attacked him. The blow was so strong that everything around him began to collapse, but the man stopped him with one hand and told him not to rush things, and then he threw him back. While the young man was flying, he didn't understand what was happening, and when he raised his head, he saw a man flying towards him and saying that it was better to greet him properly, and he gave him the same blow to the face with all his might. From this blow, the young man fell to the ground and even dust rose in a column. Meanwhile, the living statue landed nearby. A small crater even formed under the guy, but nevertheless he stood up. Then he raised his head and wondered if this was some kind of mirage. Just a minute ago this man was a statue. Meanwhile, the blonde came up to him and said, does he even understand who this is? Now a real person was standing in front of him. Then the protagonist stood up. I replied that I knew that he was a stone statue of the god of combat, and in response I heard that I was right about the stone statue. But the man also frowned and said that he was what the god of combat left behind, his human shadow. This news surprised the young man very much. He imagined this god and thought that according to the plot, there were human remains in the grave of the god of combat. He also imagined bright lights and thought that this meant that this place was more suitable for his human than divine incarnation. And then he thought about statues and thought that the story said about stone statues depicting his achievements. So now he stood opposite and wondered if this meant that his remains were stone statues filled with a piece of consciousness. The man immediately smiled and asked if it was really so hard to believe, after which he jumped up and asked to let him show him. The protagonist did not even have time to realize that he had jumped up, as the man was already a step away from him and swung. He said that reality is very cruel, such is life, and again he hit him with all his might. Then he smiled and said that the young man was much weaker than he thought. Then the guy tried to collect his thoughts and strike him back, asked him to stop playing with him. But the opponent smiled and was surprised that he had the strength to fight at all. This is great, as expected from his descendant. Then the man tried to hit him, but the young man moved behind him with incredible speed. Therefore, he turned and looked back in surprise, and Mord, meanwhile, stretched out his hand and wished him death. Immediately after that, he launched his projectile. For some time, the shadow of the god looked at this and said that he did not expect such a trick from him. But at the last second, he miraculously stopped him, as if he did not even strain himself. Nevertheless, a bright light illuminated everything around, and then the young man decided to try again. He struck, but the man said that even the impulse ball was not real. This offended him. A second later, the man grabbed the guy by the face. Then he threw him up and said that only weaklings like him used such tricks. While the boy was flying in the air, he would quickly jump up to him. And then he started hitting him from both sides. It was painful. He also smiled and said that he loved fist fights. While the main character was getting beat up, he thought that even the power of new blood could not help defeat him. And when he received another blow to the face, he thought that maybe this was a dream. But then another blow to the nose flew, and all I could think about was that this man was too strong for him. And the man meanwhile knocked him to the ground and continued to hit him, saying that he still had a lot to learn, while the young man was thinking where did the stone statue get such power from. But finally, this statue stopped. Mord was still conscious, but already very weak. So this guy took and kicked him with all his might right into the wall. When the boy flew into this wall, he immediately heard whether this was all he could do. It turns out he was extremely disappointed. The man stood in the distance and continued to say that if he had given it his all, he would no longer be alive, but then the young man suddenly asked him to be quiet. He stood up and said that he had not finished yet. Only then suddenly the main character realized that he was reincarnating again, and taking his usual form, he thought that the power of awakening with new blood had simply disappeared. The man stood opposite and said that it was so easy to deprive him of power with new blood. Are all his descendants really such weaklings? Then he went forward and said that he thought this was enough. He would not beat him to death. He would die sooner or later anyway. But now he believed him. In response, he heard that he did not yet understand whether this was really the god of the duel, or rather, his shadow. Finally, the blonde smiled and said that here he could be perceived as Vernon's. And he added that he had seen many descendants trying to pass the dungeon, but only he managed to awaken him. Does he know how many years have passed since his last awakening? At that moment the boy was a little confused, after which he said that 500 years had passed, and clearly surprised the man. A dialogue took place between them. The blonde even asked again, and when he heard about 500 years, he asked if it was true. Of course the young man confirmed. Because of this, the shadow of the god got a little angry and said, has so much time really passed? But it wasn't that difficult, right? The brown-haired man frowned and replied that most likely no one could awaken him. After they left in heaven, a conflict arose between the sons regarding the inheritance of the god of the duel, and he thought that even in history in the distant future someone will find these artifacts among the ruins. This person will become Aiden's assistant and help get a fragment of the world. Here the man was a little confused and turned around, said that he did not think that after his death everything would go downhill so quickly. They really are all like him. Then he looked at this guy, closed his eyes and added that he should not have shown his weak side. Then he turned around and said that he would like to ask if his descendant knows what his awakening means. But the answer of course was that the main characters do not know anything. Then his ancestor was very surprised and asked if he was serious. In response he heard that he was serious and said that then he does not understand why shed blood on the statues. The brown-haired man looked him in the eyes and said that he did it to get a fragment of the world. He thought what was the matter, because the hero of the novel got a fragment here, but the god did not appear then. And the blonde man then thought about it, and then it dawned on Mord that perhaps the god of the duel awakens only when the blood of a direct descendant is poured on him. Then the man suddenly says that the meaning of his awakening and the reason why he left the shadow is that he wanted to teach him divine blood enhancement. After which there was a minute's pause between them. The young man was shocked and thought, is this man really going to teach him the perfect mastery of the power of new blood? Then he frowned and said that if this is really so, then why? Because you can simply provide your knowledge to future generations. Then the man exhaled and said that it would be nice, but there is one thing, will all generations be able to reach the level that allows them to teach their descendants? Just at this moment, the protagonist introduced Fionn, while his ancestor said that the ability to use the new blood is proportional to the concentration of blood in a person, but generations change, and the blood mixes, which is why the proportion of the blood of the god of duel decreases, and in other words, it will be difficult for future generations to use the power of the ruler. The young man also remembered how he was able to reflect the blow of his half-brother, and heard that with the help of training you can find up to a certain level. The problem is that you still need to find a person who can become a teacher and pass on this knowledge. This is why the tomb of the god of duel was created. The man looked around and said that this is a training ground for descendants, and there is a special teaching method. Then he folded his hands and added that when he learns to properly use the power of the new blood and reaches the required level, he will be able to master the technique perfectly. The guy thought that over the past 500 years, the blood of the god of duel has weakened greatly. The Duke is a real villain because he violated the rules regarding reducing the weakening of the blood. He also thought that everything that was happening was a bit nerve-wracking, but it could be used to his advantage. Even if he managed to release new blood, it wouldn't last long. The young man remembered himself during training and thought that he would need to train a lot to fully release his strength. And now he took a step forward and said that if this was training, he was happy to go through it, and asked how he was going to train him. In response he received a question whether it wasn't obvious. but for him it really wasn't obvious. The man smiled and said that they would have to fight again and again. It was clear from his face that he was literally happy about it. But it couldn't be said about Mord. Nalchik immediately asked if he really wouldn't even tell anything. He would just fight when he heard that the man was learning from his own mistakes. Then the ancestor thought about it and asked what was wrong with his face. That's how they learned to fight, and what, are they being spoon-fed now? In response he received a question, doesn't he really think that the young man will have time to die before he learns anything? His ribs were already crunching. Then the blonde looked at them and asked if they still hurt. And the brown-haired man looked down and realized that the pain had passed. It was unclear why. Then the old man raised 2 fingers and said that he had 2 pieces of good news. The first was that while he was here, his mana was being restored and his wounds were healing, and the second was that he was not his rival. Meanwhile, someone appeared at the top of the statue. The young man asked in surprise who that person was then. And at that very second, someone big and massive fell next to him. The guy immediately looked there, but the blonde was a little embarrassed. There was another person there who said that he was already an adult. Then he turned around and asked if it was right to shift his work to others. His hair was fluttering in the wind, and the young man himself smiled and asked if that was so. The main character immediately realized that this was another statue of the 10-year-old god of combat. He did not have gray hair. It seemed that he had not yet reached the level when he could freely use the power of new blood. He also imagined the old man and thought that the god of the duel was perfect and used the power of the new blood in later years. Then he already had gray eyes and silver hair. And now this old man was standing opposite and saying that Mord had already seen him when he came here, so he would not introduce them. About this level, so you can apply your maximum, and the boy, how is this alone? His opponent will not withstand even a blow. Then he stretched his legs and added that it was not too late to run away. It would be a shame to get a beating from a 10-year-old boy. But the young man at that moment was only thinking about whether this was really a 10-year-old god of the duel. He had an incredible physique. However, there was one but. While he was picking his nose, the guy came up to him and asked if he really came just to wag his tongue. Then he began to transform again and said that they say that empty ships make the loudest noise. It is time to fight. And having transformed to the end, he looked at him and said that he needed to release his power, thinking at the same time that he was much stronger. The boy opposite smiled and asked again. Then he extended his hand and said that they don't use that. Then he waved it and said that if he used it, his opponent would definitely die. The blonde frowned at that moment and asked if that was really how it would be. And then he flew forward and said that he hoped that it wasn't a bluff. A little time passed and the main character finally realized that it wasn't a bluff, because he was literally slammed into the concrete, and they stood nearby and discussed whether this man was really from their kind, some kind of weak. He had released the blood. Then it was unclear why he lost, and the young man himself thought that he didn't care about the blows, but he didn't even last 10 seconds in the battle. Then the boy sat down next to him and said what he thought. He didn't have much experience in fights, and the old man said that it seemed that he would have to teach him to fight, and it was very embarrassing. Then the man came up to him and said that he was young, but had already learned to release power. Why then could not fight at all? In response he heard that he had simply never learned it. So he smiled and said that it was very, very strange, because this man was his descendant, but had never learned to fight. After that, the main character told him how he got here and told him how things were with his descendants. He listened to all this and said that he did not really like how things were now in the family. If he could get out of here, he would beat everyone up. He also stood up and said that he would tell him how to resist a 10-year-old. You need to follow him, and extended his hand to him. Of course, the guy was very happy and thought that this was the same private lesson with the strongest fighter. And when he gave him his hand, he heard a question, knowing that he was getting into the same trick, so he thought that he could master something that he had not yet been taught here. Surprisingly, the main character stood up and said that he knew, and also asked what to do with it, and the man replied that it was necessary to take advantage of his arrogance. Meanwhile, the boy stood nearby and said that 2 adults were trying to kick a child's ass. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? But the brown-haired man smiled and asked how to do it. The 11th round came. The guys again broke away from their place and ran towards each other. Before that, the old man said that, firstly, the young man does not control the pace and immediately starts hitting in the forehead. After all, he really immediately tried to attack, and the opponent returned, then blocked several blows and swung himself. Because of this, the guy received a blow right in the face, and so strong that he was thrown back. It turns out that the 10-year-old boy noticed this. It is necessary to take advantage of his carelessness when the right moment comes. In the 74th round, the blonde again ran towards the opponent and twisted in his head the words of the coach about the need to move the body like this. When the guy ran up to his opponent, he didn't even pay attention to him. Then his fist flew past his face as usual. But what was surprising was that it wasn't a blow. The young man tried to hit him from the back of the head. For this he moved his fist there, but this time the opponent was able to jump in time, and the man added that of course he would most likely dodge, because his opponent was not that weak. and a second later a heel flew into the blonde's face, and then from the blow he flew back again. At the same time, after landing, the young man again transformed into his normal form. Then he raised his head, and he saw how the boy was flying at him with another blow. There was a lot of blood. Only this time the blow hit the wall. The boy smiled and asked if he was scared, also added that he would not die from these sparrings, so there was no need to worry. And then, not hearing an answer, he asked if he had really taken water in his mouth. Were you sad that Masha passed by? At that moment, the main character was replaying their last round in his head. He looked at his opponent, who said that he should not take it to heart, it was just very strong. He thought about the fact that this time he managed to touch him. The 272nd round came. The guy shouted that changing the trajectory did not help and asked what he should do. In response, he heard that a weak spot is not found, it is created. So work was already underway on this. And the young man once again ran opposite. He thought that he understood in which direction this boy would move. And while he continued to run, he accumulated energy and thought that he also understood what kind of counterattack he would deliver. Suddenly he jumped up and confused his opponent. He even stopped there. When he raised his head, he realized that the main character was now right above him and changing his trajectory. This was unexpected. A moment later, Mord flew down and slammed his face into the asphalt. Here the man was already happy and thought that the young man was perfectly applying theory in practice, and the guy meanwhile smiled and thought that he was finally able to hit him. His happiness simply knew no bounds at that moment. Almost immediately, the energy familiar to him appeared there, and then the opponent's hand appeared before his eyes. He began to crawl out of the ground with an incredible roar, after which a voice was heard, and a question, it seems. Then he got used to it a little. Of course, this made the blonde a little tense. The boy, with the help of his power, collected an energy ball and said that now, apparently, it was not worth pitying him. After which he smiled sarcastically and looked at him with burning eyes. A loud sound of impact was heard. The god of fighting washed himself. Looking at the pool of blood in front of him, he wondered if it was really blood. He saw drops start to flow from his leg, and he mentally noted that no one had managed to hit him. The brown-haired man raised a shocked face, mentally asking if he really had blood. The protagonist frowned when he said that he seemed to have gotten used to it. A flash lit up the guy's hand. He grinned darkly and asked if he understood correctly that he should no longer feel sorry for him. Mord put his hands out to protect himself. His legs began to slide back. Gritting his teeth, he thought about pushing him away, and if this continued, the guy's eyes widened when he realized that his body would be torn to pieces. He moved his leg to the side. The white-haired man covered himself with his hands, wondering why the god of fighting did not stop him. The old man, meanwhile, stood to the side. The brown-haired man swung his fist, asking why he still had time to look around. Then he hit the protagonist. He flew into the wall. Blood gushed out of his mouth. The god of fighting grinned contentedly. He darted towards his opponent. Mord's eyes widened. A moment later, he was hit right in the chest. The brown-haired man grabbed his hand. Then he threw him into the air. Then he jumped himself. Before the fight, he swung his leg. After that, he hit the guy. He was breathing heavily, thinking that he simply could not use the power of new blood. He tried to move his fingers, but realized that he could not. There was shock in his eyes. The protagonist turned around abruptly. A statue was falling on him. A moment later, there was an explosion. The brown-haired man smiled happily and said that he was very interested in whether this weakling was still alive. The white-haired man held his fist. He stretched it forward, while the god of fighting said that he admitted that he was not such a weakling. His lips stretched into a smile. Looking at Mord lying on the ground, he said that this was all. The guy raised himself, realizing that he could not move his legs because they were crushed. The brown-haired man scolded him not to worry because he would help him. He jumped off the mountain. Rushing down to the white-haired man, the god of battles shouted that he would make sure that nothing hurt anywhere. The main character looked at the approaching opponent, thinking that his mana was over, so he could not awaken the power and he needed another 8 seconds to recover. Looking at the bright flash in front of him, he began to count the seconds. Mord frowned. A smile appeared on his face when he began to say that he had always been interested. A puzzled smile appeared on the brown-haired man's face. A stone hit him in the eye. The guy, throwing a stone at him, asked if all the Vernars had the same kind eyes as ordinary people. The brown-haired man's eyes turned red. He leaned his hand on the ground and screamed loudly. The protagonist watched with shocked eyes as his hair turned white. He opened his eyes in rage. Raising his fist in the air, he screamed that he would kill him. His fist approached Mord. There was 1 second left until it was restored. Suddenly, it disappeared. The guy rushed at the god of battles. He turned around. The white-haired man swung his fist, reminding him that he had previously told him that he would die if he awakened his powers. He looked down at him and said that it seemed that such an end was destined only for him. Then he punched him. The protagonist smiled, mentally noting that he had managed to hit him after all. His eyes widened when the god of battles asked what kind of mosquito bite was that. The guy whose cheek the fist was pressed against asked did he really think he could pierce his skull. He grabbed Mord by the neck and said he would show him. He concentrated his mana, saying he would show him how to fight. The white-haired man gritted his teeth, realizing that he might have gone too far. The old man opened his mouth and said that was enough. The protagonist was thrown to the side. He grabbed his head, mentally noting that he had thrown it. Lightning sparked around Vernar's. He blocked the young god of fighting strike with his hand. Parquet furrowed his brows and shouted, telling him to leave him alone. The man asked what he was doing, noting that he had said that their job was to train the descendants. The god of fighting pulled his hand away when he was told that the training was over. The white-haired man gritted his teeth, asking if he would have said the same thing if he had been in his place. Vernars frowned at him. His eyes flashed. The god of fighting looked away and said that he knew, and the sunken hair changed color. The man patted him on the head, saying that he had done a good job, and he asked him not to treat him like a child. At this point, the protagonist realized that he was probably afraid of the elder god of fighting. Mord also changed his appearance and said that he was glad to be alive. Suddenly, a loud noise was heard. As the space began to crack, Vernars said that it was time to separate the dream from reality, and then asked the boy to come to him so that he could give him something. He showed his thumb and said that it seemed that he had the blood of another god in him. It must be the blood of the god of heaven, his father Arita's. So despite the fact that he is a separate god, Vernars and Arita's bloodlines are quite close, and his own blood particles of Arita's blood are tightly packed throughout his body. The man smirked and mentally noted that even though he was the son of a god, he wondered what would happen if the blood of two clans were mixed. He extended his fingers and said that he had been given a blessing in the form of the body of the god of duel as a reward. Vernars touched them to the boy's forehead. Energy began to boil in his blood while the god said that with them he could awaken power. The protagonist looked at his hand, thinking that this was not in the plot. When stones began to fall everywhere, the man noted that this was all he could do for him. He smiled and said that it was nice to meet him, and then said goodbye to the younger god, and Mord realized that he was still angry, probably because he hurt his pride. The brown-haired man perked up when the boy called him. He came closer and began to say with a smile that he had only met weaklings, so he thought he would be like everyone else, although he knew that the dual gods were different, adding that his generation would not have been able to win even if they had all fought together. The protagonist nodded and thanked him, saying that he had learned a lot thanks to him. The dual god listened to him with pursed lips. Stones fell at his feet while he said that there was no point in saying obvious things. The guy turned his lowered face and said that there were still a few places left by the dual god, and since they were already finished, let him try to find them. Mord closed his eyes in agreement. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. The guy began to get up, thinking that this dream was not in vain. Suddenly, his eyes widened. In front of him, he saw a huge crystal, which was a fragment of the world, a tool used by the gods to create the world. The brown-haired man stretched out his hand towards it, thinking that Aiden had used these fragments to gain incredible power, which eventually led to the destruction of the world. The surface of the crystal began to crumble. The energy of the crystal was directed towards the protagonist. Then a small crystal appeared in front of him, and he thought that since he got a fragment of it earlier, Aiden won't be able to become as strong as in the story. And if it were him, he would be furious that some minor character stole his power, but he hoped for understanding. Mord patted his chest, thinking that this was all for a happy ending. As the sun came out from behind the trees, a voice called out to Erna. She was lying on a tree branch, listening to the information that it seemed like the brown-haired man had returned from the tomb of the god of combat, to which Erna replied that she heard and was just making a plan. Then she was asked what she meant. The girl waved her pen and said that she was making a business plan. She closed her notebook and smiled, saying that it was a plan on how to be a good sister. Unlike other families, the successor to the Vernars family is not limited to the children of the Archduke, and other descendants of the direct line can also compete for the right to become the successor. It was said that each successor gradually increases his strength by gathering warriors, and now there were 5 candidates who entered into serious competition. They were the 7th child of Erna, the 6th child of Vidub, the 4th child of Huron, the 3rd child of Dren, and Archduke Aaron. The news that Mord had cleared the tomb of the god of duel did not pass them by. Tea was pouring into a cup. The dark figure drank it in the office, saying that he was sure that all the heirs would want to lure Mord to the village. The 6th child of Viden smirked and said that he could not allow such a talent to fall into the wrong hands, and it would be funny to see their disappointed faces. Archduke Vernar's castle, the 1st region. The protagonist looked around the room while the Sokos told him that he would now live here. He studied the contents of the room, thinking that the castle of the 1st region was a place where only the richest people could live. A dim lamp illuminated the room, while Mord thought about the fact that the main warriors resided in the 2nd region, and then wondered if they were so good to him because he was a descendant of Vernars or because he had awakened the power of the new blood. The guy looked out the window, noting that the 2 of them had given him a training area nearby. The servants bowed, saying that he could let them know if he needed them, and for now they would prepare clothes for him. The brown-haired man thought that it seemed like he was finally protective like a true aristocrat. There was a knock on his door, and a loud voice asked if he was there. Did the maid open the door? The protagonist glanced sideways at the people who entered. Looking at the two guys in blue suits, he thought that warriors could be divided into 4 ranks: normal warrior, average warrior, advanced warrior, and supreme warrior. His eyes widened when one of them noted that they had come here with a message from young Master Dren. Seeing the crest on their uniform, Mord realized that they were probably average warriors. The brunette unrolled the scroll and began to read that his master had heard of him and believed that his skills would be put to good use, so he offered to become his warrior and promised to welcome him with open arms. They looked at each other. The guy rolled up the scroll and began to laugh, saying that he should be grateful that he even received such an offer. His eyes widened when the protagonist asked who this was. He scratched his chin thoughtfully and asked who young Master Dren was, and at that moment mentally noted that there were many heirs in history, so he could not remember, and only remembered those who managed to survive 7 years. The two guys blushed with anger and began to say insults. They started grabbing him by the chest, shouting he was an empty-headed idiot, to which Mort said that he really didn't remember who it was. Suddenly, a voice came from the side, asking if he had heard of the young Master Viden. The brunettes perplexedly perked up. Seeing the blonde in front of them, they indignantly began to ask what he was doing here. When the man grinned smugly, the guy mentally noted that judging by their reaction, he was an average knight, and Viden must have become the 6th child, and he, it seems, was only good by the blood of the Vernar's family. The blonde threw his elbow on the guy's shoulder and said that he was here for the same reason, and he exclaimed that they would send them here earlier. The man continued to grin, asking if they really lacked strength so much that they were arranging queues here. The brunette clenched his teeth in anger and offered him to leave. He darkened and asked what would happen when they went out and noted that he accepted any offers, but if he won, he could teach their young man a lot. Sweat began to flow down the guy's cheek when the blonde told him that if he was not confident enough, he could tuck his tail between his legs and run away from here and complain to the master about his failures. The brunette bared his teeth. He and his colleague headed for the door, shouting that he would regret it. When the door slammed, the man sighed, muttering that he heard this too often, and the protagonist at that moment thought that they could not do anything to him, which meant that, apparently, all warriors are at different levels. The blonde looked at him and asked his opinion. He extended his hand and introduced himself as Waltz, after which the brown-haired man asked if he should call him Elder. The man shook his hand and said that just the name would do, adding that if you went into detail like that, then even these idiots could be considered senior. But a true warrior is not determined by age or rank, and then asked if he didn't find it funny to honor a man just because he had spent more time here. Mord frowned and said that he was right, adding that he understood that he had come here to persuade him to switch sides with Viden, and then asked what he would get if he agreed. Waltz smiled and noted that he was a rising star, so he had plenty of offers, and then asked what the point was. He approached the guy and said that he would make him his master's subjects at any cost, even if it meant beating him half to death. The man waved his hand to show his head from his shoulders and said that perhaps he was excited after defeating the old fool, but it wouldn't hurt for him to come to his senses. The protagonist realized that he had come to compete, and apparently, he wanted to convince him by force. He grinned, thinking that it was even better this way, because he could just see how the fight with the god of duel affected him and agreed to fight him. After a while, they found themselves on the street. Mord, looking at his opponent, asked if he would need a weapon and said that he did not think that he had special powers, so he could not say that he could handle him without one. The blonde raised his hands and replied that although he was not from the Vernar's family, he did not use weapons because he had something stronger. He clenched his hand into a fist and activated the pulse glove. The guy waved his hands while he was telling him that he heard that he barely defeated the instructor using the power of the new blood, and then noted that the pulse gloves were an advanced skill that a beginner like him could not repeat, and that he would not be able to use this skill, so a smart one had no chance of defeating him without using the power of the new blood. Suddenly his eyes widened when he saw blue lightning. Blue energy enveloped the brown-haired man's hands, and he suggested starting the fight. The man opened his mouth in shock, asking how he was able to create impulse gloves, and asked not to say that he learned it in 4 days because it was simply impossible. The protagonist jumped up. He swung his leg and asked did his opponent really think that he would sit still. Waltz flew back from the blow, thinking that he was very fast. The blonde landed on his feet. He frowned with anger, and at that moment, the mortar hit right next to him. He was clenching his fist, and the man was sitting on the ground. Looking at the guy in the center of a small crack, he mentally noted that he was also quite strong. Getting to his feet, he thought that the brown-haired man was much stronger than he thought, then wondered if it was possible to become so powerful in just 4 days and said that it was impressive and he underestimated him. The man perked up. The protagonist was enveloped in energy. Mord glanced at him and said that it was too late to be surprised and that it was just a warm-up. The blonde covered himself with his hand, thinking that with such mana, he could easily defeat the instructor, but it was simply impossible to achieve this even if he was a descendant of the Vernar's family. He smiled wryly, looking at the guy. Why didn't he give it his all in the fight with the instructor? The brown-haired man frowned, mentally noting that he still wouldn't believe him, and he thought that it was really impossible for the old man to become so strong in just 4 days. But there were 2 things that changed everything. He remembered how the god of duel gave him his blessing. As he thought about how his blood cells were surging, he mentally noted that it not only allowed him to use power, but also increased his talent, and thanks to this, his physical performance and mana increased significantly. The second reason was to use the fragment of the world as a source of mana. Remembering the crystal, the protagonist thought about what he had learned to use thanks to the plot of the story, and although he had not yet had the chance to beckon to it, he already found it funny to look at that expression. The man laughed and said that he apparently refused to answer. Standing in front of his opponent, he said that it did not matter and noted that he admitted that he had underestimated him, but he could eat well. But he was truly capable of wine. Red lightning began to sparkle around him. At first, the protagonist frowned, and then his eyes widened. The blonde skin darkened. His hands turned into animal hands. His face changed to a beast's muzzle. Seeing a huge monster in front of him, Mord understood why he was curious about what kind of blood was flowing in him. It was noted that the story told of people who fell under the influence of a cursed full moon, and most of them transform into a full moon and begin to attack people. The guy imagined many werewolves, thinking that there were also those who were able to cope with the curse, and they learned to use power at will. Seeing the wolf man in front of him, he noted that it was something between a man and a monster, and such creatures are called lycanthropes. The beastman clenched his hand into a fist. His eyes flashed red, and he asked if he was ready to fight. The brown-haired man frowned. Standing in front of his opponent, he mentally noted that he had become much larger. He jumped up, thinking that he still had more mana. The protagonist struck. His eyes widened. Frozen in the blow, he wondered if it was true that he would not be able to throw him away. Waltz darkened, saying that although he had better mana, but he smirked, saying that he was much bigger and stronger. Then he threw Mord's hand away. The guy froze in shock. The lycanthrope punched him in the face. Thus, he threw the brown-haired man aside. The protagonist began to rise. A drop of blood flowed down his chin. Wiping it away, he mentally noted that the opponent was stronger than he thought, but not to the point of using the power of the new blood. And it turns out that he surpassed him in mana indicators, and he was stronger physically, so you can eat that they are about the same level. Mord rose to his feet and asked if it was time to finish. Waltz chuckled and asked if he was really suggesting to finish because he was afraid of losing and was not going to use the power of the new blood. The guy took his hand behind his neck and said that if he used it, then he would probably leave this world. The man began to laugh, saying that he knew that the descendants of Vernars were arrogant, but he went much further than his family and then told him to stop bluffing and use his power. While the blue sky was above them, the brown-haired man noted that he had already said that he would not, and with his offer to finish, he simply warned him that he would end this with one swing of his fist. The lycanthrope began to laugh, saying that he had been beating him up all this time, and now he was threatening to deal with him without the power of the new blood, and then asked if he really thought that was possible. The protagonist extended his fist, thinking that it was almost time to cast the fragment of the world, and then expressed his agreement. He smiled and added that because he had not said everything yet. Mord began to think about the fact that the owner of the fragment of the world was able to extract mana, and after clearing the tomb of the god of duel, he managed to brew mana from the fragment using a method he read about in history. He looked at the crystal in his hand. The guy sat in the lotus position, thinking that he only had one fragment, so he could use the blessing of the dual god's body for 20 seconds. He extended his fist and said that however, it was enough to upset the balance of power. Waltz chuckled, asking if he had decided to increase his mana even more and called him a monster. He struck with his claws, saying that it was time to begin. The blow was directed at the brown-haired man. He ran, dodging it. Then he rushed at Lycanthrope. He touched Paul with his hand. The protagonist released his energy. The man covered himself with his hands, asking if that was all. Mord pulled his hand back to strike. Then he touched his opponent with his mana. He flew straight into the building. Its top was destroyed. The eyes of those watching the battle widened in fear. The guy perked up, thinking that he flew straight into his house. While he was looking at the huge hole, the others were shouting that Waltz needed to be checked quickly. The lycanthrope was lying on the ground, wondering if he had lost, and replied that he couldn't look Sir Viden in the eyes now. His eyes closed. Earlier in the night, he and the redhead were standing outside, and the gentleman was telling him that Mord could be of great help to them. Without turning around, Viden turned to him. The blonde's eyes widened when he asked to give him his power. Waltz scratched the floor with his claws. Meanwhile, the guy put his hand behind his head, thinking that he didn't expect his house to be damaged, and then wondered who would pay for all the repairs. His eyes widened when a loud voice asked if Waltz was okay. The man stood up. He walked straight towards the brown-haired man. Then he opened his mouth. The lycanthrope, overcome with energy, roared loudly, after which the protagonist mentally asked if he had reincarnated again. He pursed his lips, thinking that all this time he had another ace up his sleeve. Mord also began to release his energy, thinking that there was nothing to be done about it, and he would have to use his powers, and although he still had not learned to control his powers, so he was a little worried. A loud voice ordered to stop. A flash flashed behind Waltz. A second later, a powerful blow pierced him. The blonde flew back and fell. The men ran to Erna, and in a living moment, the guy assumed that she was one of the 7 heirs. The people began to grab their heads, indignantly asking why this violence if he was following Sir Viden's orders, to which the girl said that at this rate, one of them would die, and most likely it would be Waltz. The blonde looked at them and noted that he had lost his mind due to rage, and that he was not perfectly controlling this transformation. Looking at the man lying on the ground, she said that if he woke up, he would agree with her words, and then told them to take him to the infirmary. Erna looked at the brown-haired man and said that although they had never met, she had heard a lot about him. She went straight to him, saying that she just wanted to meet him, after which the protagonist began to think that they had similar physiques, but their faces. The blonde smiled sweetly at him and said her name, noting that she allowed him to call her big sister. Hearing this, Mord grimaced and replied that he was not going to do that. After a while, the girl hugged a pillow, saying that it was just a shame. The man adjusted his glasses, saying that this was exactly why he said to stop with the friendly big sister plan. Looking at the blonde on the bed, he said that Mord was an illegitimate child who used to be a simpleton, and he wouldn't like it if a direct descendant came to him and asked to be friends, and Erna exclaimed that that was why she thought he would appreciate such a move on her part. She covered her mouth with her hand and said that she was surprised that he managed to defeat Waltz without using the power of the new blood. The brown-haired man touched his chin and said that he was amazed because the man lacked experience, but his skills were not that bad, and the girl exclaimed that that was why she wanted to take him to her. Erna said that the problem was that the news of Billion's victory had already spread throughout the duchy, so the fight for him would be even tougher. The two boys bathed in the shower, discussing the fact that this newcomer defeated Waltz. The same thing was done by the people at lunch, while the girl was saying that this is why she wanted to lure him away as soon as possible, and then asked what to do. A man burst into the room while the brown-haired man was saying that he just needed to rule the person who could convince him on favorable terms. The man who entered shouted that he had an urgent report. The guy and the girl looked at him, and he started shouting in Count Winston. The blonde's eyes widened when she was told that it was announced that Billion would accompany him on the mission. The protagonist stood in front of the building, thinking that he was repaired quickly enough, and then noted that he thought Waltz would go berserk after losing, and he accepted his own defeat without thinking. His eyes widened. Kessner was looking at him from the window windsaw. When the brown-haired man appeared in his office, the man said that it seemed that he had managed to make a lot of noise and asked if he was simply not fashionable to live like everyone else, to which the protagonist answered that 2 were fighting for him here, and he himself simply had no choice left. The blonde silvered his hands and began to say that in 10 days he and his comrades were leaving on a mission, and he wanted him to join them. Mord frowned, talking about the mission. Kessner looked at him and said that it was necessary to prevent demonification. Showing various monsters, it was said that the monsters in demonic dungeons are almost the same, and they only have different origins, and most of the vocal dungeons appear due to natural phenomena or disasters. It was said that, however, demonification is a deliberate action by demons aimed at capturing humanity, and not only monsters but also powerful demons appear in the dungeons, and they play an important role. Demonification can be divided into 3 stages. The first is the appearance of a vortex, the second is the hardening of the resulting funnel of friction of a cigar began when the surroundings are destroyed, and the demons become stronger, and if demonification is not stopped before the 3rd stage, a rift appears. They began to show various monsters. It was said that then the worlds merge, and monsters begin to penetrate the human world. Showing the battle between a human and a demon, it was said that in the 3rd stage, the human world is destroyed, so it is best to stop the process in the 2nd stage, and only those who awaken the power of the new blood will be able to reach the center of the dungeon and destroy the core itself, which is why the Vernar's family is so valuable. Kessner looked at the protagonist, saying that this is a pretty good task for beginner warriors like him, but you need to understand that not everyone is destined to return alive, so the belt will persuade him. The guy propped his chin on his fist, mentally noting that Kessner is an associate of the Archduke, and in the future he may still be useful to him, and this risk is justified. Looking at the man in front of him, the brown-haired man thought that he received too much attention after defeating Waltz and was tired of countless offers, and his offer was a great opportunity. He stood up and said that he agreed. The protagonist clenched his hand into a fist and asked if he should start training at lunchtime. After a while, a crowd of people stood on the street. The blonde looked at them, saying that he wanted to apologize for the sudden decision, but he was going with them. He crossed his arms and said that this was Mord, the guy who defeated the instructor, and recently defeated the mid-level warrior Waltz, after which he asked everyone to say hello to him. The protagonist began to look at them carefully. Seeing the indifferent or surprised faces of people, He mentally noted that he was sure that they were all advanced warriors. The others looked at him with indifferent faces, while Mord thought that he had no doubt that they were worried about the fact that a newbie had joined them. Someone took a step forward, while the brown-haired man mentally noted that he only had to show what he was capable of, and then wondered if it turned out that he was his new target. A guy stopped in front of him, after which the protagonist noted that his height was about 180 centimeters, but his body gave away his experience. He grabbed his hand while he was thinking that he would defeat him. The blonde smiled sweetly, saying that he was glad to meet the new guy that everyone was talking about. Mord looked at him with a puzzled expression. When everyone started approaching him, asking questions, he thought that they were quite friendly. The man clapped his hands and asked for attention. The blonde placed his hand on his belt and said that they would be working together for the next 10 days, and then said that he needed to go to the tomb of the god of duel and that they could train in the meantime. Erickson saluted when Kessner told him to help the brown-haired man. The brown-haired man approached him and offered to get to know him better. He pointed to the tall brunette and told him his name and his own, saying that they were both advanced warriors who were not descendants of the Vernars, and that his job would be to work together with Riquet and report the situation to Kessner. The protagonist frowned at them, while the boy told him that working together was very important, so he hoped they would get along. Seeing the brunette's indifferent face, Mord wondered how he could get along with him. The blonde pointed his finger, saying that they didn't have much time. He smiled widely and suggested that they begin training. 10 days later, when the gates opened, loud shouts were heard that Count Winsall was coming here, which they knew he would finish before evening. When the blonde came out, people began to approach him, congratulating him on his return and asking if he wanted to have a snack, to which he replied that he had another important task. The man waved his hand when the others told him to be careful. Kessner looked up, wondering if the kid had time to get used to the guys. Meanwhile, a fierce battle was taking place on the battlefield. The man darted through the air. Then the warriors sent each other away. The blonde looked at this with puzzled eyes, wondering what kind of power is this. Looking at the guy, he thought that he was fighting completely differently than in a duel, and apparently he had become even more powerful. Erickson ran up to him, noting his return, and the man asked him how the main character's training was going. The guy smiled widely at him and began to tell him that they managed to teach him the basics. Since he did not study magical techniques, they decided to focus on basic abilities. They also weaned him off using physical effort to get rid of the poison. The man asked what he thought of him. He perked up when Erickson began to say that he was catching on quickly, but it was hard to believe that he had full control over the power of the new blood for as long as Riquet. Kessner began to say that it was impossible to increase the time in such a short period, and then asked how he had just awakened the blood, but had already reached the level of the brunette who awakened 12 years ago. Watching the battle, the guy replied that he himself could not believe it, but this kid was a real monster. His fist cut the air. Then the brown-haired man tried to kick, saying that it was very fun. He smiled widely, thinking that every time he learned something new, he learned how to become stronger. Remembering himself in the hospital room, the protagonist thought that although he did not have a dream in the past, he punched, thinking that now he feels that he can achieve anything. After a while, a male voice noted that they were leaving for a mission. The blonde looked at his people, saying that he thanks everyone for the training and is sure that they are well prepared and the mission will not seem difficult. Erickson slightly elbowed the protagonist when Kessner asked if anyone was worried about the first mission, and he replied that with him he is ready for anything. The man looked away, thinking that on a mission each person is important, but the most important thing is teamwork, and he wondered if Mord would be able to work with them. Looking at the guy, the blonde thought that he seemed mature enough to be able to adapt, and he had previously thought that he was older than his years. The brown-haired man turned to him when Kessner asked if he was sure that everything would be okay. The protagonist smiled and answered in the affirmative, saying that he was looking forward to the start of the mission. When everyone headed off on the mission, the blonde said that they needed to save their strength, and he would still be able to show himself. A quick jump ruffled the leaves. A group of people found themselves on the edge of a cliff. Kessner frowned and cursed. Looking at the energy flowing out, he said that the second stage had already begun. Suddenly, a man appeared from the side. He put his hand behind his head when the man called him a diligent scout, and then asked what happened if the resolution began early. The blonde's eyes widened as he was told that apparently there was another source of demonification somewhere here, and although the resolution had not yet begun, it was only a matter of time. The protagonist frowned, thinking that if the demonification began in two places, then the chances of the 2 points merging would increase, and this would speed up the destruction and increase the level of danger. Erickson laughed, knew that apparently they would have to halls about fun and end this as soon as possible. The man pulled off his cloak, saying that they needed to prevent the rift, and although they were already tired, it was not time to relax. He jumped up. When everyone else jumped after him, the man said that they would go in and immediately go to the center. The protagonist frowned, mentally noting that he seemed to be looking at a painting now. In front of him, under the red sky, was an unobstructed tower. Looking at it closer, Mord thought that this must be the center. A few moments later, loud sounds were heard. When the man saw a large black spot ahead, he asked if it was the hounds and then said that maybe it was the terrain, but there really were enough small fry here. A horde of black fire wolves ran towards the dwarfs. Steam came out of the monster's mouth. An army of orcs followed the hounds. The blonde glanced at the guy and smeared Riquette and Mord to quickly awaken the new blood here, and then asked the brown-haired man if he remembered how to run traps, and he answered in the affirmative. A stream of energy appeared above the man's head. 3 pairs of eyes flashed, and he said that it was time to go on the offensive. The warriors ran forward. The main character ran at the very end. The blonde swung his sword with a smile. The white-haired girl swung her weapon. Together with the others, they attacked the opponents. The roar of the orcs was heard. Erickson swung his weapon. He raised his spear. A bright yellow flash flashed. A powerful blow destroyed everything in its path. Kessner's mouth opened in confusion, thinking that this was very strange. Looking at the monsters in front of him, he mentally noted that for such a number, they were too fast. Riquette, Mord, and Kessner's eyes flashed, saying that apparently the demonification fusion process had begun, and it was too late to call for reinforcements, but this did not change anything, so they needed to break through to the core as soon as possible. The 2 guys jumped in different directions when the man told them to deal with the Cyclops while he went to the demons. The guy walked towards the 2 Cyclops. He clenched his hand into a fist. He aimed a magnificent blow at the main character. Riquette, looking at the high cloud of dust, mentally noted that Mord encountered demonification for the first time, but was not at all scared and that he felt it during training. He frowned. A huge demon appeared next to him. A bright flash began to form inside its mouth. The brunette called for energy, thinking that he needed to quickly set a trap. Something flashed in the sky. A blow from the sky pierced the monster on the head. Blood poured out of its mouth. The brown-haired man looked at his comrade and warned him. Riquette's eyes flashed. He jumped up. Well, several blows fell from the monsters. The demon fell to his knees. The protagonist appeared next to his eye. He hit him right in the eye socket. Blood gushed in all directions. The brunette, opening his eyes wide, thought that he understood that he was not so simple, but he turned out to be a real monster. The protagonist looked away. When the 2 of them were under the dome, Mord thanked him and said that he did not want to get dirty with the Cyclops' blood, but they managed to avoid it, to which he replied that the count had probably finished and was heading to the center and they needed to hurry. Riquette's eyes widened. He looked at the man's face and called out to him. There were demons to the side of him. While Kessner was looking at them, the brown-haired man mentally noted that the fusion had apparently already begun. He and his partner ran forward while Igo was saying that this had accelerated the demonification, and they needed to fight 2 high-ranking demons in the center of the dungeon. The protagonist froze. Something red grabbed his leg. The demon smiled contentedly. Mord extended his hand and called out to his comrade. The brunette stopped. He turned around, puzzled. He saw no one behind him. The guy fell underground. When he landed, he asked what happened. The brown-haired man frowned when he was told that it was amazing that he survived after falling from such a height. A dark figure sat on the throne in front of him, asking if he was already so young, but the blood of the god of duel flowed through him. The protagonist gritted his teeth. Behind the throne, he saw a large gate to the demon world, and thought that he must have been carried to the very depths, and this idiot. The monster put his hand on the armrest when he was asked if he was the core of the dungeon, and then gave a positive answer. He pointed at himself and said with a smile that he was the one who would take his life, Baron Altaz, chosen by the root of the monstrous darkness. Riquette raised an eyebrow in confusion and began to call out for the commander, saying that Mord simply fell through the ground. Kessner's mouth opened in shock and asked again. He looked at the guy and began to ask him what exactly happened, and he told him to follow him. Suddenly, they both perked up. Meanwhile, the brown-haired man looked at the Baron, asking why he brought him to this very deep part of the dungeon. He pointed his fingers and said with a smile that the dungeon had merged, as a result of which another demon had arrived here, and they both just couldn't sit still, so they made a bet where the loser would stay to guard the core. When the monster appeared in front of the 2 warriors, the ult added that the winner would go outside to enjoy the feast. The Baron pointed at the main character, saying that as he saw, he stayed here, but he had as many as 3 people with new blood, and among them he was the youngest, and so he, perhaps, was ripe. The demon licked his lips and said that the young were much better than an experienced warrior, because fresh elastic meat was much tastier and more necessary. The main character brought his eyebrows together, thinking about fighting demons one-on-one, noting that he could not even imagine such a thing. It was noted that the stronger the core of the demon dungeon, the more demons can appear near it. providing many monsters. Mord thought that the vowel demons are divided into low, middle, and high class. The lord class demons are marquises, counts, viscounts, barons, and baronets, and among them, the monarch class demon is considered to be the prince and duke. It was said that if we are talking about a baron, then this is a fairly strong creature, capable of killing a high-class warrior with one blow, and Sir Kessner can easily cope with such a one, however. Borodin drew his eyebrows together, thinking that a very unpleasant situation is developing now. Looking at the monster in front of him, he began to think about the fact that this puppy probably has great potential, but is barely able to resist a lord-class demon alone, and then asked why he chose the youngest, noting that it is immediately obvious how strong he is and noting that there is no more point in talking to him, and he will simply kill him. Riquet stepped forward, listening to the monster's answer that he would throw him alive. The guy told the commander that he would cover him. The man's hair began to turn white while he was saying that there was no need for it. He clenched his hands into fists and noted that he could handle it alone and mentally asked the protagonist to wait a little. Meanwhile, the brown-haired man looked at the Baron, thinking that now in this situation there was no point in assessing his abilities. He closed his eyes, and his hair turned white while he thought that there was nothing left to do but burst one-on-one, and he would have to use all his strength. Energy flared under the Ult's feet, and he began to laugh, asking if he really wanted to free him. The protagonist abruptly struck while he said that he could try as much as he wanted. The demon jumped back, saying that it was not bad and asked if that was all. A huge red seal appeared behind him. A fire attack was heading towards Mord. The guy moved his fist aside. He hit back, using destructive mirage. A loud explosion thundered. The Baron laughed, saying that he wanted to lose with him for a while before killing him, but he died so quickly. A moment later, White-haired punched him in the face. A cloud of dust rose around. Alter rubbed his jaw in confusion. The protagonist concentrated his mana again. Several blue spheres appeared under the ceiling. A second later, another explosion thundered. Mord frowned, thinking that after reincarnating into the guy's body, he had fought several times, but now for the first time he felt that he had given it his all. His eyes widened. The demon came out to him, bursting into loud laughter. Looking at his satisfied face, the protagonist mentally asked why the hell he could move. The floor began to crack under the Baron's feet. A speck of light flashed. Mord was enveloped in blue mana. Then the two energies collided with each other. A weapon began to appear in the demon's hand. A second later, a huge sword was in his palm. He struck it. The blade approached the guy's face. He rushed forward and swung his fist. Then he hit the monster in the face. The white-haired man rushed forward. He looked back sullenly. In that direction, he saw the remains of the monster's body. It fell to the floor. Then a glowing sphere rose up from it. The protagonist opened his mouth in surprise. In front of him, he saw the core. At the same time, the head of the blue demon lay on the ground. Kessner approached Riquet and asked him to collect the trophies and join the others, and he would go deeper into the dungeon for now, to which he replied that it was dangerous to go there alone, and it was unknown what could happen after the merging of the dungeon. During the movement, a blue flash remained from him while he told the guy not to worry about him. The brown-haired man turned around and noted the arrival of the commander. The man's mouth dropped open in shock and he asked if there was a demon there. The protagonist, holding his sword in his hand, replied that there was, and he had his sword, after which Kessner muttered that it was a lord-class weapon and asked if he had killed him himself. While he looked at me in shock, Billion said that luck was on his side, and if he had fought with all his might from the start, he would not have been able to cope, but he underestimated him and acted recklessly, so he managed to win. The white-haired man at that moment thought that no matter how reckless he was, it was impossible for a newbie to defeat a lord-class demon. Looking at his reflection on the blade, he said that he thought the guy would be useful. The brown-haired man smiled when he was called Sir Mord. It was said that Kessner had specifically accompanied him to this building, and he did not want the brilliant young man with a bright future to be embroiled in disputes over inheritance, so he volunteered to become his protector until Mord gained enough experience and knowledge to choose his own future. The two of them continued to stand at the battle site, and the guy asked when it would be possible to break the core, after which the commander suggested that he first explore the territory, because they still had time. After a while, the rest of the team came up to them. The brown-haired man smiled when he was patted on the shoulder, and Kessner thought that he had counted on 5 years, but apparently a year would be enough. The protagonist noted that after the first task, he went on several more similar ones, thanks to which they were able to return to the duchy after a month and a half. Already in the castle, he was praised. The blonde crossed his arms over his chest and asked if he knew that there would be a banquet in 5 days. Presenting a statuette with a warrior and a snake on his hand, the man said that this is an event where all the warriors are gathered and awards are officially distributed, and it is held once every 2 months, and only warriors can take part, and the prince personally distributes the awards. Mord bowed when Kessner told him that this was an important meeting that he couldn't be late for, so he could rest well at home for now. The guy raised his head, thinking that there would probably be many important people there, and most likely there would be those who were aiming for the prince's place. Remembering the burning area, the brown-haired man noted that Aiden had constant clashes with Prince Vernars and several critical moments in his life, and he would take the chance to change the course of the struggle. Then he remembered two dark silhouettes, noting that he would later make Leon Vernars his ally, who had long since left the family, but this would not stop Aiden from putting Lion in the prince's place. The protagonist then imagined a large throne and two people, remembering that after that, a war for the throne would begin around Lion, in which he would win and become the prince. After that, he imagined a crowd of knights, noting that from that moment on, the Vernars principality would be Aiden's hopeful ally. Adjusting the button on his shirt, the protagonist thought that he would have to fight not only Aiden's enemies, but also Aiden himself, and if he needed a strong ally, it would have to be Vernars, and for that he would have to get ahead of Aiden and pull him over to his side. He looked at his reflection, mentally noting that he felt very uncomfortable in such clothes, and then thought that there were currently 5 candidates, and most likely most of them would be at the banquet today. Finding himself at the place of celebration, Mord thought that he should take a closer look at them. Erickson waved to him and said hello. The guy approached him and asked if they were waiting for him, to which he replied that he knew that he had no one to come with, and therefore he would be alone. They found themselves in front of the door, and the blonde man began to say that after the awards ceremony a buffet was expected, after which he advised him to meet someone there and come with him next time. The man rubbed his chin. Opening the door, he introduced a high-class warrior Erickson, and then a steep warrior Mord. The two guys entered the hall. As they passed by people, they discussed whether this was really the same Mord who fought the demon one-on-one. Shatton walked along the path, listening to the words of others that he became a warrior in just a month, defeated Sir Walsh. Perhaps it is possible to be stronger than the legitimate heir. A man approached them and told Erickson that they had not seen each other for a long time. The guy bowed his head and said that he was glad to meet. The protagonist bowed his head in the same way to Prince Dren, who was the third contender for the place of the heir. The blonde smiled nervously when Muslin asked to leave him alone with Mord because he would like to talk to him. The blonde's eyes widened when a voice from the side said that he thought it was not quite decent. He turned around, asking what it meant. Behind him was Viden, the 6th contender for the place of the heir. Dren crossed his arms when the redhead said that it was obvious what he was going to talk to him about, saying that he wanted to hire Mord. He gritted his teeth in anger when the man told him that he was wrong. He pointed at the brown-haired man and said that he was only here to apologize for the rudeness of his men. The blonde lowered his head and said that some time ago he sent his men to him to invite him to dinner. People gathered around them, quietly discussing the fact that the prince came to apologize personally to the newcomer who was trying to drive away all the pretenders to the place of the heir. Dren began to say that he told them to treat him with all respect, and they behaved extremely arrogantly towards him, and it was his fault because he did not watch over their discipline, so he calls to bring his apologies. People started talking among themselves that despite his title, he welcomed the newcomer with open arms and was trying to remain neutral so as not to quarrel with Sir Kessner. The man held out a golden box. Looking at the protagonist, he asked to accept it as an apology, while the latter mentally noted that he was specifically apologizing to everyone so that he could not refuse him, and at the same time increase his reputation. The protagonist looked at the interlocutor, thinking that he was quite cunning, and probably good at politics, and then said that since he insisted, he would be happy to offer him a gift. The blonde laughed and thanked him. He looked at Viden, who was clenching his fist. The red-haired man clenched his teeth tightly, thinking that he would not give him Mord. He himself approached the guy and addressed him. With a smile on his face, he said his name and that he was the Lord of Sir Walsh, with whom he had fought, and also added that he had heard a lot about his strength, so he really wanted to meet him. He was interrupted by a loud female scream saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. The guy darkened, realizing whose voice it was. The protagonist bowed to Erna, and she said that the formal style did not suit him at all, after which Viden intervened, exclaiming that he was the one talking to Mord now. The girl smiled and waved her hand, answering that she only saw how the guy and Dren exchanged phrases. She waved her hand and noted that he did not even say hello, to which the red-haired man told her to stop showing off because there is a limit to everything, and he will not care that she is his little sister. The blonde clenched her hand into a fist and with a crazy smile noted that the others might think that he is a caring older brother who broke her arm. Viden grinned slyly and asked if she had ever thought that leaving his sister alive, who had broken both of his legs, was already magnanimous on his part. Erna replied that she didn't even know because he wouldn't have enough strength to get rid of him, and the guy suggested checking who would win. Dren looked at the protagonist and asked what they had drugged in front of the important guest, after which he began to apologize for having to see these idiots, to which Mord replied that everything was fine. After which he began to think about the fact that Viden was the son of the current duke, and Erna was the daughter of his sister. Although they were close by blood, they did not get along with each other. He frowned, mentally noting that there were as many as 3 contenders for the air here. The guy looked at the blonde and, based on the reverse impression, concluded that he was a real strategist, but he should not be trusted. Then he looked at Viden and replied that he was a pass for an idiot. The brown-haired man then looked at Erna and thought that she was a bit strange, but he didn't know her abilities yet, so he could put her aside for now. The fair-haired man came up to them and asked them to stop, noting that the Grand Duke hadn't arrived yet, so they needed to stop making a fuss. The girl's eyes widened and she asked Hurien if he wasn't on a mission, to which he replied that it hadn't been half an hour since he'd been here, and that he'd run here alone, leaving the others there. The red-haired man raised an eyebrow in confusion and said that he didn't know he liked banquets so much, and Hurien replied that he didn't come for the banquet, but to see the gossip hero. He stood in front of the protagonist and said that he was glad to meet him. The 4th contender for the air extended his hand and introduced himself as a warrior of the highest rank, whom he could simply call Sir Hurien. Mord shook his hand and said he was glad to meet him, after which the other man noted that he had a strong fist and asked if it meant that he had smashed a demon with it. The guy gave a positive answer. The blonde smiled sweetly and said that he would like to fight him sometime. The brown-haired man frowned, mentally noting that Hurien was one of the 2 air candidates who remained alive, and although he did have a cute appearance, he had amazing abilities, and it was worth taking this into account. He turned around and wondered if the eldest Prince Alan had arrived. Always froze when a loud voice demanded attention and said that before the award ceremony, the Grand Duke would like to say a word. A man stood behind the podium, saying that they had all performed well over the past 2 months, and thanks to their merits, he felt proud and hoped for their contribution to the future. The Grand Duke smiled widely and said that now it was time to begin the Wortmanide. A man came up to him. When he knelt down, he opened the scroll. Kessner was sitting in front of him. Then the next one stepped onto the stairs. It was Mord. As he knelt down, the man began to say that a 15-year-old boy had single-handedly defeated a demon baron, and even he at that age could not do such a thing. And as a sign of praise for his achievement, he was promoting him to the rank of a middle-class warrior along with the trophy. The surprised people began to whisper, saying that he had only participated in 1 or 2 missions, but had destroyed a demon baron, and perhaps he was actually worthy of even a high class. The old man grinned and said that it seemed that the boy had grown since their last meeting and he would like to see his abilities in action again. Without raising his head, the brown-haired man said that he would be looking forward to this opportunity with joy. The people were sitting at the table. Kessner put his hand on the protagonist's shoulder and asked if he could talk to him. When they moved aside, the man began to tell him not to drink too much because tomorrow morning he had to go somewhere. He asked where exactly. The blonde looked at the protagonist. Remembering the old man in front of the fireplace, he said that his teacher wanted to see him. The guy stood in the center of the huge hall, mentally noting that there were almost no people in such a huge building. Continuing to walk further, he wondered how he could open this huge door. The brown-haired man froze when the horoscope's voice behind the door asked if he had come and mentally asked if he had really opened the door with telekinesis. Inside, the protagonist saw a man, thinking that he was really strong. The teacher, without turning around, said that he had come a long way. Ilden Vernars turned around and greeted him. Mord remembered the white flag with the emblem, mentally noting that this was the general of the elite unit of the Guardians detachment, as well as the elder brother of the prince, who had the skills of the Grand Duke. Remembering the slain man, he noted that he had lost the battle to his half-brother and had lost everything, and after that he had not appeared before people under the name Vernars. The boy wondered why he had called him to his house then. The man standing in front of him said that he had probably heard from Kessner who he was, after which he noted that he was blind and asked the ruin to touch his face, to which the brown-haired man responded positively and mentally noted that, as it had been said in the book, his voice was very similar to the Duke's. When the old man touched his cheek, he said that he did not look much like his father, and the protagonist answered him that the Grand Duke had told him so too, and that he most likely looked like himself. Dilden stepped back and asked if he knew why he had called him here, and the boy answered that he did not know and that he had only been told that he wanted to see him. The old man waved his hand and noted that he had a proposition for him, but first he wanted to evaluate his strength and asked if it was possible. Looking at him, the brown-haired man thought that Ilden was looking for a person who could defeat the Grand Duke, and Leon supported Aiden, so he could test himself much better, and Ilden would certainly be charmed by his talent, but if he proved that he also had potential, then this privilege would go to him. The protagonist summoned Mana. The old man grinned contentedly. Ward put his hands in front of him and replied that he could evaluate his strength as much as he wanted. He rushed to attack. Then the guy attacked the man. His eyes widened when he saw a yellow light. A moment later, he was thrown aside. The brown-haired man landed, wondering if he had reflected the attack with an impulse ball, but it was not just an impulse ball. Remembering the bright yellow light, he began to think about how he used the aura to create a core and turned it into an impulse, and gave the master-level mages the ability to do something similar. Looking at Ilden, the protagonist wondered how he controlled several dozen at the same time. Mord frowned, mentally noting that it was still not easy to deal with the aura since it goes beyond ordinary magic. This can be achieved by moving to a higher level, although this does not mean that he cannot break through it. A bright light passed along the guy's hand. An aura flashed around him while he thought about blocking the recoil and pressing with all his might. He rushed towards Ilden. The brown-haired man began to shoot at the old man. He created a ball of impulse and said that although he was very fast, he could make impulse balls again. The white-haired man with the size of his eyebrows, thinking that he knew that he would take this step, and in this case, the man was silent. A blue sphere appeared on the protagonist's palm. He raised his hand above his head. This sphere moved forward. The same spheres began to appear around him. They began to hit around Ilden. He frowned, wondering if he had broken his pulse balls and released his own at the same time, and where did he learn to do this? The protagonist hit him in the back. However, the fist stopped at some distance from him. Mord jumped back, thinking that he was using an aura instead of armor. He began to gather mana, mentally noting that he was using a fragment to gather magical powers. When Ilden turned around, there was no one. Suddenly, the guy hit him in the back. The salamander flew into the wall. The white-haired man looked at his fist with satisfaction, thinking about what he was telling how he touched it. The old man's loud laughter echoed throughout the room. There are several stages to the awakening of the new blood. The first is when the hair and pupils turn silver. The protagonist's eyes widened. The man smiled widely, saying that he had finally found it. While lightning sparkled in his hair, he asked if this was fate, and the deity itself was watching them. A huge stream of mana formed around him, which was the second stage, silver lightning, indicating that he was approaching the divine state. Ildani appeared behind the martyr. He raised his fist to strike. The guy turned around and swung too. A bright light flashed. Their fists touched. The white-haired man flew into the wall. The old man remained standing. He waved his hand and said that the reaction was simply amazing. While his hand was shaking, he began to smile, saying that, in addition, being in the second stage, he was able to inflict damage on him. After the protagonist stood up, the man also added that he was not tired at all. He stroked his hair and said that it was simply excellent, after which he suggested stopping, because if he got going, it was unknown what he could do. Mord went forward, mentally noting that Ilden, although he lost to the Grad Duke, was one of the strongest among the Vernars and possessed simply monstrous strength. The old man walked towards him, saying that he was convinced of his abilities and now he had no doubt that someone like him was definitely needed by his squad, and the guy wondered if this was really the offer. His brows furrowed when he confirmed. The man crossed his arms over his chest. Imagining a tall, dark building, he asked if he would agree to join the Guardian squad. In the territory of the Vernars Duchy, there was a squad called the Guardians. Together with the Defenders squad, they were called elite troops, and all members of the squad were veterans with rich experience participating in major battles. Ilden was at their head. In the south of the continent was the Great Demon Kingdom, and in the north was the White Demon Kingdom. And the Great Demon Kingdom had completely become demonic and served as an outpost of demons. This territory was monitored by the Defenders squad. The White Demon Kingdom did not become demonic completely and was a gray area where demonization was constantly taking place. And at the same time, the Guardian squad mainly fought in this territory, and here is where the struggle for dominance on the continent. The main competitors were the clan of Archduke Vernars and the Vutpulength squad, which was called the Great Mountain. Knights in white robes stood near the estate. The heirs of the new blood were the Ordar's clan. After a while, a fusion occurred between them and the people in capes. It was said that one of the dangers that threatened the Guardian squad was the high mortality rate due to constant clashes with this clan. Frowning, the brown-haired man remembered Kessner, thinking that this was why he had such an expression on his face, because it was too dangerous for a newcomer in whom the new blood had recently awakened. Ilden crossed his arms over his chest and began to say that he had the qualities that all contenders for the place of the Archduke's heir wanted to have, and he should not give them to competitors under any circumstances, and until he decided where he wanted to join, he would be pressured and threatened, and even though Kessner was guarding him now, there was a limit to everything. Looking at the brown-haired man, he said that, however, the heirs could not touch the territory of the White Demon Kingdom, which meant that they would focus on developing his features. After that, the protagonist mentally noted that he was right, and besides, in the White Demon Kingdom, one could possibly obtain something that even Aiden had failed to obtain. He looked at the man and agreed, adding that he had 2 conditions. The old man stroked his beard and asked him about them. He perked up when Mord asked him to be his dual partner only as long as time allowed. He waved his hand when Ilden asked him if he really wanted him to train him and replied that it was not so and he just wanted to fight him. The guy asked how many of his opportunities would he have to fight someone like him without any fear for his life. The man also waved his hand and asked if he really thought he could become stronger just by fighting, to which he received a positive answer and therefore began to laugh and called him overconfident, adding that in 20 days he would leave for the north and until then he would be his dual partner. The brown-haired man looked at him when he asked him what the second condition was and began to say that before he joined the wandering squad. He drew his eyebrows to the bridge of his nose and asked to give him a year so that he could freely wander under the pretext of a secret mission. The old man's mouth dropped open in surprise and he asked what he was going to do for a whole year, to which the protagonist replied that he had personal matters. He looked down, mentally noting that he understood that it was very impudent to ask for a vacation before joining the service. Imagining a dark silhouette with a crystal in his palm, he mentally noted that Aiden was now vigorously cultivating his powers, and until he learned of the existence of fragments of the world and began to act actively, he should get ahead of him. Ilden's mouth dropped open. He lowered his head and replied that there was nothing he could do about it. The man crossed his arms and mentally noted that, however, he would only give him 8 months because he could not give him more, and the guy thought that the old man was quite generous to those with great abilities. Imagining him as a giant with a warrior in his palm, he began to mentally note that he had been like this before, when he was obsessed with the idea of overthrowing the Archduke and finding a suitable replacement for the role of the heir, and even seemed crazy and gave everything he had to make Leon the new Archduke. The brown-haired man bowed slightly and thanked him for his favor, while thinking that he did not know the reasons, but for him this was a great chance. Ilden grinned, thinking that at his age, even Harden was not so strong, and that he was not a direct descendant, so he would not become an archduke. But this was even better, because in history there were many cases where illegitimate children played the role of the Duke's shadow. The man thought that he was impatient to see how things would unfold. When the protagonist returned back to the castle, he was asked if he had already arrived. While he was walking through the yard with the servant, he asked him what kind of warriors were there, to which he replied that they were Miss Erna's guards. Ward turned around when he told him that she was waiting for him inside. After a while, they met in the office, and he asked her if something had happened, after which the blonde asked to talk to her as it would be convenient for him because his was an informal meeting. She held out his box and asked to take it. The guy took it in his hands and asked what it was, to which Erna said that Dren gave a nice thing, and the main character noted that it was a rather expensive potion. The girl pointed her finger and said that it was even better than he thought, and then asked to open it, adding that she also wanted to give him something before leaving. When the brown-haired man began to open it, a blue light appeared. Inside was a round flask with a glowing elixir. Imagining a man in a lotus position, he wondered if this was the treasure that would take a person to a whole new level of strength. Tears were streaming down his cheeks, and Bill noted that this was a chance to pass the test of death, which a mage only gets once in a lifetime, and these were the tears of the dead. Remembering the dark silhouette with a sword, the guy thought about how when the mage Aiden gave this treasure to Leon, he immediately became stronger. Then he remembered the bloody room, noting that, however, another minor character died because of this power. The blonde touched her chin with her hand and said that she was given it for a decade, and it was a very valuable thing, because if the body is not able to take it out, it will become poison. She waved her hands, telling him not to eat right away, but to do it when he is ready, and although someone like him, of course, will not die, there is nothing wrong with excessive caution. When the brown-haired man asked if she had ever tried it, she answered yes, and then he asked her when it was. Erna began to remember the man, saying that 2 years ago she saved a member of the royal family from death who tried to use demonization, so she received gifts, and since this treasure was more meaningful to her than the one she received for her birthday, she ate it. The protagonist looked at the elixir, mentally noting that, to be honest, he was surprised, because according to the plot, 3 out of 5 candidates for the heir were never able to get it, and she gives him such a valuable thing. While the sun's rays shone through the window, he said that it was a truly valuable gift and thanked her, to which Erna asked him to give it more carefully and take care of himself. She showed a thumbs up and said that they would talk about the rest when he returned safe and sound. As Mord walked her outside, he thought that she had probably only come to him to give him a gift. He pursed his lips, mentally noting that he needed to remember that she valued him so much, even though he was not her human yet. The guy looked at her back. 20 days later, he was walking through a night courtyard. A man was waiting for him around the corner. Kessner crossed his arms over his chest. The brown-haired man stopped next to him and said that he wanted to leave quietly, but apparently he could not be fooled, and the man asked if he had really decided to leave them after all. He frowned and noted that he was, of course, strong, but he was only 15 years old, and at that age he needed the protection of an adult, because he himself knew, but it was dangerous in the north, and then noted that he did not understand at all what was in his head. The main character smiled and said that he was grateful to him, and the blonde asked for what exactly. He perked up when he heard that Mord wouldn't forget how much he cared for him. He thought that while Kessner had looked after him, he had kept a low profile, even when pressured by the other heirs. Thinking back to Fionn, he thought that he had never looked down on him. He then thought back to the battle with the instructor, mentally noting that he had never tried to stop him from moving forward. He then thought back to Waltz and Viden, thinking that he had never been jealous of his strength or tried to use him. He thought back to the man with the white hair, thinking that he had simply been caring for him all this time. The brown-haired man smiled, knowing that he would definitely repay him for his kindness, and then told him not to worry, noting that he was barely strong enough to not be ashamed to call himself a warrior. Standing next to the blonde, he said that he would visit him when he returned and brought good wine with him. Kessner looked at him intently. He smirked and noted that it was impossible to dissuade him. The man put his hand on his shoulder, saying that he wished him luck, and the protagonist thanked him and asked him to take care of himself. After a while, he left the estate. There was no one on the fortress wall. Then a dark silhouette flashed there. The unknown jumped down. He landed behind Mord. Then he began to become invisible. The guy began to turn around. There was no one behind him. The one who mastered the impulse went through several stages. Showing the dark silhouettes of warriors, it was said that the first stage is for controlling the impulse of the sword or the impulse of the body. The second stage is for controlling the high-density impulse instead of gloves. The third stage is for remote amplification of objects and regeneration of impulses. The fourth steals frantically the power to detect compression and acceleration of the impulse. A bright yellow light sparkled around the man's body. The fifth stage is something that most warrior mages can train their entire lives to reach, but never achieve, because this stage can only be reached through great effort and outstanding abilities. Those who are able to control the aura are called master-level mages. The guy began to remember Ilden, thinking that he had trained in it for 20 days. He recalled fragments of training, mentally noting that he was not satisfied with simple curses as training, so in addition to this, he taught him a lot, and thanks to this, his strength increased, but it was not enough for the aura level, however. The brown-haired man lowered his eyes. A ball of blue elixir was running in front of him. Looking at it, he thought that if he drank it, he would succeed. There was a forest and small years around him. The protagonist walked across an open area, thinking that the Duke would soon send his warriors to attack him, because he would try to capture him before he went north. Without turning around, he felt something. Ward jumped back from the arrow's strike. He raised his head in that direction. Ahead of him, on a small mountain, stood a squad of archers. The guy smiled and told them to shoot. A swarm of arrows flew towards him. Looking at the rising cloud of dust, the warriors mentally noted that he was finished, and that he was not akin to dodging several thousand arrows. Suddenly, blue lightning began to sparkle from there. A stream of energy shone around the protagonist. The archers began to point in his direction, wondering if he had activated the new blood. They began to form magic circles. A stream of flame came out of it. It was heading towards Mord. He frowned. His mana began to hover in the air. Then many pulse balls were formed. A few moments later, a loud explosion thundered. The trees were engulfed in flames by the orcs. After a while, only charred trunks remained. The archers were scattered on the ground and on the branches of the trees. A magic shield shone to the side, behind which the man thought that this simply could not be. Standing not far from the protagonist, he mentally noted that he didn't think he could fight off the flames with the impulse and that he had become even stronger. The man perked up after thinking that he had become much stronger than they had been told. Mord looked at him. A moment later, he slammed his hand into his barrier. He looked down and looked at his fist, mentally noting that it felt like a very hard shield. The guy raised his fist, thinking that it meant he needed to use more force. At that moment, a warrior struck him out of nowhere. His eyes widened. His sword collided with the impulse gauntlet on the white-haired man's hand. The protagonist swung his other fist. He threw the brunette aside. A second later, Mord was next to him again. He hit him with a powerful stream of yellow energy. The warrior flew a huge distance away. His body was heading towards the mountain. After hitting him, he fell to his knees. The guy stood next to him and said that he knew who he was. Looming over him like a large shadow, he noted that this was Birin. They were of the highest class. The white-haired man smirked when he asked him how he knew him and replied that he had seen him once on the Duke's training field and once at the ball. Remembering the group of warriors, he said that among all the Duke's warriors, one was short in stature, so he asked about him. Then the protagonist remembered the warrior's face and said that he was then told that this was Birin, a high-class warrior and mage. And he was also told that despite his appearance, he was very dangerous and had a bad character, so it was better not to mess with him. The guy waved his hand on the ground, asking who said such nonsense, after which Mord answered him that he would tell if he answered his question. Looking at him, he called him a loyal warrior of the Archduke, and he was probably the one who sent him, and she attacked him. He asked if it was true that it was because of the fruit. Remembering the old man with the red fruit in his hand, White-haired noted that in the story, Archduke Vernars is strong, but is described as a terrible villain, and the reason for this is simple. Inside the fruit sat a crooked man, and the protagonist mentally noted that he committed a terrible sin by killing his own son. Birin's mouth dropped open in shock. Looking at Mord's calm face, he loudly asked how he knew all this. The guy noted that according to the plot, Duke Vernars committed a terrible crime. Imagining a silhouette sitting on his knees, he thought that since childhood he had demonstrated his abilities in martial arts, but with age he only became physically weaker, which greatly depressed him. And at that moment he was found by the secret society Silver Blood, which prompted him to return youth in exchange for help, and this turned out to be the legend of the descendants of Vernars. Introducing a gloomy tree, the protagonist noted that there was a tree of darkness, which appeared thanks to the sinister blood of an ancient deity, and it was necessary to water it with the blood of Vernars. The table on it appeared fruits that grant youth. Mord began to imagine many twisted people growing on the branches. It was noted that the awakened new blood had an even greater effect, so the Duke sacrificed all illegitimate children. The guy imagined a man chained, thinking that the only one he left alive was Mord. It was noted that the reason was that the Duke needed personal military power and someone who could replace him. Imagining the silhouette of a man, the protagonist noted that this did not imply the next ruler of the duchy, and 500 years ago, when he left the pedestal of the best fighter, he passed on one duty to his descendants, namely, to guard the sealed demon king who used the power of other gods. Then Mord imagined a dark silhouette around which lightning sparkled, noting that in order to maintain the seal, the Duke had to fight the incarnation of the demon king one-on-one once a year, and the fight did not take place in reality, so there was no threat of death in case of defeat. However, if the power of the seal weakens, then the right to fight the incarnation of the demon king is lost, and this court is tantamount to losing the throne. The guy imagined a tight silhouette watching the man, thinking that this is exactly why the Duke needed a shadow that could perform this role instead of him. However, the man held the fruit in his hand while he was asked if he wanted to meet Mord before he left tomorrow, and he said he shouldn't. Hardin looked at the fruit, saying he didn't understand what Ilden was doing. He stood by the tree, saying that he must have big plans for him, since he hired the boy and called him to his place every day to train him, and then asked if he was really going to let such a valuable warrior go out into the world on some secret mission without even an extra guard. The brown-haired man listened carefully as he said it didn't make much sense. The old man held the fruit up in front of him and said he wanted Mord to swear allegiance to him, but he couldn't control him. He took a bite and said he'd better eat it before it grew. Hardin closed his eyes. His eyes flashed. His hair turned silver. The boy bowed when he turned to him and asked to bring Mord here, and if necessary, he could take his warriors. Burin perked up when the Archduke asked him to also keep an eye on Kastner, so that he would not notice anything and would not guess. Looking around the bright room, the warrior thought that only those who were allowed by the Duke himself could come here, those with whom the Duke could share his dark power. He clenched his fist, mentally noting that Kastner did not know about this place, but despite this, he was the most reliable warrior. The brown-haired man grinned and replied that he understood everything, while thinking that this time he would certainly prove to the Duke that he was much more capable than Kastner. He frowned when the protagonist asked if it was true that he was hunting him because of the fruit. Mord looked at him with displeasure. He thought that it was easy to guess about the Duke's attack, and in the book it was one of his illegitimate children. Imagining the chessboard and the tasty dish, he thought that he was going to use him or eat him. Then he imagined Hardin, mentally noting that there had been cases of illegitimate children disappearing in the last few years, which meant that he was already in cahoots with the Silver Blood. Then he imagined the man in the water, thinking that now that he knew that he could not be loyal to him, and for sure, he wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible, and most likely he would send some master-level mage, so he needed to get the aura to reduce the risk. Standing in front of the warrior, he said that it meant that the old man wanted to rejuvenate, and Pochtamuzamu needed him, to which Burin screamed, telling him to shut his filthy mouth. The white-haired man pulled him close and said that he would have to stutter, and said that since he was going to die right here, he was telling him a future that he would not see. He swung his fist and began to say that Hardin would die a miserable death, and everyone else would remember his shame because he had a hand in it. Brown-haired frowned and indignantly asked what kind of nonsense he was talking, saying that the Duke of Forces carried among people, and a puppy like him would not be able to defeat him. The protagonist drew his eyebrows together. A drop of cold sweat ran down the warrior's cheek while he wondered what was wrong with his face and did he really think he could handle it. Remembering his blow some time ago, he thought that these were definitely aura gloves, and a month ago he could not use it. And even more so, he is only 15 years old, and this is an unprecedented growth rate. Perhaps he will become stronger than the Duke. He symbolized the teeth, thinking that this cannot be allowed. Brown-haired tightly gripped his sword. He struck Mord, mentally noting that this monster cannot be allowed to become stronger. With his weapon in front of him, he used Aura Blade, a technique that could defeat even the descendants of Vernars who had reached the level of awakening of the new blood. The boy touched his forehead with his hand, thinking that he had the aura gauntlets, meaning that a stronger aura would survive. Burin's eyes turned white. As he rushed towards the white-haired man, he wondered if he had used his life force to increase his power. As he approached him, he thought that he did not understand why the warrior was doing all this for the scum of the Duke. His words lit up as the protagonist mentally noted that he recognized his loyalty, but he could not kill him. The brown-haired man perked up, seeing glowing orbs next to him. A moment later, a powerful explosion thundered. The blackened man sat on his knees, thinking that he had only recently begun to control aura, but he could already mix aura and impulse. Burin, trembling, raised his head as he was bid farewell. The guy raised his fist and called him Harden the dog. He shattered his body with a blow. The masked man watched from the side, thinking that this couldn't be true and that he was much stronger than they had been told. He looked at the white-haired man, mentally noting that he also knew about the fruits and silver blood and that he could harm them. The man ran into the forest, realizing that he needed to tell the Duke about this as soon as possible. Suddenly, the leader pierced his chest with his hand. The man fell to the ground. He looked at his palm and saw silver blood and realized that he was one of them. Looking at his hand, Mord began to think that they would surely understand that they had failed to defeat him, but if they started hunting him, there could be problems. He clenched his fist, mentally noting that in that case he would just smash them and that would be the end of it. He decided to punch to the side. Looking ahead, the boy said that he knew someone had been following him since the castle and asked him for a ride. When the man didn't answer, he frowned. The brown-haired man began to attack him many times, and the stranger asked him to stop. Slowly appearing, he called him a rude man for not even listening to him. The protagonist perked up, noticing the pointed ears. He immediately imagined the blonde elves, thinking that this race is a symbol of eternal life since they live longer than humans, mature more slowly and age later. Looking at the blonde in front of him, Mord thought that unlike the elves, this one had very short ears, which meant he was a half-elf. The guy's mouth fell open when he was asked who he was. The blonde sitting on the ground pointed to himself and introduced himself as Kale, saying that he was in the Guardian Squad and was a member of the Shadow Wolf Squad under the personal command of General Ilden. There were only 5 people in the Guardian Squad, which was responsible for white magic in the north. Their goal was to resist magic, so Vernar's guards were sent to help them. The main task of the Shadow Wolf Squad was to protect allies and kill enemies. They were different from ordinary Vernar's warriors. Their specialty was the ability to hide. The half-elf frowned and thought that his ability was considered high quality even within the Shadow Wolf Squad. He did not understand how the hero was able to detect him, although he did not even emit a special aura. Kale said that General Ilden sent him to accompany Mord. The guy looked at his interlocutor, who covered his face with his hand, and asked again. The blonde said that he wanted to observe and help if danger arose. It seemed better to him than to fight together from the very beginning. The protagonist crossed his arms and looked at the half-elf. Kale thought that seeing the guy fighting them, he didn't have the courage to intervene. He was facing a real monster. The brown-haired man frowned and asked to prove the truth of his words. The interlocutor held out a bracelet with a stone on his hand and said that the general said that this would serve as proof. The hero nodded and said that he now believed. The blonde asked what it was. Mord said that it was Sir Ilden's bracelet, which he tore. After that, the old man now takes off all his jewelry during fights with the guy. The half-elf's eyes widened in surprise and his mouth opened, and the hero turned around and asked him to go back. Kale frowned and followed the guy. The hero said that the young man came to accompany him, and he himself sat in ambush and followed him on his heels, and during the battle he simply watched from the side. He did not need such help. The interlocutor objected that he was simply waiting for the right moment. He added that this was the general's order. The brown-haired man replied that no one had given him orders to drag the half-elf along with him, especially since he had already failed the mission, or rather had not even started it. The blonde frowned and hesitated, thinking that he could not go back and disappoint the general. The guy clenched his fists and said that he would pay for all travel expenses and everything that was needed. The half-elf smiled and added that if they had to spend the night on the street, he would stand guard, and the hero would be able to sleep peacefully. The young man said that he was a good cook and would take care of the household. Mord frowned and wondered in surprise where someone like that, ready for anything, came from. He noted that he had heard that name somewhere, a character from the story of the mage who rules the world. He was half an elf, but his elf father abandoned him, and when the boy was in danger of dying, he was saved by Ilden, after which he swore allegiance to him. During the battle between Aiden's henchmen and Ilden, Kale used the skill of stealth and summoning spirits, demonstrating his outstanding abilities. Although he died quickly, because he was a secondary hero. In appearance, he was young and handsome, but in his inner qualities, a professional killer much older than the main character. At the moment, the blonde folded his hands, begging to take him with him. The hero thought that given that attacks from the silver blood awaited him ahead, a capable partner would not hurt, especially since his role was to protect him. Kale smiled happily when the guy agreed. He shuddered when the brown-haired man asked to remove this first. There were bodies of the attackers lying around. Mord said that they needed to remove the corpses and cover their tracks so that they would not be found. He clarified that the interlocutor was not an expert in this. The half-elf agreed, but muttered when he would have time. The hero looked at him and said that he believed he could prove his abilities. Vernar's castle. The man reported that it seemed that Birin was attacked since traces of a battle were found, but not a single corpse. The man knelt before the Duke. The interlocutor replied that he did not think that Ilden would defend Mord. It seemed that he had sent him reinforcements that were hiding well. The soldier assumed that a squad of shadow wolves was involved and perhaps more than one person. He asked what the master would do with him. Hardin closed his eyes and ordered to leave him, only to monitor his location. The subordinate clarified if that was enough. The man looked out the window and said that this time the Silver Blood squad intervened. They must have suffered losses too, and these guys are used to paying the bills. He narrowed his eyes and added that they would not have to dirty their hands because they could handle it themselves. The companions stopped. They looked ahead carefully. There was a large monument in front of them. The half-elf was surprised that the hero was really looking for this stone. He answered in the affirmative. The blonde noted that it had taken him 5 days. Mord leaned against a tree when his companion asked what he would do now. The brown-haired man answered that he had to wait until night. Kale turned in his direction. The warrior asked him to watch carefully so that no one would come here. The interlocutor asked why they had to wait. The hero had already fallen asleep and did not answer. The blonde exhaled in disappointment and thought that this silent guy was not telling him why he needed the stone and why he had to wait, instead of communicating normally. He looked at the fire and muttered how he had come to this. Kale crossed his arms and thought with displeasure that he was respected not only by the shadow wolves, but also by the castle. He had 10 years of experience, and he was a high-ranking warrior. The guy covered his face with his hands and noticed that they were being commanded by some young warrior of average rank, a pitiful sight. The half-elf removed his hands from his face and reminded himself that this was his job and he had to endure it for the sake of his duties. He muttered why he was sent to such a terrible person. At that moment, the hero called his name. The blonde waved his hands nervously and exclaimed that he was not talking about him. The guy said that it had started. Kale turned in surprise to where the hero was looking and asked what exactly. A rift appeared in the air. It sparkled and widened right above the monument. The interlocutor clarified whether it was a dungeon. The hero confirmed his guess. According to the plot, there were secret dungeons that appeared when all the conditions coincided. This dungeon had 3 conditions. The first, a day when the moon reached a certain fullness. The second, cloudless weather so that the moonlight illuminated the earth. Third, there must be a person who has received divine blood within a radius of at least 5 meters. The protagonist jumped onto the rock and thought that he already knew the plot of the story, so he could easily find this place, but it would be extremely difficult for the others to find it. He looked at the rift and noted that this dungeon was not of particular value, but it contained a very important trophy, the World Shard. The brown-haired man said that he would go into the dungeon, and the half-elf should guard the entrance from the outside. The interlocutor frowned and exclaimed, was the guy really going to go into an unknown dungeon alone? Mord sat down and replied that he knew what was inside and could handle it alone. This was his plan from the beginning. He asked his companion to wait outside and watch so that no one came closer. The guy added that if someone appeared, then it was necessary to make sure that they did not enter inside. The warrior muttered that if the blonde tried to go in, he would no longer be able to walk with him. After these words, the hero pushed off and jumped, despite Kale's cry. The brown-haired man calmly plunged into the rift. The half-elf was left standing alone in front of the monument. The hero landed on the stone slabs. The appearance of the Temple of the Moon. The young man stood in front of a large building illuminated by the moon. In ancient times, there were many gods, but not many survived to their days. In this place was the Temple of the Moon, where the moon gods were worshipped, although now their names and the fact of their existence are forgotten. The guy frowned and looked up. Several skeletons with red eyes were approaching and shouting about an invasion. They all surrounded the hero, and the warrior took off his cloak for convenience. These are the ghosts of warriors. The deity they served lost in battle to another deity, and only souls remained of themselves. There are about 100 of them here. The guy took a fighting stance and thought that their number was not important. They needed to destroy them all as soon as possible. The skeletons rushed to attack. They reached out with their bony fingers. In general, ghosts are scary creatures because they cannot be defeated in the usual way. But in this world, it is possible because there is magic. The hero swung, and the enemies flew apart. He looked to the side at the other skeletons. Although ghosts still do not become less dangerous, especially since these particular ones were warriors in their past lives, so they have strength. Mord turned and created a ball of aura in his hand. There was an explosion, accompanied by a bright flash. The guy frowned, looking forward. He was also very strong. The hero looked at his hand and noted that the ghosts were finished. Now it remained to deal with the guard. In front of him sat a silhouette, and behind him was a huge statue of a half-wolf. The brown-haired man thought that the core was most likely in this statue, and the guard himself was in front. The werewolf stood up and asked what kind of evil spirit had entered this place without asking. The wolf bared his teeth and said that he would sacrifice him to the goddess. The hero frowned and remembered that according to the story, this guard was quite strong. Even Aiden had to sweat in the battle with werewolves, although he was much more powerful than high-level mages. Firstly, there are many of them, and secondly, magic does not work on them due to the patronage of the goddess, although the hero does not care because he is not a mage. The wolf rubbed his neck and asked if the uninvited guest really came alone. Other wolves approached them, and some stood on their hind legs. The guard said that he was unpleasant, but he wanted to recognize him as a warrior, so they should meet him properly. The werewolves formed a circle, in the center of which stood Mord and the guard. The guy clarified whether he was offering to fight one-on-one. The interlocutor bared his claws and said that the battle of warriors is a sacred matter. Since he came here as a warrior, then they should respond appropriately. The hero thought that this had never happened in history. Aiden came with his comrades, maybe that's why it's not like that now. The guy looked at his interlocutor and said that it would be more convenient for him to fight each one in turn than everyone at once. He added that he hoped they would not waste each other's time. The guard asked what this meant. According to history, every time the guard died at the hands of Aiden and his men, he was resurrected and changed with the help of the goddess's powers 3 times. So, it would be better to wait for his third change and then defeat him. The brown-haired man frowned and asked him not to spare any effort and change his appearance immediately. He demanded not to change after he laid him down. The wolf twitched his ear in irritation. He frowned and was indignant at such rudeness, exclaiming that the young man had no right to say such words to him. The hero's hair turned white. The guy clenched his fist, and lightning sparkled around him. He asked if he really had to prove it. The guard narrowed his eyes and noted that divine blood flowed in his opponent. The wolf agreed that the hero had the right to behave like that. He said that he would do as the boy wanted, but he should not regret his choice. Red energy emanated from the other werewolves. Mord narrowed his eyes and noticed that the guard was absorbing the power of his comrades. The werewolf greatly increased in size, looming over the boy. The boy noted that he did not expect this. He pushed off the ground and said that he would put an end to him with one blow. Their energies collided in a blow. The hero's eyes widened in surprise. His fist froze, not touching the wolf. The boy noted that this light was proof that he was a crusader serving a god. The warrior did not think that his opponent would repel his aura. Mord frowned and swung, reminding himself that the enemy was simply strong, not immortal. He struck the werewolf's shield with force. The wolf put out his fists when his armor cracked. The powerful blow sent his opponent flying back. The guardian stood up and thought that, after all, the divine blood was making itself felt. The young man suddenly appeared in front of him, swinging his fist. Again, a bright flash cut through the air. The wolf quickly crouched, dodging the blow. He grinned slyly, his eyes flashing. The guardian counterattacked, charging the guy in the stomach. The werewolf radiated dark energy, glad that he had hit. He suddenly narrowed his eyes and exclaimed in surprise. His fist rested on a steel press, and the opponent asked if the guy had really absorbed his blow with just his muscles. Mord put his hand on the enemy's paw and noted that after the third change, the ability to accelerate appeared. The werewolf did not understand where such strength came from. The young man looked at him carefully and said that simply being fast is not enough. He threw the wolf up with force. The hero immediately pushed off the ground and jumped. The guy swung, hitting the fist of aura. The opponent hit the statue and flew down. The protagonist pushed off from the goddess figure. He flew down after the falling wolf. The guard opened his mouth in pain. The hero grinned and decided that this was the end. Sparks appeared near the wolf's muzzle, but he grinned. The guy brought his foot down on him, using a thunderclap. The enemy was lying on the ground with a hole in his chest. Mord landed next to him and thought that he was definitely finished, and the young man did not even have to use the blessing of 2 souls and the world fragment. The brown-haired man took his original form and wondered why the enemy smiled at the end. The voice said, "Amazing." The hero warily frowned and turned around. The huge statue leaned over and thanked the young man for sending her great warrior on an honorable rest. The guy was surprised to think that there was no talking statue in the story. He raised his head and asked what other honorable rest. The interlocutor replied that he wanted to die with honor, but the enemy snuck up behind him and hit him in the back. After that, he became a ghost in the dungeon, and the young man solved this problem. Mord thought that the story really said something about the warrior's pride and that a mage who uses dark power has no rights. The brown-haired man remembered the wolf's smile and assumed that it meant that he wanted to die in a duel with a warrior whom he recognized himself. The statue threw an artifact at the hero. The deity said that he wanted to somehow thank the hero, but he himself was a remnant of a dead god. In return, he gave him a small gift. On the guy's palm lay a bracelet with an image of the moon. The interlocutor said that if you put moonlight into it, the warrior will be able to protect anyone at any time. Mord put the decoration on his hand and noted that this was a reward that Aiden could not receive. He thought that the bracelet would come in handy when it was necessary to protect someone. The young man raised his head and thanked. The statue did not respond, and the hero realized that the energy of the wolf goddess had disappeared. The hero jumped closer and muttered that it remained to finish the job. He hit the paw of the statue with his fist. A glowing artifact appeared from the dust. The guy's eyes widened and he was glad that he had found a fragment of the world. A bright crystal hovered in front of him above the fragments of the statue. Elven spirits were hovering around the monument in the forest. Kale opened his eyes and looked ahead. He looked at the main character who had descended and asked if he had cleared everything. The interlocutor answered in the affirmative. Mord looked at the spirits and noted with a smile that the blonde was watching the barrier as he had promised. The half-elf sighed and closed his eyes, and the hero thought that he liked that the guy was so obedient. Kale jumped off the stone, following the brown-haired man, and asked if it was now possible to return to the village. The guy answered that the path was not short, so they would visit other villages and cities. The interlocutor asked where he was heading. The warrior said that it was not one place, so it was difficult to say for sure. For now, they would have to walk through different nooks and crannies of the kingdom of Lutvan, industrial city of Lurine. The protagonist walked through the market, and the companion followed him. The half-elf exclaimed that they had left the duchy 20 days ago and suggested taking a rest. Mord thought that less than a month had passed, and he already had 2 fragments, which was quite good. After the dungeon with the wolf goddess, he cleared another one, but there were no additional rewards there. And yet the guy was happy since he managed to get a fragment of the world and a relic with divine power. However, you can't count on luck every time. The brown-haired man frowned and decided that he would have to go to the Lurine black market and look for that thing, and at the same time look into one place and check there before Aiden did. The hotel building. The hero sat down on the bed, looked at the blonde and said that they would rest until nightfall. The interlocutor asked if he could go somewhere alone. The brown-haired man looked intently at his companion, who folded his hands and begged. Mord lay down and, turning away, asked if the young man wanted to report the situation to Ilden. The interlocutor began to refuse. The hero said that he knew that the blonde reported to the old man from every city. If he cared about it, he would not have taken the half-elf with him. Kale smiled awkwardly and added that they also needed to replenish their supplies. He shook his empty wallet and thought that due to the expensive lodging and the hero eating 5 or 6 times a day, his wallet had become worn out. The half-elf came to the door and exclaimed that he would be back soon. The guy replied that he would be here unless there was a problem. The blonde responded that nothing would happen. He laughed, saying that it was unlikely that a crazy person would suddenly appear in the very center of such a city and start smashing and breaking everything in his path. Kale stood and looked at the building engulfed in flames. The guy smiled with tears in his eyes and muttered, "Did he really have the ability of a prophet?" Fragments of the world are parts of the ideal world that the gods used during creation. Each of them contains its own element. In some, fire spirits dance on lava, while others contain the burning sands of the desert. These fragments are like pieces of a puzzle, which, although they exist separately, but as soon as they are connected together, are able to give anyone enormous power. Another wonderful detail, the collected fragments merge inside into one whole and become a world of images, which can be accessed at any time. When consciousness is projected onto this world of images, it is no different from the real world, so physical training is possible there and the experience gained is reflected in reality. The main character was floating in the air in the lotus position. To those around him, it might seem like he was meditating. In fact, the guy was training. The brown-haired man crouched and jumped off the cliff. The first fragment, which he got from the tomb, showed a huge mountain rising above the clouds. He fell head over heels. The second fragment, which the guy got from the dungeon, showed dense forests under a pale full moon. He was lucky that they matched each other, so the world of images became much wider. It was a pity that the fragment he got from the second dungeon did not quite match the first 2, but he was not disappointed. Mord landed on the grass and thought that he would probably have more strength, and it was interesting to study these fragments. The young man's eyes widened, and something flashed in the sky behind him. He turned his head towards the noise. People were crowded near the burning hotel. A woman was rushing into the building, screaming that her child was left there. The men held her, warning her not to get too close. She was sobbing, her head thrown back, and exclaiming that her baby was inside. Suddenly, the main character jumped out of the window, holding the baby in her arms. The woman grabbed her son and thanked Mord heartily for saving him. The hero turned his head and frowned. People nearby were carrying out unconscious people and asking the magician for help and healing. Many were lying unconscious on the ground, crying and screaming could be heard everywhere. Mord gritted his teeth and wondered why so many innocent people had suffered. The guy raised his head and saw 2 figures. He looked at the hooded man and decided that, judging by the sensations, it was this one who caused the explosion. The hero picked up a stone from the ground and thought that he did not know who it was. The brown-haired man frowned and crushed the cobblestone, deciding that he would not let the villain die in peace. The criminals were jumping from roof to roof. One of them gritted his teeth and called someone a rat. Mord suddenly brought down a blow on him. The man fell down, but quickly turned around. He, holding his hand, asked who was in front of him. The hero answered that he did not need to know, there was no need to reveal his name. The brown-haired man glared menacingly and said that he would die anyway. The rival frowned and exclaimed that he did not know who sent him, but he could not handle him. The guy suddenly appeared behind the enemy and clenched his fist. He brought down a blow right on the criminal's face. He flew back and crashed into the wall. The hero stood and looked at the coughing villain. The rival's eyes widened in fear and looked at the brown-haired man. Mord shuddered when someone shouted from behind. The unfamiliar guy looked down and exclaimed that he should not be underestimated. At that moment, the first villain threw a pill into his mouth. The warrior frowned and looked at his opponent. The criminal bared his teeth, becoming twice as big, and thanked them for buying him time. He grinned and was about to tell him what the great man's strength was. The hero, without waiting for the end of the sentence, quickly cut off the enemy's head. The fair-haired man grabbed his head in confusion. Mord looked at him menacingly and ordered him to get down. The interlocutor began to sweat, realizing that he had to run. He clenched his teeth and turned around, getting ready to run. A moment later, the main character kicked him in the back. An explosion was heard when the criminal flew into the building. The brown-haired man approached him and demanded that he kneel down and answer questions. The guy narrowed his eyes and said that it would be better to make him do it by force. Kale came up from behind and choked the villain. The man's eyes bulged, exclaiming that he could not breathe. His pupils rolled back. After a while, the man came to his senses and narrowed his eyes. He looked down and saw another pair of shoes in front of him. The villain shuddered in fear and screamed. The protagonist and his partner loomed over the prisoner, their eyes flashing. The brown-haired man said that he could only open his mouth if he was going to answer a question. The man furrowed his brows and lowered his head when asked why the man was chasing him. The man's eyes widened and he flinched when the protagonist suggested that he was one of the Lord's second coming. The protagonist hit his interlocutor when he asked how the guy knew that. The brown-haired man reminded him that he shouldn't just open his mouth. The half-elf rubbed his neck and asked who they were and what they were doing. The interlocutor said that a long time ago there were people who tried to resurrect Lord Archlick. The blonde man asked again in surprise. There are certain criteria by which a mage's name is determined. A beginner-level mage of the 2nd circle, a mid-level mage of the 4th circle, a top-level mage of the 6th circle, a top-level mage of the 8th circle. And the one who reached the 9th circle was called a top-level mage. Archlick was able to obtain such a title when he turned himself into an undead. The title of Lord appeared because he gained power over an army of undead. In case of his disappearance, Archlick prepared a secret way to resurrect himself. He divided his soul into several parts and sealed them. If you collect all the parts together, you can return him. The hero noted that it seemed that people from the second coming of the Lord squad were looking for these parts. The brown-haired man frowned and thoughtfully touched his chin, looking at the prisoner. He said that he did not know this man and assumed that he was in another secret squad that was arguing with those guys for some relic. The interlocutor exclaimed that their squad was not so second-rate, and certainly not as immoral as the second coming of the Lord. The man sweated when the hero asked what kind of squad they were. He thought that, judging by the fact that the brown-haired man controls the aura, he was from the Vernar's family. If you tell him the name of the squad, the Duke will write him down as his enemy. Mord silently raised his fist over the prisoner, and he immediately raised his hands and shouted that this is Gramaldr. The man raised his fingers and said that they were created to prevent 3 prophecies of collapse that exist in this world. One of them is the second coming of the Lord. As soon as they show their power, they will be able to turn the whole country upside down. They worship Archlick, who is like a deity to them. If he rises from the dead, the end of the world will come. The main character arched his eyebrows, and the half-elf opened his mouth in surprise. The brown-haired man thought that according to the plot, Archlick did manage to rise from the dead, but he immediately fell into the hands of one of Aiden's people. Mord did not remember the end of the world happening because of him, and decided that there was no point in listening to the other 2 prophecies. The guy crossed his arms and asked why the man was chasing the interlocutor. The man closed his eyes and replied that they had stolen something important from them. Tail showed him the key and asked if it was this. The blonde exclaimed that it was the key to the door leading to the dungeon where the remains of Archlick were kept. The hero watched as the man tried to take the key from the half-elf. He thought that there was no mention of Gramaldr or this key in the story. It seemed that according to the plot, this key would be taken from him. Mord looked at the item and noted that Archlick's resurrection was around the second half of the story. He was captured by Aiden's men, but before that he had managed to kill several thousand people. He clenched his fist and decided that in order to prevent these casualties, it was necessary to destroy the second coming of the Lord squad. The brown-haired man turned around and said that he would take the key, and the man himself could go. His partner looked at the warrior in surprise and asked again. Kale pointed his finger at the prisoner and asked if it was possible to let him go like that. The interlocutor replied that it was still a weak unit, so there was nothing to worry about. The partner clarified that then with the second coming of the Lord, The hero frowned and said that he was going to destroy the soul fragments to prevent Archlick from resurrecting. Among the remains of Archlick, there was also a part of his soul, so the guy decided to start from there. Evening fell on the city. The blonde asked if the warrior would go there right now. He replied that he would first look at the black market. In response to Kale's question, the hero responded that he needed to buy something. Mord bought an old dagger and a book at a low price on the black market. The half-elf looked at these items in bewilderment and wondered where the guy was going to use them, because such a dagger could not even cut meat. Mord and Kale looked ahead, and the blonde held his nose from the stench. They stood in front of an underground canal, from which an unpleasant smell emanated. The hero said that there was a secret passage at the bottom. The blonde asked incredulously if his partner was going to go in there. The warrior replied that he was. The other exclaimed that he did not want to. Mord crossed his arms and noted that they could be found by summoning spirits. The half-elf reminded him that he was a summoner of the wind, not water. The spirits flew above the surface and examined it. One of them discovered a round hatch at the bottom. He flew up to the owner and told him about it. The blonde smiled and exclaimed that he had found it. The protagonist glanced at him and noted that his partner grumbled at first, but then did it anyway. The spirit took a deep breath. He leaned over and blew on the water, moving it apart around the hatch. The guys approached him, and the blonde crouched down to study it. Kale said that this iron door was locked with magic. He suggested that it should be opened with a golden key. The hero objected that a dagger would be enough. The interlocutor turned around and asked in surprise what could be done with such an old piece of iron. When the brown-haired man cut his palm, he screamed. The guy put blood on the blade and said that in ancient times there was a war between the deities, in which one warrior god lost everything he had because of another god who used magic. So he sacrificed himself and created this weapon. The blade glowed and lengthened into a sword. The hero said that this was a divine relic that could only be awakened by someone with divine blood. It also played the role of a key to ancient relics and increased efficiency. Naturally, it was necessary to collect 3 keys and reveal the hidden secret. The partners looked at the shimmering sword. Mord said that the technology was simple, it opened a magical field and destroyed magic. The brown-haired man swung and threw the dagger into the center of the hatch. The passage sparkled, and the blade shone. Sparks flew from the door, then died out. The hero reached out and pulled the blade back, saying, "Take it." The blonde looked at him in shock and muttered that he managed to buy it for such a pittance. If the seller found out, he would not be able to sleep from frustration. The warrior replied that there were many such things on the black market. Mord looked down and said that it was time to fulfill the half-elf's cherished wish. The interlocutor turned to him in surprise. The hero reminded him of the condition he had spoken of then. Some time ago, Kale asked with a smile if the guy really asked to teach him stealth, a useful skill with which you can hide even your comrades. He said that he would do it if the hero took him with him when he went to a secret dungeon. But not some demonic one, which were already boring, but one full of adventures, ancient treasures, and unknown monsters. They looked into the pit, and Mord said that the very secret dungeon awaited him when he destroyed everyone below. Water dripped from above. The companions walked along the passage, and the half-elf wondered how they had ever created such a huge secret space. He looked at the brown-haired man and asked if it would not be better to suddenly attack the second coming of the Lord. The hero answered that there was no need for this because they had already realized that they were here and would soon come to attack. A paw appeared in front of the companions. A crowd of ghouls was running towards them. Behind them stood people in hoods. The magician frowned and asked who they were and how they had gotten here. It was the second coming of the Lord's squad. The hero abruptly pushed off the floor. He rushed forward, destroying the monsters. The guy frowned and looked up. 2 swordsmen attacked him from above, but Mord put out his hands, parrying their blows. The men opened their mouths in surprise, recognizing the gloves of Aura. The protagonist easily scattered them before they realized that the enemy was a master rank. The warrior's eyes glowed gold. The mage fearfully held out his staff and shouted to stop them at any cost. The rest of his allies were thrown into the air and blown away. A blond man appeared behind the villain. He smiled, taking the sword, and spirits hovered around him. The half-elf asked what he wanted to say. The man stretched out his hand. He tried to crawl, saying that he was a monster. A sword pierced his back. Kale, holding this weapon, mentally noted that they were doing quite well, but near Mord, they naturally could not move. Passing through the corpses, he pointed to the side, saying that this seemed to be the entrance, to which the guy agreed with him and noted that first they needed to destroy dangerous objects, because everything related to dark magic could be dangerous. He and the blonde stopped in front of a large door, and the latter asked if it was time to use the key since they had removed all the items. The brown-haired man agreed and said that this was where the real dungeon began. He inserted the key into the keyhole. When energy began to ooze from the passage, the half-elf said that it seemed like a demonic one. As they walked down the corridor, the protagonist explained that it was created by Lord Archlick with the help of demons, but it was not connected to their world, to which Kale said that he wondered if it looked the same on the inside. When a staircase appeared in front of them, he mentally noted that the book did not describe this dungeon in detail, but he only remembered that it led deeper into a structure that looked like a 9-story building. Remembering the various dark monsters, Mord thought that the deeper you go, the stronger the undead were. He mentally noted that the dungeon was not easy, but it took them less than 10 minutes to break through. The blonde smiled sweetly. While he was carrying the cart with treasures, the guy asked him if he was really so happy with the trophies, to which he replied that there were many good magic items here, and with them you don't have to worry about anything for many months. Suddenly he perked up, saying that it seemed like it was him. Lord Archlick was sitting on the throne in front. He, letting tongues of flame from his eyes, asked if they were invaders and said that he had not seen living people for a long time. The half-elf frowned, mentally noting that just by his aura one could guess that he was very strong. Suddenly the brown-haired man said that he should not be afraid. Looking at the undead, he replied that it was just a fragment of the soul, which was much weaker than the main body, and it was about the level of a first-rank mage. The Lord rested his chin on his hand and asked if he knew him, and the protagonist replied that they knew about the mage Krex, who was called Lord Archlick in the past. Billion's hair turned white and he said that he didn't know that much, and they didn't need to know much, to which the undead asked why he thought so. The guy clenched his fist and said that he was just a part of a creature that had already died, and that it would continue to be so in the future. The Lord opened his mouth and noted Vernar's divine power. He walked towards the brown-haired man, saying that they were all very arrogant. Releasing ice, he added that they all died by his hand. Ice pillars began to appear behind him, while Archlick said that the guy was nothing more than a remnant of a deity on Earth. When ice golems emerged from the pieces of ice, he said that he would show him the greatness of magic. The protagonist jumped. Finding himself in the air, he pulled his hand back. After the ice chunks were thrown to the sides, the undead said that he knew it was too easy for Vernar's. The protagonist was right in front of his face. A moment later, his fist collided with a defense spell. Wind currents were directed towards the Lord. Then he was sucked into an air vortex. Standing inside it, he called it a very nasty method. Archlick kicked the ground. Powerful energy hit in different directions. The half-elf launched his dagger. He succeeded in hitting the undead on the hand. He, looking at him, wondered if he had broken through his defense spell and thought that although he did not know what kind of tricks this was, but with such a pathetic dagger. Then lightning began to come out of it. The guy ran straight at him, thinking that Archlick was made of dark magic from head to toe. He smirked, noting that this meant that the effect would be fatal for him. A moment later, a powerful surge of energy pierced the undead. He fell to his knees, saying that this simply could not be. The protagonist put his fist out, saying that underestimating the enemy leads to death. He activated the ability with glowing eyes. A blue beam of light pierced the enemy. Mord caught his head. When he raised it, the Lord called him some remnants of Vernar's, to which the guy said that he was talking too much for a loser, adding that both he and his main body were defeated. Squeezing his hand, he broke the skull. The protagonist looked at the shocked Kale, saying that he was good because thanks to his timely support, the battle was easy, and he wondered what this stupid thing called. The blonde touched his chin, saying that it seemed like this dagger was really something special, since it beat the mage spell, and Mord noted that if they had waved a more powerful spell, the dagger would not have coped. But he hoped for ordinary magic, so he managed to defeat it easily. And in any case, there was nothing else to do in this dungeon, and we must quickly break the core and leave here. When the half-elf asked where it was, the brown-haired man told him that this was the throne on which the Lord sat. After a while, stones fell from the ceiling. The protagonist saw a blue light. Looking at the large crystal, he noted that this was already the fourth fragment. When they found themselves in front of the main entrance, Mop noted that they broke the core and returned to the entrance to the dungeon, and as the book said, this entrance turned into a fake room. Kale looked around. He froze in confusion. The half-elf grabbed his head and shouted that there was nothing, and all the trophies were disappearing. He suddenly looked at Mord. The blonde drooped and asked if it was true that he knew about this, which made the brown-haired man ask what he was talking about. Kale raised his gloomy, upset face and said that no matter how you look at it, it was very strange that no one had entered this dungeon for 200 years, but there were too many intelligent undead here, and then asked if it was just a dream of chaos. Providing the room, the protagonist noted that the dream of chaos is a space that is created between reality and sleep, that is, everything here is an illusion. Then he imagined the wounded man both in space and in the life of a person, noting that it was like a virtual world in which everything that happens becomes reality. But things like trophies then disappear. Mord touched his chin, thinking that his assumptions were correct, and 200 years of imprisonment in an abandoned dungeon should have clouded their minds. But if it was an illusion, then that was a different matter. He approached the dejected Kale and said that he knew nothing about this, and he had no intention of deceiving him. The blonde replied that it was okay, because he would not do such a thing. The guy closed his eyes, saying that nothing could be done about it, but since he helped him in the battle, he would give him another reward. He raised his fist and told him not to ask for more in return and to resent the reward. They jumped down into the floor pierced by the fist. The guys landed on the lower floor. Looking at the spark of light ahead, the brown-haired man mentally noted that this place was originally a secret space that could be reached by solving the riddles of the fake room. Kale's mouth dropped open in surprise. He saw pedestals with artifacts in front of him, and the protagonist mentally noted that he knew the location, so they did not have to bother themselves with unnecessary work. With a satisfied smile, the blonde folded his arms and exclaimed that these items looked quite expensive. Inspecting the artifacts, he said that this was a real treasure room. The half-elf leaned over to one of them and asked what it was, noting that the bag was introduced as usual, to which Mord told him that it was a bag with a subspace and 5 such rooms could fit in it. Kale looked at the brown bag, wondering if such an incredible thing really existed, and the guy added that that was not all, and that if the owner had a mark, he could easily find the item to put there, and that strangers would not be able to touch other people's items, and at a close distance, things could move with telekinesis and return to the hands of their owners. He threw the item to the blonde and told him to take it for himself, and he asked what it was. When he saw the ring, the brown-haired man began to explain that it was a thunder ring, which is charged with the magical power of the owner and allows you to use thunder magic, and it contains magic of about the 6th circle. The half-elf looked at the ring on his finger with delight, while his comrade said that it also allows you to use powerful magic to protect against a thunder attack. Kale looked away with satisfaction and thanked him, after which the main character said that he deserved it. The blonde looked at the necklace and asked how to use other items, and Mord began to explain to him that the necklace has the power of protection, preventing the intrusion of foreign magic, and also recognizes hidden magic. Then he turned his attention to the key and began to tell that this golden key can serve not only as a key, but also as a pointer to the place where it can be used. The half-elf asked if it was true that the key in the map can lead to where the fragment of Lord Archlick is hidden. He answered that it is. While Nardilku illuminated them with a torch, Kale was interested in how many fragments there are, why there are so many of them, and is he really going to find them all? The guy put the necklace on his neck, while his companion asked him if he was doing this to prevent him from resurrecting. He answered that for that reason too, and also that these 7 parts are world fragments. Looking at the empty pedestals, the brown-haired man noted that since they took everything, they need to finish here. He approached the skull and said that this was the fragment of Lord Archlick. Looking at it, its leader said that it contained the remnants of his mind that fought with them, and that they would be able to completely destroy the fragment by breaking the skull. Standing in front of the skull, he thought about how, according to the plot, Aiden's supporters did not know this fact, so they mistook it for decoration, as a result of which Archlick was able to fully resurrect. He raised his fist to strike, mentally noting that this time, however, he would not succeed. Meanwhile, Hardin was picking a fruit from a tree. Looking at it, he noted that this was the last one. Behind him stood a blond man, to whom he turned and asked if he thought he would be able to bury the mop here. The man raised his head and asked if it was already not certain if even the silver blood intervened. Showing the map, it was said that there are many societies in the world, but those that are more than 500 years old are rare, because at that time the age of the gods ended and this mortal era began. Many dark silhouettes stood with glowing eyes. It was said that, however, the history of the silver blood goes back much longer, and that is why they are a secret society of history mage ruling the world, in which most members have divine blood. The old man took a bite, saying that in the runs of time everyone died, despite the fact that Barin, who had the rank of master, was with them, and this hurt the pride of the silver blood. The ghost is curious about what they will do to destroy Mord. Meanwhile, a rumble was heard from a hole in the field. Near it stood a red-haired guy with a blonde, asking who he was and noting that wherever he appeared, there was devastation. The man touched the red cloth. Looking at the mark on his finger, he said that these marks were left a few days ago, and it would be easy to find him from here. The red-haired man reached for his sword and said that this annoying brat would soon come to an end. Because of him he had a hard time last time. He cut the passage even further, exclaiming that he would show him a real hell, and the girl asked where they would go to rest when they finished this business. A few days later, the guy leaned against a tree and crossed his arms, saying that this would not work, and Kale asked in surprise if he really decided to give up, to which the brown-haired man replied that they were just wasting time. Remembering the screen of his phone, he mentally noted that in the story he read there were some gaps, and there were many places where some events were briefly mentioned, and although he remembered the content well, it was not fashionable to pass by a place like a dungeon. The blonde looked at him and asked what next, and the protagonist thought that the deadline for fulfilling Ilden's promise was 8 months, and since there was little time left, he should not limit himself to the route, and he could decide on what he knew for sure. He raised his head and said that they were going to save the cursed witch. Introducing the girl with golden hair, he said that after he freed her from the curse, he would receive an ancient sword. When he walked away, the half-elf asked how he knew all this, to which he replied that he had an excellent source of information. Kale asked if he could tell who it was, and the protagonist noted that it was fine, he would only tell him. The blonde grimaced when he said that with the help of the divine power inside himself, he saw a prophecy that recorded the fate of this world. He added that now he looks at him with such eyes, although he is telling the truth. Ward closed his eyes and smiled, mentally noting that he did not expect him to believe, because there is not a single person who is ready to hear the truth from him. The brown-haired man frowned and thought. They walked through the forest, while the protagonist mentally noted that someday he would like to meet someone to whom he can tell everything. A few days later, a mountainous area in the southeast of the kingdom of Lutvan. The guys walked through a dark forest, and Kale said that it was somehow chilly here, wondering if this fog was caused by magic. Ward answered that it was, and because of this magic spell they will soon lose their bearings. Some time ago, he was asked if they were going to the swamp. The man adjusted his glasses, saying that in their village there is an old legend that talks about a swamp, fog, and a witch who lives in the swamp and is a terrifying creature that devours people and gets lost in the fog. He added that during the time of his father and grandfather, there were many people who went missing, and in the last 5 years, people stopped going deep into the forest, so there were almost no victims, after which he added that it is worth thinking carefully before going into the fog. The protagonist looked to the side and said that the witch uses magic to cloud the mind and grab, and then makes fly what she ordered. The blonde touched his head and said that he felt a force that was trying to influence his mind, but he had the ability to resist such influence. He turned to Mord, but there was no one there. The half-elf began to look around, wondering where he had gone, and was this fog really caused by hallucinations? He began to call his comrade. Kale filled his leg for a step. His gaze darkened, and he realized that he suddenly wanted to sleep. Looking at his legs with a cloudy gaze, the blonde thought about the fact that he could not move his arms and legs. Meanwhile, the guy looked at him. He squeezed the bracelet in his hand, thinking that it was not in vain that he had filled the wolf goddess's bracelet with moonlight in advance. The brown-haired man suddenly grabbed his comrade's hand and asked the power of moonlight to protect his comrade. The bracelet began to glow. They were both enveloped in a bright light. The half-elf's mouth opened in shock. He grabbed his head and began to babble that now he could open his eyes normally, and this meant that the witch lured and caught people in this way, but the protagonist refuted this statement. Kale raised an eyebrow in confusion when he began to explain that she helps to get out of this fog as safely as possible. As they walked further, he also said that she also instills in the mind the understanding that it is dangerous to approach him, and the blonde asked why the damned witch does this. Mord told him that it is because a curse and malice are different things, and in the forest there are many dangers even without witches. Having imagined what was happening, he began to talk about monsters. Then he introduced a man sitting in front of the plant and said that there is a risk of the nation healing grass and dying from its magical effects. Then the guy introduced a skeleton, saying that people often disappear in such places, and vice versa. It is very strange that there have been no such cases in the last 5 years. Kale thoughtfully touched his chin, saying that if you think about it, then this is a witch. The brown-haired man interrupted, saying that she is not the monster that devours people. The girl with long blonde 100th hair was the first beauty in the Ildervis tribe, and her beauty captivated not only her own, but also representatives of neighboring tribes. Among them was one fair-haired guy, a stranger from the divine tribe. Sitting on his knees and holding out a bouquet, he confessed his feelings to the beauty, but she refused him. The guy smiled grimly. This was the beginning of a catastrophe for him. The blonde sitting on the chair had very powerful spleen, and his family was distinguished by power and strength among their kind, and moreover, he was of quite high blood. He called the soul of the devil, thus violating the prohibition of his tribe, because of which he fell into real madness, for which he was threatened with death at the hands of his own relatives, so he hid in the forest, where he met a beautiful girl. The Ildervis tribe tried to resist him when the guy began to force the beauty, and then he got even more angry and destroyed the entire tribe, after which the girl ended up in his hands. She sat in front of him on the ground, engulfed in fire. At that moment, the deity Marius appeared, because the young man used too much of his power, which attracted the attention of the divine tribe. The blonde on his knees began to beg him for forgiveness and mercy. The deity, narrowing his eyes, listened to the whole story and assigned a punishment, telling the boy that he must pay for breaking the ban and now become an indestructible sword and a cup in which the demonic tribe will be sealed. He stretched out his hand in front of the girl and said that she, an insignificant mortal, was guilty of having encouraged the boy to commit a terrible sin and would have to guard the souls of demons until they disappeared forever. The girl's body rose into the air and darkened. This was the only way she could atone for her sins. Kale, with a sad look, listened to the story about why the witch is not a monster devouring people. The brown-haired man's hair began to lighten when he said that she was just a victim of a maddened deity. He swung his leg. Hitting the ground hard, the protagonist shouted that he had come to return the witch's name. A dark silhouette appeared, and round eyes flashed. A wind appeared out of nowhere. He began to ruffle the protagonist's hair. A moment later, a powerful stream was directed at the heroes. Kale plunged the knife into the tree. Holding it, he tried to understand what was happening, mentally noting that even if he summoned the soul of the wind, it would quickly dissipate from such a speed. Looking at the protagonist, he wondered what they were going to do. Mord raised his hands to strike. A moment later, he sent a bright flash into the abyss. Ahead, he saw burning eyes and thought that although he saw poorly, it was definitely a witch. The guy ran forward, mentally noting that the road would be open only for a moment, and he creates a chain of explosions to advance ahead. He rushed forward. Then the white-haired one confessed to the ground. Frowning, he said that it was time for the witch to wake up. Behind him, the blonde appeared with a question that arose. He opened his mouth in confusion, while the forged hero said that from the very beginning there was no promise that she had to keep. A huge furry giant stood in front of him. He darkened and began to talk about the need to keep the promise. Energy balls began to appear around the witch when she recognized Mord as an invader and an enemy. These balls headed towards the guy. Grabbing the blonde, the white-haired man ran away from the explosion. Continuing to run, the half-elf began to shout that the canvas of the army of magicians was attacking, which was dumping a spell on them, and then asked what they should do and if he had a plan. The protagonist answered him in the affirmative. Kale grimaced when he heard from his comrade that first they needed to hit her a few times, and then wake her up with the right words. Mord jumped sharply, telling the blonde that he hoped he could hold out. He pushed off the ground again. The guy began to make his way through the abyss of explosions. He approached the witch. Then the white-haired man pointed his fist at her. He released a stream of energy, mirage destruction. The witch screamed loudly. Suddenly the protagonist called her by name Ilderva. The witch's eyes widened sharply. They appeared with memories of bloody bodies when Mord began to say that this was the name of her family, who gave their lives for her, fighting with the god. In her arms lay a bloody body of a woman. The guy swung his leg. He hit the witch again. She screamed loudly in pain. Her eyes when she heard the name Calvis. The white-haired man appeared right in front of her face. She remembered the guy with blonde hair, hearing this name of the enemy who killed her family. The witch screamed loudly. The protagonist punched her right in the face. Looking into her eyes, he called the name Marius. The witch saw the face of a god in Mord when he said that this was the name of the god who put a curse on her. The guy began to beat her, saying that there was never a promise that she had to keep, and this is just a curse from Marius who deceived her. He shouted that she should remember because it should not be forgotten, for the sake of her kind, who died innocent. The white-haired man raised his fist, shouting that she should do it for herself too. He placed his hand on the light fur. The protagonist sat on the witch's head, calling out the name Sedia. She imagined her parents with a baby in their arms when Mord said that this was the name given to her by her parents at birth. She remembered many people in the castle. Tears flowed down her cheeks when the guy asked to open the eyes of the glorious descendant of the spirits of the sun. Kale landed on the ground, thinking that the attack had stopped. He looked to the side and asked if it worked. At that moment, Sedia curled up into a ball. The blonde smiled widely, thinking that he had always dreamed of this, not the life of a soldier in a cold, gloomy, white kingdom, but a beautiful story about adventures. He saw a blonde girl. A large foot stepped on the ground while the half-elf was thinking about saving the witch who was cursed by the god and returning her beautiful appearance. The giant girl put her hand on her chest and addressed the benefactor who inherited the blood of the god whose name she does not know, saying that he removed the curse of the cruel god from her and asked how she could thank him for his favor. While his companion was shocked, the protagonist looked up and said that his name was Mord, and he had the blood of the god of battles Vernars, to which the blonde noted that she had never heard of such a thing. She clenched her hand into a fist and noted that, judging by it, he must have outstanding strength, after which the guy began to tell that Vernars received his power when the era of legends came to an end, but she most likely does not know this. He will head to the crystal when Sedia asked is it possible that the era of legends has come to an end. The brown-haired man answered affirmatively, saying that 500 years ago, after the end of the Age of Legends, an era began in which the gods no longer ruled the world. He stood in front of the crystal, saying that if there were traces of the legends now, they were fragments of the world, and the girl asked him what it was. The protagonist placed his hand on the crystal, saying that it was a fragment of the ideal world, a tool used in ancient times by the greatest gods to create the world, and when the Age of Legends came to an end, they dispersed throughout the world. He saw a swampy area and fog, and mentally noted that 3 fused and 2 separate fragments of the world were thus collected. Mord looked at the girl and began to talk about her gratitude for his benefaction. Suddenly, an explosion thundered behind him. Sedia covered the guys from the man who appeared, who said that he could finally see what he was like, the illegitimate child of the Archduke. A man with 2 comrades stood to the side. He smiled forcibly and said that he came for the protagonist. The group of villains stood in front of the protagonist when their leader came for the illegitimate child of Archduke Mord. The bearded guy exclaimed slightly, seeing a huge woman. He saw the protagonist and the huge blonde Sedia in front of him, who was interested in this stranger, thinking about a man of silver blood. The bearded man was surprised that Mord recognized him, assuming that this was not their first meeting. The brunette stared at the stranger and added that this should be obvious for a carrier of divine blood. The leader of the villains crossed his arms in the company of his comrades and noted that it was strange, wondering that Mord understood his belonging to the silver blood only because he was a carrier of divine. The warrior with the bandage wanted to understand this in this case when they caught the guy. The red-haired swordsman smirked and noted that they needed to start by teaching this young man who didn't even know the rules of etiquette. The swordsman exchanged glances with his leader, who gave them the command to awaken the divine blood and use all their powers, although the subordinate wanted to have some fun. The bearded man frowned angrily and hinted that they should not forget that they should not underestimate the enemy, because besides these guys, there could be other people hiding here. The guy with the sword on his back looked ahead and said that he needed to quickly become a warrior of the highest level. The warrior with the headband looked ahead and wanted to quickly deal with these guys. The wolf opened his mouth and said that it was not worth killing the guys. The company of white-haired scoundrels looked ahead, and the wolf noted that they should take him alive. While Kale was scared, Mord was thinking that the changes that happened during the awakening of divine blood depend on the origin. But absolutely everyone's hair color changes to silver, and that top-level officer comes from the god of beasts. He didn't know any other, and that woman appeared in the novel. That girl with an eye patch looked on with trepidation, and the secondary character realized that she was a middle-class silver blood warrior, a high-ranking 7th circle mage who has extraordinary tracking abilities, but during the awakening of divine blood, her magical powers reached the level of a first-class mage. The swordsman took a fighting stance with a sharp blade, and the main character realized that the paper had used up all his strength. He needed a person to protect him, and apparently this guy with a blue sword would help him, and he assumed that the troops approaching here would help them. The blonde man reached out his hand in bewilderment towards the silhouette of the fighter, who told him to hide Setia and then join him. Kale tried to warn his comrade that all his opponents had divine blood, and no matter how capable the guy was, he doubted whether he could handle it alone. The blonde main character emitted discharges of light and addressed Kale. The player stood in a fighting pose, emitting discharges, and told the guy to go. The wolf officer and the warrior looked at this carefully, and the girl was surprised by such an ability because, in her opinion, the guy was only 15 years old. Kale pointed his hand to the witch and realized that all attention was focused on Mord, and they could take advantage of this and hide. The little boy used his finger, opening a portal of light. The little mage immediately froze, seeing another sorcerer who blocked his path. The warrior with a lively smile explained that Kale could be confident in his stealth skills, but as long as she was here, he would definitely not succeed. The blonde immediately looked back at his friend in horror and realized that all that remained was to fight. The protagonist stood in front of the enemies and told the boy that he would cover him, so he should take advantage of the moment because it was their problem and they could not involve Setia here. The swordsman grinned maliciously and asked the youth to be prepared to see hell. He pulled out his glowing blade and was going to use the body impulse and impulse edge skill. The warrior with the sword immediately rushed to fly into the attack. A powerful impulse explosion occurred, destroying everything around. Kale and the warrior looked at what was happening in horror. The wolf officer also opened his mouth in surprise. The protagonist parried the swordsman's attack with his fist. The small blonde man lifted the warrior into the air with the help of magic. He grinned angrily and understood that even if he just held this woman back, Mord had to do something. The protagonist stood in front of the wolf, while his friend understood that his comrade's magical powers, growth, and physical abilities prevailed in all aspects. The wolf was amazed that the guy knew how to use aura. The officer began to use the appearance of a dark aura and must treat the enemy accordingly. The blonde guy looked at what was happening in amazement. He did not have time to cover himself with his hands from the light beam attack. It was a powerful energy surge. Mord was sitting on the destroyed ground after such a shot. Then a powerful fiery explosion with discharges occurred. The main character coughed up blood. The enemy stomped his foot on the defeated player and said that he was much stronger than they assumed and admitted it. The wolf with his discharge aura began to walk towards the enemy and noted that when they formed their squad, they took into account that there would be several elite warriors with him, so they were still superior in strength. Mord looked askance at the claws that appeared. I realized that these top-level warriors were really stronger than he thought, and they definitely surpassed him in all respects. This bloodthirsty wolf pulled his glowing claws with an artifact. It was a thing of the gods, an artifact. The magic crystal was floating in the ruins of the palace. When the mythical era ended and the gods left the earth, the artifacts also disappeared from this world. The carriers of the highest level of divine blood can use the artifacts with the permission of their gods. The officer spread his claws to the side and laughed maliciously, because if you look at it like that, he enjoyed the favor of the one who is the founder of his family. Without raising his head, Mord grinned and understood that this was even better, because thanks to him he can test his abilities, and he became curious. He saw a huge silhouette of a healthy wolf in front of him, and felt that by merging 3 fragments of the world, he could increase the power of his magical powers, and he did not yet know what his maximum was, but if you add the blessing of battles, the rules will change. The blonde magician stretched out his hand in a fighting stance and wanted to know how long his opponent could hold out. A beam of light pierced the wolf's chin. He immediately received a light strike and fell back into the air. The furry officer spat blood from his mouth and realized that the enemy's movements and strength were completely different. Ward was about to punch him in the stomach. Suddenly, a fiery explosion occurred and the guy managed to jump back because it was a heavenly fang. Lying on the ground, the main character looked back and recognized a familiar voice. The sorceress looked down on the officer with a grin, said that now he was losing to a young guy and it was shameful. The girl was sitting on a huge tree when the wolf backed away, and she also felt ashamed because he was preparing for the fact that there would be an ambush here, but this young man single-handedly defeated them. Kale at this time was running away from a huge explosion, and the guys did not understand why this woman was here. The young guy with a smile ran away from arrows and fire because a squad of opponents arrived and now persistently pursued him. The wolf frowned angrily, emitting discharges, and turned to the boy, expressing his surprise, but ironically added that this was all he could do. He immediately flew with claws to attack the protagonist. Ward raised his tense gaze to the attack. Then they both looked away at the screams. The sorceress was sitting on the ground with a burning leg. The girl with a downcast look bulged her eyes and realized that her benefactor did not want her to interfere, so she just watched, and could only watch from the side. Setia looked at the magician with her huge eye, and said that the descendants of divine blood are so arrogant, as if they themselves became gods, although so far from it. The huge witch radiated fire throughout the forest, intimidating the children. The warrior sat on the ground in horror, looking at the giant, and did not understand how she could forget about her existence and could not sense her even with her abilities. The bright sun shone on Setia's hair, and she said that their kind of Ilderas shared divine blood among themselves, and the more of them gathered in one place, the weaker they became, but now she was the only blood relative of the spirit of the sun. A giant Setia with streams of fire walked under the sun and said that this meant that she was the strongest of her kind. Then she grabbed her head. She immediately began to run away from the explosion behind her. She bared her teeth in anger and understood that she could not use her power. The witch looked at the protagonist, who understood that since the era of legends had come to an end, Setia had become someone who could not exist in this world. In order to use divine power, she must pay, but there was nothing to pay with. The blonde exclaimed in bewilderment, being in the forest, when she was told that there was no need to strain herself since the guy wanted to focus on the enemies, and she should help Kale deal with the others. The protagonist with a satisfied smile asked the girl not to worry. He extended his hand and summoned a glowing ball, explaining, if the enemy survives after one blow, then he will beat him until he dies. Each carrier of divine blood has its own peculiarity, especially those in a coma. The blood of the god of battles Vernar's flows is the ability to catch a bullet with bare hands. The wolf with long claws stood in a fighting stance and noted that the brat has this ball of impulse, and in this case he has no chance of winning. The bloodthirsty wolf with a huge mouth opened it, and its peculiarity is that its impulse has the property of lightning. The protagonist extended his hand with a blue veil of magic, because the advantage of this peculiarity is a huge destructive force. It was the guardian of the thorn forest. When the wolf emitted powerful discharge streams throughout the space, it was good for the guardian of the thorn forest, which knocks down the opponent's momentum and blocks his actions. His mistake was that he combined his powers with the momentum. This shaggy officer stood in a fighting pose in the shackles of discharges and could not move. The main character swung his fist to hit the wolf. A crushing blow moored instead of multiple weak blows. He dealt a crushing blow directly to the wolf. A stream of air rushed through the space. The officer received a crushing blow to the body with an air/skill. He angrily opened his mouth and realized that he was hit, but he did not feel it. He bulged his eyes in horror, feeling point energies on himself. The wolf opened his mouth in amazement and realized that he was in hopelessness. A cloud of dark aura scattered into space. The protagonist raised his fist after the black aura evaporated. Ward stared ahead and realized that this was enough, and therefore wanted to turn his attention. At that moment, Setia used fire around the entire army. The witch stretched out her hand with a bright light. She directed the flames at the people in cloaks. Kale leaned forward and quickly ran away from the explosion. The warrior looked at the person of the hero in surprise, who noted that they definitely did not need his help. He looked down on the girl through his bangs and said that he would deal with her now. The elf plopped down on the ground and tried to catch his breath because he thought he was going to die. Mord looked at his comrade and the giant girl when Kale asked why he did not just kill the girl with the eye patch. The player explained that the warrior in silver blood has a taboo. He introduced a huge black dragon and said that if he tries to find out important information, then a ban is triggered that turns them into a monster, and this only causes problems. The little boy asked who these scoundrels were because he heard that the silver blood is a dangerous squad. They were talking in an empty clearing with a headless corpse of an enemy. Mord said that he sometimes ran into them in the White Kingdom of Demons, because they are very dangerous to people and in high positions they provide basic information about them. The hero himself understood that the Archduchy of Vernars is far from powerless, and the informants probably know some information about the Silver Blood. Kale crossed his arms in excitement and asked the leader how he knew everything. The protagonist replied that he had already said that the traces of God in him showed the great prophecy of peace. Setia looked back at the frightened boy and asked how the benefactor, whether the god of battles, Vernars, or other gods, showed him this prophecy. Kale was shocked that the witch was going to believe the words of their leader. The giant girl sat with her arms and legs folded and did not understand why the assistant doubted. Mord began to walk away and said that this was not a common occurrence lately. He crouched down on the ground to grab the sword when Setia asked a question about the vision of the prophecy through divine blood. The brunette answered in agreement, because foresight and prophecy have long been the subject of history. The protagonist extended his hand towards the guy who caught the sword. Kale examined the sharp blade in his hands when the leader said that this sword was used by the red-haired guy and gave it to him. The elf looked at his new weapon in admiration and realized that it looked much better than the one he was currently using, and therefore there was some benefit to the fact that he followed it everywhere and worked like crazy. A stream of black aura spread into the sky. The guys watched as a whole mountain of corpses burned. Setia stretched her palm forward and explained that even if they burned their bodies, they would still be tracked. Then, with the help of magic, she summoned glowing balls and wanted to seal the corpses. The reincarnated one and the blonde crossed their arms and looked at each other in surprise. After the end of the era of legends, mortals helped each other in studying magic with the help of government support, but they did not go that far. This was due to the fact that they are very different from gods, and Mord knew, but seeing the power of a god in real life, he truly understood it. The giant blonde put her hand to her chest, looking at the guys, and turned to the benefactor, said that she still hadn't thanked him and asked him about the dialogue earlier. The brunette looked at her intently and wanted to take the sword she defended herself with, but she said that this sword was cursed. It was a black sword, bound with chains, because he knew how to remove the curse. He imagined a black silhouette against the background of a huge demon, and explained that the reason for the danger of this blade is that the spirit of a strong demon is inside it. The witch asked if this was due to the fact that the weapon has its own mind, lures its owner with power, and plunges him into madness, eventually leading to death. The girl looked at the team with sadness when the protagonist said that he must penetrate this sword with his mind and expel it. Setia did not understand how to get rid of the spirit of a demon. He recalled how the magic stencil exorcised the ghost spirit, because when her cursed it was impossible. But after a long time his mind weakened, because it was a proven method, and Aiden removed the curse from the sword in the same way. He recalled the clone silhouette of the wolf, because during the battle he felt that he could not reach the second level of divine blood through training or talent. He imagined the grin of Ilden and the battle Kessner, because he had been watching them since they reached this level, but after the battle it became clear that he needed an achievement. The black silhouette of a man reached for the light, because to become a god, a man needs to achieve something great that will become a legend and prove that he is worthy, because this is the only way to get into their world. A pile of monster corpses lay in a heap, because only a meaningful duel to victory will bring light and glory and his divine blood. He clenched his fist in delight and realized that he had come closer to their world after today's battle, because he had won a significant victory over 3 carriers of divine blood, and one of them had reached level 2. He imagined the ruler of the ghost Vikilos in front of his small army, because he had destroyed the race of giants in the blink of an eye. That was why Mord wanted to kill him and become one step closer to level 2. The reincarnated one frowned through his bangs and asked the girl if she could put his mind into the sword. Setia closed her eyes and sweat. The protagonist found himself in a deserted, dusty space, because she could do it. He swallowed into the air, closing his mouth. He stood in the desert, holding his head, so he shouted the name of the ghost to see him. It was the sharp demonic blade of the king who ruled over countless gods, Marius, who sacrificed his own kind to create the sword, because it was a vessel meant to imprison Vikilos, who was so strong that even Marius had a hard time defeating him. The demon king sat on the throne in front of the army, and his imprisonment was a great feat. This ghost skull grinned maliciously. This skull in a demonic cape appeared in space, because he had waited for a long time and finally had a chance to escape from here. Vikilos smiled and put his hand on his chest and turned to the man with the blood of an unknown god. He was the Demon King. Wishing to give him the power to rule the world, if he made a pact with him, he would receive the power to make all his wishes come true. The Demon King pulled his bony hand towards the guy and asked this foolish man to take his hand. He imagined holding the body of the white-haired Marius and understood that he would possess it and return his body to kill the enemy who imprisoned him here and would rule this world again. The ghost looked at the reborn in bewilderment, who said that it was a lie. The protagonist put his hand on his belt and began to say that Vikilos was lying, because he did not plan to return his body until he found his own. The Demon King immediately frowned, opening his mouth when he heard that he no longer existed in this world. He imagined cut parts of the torso and blood everywhere, explaining that after Marius imprisoned him here, not only the world, but also the demon realm underwent drastic changes. Other demons absorbed his empty body without a soul, and now he is just an incorporeal thing, moreover, in the soul, having been away from the body for a long time, destined to disappear. The Reborn added that he will die soon. The Demon King floated in the black space. Gritting his teeth in his skull, he bowed his head. Then he began to rise up bloodthirstily and scream at Mort about how he dared to try to fool him with such nonsense, as if he thought he could stay alive after that. The main character scowled up at the shadow, explaining that if necessary, he could swear on his life that his oath should be tested with magic. Vikilos added that lying to a demon meant certain death. They stared into each other's eyes. The skeleton immediately moved to cover the main character with his hand. The reincarnated stood in chains above the executioner because he had the last chance to tell the truth. The brunette was squeezed by the neck with chains, and he said coldly that the Demon King's body was gone. A bunch of little devils were going to climb the mountain. Skull opened his mouth in bewilderment and did not believe what was happening. The little devils began to envelop the red demon from all sides. Vikilos was excited and his eyes bulged in shock. The fragments of his soul fell down. The ghost fell to his knees, to the ground. The protagonist stepped forward and asked about what it was like to see the truth. He walked forward, leaving footprints in the sand. It was surprising to him that Vikilos managed to maintain his psyche for thousands of years. Well, when he found out that his body no longer existed in this world, he lost his mind from shock, just like now. The Demon King looked up in horror and tried to understand why he had suffered such a fate. Mord looked down on the demon and wished him death. The elf looked at his sharp blade with admiration and understood that it was the legendary sword of that demon. Since the curse was lifted, now he should call it divine. Mord raised his hand in bewilderment, looking at the grin of the guy, who hinted that he himself could use the sword. The secondary hero explained that there was a person who could become an excellent master for him. He immediately put the sword in his bag and answered the guy that he still did not know this person and reminded that he received a new sword an hour ago. The protagonist looked up at the witch and asked her about her next steps. She sat in an empty white space and explained that she was not allowed to be in this world, and she did not know when she would go to heaven because she had nowhere to go and no way to take revenge. She sadly closed her eyes, lowered her head and said that in any case, she had no choice. The main character looked at him sullenly and explained that she still had a chance to take revenge. The blonde imagined the large silhouette of Marius with horror when Mort explained because he was in this world as a member of the Silver Blood. She sat on the ground opposite the guy and did not understand how this was possible. He began to explain to her that Marius looked completely different from how she remembered and a lot of things that happened between her imprisonment and the end of the era of legends. It was a huge wall above the clear sky, and she said that she did not know all the situations, but if Marius was in this world, then he also had a reason to stay here. Setia with a furious appearance sat at the gate and said this. Kale and Mord stood opposite the girl, folding her arms, who said that the world in which the era of legends came to an end denies her existence, so she has no choice but to imprison herself until the time comes, and she will be imprisoned if she enters this door. The boys looked at the girl in shock as she asked her benefactor to keep the key from her. The witch closed her eyes, standing with her back to the gate, and explained that she had become the strongest mage of her kind and thought she could kill a god, but her power was useless if she went to heaven before she did so. She presented the key, bound with chains, and asked the benefactor that when she fought Marius, he should free her from captivity so that she could take revenge. She entered the gate with fiery ardor. Mord looked up in bewilderment and asked the witch if she was sure. The blonde looked down with a trembling gaze and answered in the affirmative. The Reborn gazed up and said that he would make sure that she met Marius. The sunny sky enveloped the castle. The white-haired man looked up at the night sky and laughed. A guy in a coat came to Marius' balcony and didn't understand why the mage was laughing. The old man with a glass of wine said that after a long time, he felt his power being released in a swampy and foggy area. The white-haired guy frowned at the old man and asked him if he had any power left in this world and why he didn't get it back. The old man raised his full glass of wine and replied that he could have died if he tried, so he planned to get the sword and the fragment after he gained his strength, but someone did it for him. Marius took a sip of wine when the assistant asked him about the defeat. The old man replied that he was grateful, and now he could not see the one he didn't want, and when he went to get his sword back, he planned to reward that person. The old man wiped a drop of wine from his face with a malicious smile. A powerful explosion occurred with stone fragments. Mord was in the cave and examined the chest, while Kale thought that it was true that it was possible to get to the center of the ruins in a way, bypassing all the obstacles simply by destroying the wall. In the chest there was a book and various jewelry, because there were 6 relics left by a great magician of ancient times. Kale looked at the golden bracelet in his hands in a daze and noted that they were all beautiful but intended for magicians, but there was something he could use. He immediately put this beautiful bracelet on his hand, with which he could summon the spirit of fire, and whoever owns the magic of the spirits of nature, it is easier to control the magic of the spirit of fire with this bracelet. The blonde looked in amazement at the brunette, who closed his eyes and did not understand how this was possible. The reborn explained that this was a relic of a great magician who owned divine power, and the power of a god cannot be made possible. Mord watched closely as Kale looked at the bracelet and realized that the guy was definitely an important partner. But considering what awaited them in the future, he was still inexperienced, and in this case, the most effective way was to make him stronger with the help of spirit magic. This guy spread his arms to the sides and called on various elemental magic. The protagonist looked at the jewelry on his hand in bewilderment and tried to figure out what to do with the rest, because he had already decided what he would give and what he would use himself. He imagined the silhouette of a man covering with a barrier from evil magic and understood that this ring allows you to detect ambushes and other unexpected dangers and activate the power of protection. This black silhouette with a bracelet was trying to fight, because this bracelet allows its owner to accumulate their magical abilities and then use them at the right moment. The little boy noted with shock that he saw such powerful ancient relics for the first time. The youth looked at the leader, who was looking away, and he explained that they were not finished yet and were going to go get the fragment of the world that was in the statue of the magician. It was a stone statue of a magician with a staff, and after this mission they should go to rest. It was a stone cave with shining crystals, because on the 3rd day Mord cleared the dungeon hidden behind the waterfall and got the 7th fragment of the world and a huge amount of ethereal stones. He imagined the separation of these crystals with light rays, because the 3 fragments merged into one and their position was 3-2-1-1. Considering that the total number of fragments is in the hundreds, he was very lucky that 3 of the 7 fragments he had obtained so far merged into one. It was a whole bunch of shining crystals, and an ethereal stone, which is the basis of magic, is necessary in the production of magical items or structures and can be used as a unit of currency. The orange sky covered the wooden houses, and the protagonist headed to the next destination after collecting the stones, so they were going to have dinner at this place and move on. Kale closed his eyes and smiled. The main character was eating huge pieces of meat with relish, and the assistant was wondering how the wallet was becoming empty. The brunette saw how Kale was eating a loaf of bread with relish, because he took into account the religion he had recently received, and it was worth it. The young guy asked the leader about why their next destination was so far away, right from the eastern part of the Rutland Kingdom to the west central. Mord was eating a piece of meat with relish and explained that there were 2 reasons for this. The first was to make it harder for the silver blood to track them, and the second was that there was an urgent matter there. A chandelier with candles hung in the barn between the guys' dialogue. The 2 comrades were sitting at a wooden table, and the elf asked about what he felt, that the atmosphere here seemed very strange, as if people were making a fuss, as if something had happened. Kale covered his mouth with his hand and looked around, because they were being looked at. A brown-haired man in an old shirt approached them and asked them if they were mercenaries. The reincarnated looked up at the guest and asked them if they needed mercenaries. The guy timidly scratched the back of his head and was going to somehow justify himself. The leader and his assistant stared at the guy, who explained that about 2 weeks ago, ogres began to appear near the village. He imagined how a huge green monster attacked them, because ogres are creatures that people are afraid to encounter, because he had heard a lot about them, but he saw them for the first time. A whole crowd of villagers were able to knock down the huge monster, because fortunately, in their village there are people who know how to fight, so they were able to beat one. But that was not the end. After a while, dead people were lying on the square, and the monsters continued to attack, because the number of dead and injured increased, which terrified the village. The villagers looked in amazement at the man in the black cloak, who appeared 3 days ago. This guy from under the hood smirked, because as soon as he learned about the situation in the village, he willingly offered his help. This guy in the cloak cut off the heads of monsters and in just 1 day exterminated all of them in the area, and even the ogres that appeared in their territory again, he cut the throats with his sword. The brunette looked closely at this guy, who I realized that this morning the swordsman came to catch the monsters, but due to an emergency, he could not return until the evening. The villager put his hand to his chest when Mort asked if they knew the appearance of the swordsman. The protagonist's eyes widened as he imagined the black shadow of the fighter. It was a man with the same muscular body as Mort and had light brown hair tied in a ponytail and was using a huge 2-handed sword. The protagonist looked away and realized that it was the same fighter, so he asked the villager to look and show them the way. A pile of bloody monster corpses were scattered in the clearing when Kale stated that it smelled like small-scale demonification, and if they reached the entrance of the dungeon, dozens of monsters would fall upon them in a wave. Well, judging by the fact that the bodies of ogres and monsters appeared in succession, they were not there yet. Kale was amazed to imagine the cloaked swordsman, and he was curious about who the hero of the village was, who most likely earned a good reputation for himself and could possibly be a descendant of Vernar's. The young man exclaimed as he presented the sharp blade and assumed that the swordsman had used his dagger. The reincarnated man walked forward and explained that there was no rule that a descendant had to fight barehanded, and that he was most likely able to hide his origins, and that his intuition was telling him so. Mord stared ahead and reasoned that in the original, Leon told Aiden that he had accidentally stumbled upon the ruins and had received the legacy of the god of battles there while trying to ward off the danger in the village during his travels. At that moment, the swordsman was near a bright flash of light, and it seemed that now was the time for it. They approached an abandoned building with a chasm where they expected the demonification to be. The two of them stood in front of a stone building with a magical portal. In their memories, fragments of stone were flying down because it seemed that the ground had collapsed due to some kind of tremors similar to an earthquake, so ruins were appearing on the surface. The reincarnated man knelt down, peering into the hole, and explained that it was at that moment that the demonification occurred and the dungeon collapsed. He stared down and thought about how the original did not describe when Leon descended into the dungeon and where it was, so he did not think he would meet him like this. The boy frantically placed his palm on the ground and was surprised. The blade with the stencils was destroyed. A group of fleshy skeletons looked at the defeated fighter and asked him why was he swinging a blade that he could not even use. This fighter wiped his lip with his hand and wondered why the skeleton was interested in this. It was a blonde guy, clenching his fist in admiration, who addressed the demon scoundrel and thought about how they were very strong, and not only were they at the level of high-ranking undead, but also judging by their fighting skills, these skeletons were from the Vernar's family. The leader of the skeletons started laughing, raising his hand, because he expected the descendants of Vernar's to be very arrogant, but he didn't mind because it would turn out to be a good fight for him. The fighter lowered his head, holding his stomach, and did not understand where these skeletons of their ancestors came from, because it would be unreasonable for him to die in such a place. The brown-haired man bulged his eyes in shock and declared that before he died, he must strike more than once. The skeleton with flesh ran bloodthirstily to attack and asked the enemy to fight until death, because it would be more interesting. This swordsman looked in amazement at the energy surge that destroyed the bones. Right in the center of the fight, this skeleton fell apart. Another skeleton extended a finger at the walking silhouette of the protagonist, immediately asked who he was. The reincarnated one looked closely at the skeleton and asked him the same question. Suddenly, the skeleton fragments began to reunite into a silhouette when the magician began to assume that the skeleton was not the core of the dungeon, and must have done this remote from the demon realm using some trick, and therefore did not understand why he should tell him anything. The skeleton connected its joints with the flesh and noted that the guest spoke to him arrogantly. The leader of the skeletons with demonic eyes spread his arms and declared to the arrogant scoundrel about his endurance and strength, which he wanted to test. Suddenly, the fighter rushed from his place. This bloodthirsty skeleton flew to attack the main character. The reincarnated immediately swung his glowing fist. He dealt a crushing blow straight to the skeleton. Then with his glowing hand, he flew to finish off the monster. The reincarnated released a mirage destruction and an energy burst of light. This beam of light was directed at the skeleton army. The bone monsters stared at the glowing balls in a daze. The flesh skeletons stared at the electric discharges in a daze. The powerful electric discharges spread throughout the entire space. Mord stared at the scene in the empty area. He stood in a deserted, dark place and declared that there was no need to awaken the divine blood. He then looked back at the swordsman in the distance and asked him if he was trying to act cool by playing with these dolls. The swordsman replied that it would be a waste of power. The severed head of the skeleton emitted a red macaw and said that Wuragun, the Earl of the Demon Realm, would never forget how he was humiliated. The protagonist immediately crushed the skeleton's skull with his foot. He arrogantly raised his foot and said that he was the arrogant bastard. The brown-haired man looked at the silhouette of the reincarnated man in amazement and wondered who this guy was, because he couldn't defeat them even if he awakened the divine blood. The blonde man's eyes widened in surprise and he was amazed that the leader's intuition was right. The young man looked up at the swordsman, who recognized Mr. Leon, and didn't understand why he was here. The swordsman immediately went to attack the guys, and tried to figure out who they were as if his family had ordered them to pursue him. The brunette looked at the irritated Leon, who assumed that they were going to take him back to themselves, because he used to be the 5th contender for the place of the heir of the Vernar's family. The fighter convulsively bared his teeth, raising his fists, because he refused the place of the heir 5 years ago and left the Archduchy, and in the original, he met Aiden and became his faithful ally. It was a gloomy clearing with shadows, and the guests reported that they only found him at the request of the villagers. Leon didn't believe it, and was told that if he didn't believe it, then he should leave. The protagonist looked away and told the guy that he didn't like that the person he saved doubted him, so he told him to get lost. The brown-haired man's eyes widened in amazement when he heard that he wouldn't have been able to cope with demonification anyway due to his injury. Kale, timidly scratching the back of his head, was going to come closer and told this gentleman that he recognized him because he had seen him before, because he was a warrior of high rank, although it didn't seem that way. The young guy smiled and put his hand to his chest, and Leon saw that this guy had the same rank as him, and he introduced himself as a member of the guards and was under the command of General Ilden. Leon frowned angrily when he heard that the Archduchy of Vernars didn't care about them so much that no one was pursuing them. Ward crossed his arms when Leon sadly declared that they would not look for him, and in the original, this guy was sullen and arrogant. The swordsman frowned and scratched his neck and thanked the fighter for saving him and apologized for his doubts, and here he seemed different to the guys. It was the name Leon Vernars. This swordsman in a cape ran near the cherry blossoms, because from an early age he was compared with his talented brothers and he lacked the support of his family. The villagers looked at the swordsman in the square in surprise, and during this time, he obtained the inheritance of the god of battle in some ruins. He became as strong as his brothers thanks to the help of advanced items and the blessing of the god. Leon was in the forest next to the red-haired Aiden, whom he should meet in 5 years. The red-headed guy reached out his hand to Leon, in whom he saw potential and wanted him to join the fight for the throne. The naked brown-haired man stretched his hand towards the whole city, because after that, with full support, he would take the role of the Archduke. He imagined a huge diamond-shaped crystal, because at the same time, he would transmit all the fragments of the world to Aiden, sincerely believing that his savior would protect the world from evil. Drops of blood were in the space, because this trust would be completely destroyed. The swordsman stared dumbfoundedly at the bottle of potion that Kale was supposed to give him to recover. The swordsman was surprised that they weren't going to take him on the raid. Leon raised his hand in the conversation between the guys when Mord said that they didn't know what could happen here. It was better than taking a wounded man along. Brown-haired was going to join the fight, and he could still fight. The protagonist looked at the swordsman with displeasure and said that he would get in the way. The swordsman's eyes widened, because he was told that he was ready to become a hindrance to his saviors for the sake of his ego. He immediately bared his teeth in anger. The swordsman immediately turned around with an offended expression, crossed his arms, and apologized for his stubbornness. The protagonist raised his fist and thought that it was good, because he was going to knock him out and leave him outside if he continued to press his line. Kale was about to leave and asked the leader if he was going to continue alone. The brunette closed his eyes and asked for the wind spirit to be sent to find him. The brunette put his hands on his hips, being far away, and thought about Leon being trapped and falling into the underground ruins, and it was clear how he received the inheritance of the god of battles. He walked closer to the stone black pillar, intending to see if he could find what he was looking for. He stared down and clenched his fist. He began to destroy everything around him, breaking the fragments, and understood what he could find if he only destroyed everything. He broke through the stone wall and entered the library, because these were historical records of the losers and the power struggle within the Vernars family. He leafed through a book with images of combat techniques where there were studies and their developments, and all of this was left by the Vernars. He put the book in his bag and did not realize if they would be useful, but he had a bag, so it certainly would not hurt to take them. He started walking towards the coffin that only a member of the Vernars family could open, where the inheritance of the god was. He put his hand on the lid and emitted light. Inside the coffin was a crystal fragment of the world. His black silhouette frowned, imagining the various crystals, because now he has 3 + 3 + 1 + 1. He held a stone slab with hieroglyphs that summoned the god of battle in the novel. He touched the red hieroglyphs with his hand and emitted sparks. Suddenly, he was excited, finding himself in a space with electricity. He smiled with a grin and felt that just one touch was filled with his desire to fight. He held this plate in his hands and felt that it was unusual and was sure that it could offer the same experience as the tomb of the god of battle. He also put it in the bag. Looking to the side, he realized that this was the inheritance of the god that helped Leon overcome his lack of talent. He imagined bloodthirsty dragons, mythical creatures that no longer exist. The god of lightning fought another dragon, which was an object created by using the dragon's head that the god of battles received during a hunt. He raised his hand above his head with the belt of the god of battles. The brunette looked back at his assistant, who came and saw this magical item. The protagonist replied that it was an ancient relic that was made from dragon skin. On the shelves were books and various antiques. Mort added that it was a rather rare item, and usually such things are enchanted, and noted that this thing was different because the god of battles used it until he ascended. Kale smiled maliciously, looking at the shining belt of the awakened one, which looked great on him and held his waist well. The young boy realized that the hero made the swordsman leave because he didn't want to show him these things. They were tree branches. Leon sat and sadly sat by the tree, realizing his helplessness. Then he looked back in a daze. He looked at the stone building in the dungeon. The guys appeared right in front of him, rushing into the clearing. They began to approach him closer. Kale threw his hands behind his head and said that he was happy at the thought that they would face demons, but there were none. Mord inquired about the fighter's well-being, who explained that he was already much better. The brown-haired man looked at the frowning look of the reincarnated one and explained that he did not even know his name. The main character introduced himself, saying that he was the illegitimate son of the family, the Vernars. The swordsman scratched his chin with disdain since he thought that there was no Mord in the main line of the family and asked his age. The main character looked at him attentively and said that he was 15. Leon immediately opened his eyes in shock from such news. The evening sky enveloped their location, and the swordsman was still shocked that the guy had such an aura at 15 years old and even reached the rank of master at such a young age, as if he had been training since birth. The reincarnated one looked attentively through his bangs and answered with doubt, because he did not understand why he should tell him about this, even if it was true. The swordsman looked at him in amazement and apologized for being rude. Mord was about to leave when the guy tried to stop him because they were done here and Leon needed to rest because he was opening the blood so he would feel better when he ate and slept. The secondary character left without looking back when the blonde looked back. Mord replied that they would stay here for a couple of days and leave. The brown-haired man inquired about their goals, but was rudely told that it was none of his business since these plans were not related to his family. The brunette's eyes widened when Leon ran up behind him and was about to go with them. The main character looked at the guy with displeasure and did not understand what was happening to him since his character was too different from his description in the novel, and asked him about his goal. The reincarnated one frowned at him from under the shadow, surprised by the senselessness of the motive. The swordsman extended his hand, and Mord, without looking back, said that he had one day. The protagonist looked forward and without looking back, said that he would give him one day to think about it and wanted to hear a good reason tomorrow evening and then decide when he heard it. Len looked at the leader in surprise. A small boy stood behind Mord with a smile and invited the guest to go with them, since the Lord promised them dinner if they returned alive. The building with a red roof stood under the night sky. All the inhabitants were waiting for their return. That evening, a thief in the village asked if they wanted any reward for preventing the demonification of the village. Kale and Leon were sitting at a table with food. The young man asked for money with a smile, and the swordsman timidly asked for a new sword to replace the old one. Mord asked for a large place isolated from the outside world. The protagonist looked at the plate on the ground with confusion and realized that this was the banquet hall for the heir of the Lord. He was bleeding from his finger. This blood fell on the plate with stencils. He stood on the edge of the ledge and looked at the large moon because he felt the world of his mind, and it seemed that this time he could not choose the location. Mord immediately looked back at the old man, who ironically noted this beautiful view and a good place to fight someone. The god of battles grinned maliciously and noted for his descendant that they had not seen each other for a long time. The protagonist looked at him through his bangs and noted that very god. Vernars replied that he was a remnant of the god of battle, but he was not some illusion or copy because the god of battle's reign in heaven was still connected to him. They stood opposite each other on a rocky hill. The old man crossed his arms and noted that the boy had become much stronger and wanted to continue the previous lesson with him. The young boy replied that he had 2 questions before they began. He asked the first question about why he was smaller than his descendants and if there would be any side effects if one of his descendants realized too much potential. The old man lowered his head in anger under the moonlight. Mord told the god how the Vernars family had changed and what the Archduke was doing now to avoid aging, and the god of battle did not like it at all. The protagonist, dumbfounded, imagined the old man on the chair. Vernars said that the Archduke was strong, and he was strong enough to be called the reincarnation of the god of battle, and from what he knew, he had reached level 4 of the divine blood and had been aging rapidly since then, and what could he say about his height, hinting that his blood might be heavily mixed. He imagined the silhouettes of the nobles in the carriage, and heard that the family was over 400 years old, and he was sure that many other families had been added to the guy, because there were strongmen among the giants, but they did not live long, and maybe that was the case. The fighter realized that the reason why the Archduke was aging so quickly was not revealed in the novel, but if another family was involved, then everything was clear. The fighter opened his mouth wide. Between them, in a stream of light, another guy landed, who wanted to finish with the questions. The guy who appeared said that his fists were itching and did not understand why these people were talking for a long time. The brunette frowned maliciously and noted that he and the weakling had not seen each other for a long time. The naked guy put his hand on his belt with a smile and said that last time he got it from Mord and now he could not hold back. This guy frowned maliciously and wanted to start a duel. The white-haired protagonist frowned and felt the feeling, as expected, that the power of his divine blood was different from his personal one. He imagined this naked guy raising the dragon's head. This was Vernars, a demigod born from the union of a woman and the sky god Arita. He made the divine blood inherited from his father completely his own, and became a god through his own achievements. What the protagonist used was Vernar's divine blood. The blonde guy smiled maliciously, standing in a fighting stance, because this 10-year-old god of battle uses the divine blood of Arita. He immediately began to swing his fist with a grin, and Mord felt this different power as something familiar. A moment later, the brunette stood there covered in bumps. The naked guy walked past his clone stuck in the ground, and noticed that Mord had already beaten the 10-year-old and was forcing him to personally engage in battle, as if he had not fought him 5 months ago. The reincarnated one stretched out his glowing fist, because during this time he had mastered the aura. The fighter smiled maliciously, raising his sparkling hands, and was amazed, but he had mastered it at the age of 12. He immediately raised his hands with a glowing aura of a beginner in glee, because he wanted to show him the next level that he should strive for. Suddenly, his eyes widened when he heard about the acceleration aura. It was the acceleration of the aura in the form of a green hieroglyph. The fighters stood opposite each other when the protagonist emitted light, because it was a skill that uses a highly concentrated aura and which accelerates at the right moment to gain destructive power. The reincarnated one rushed to attack straight at the chest of the opponent, because he had trained countless times in the realm of his mind, but never in the real world, and it was time to fix it. A powerful energy beam of light stretched forward. The protagonist looked back in a daze. He saw the cut body of his opponent. Vernars watched his fighter cut from the hill, because he did not expect this. The lower part of the enemy's body began to evaporate, and the brunette still could not realize that the old man was much weaker than him in abilities. However, at that time he was very arrogant, and this is his poison, as if all the heroes of the era of legends are like that. The protagonist said that no matter how talented the old man was, he still cannot become a hero without luck. Vernars immediately began to laugh loudly, and he heard that this was how they were going to console him. The main character replied that he simply did not feel better because he won. Another guy immediately landed in front of the hero and introduced himself as a 23-year-old guy who should not disappoint him. The brunette with long hair smiled maliciously and said that he would do everything possible to improve. I saw his black hair, and his pupils were silver, and this is evidence that he has more Arita blood. The reincarnated man tilted his head and smirked as he thought about how the enemy hadn't even developed his magical abilities, let alone awaken the divine blood. His strength was at the same level as his personal ones after awakening the divine blood. He saw this naked monster enemy under the red moon. The enemy looked down on the protagonist and wanted to get started, because now the real lesson would begin. The character angrily flew into the attack. He missed his blow near the face. The long-haired brunette sat down on the ground. He touched his wounded cheek and noted that the guy was really growing quickly to an impossible level. The protagonist sat on the ground, covered in blood, and thought it was nonsense, even though he fought with him 500 times, but hit him only once. The fighter smirked at the battered Mord and was surprised that he still managed to touch his face after 500 battles, because he did not take him seriously, so he almost got hit in the face. The reborn with a bloody hand clenched his bicep and understood that even if his physical health was restored, his mental health was not. And besides, the more he fought, the more he understood what a monster the opponent was, since he lost 500 times. Mord immediately bared his teeth angrily, and in any case, he was going to hit him in the face. The reborn walked forward with his huge shadow. The guy in black shorts looked at the old man in bewilderment and asked how much more was left. The god of battles replied that there were still 100 attempts left, and the descendant had collected many fragments of the world, so they still had some time. And since the fragments took on the bulk of the power, the fee for using the power of the heavens was less, considering how fast he was growing, and the subordinate would soon have to awaken the divine blood. The blonde guy put his hand to his chest when his opponent was in doubt, because Mord had grown a lot, but it seemed that this was his maximum. The old man began to smile maliciously and asked for his opinion again. It was the 520th attempt of the duel. In the 559th attempt, the protagonist fought off numerous blows. In the next attempt, the fist almost caught the guy's face. The guy flew into the ground with a crushing blow. The brunette looked at his mentor, who explained that this was the 610th attempt, and the fighter noted that it was not even necessary to awaken the divine blood. The protagonist was sitting on the ground near the destroyed wall. He imagined his floating body in the black space and his outstretched hand, because it made him angry, because he had to punch the enemy in the face and at some point forgot how to move. He felt that the more tired he was mentally, the more something was seething inside him and he wanted to leave it. Suddenly, Mord's eyes widened, lying in space. He imagined this old man with aura discharges in an air funnel. Vernars with an empty face asked him not to even think and leave it to his instinct. Suddenly, he widened his eyes. The brunette put his hands behind his head and said that since they were done, it was very timely, but that was not all. Mord stood calmly in front of his enemy in a hurricane of wind. The brunette and the old man stared at their enemy and felt completely different sensations. Behind Mord's gloating face, the old man's face appeared. A powerful aura discharged from Mord was flying towards the enemy. The subordinate of the god of battles put out his fists in a daze. The protagonist swung his sparkling fist, immediately delivered a crushing blow with a flash. The guy in black shorts landed backwards. He saw Mord flying from above with discharges. The fighter's eyes bulged in fear. A powerful smoke explosion with sparks of electricity occurred. The blonde guy with a grin looked to the side and noted that if he had not returned, it would have been bad. He stood on the edge of the ledge and looked into the air funnel. Mord lay on the ground, leaning on his hands, and did not understand what it was, because he did not even remember how he attacked the enemy. Vernars immediately began to clap his hands and with a smile said that the divine blood of Eret, the god of the sky, had awakened in the guy. The god of battles added that it was not his mind, but his instinct, and they realized that he had this power. Vernars smiled widely in admiration and asked him not to forget this feeling when Mord fully awakened her and balanced her with the power inherited from him, because he would understand what it was like to have two divine powers within him. The reincarnated man looked at his palm in bewilderment and understood that now it meant balance was important. He imagined this naked god in a white sheet, because he understood that the power of Arita is the power of a god, which is very powerful, but can completely take over a person's mind, and therefore he needs to make the power of the god of battle the main one so that he can use it without losing his mind. It was a rocky hill that was starting to crack, because Vernars wanted to talk to the guy more, but he did not have time. He was going to sleep with a glowing finger to the protagonist's forehead and blessed him with divine health. Vernars stretched his finger with a smile and wished to wait for their next meeting, because he would be interested in how he would master the power of Arita by then. The protagonist closed his eyes with a smile when he was asked to stop keeping it a secret and send someone else here, because he was already tired of him, and Mord could think about it. The god of battles closed his eyes and said that they would meet the descendant again. The protagonist saw a swordsman in front of him. Leon stared at his comrade and said that he was waiting for him. Before explaining why he wanted to come with them, they should know why he left home. The fighter remembered himself as a child at a funeral conference because his father was a direct descendant of the Vernars family, but he died in battle trying to prevent demonification. But his mother's relatives were not powerful enough to put their own man in the place that his father occupied. He recalled how his wounded hand reached out to the evil god of battles, as the people who supported their family began to abandon them one by one, restrict them in everything and intimidate them, as when he was training it was much easier to turn to the god of battles in situations where the instructor was pressuring any candidate. The more their family was intimidated, the more pressure was put on him to become the best. He remembered hands touching his shoulders, because compared to other candidates he lacked talent, but he was considered capable. But once he officially became a warrior, he faced a cruel reality. If he was talented, then the rest were considered geniuses. In his memories, a bunch of hands reached out to him in demonic eyes with mouths. Compared to them, he suffered from pressure, but what was much harder to cope with was the reproaches from his relatives, especially his mother. She told him why he couldn't even do this, because he needed to try harder, and thus he tarnished the reputation of their family. Leon was afraid of fists and beatings as a child, because his mother instilled in him every day that he should be the best, but over time she became hysterical. But every time she saw that he was not good enough, she showed cruelty to him. He was not physically hurt, because he was used to it, but his soul was torn to shreds. He remembered little sister Erna holding his finger with a smile, and thus holding him back from escaping. In the memories, the adult girl looked at the bloodthirsty dinosaur, but Erna began to show her genius and people began to compare them more and more since he could no longer smile in the form of his sister since she began to seem dangerous to him. He raised his head angrily and began to hate himself for deciding to leave the family then. Also in the memories, his mother, as a demon, looked at her son with horror since when she was dying, she looked at him with eyes like a demon and began to curse him since seeing her was hell for him. When his mother passed away, he felt freedom. The inhabitants looked at the swordsman in a cloak in surprise since on the day of her funeral, he left the family and in a world far from the Vernars family, he felt free and strong. He stepped on thin ice with a bang because he realized that all of this was an illusion. At that very moment, he bowed before the huge skeletons because he only encountered enemies that were weaker than him, and for the past 5 years he had not tested his limits since he was destroyed and realized this only when he was on the verge of death. But at that moment, the protagonist with discharges, auras appeared and gave him another chance. The swordsman stared intently with his bulging eye and explained that it was then that he felt that this was fate. He immediately slammed his hand on the table and excitedly declared that he wanted to go with them on a raid to understand what this feeling was. The brown-haired man with a big face immediately wilted when he finished his speech. Mord crossed his arms and looked at his comrade with displeasure, asking him if he had finished his speech. But he was still interested in hearing from his lips the story that he read in the original, but the guy talks too much. Leon frowned in confusion as he looked at the revived man, who explained that the road would be much more dangerous than he thought as the Silver Blood organization was pursuing him. He recalled the same gloating old man with long hair and added that he had heard of the silver blood when he was a mercenary, which really existed. The protagonist explained that their military power was on the same level as the Vernar's family. The swordsman clenched his fist in admiration, because the protagonist did not refuse him and explained that he did not know exactly when they would encounter enemies, so he asked him to think about it. Okay. Leon looked at the leader with a trembling smile and said that he would help when they fought them, as he did not know how to thank him for saving him, because in fact he did not owe him anything and would not die on the battlefield, as he was destined to become an archduke. The brunette sat down at the chair with displeasure and understood that this guy, although a genius, but he is a direct descendant of the Vernar's family. If he raises him well, the fighter will become as strong as in the original. All the guys were sitting at the table when Leon jumped up in surprise. Kale asked the leader if he was sure, because if they take this guy with them, they may have problems, but this is already Mord's personal business. Kale exchanged glances with the swordsman with a smile, who asked him not to worry, since he is just a man who lost the war for the place of the heir and it is unlikely that something can happen. So he asked the young guy to just call him by his name, since he has long since left the family and it is a little strange when they address him as Mr. The starry sky was changing in the morning above the house, since they already needed to go to bed, since tomorrow they will leave the west central region, the kingdom of Lutman in the county of Palos. Dawn was already coming out from behind the mountains. The townspeople were walking around the square, as it was expected that there would be many mercenaries here, since there were countless monsters from Mount Limos, so there would always be work. The blonde looked at Leon with a trepidation look and asked why he bought all this. The swordsman was in armor, throwing his sword behind his head, since he was going to hide his identity in this way, since people would understand that he was from the Vernar's family if he fought without equipment. The youth added that they had a leader and it was hardly necessary. Leon said that he was just preparing in advance in case they had work related to his family. The knight in a helmet and with a sword also added that he was used to using a weapon, because he walked with it after leaving his family, so it became clear to the guys why he had such poor skills. In the memories, Leon was lying on the ground after the fight with the leader, since on the way here he fought with him several times and always lost. The brunette turned away from the argument of his comrades in displeasure when the swordsman was going to test his abilities with the blonde. So the reborn asked them to do it after they went to the black market and asked the assistant to find out how to get there. The knight and Kale looked to the side with a feeling when the boy was going to find out what could be useful here, and Leon figured out how to get there. It was a small building with windows. Mord was standing around the corner of the building with the knight, who was perplexed that they had come all this way just for this thing. Mord explained that it was not an easy thing and asked the knight to drop his blood there. The swordsman looked at the leader's hand in confusion. I did not understand why he should drop blood there. A moment later, a drop of blood fell on a shard. The protagonist put his hand on his belt and the shard began to glow. Suddenly, this shard on the black glove became larger. The protagonist closed his eyes and explained that this was a relic, the stone giant's gloves, which could only belong to those with divine blood because they used it. Not magical powers, so they needed to be fed regularly. Because they were good, like protective items, if they were activated, they temporarily strengthened his powers. The revived one looked at the exclaiming knight in bewilderment, who did not understand how the stone giant could have this, and was shocked that he would receive this thing. Mord understood that he had to be sure that their comrade was strong enough, and if he took what belonged to Leon, then he should give him at least this in return. Then the protagonist held in his hands small warning earrings, because the ancient spirit inside them would warn him of danger. When they were activated during battle, they would strengthen his senses. The white-haired protagonist held out the glowing earrings. Kale clenched his fist with a malicious smile as it was meant for him, and in that case he would need to pierce his ears, which he was not against. The brunette began to dig around in his bag further, as the guys understood that he had bought 3 things and there should be one more, and it would be a continuation of what he found last time. He held in his hands 2 books that he had bought at the previous black market. He put these glowing books on the grass. Then the book caught fire above his head and began to mutate. The black book plopped down on the grass, emitting smoke. He immediately took it with his hand. He opened this gloomy book on the grass and understood that a map had appeared on the pages, and he would do the remaining difficult work gradually. Ward put the book in his bag when Leon opposite him had to answer another question. Kale immediately raised his hand with an admiring look and intervened in the conversation, as he wanted to take on this task to find out where the informants are, and the people in the back alleys will help with this. The protagonist looked intently to the side and said that he was looking for Aiden, a mercenary mage who was about 50–60 years old. It was a mountainous area in the forest, because they were going to the dungeon, because this is the real reason why they are here. Mord walked between his comrades when the swordsman asked him about who Aiden was, because he asked to find the names of this person. The reborn explained that this is the carrier of divine blood, whose enemy is silver blood. It was the god of the forest and wisdom Magenta, who was with his minions. This was a god who is said to be an old hermit and helps others find the right path, because divine blood is ideal for becoming a mage, since now it is very difficult to find someone who has inherited divine blood. He imagined Aiden with lightning and added that among them, this person was the only one who could awaken the power of divine blood. The protagonist stared ahead and thought that this was why Aiden was called a genius mage, because this monstrous power was possible because of the sacrifice of his older sister. He imagined his sister sitting in a black space, and the older she got, the more often she heard voices in her head. The girl with lightning walked through the square, frightening the inhabitants, because when the silver blood attacked their family, she sacrificed herself and awakened the divine blood to save her brother. After the bloody battle, the sister hugged her little brother because she turned this power into a blessing, gave it to her brother and died. In the memories, Aiden held his hand to his body and felt how his divine blood, which had been dormant until then, awakened. The adult mercenaries treated the little Aiden with trepidation as he began to work for them in Palos, slowly earning himself a reputation despite his young age. The leader walked forward in the clearing and Kale asked in surprise what he was going to do with Aiden when he found him. However, the protagonist did not have a clear plan, as the future was changing because of him, so he needed to see if Aiden was living the same life as in the original, and he needed to see what had changed before he could act. However, there was something he had to do first. Leon and the blonde looked in surprise from behind Mord when he thought they had arrived. They were standing on the edge of a hill and looking at a waterfall, as this was where the dungeon should be. Rebirth immediately jumped down into the water, as in the near future, Aiden would find his first fragment of the world here, as well as detailed records of them. He flew down with an animated look, waving his hand. Next, he punched a hole in the lake into the dungeon, as these were his first steps to becoming a mage who dominates the world. The protagonist stared through the drops of water and did not understand. If he took a fragment of the world before Aiden did, then how would his fate change? The guys followed the leader through the cave. Kale noted with surprise that he would never have thought that there could be a dungeon behind the waterfall, and he wondered how he knew about it. Kale sighed heavily when Mord walked forward, because he ignored the night and was always like this. The elf looked back into the cave and asked the reborn about what kind of dungeon it was. Without looking back, Mord answered that they were here for a short time or he could be mistaken. They came to a huge corridor with statues of knights and geometric figures. These were tiles with geometric shapes, because this dungeon has both puzzles and traps, because this is a ruined dungeon. The protagonist jumped onto a red cell, when the guys were surprised and explained that if they could not solve the puzzles, it meant that they would not clear the dungeon, that they received an answer, that there was a much faster way. The stone guards immediately looked away. Mord raised his pumped-up arms from the flying spears. Small explosions occurred near his large hand. He stood on the tiles and summoned an air aura. He swung in space with a demonic red eye. He immediately destroyed some of the tiles and raised a cloud of smoke. The reborn looked intently through his bangs and understood that he could simply destroy the traps. The sweaty knight, together with the grinning Kale, stepped onto the cells. Leon added that he hadn't often been to dungeons and ruins that didn't have demonification, and suggested that they should come up with another way. It was a statue of a bloodthirsty vampire with wings. The guys looked up at the gargoyle statue in surprise. A black stone pillar stood in a red room. The blonde asked what room it would be this time. The knight replied that it made no difference, because Mord would destroy every room they entered. The guys walked along the tiles, seeing stone pillars, and the leader added that such puzzles were a kind of adventure. The blonde and the knight approached a tile puzzle, or he thought that in this puzzle you need to look for identical pictures. Kale added that they can only be seen with magic, but there are no magicians among them. The smooth character immediately broke the puzzle with a blow. The gargoyle statues began to wake up with glowing eyes. An entire army of winged vampires began to descend on the boys. Black marks remained on the ceiling and walls. 3 warriors were prepared for the change in location. A huge stone golem entered their room. The main character immediately rushed to attack to deal with the monster, and left the rest to them. A powerful energy beam pierced the monster. The brunette's eyes bulged in surprise. He saw a glowing red crystal in the monster. Stone fragments of the hand began to rise. With the help of magic, the golem was going to restore its hand. The stone monster reached out to the guy with its hand, because the local magic strengthens its attack. The revived one closely recalled the red crystal and assumed that it was the core, because it would be restored endlessly until it was destroyed. The bloodthirsty vampire emitted an energy burst from his mouth. The knight with a sword managed to dodge the light attack. He swung his sword from the vampires. Kale held his glowing hand when Leon noted from behind that these monsters were starting to irritate him. The elf suggested that he just drop the copper and start fighting without him. The young man sent holy spirits to the gargoyles so that they would no longer fly. This light aura began to bind the black vampires. Kale held his sparkling blade in his hands. The blonde flew past the monsters and cut them with light. The guy landed on the ground and looked back at the killed monsters. Mord attacked the stone monster in quick strikes. He swung his discharge-emitting hand and understood that if the monster continued to recover after so many of his strikes, then the only thing left to do was to destroy the core. However, if he could not reach it, then he would not win, and so he used level 2 of his aura, Accelerator. His silhouette flashed through space in an energy burst. The pink ball cracked slightly. A moment later, it broke into crystals. The knight looked at the leader's silhouette near the pile of stones and realized that Mord had defeated the huge stone golem so easily. The reborn stood with his back in a cloud of dust while Leon admired him, because he had seen many geniuses, but this one was a monster. The protagonist looked back and was surprised that the knight had not finished his job yet. The guy got excited through his helmet. He threw his sword to the ground and understood everything. He got into a fighting stance and emitted discharges, because he was going to finish soon. He immediately flew towards the vampire in a beam of light. The knight delivered a crushing blow to the gargoyle's chest. Leon continued to deliver numerous blows in the form of flashes of light. The blonde watched the fight with a grin and realized that he should have fought like this a long time ago and did not understand why he wanted to use a sword if he was good in hand-to-hand combat, since the last time he lost to him in a sword fight. The knight with sparkling hands stood near the corpses of monsters. The young boy saw that his comrade with bare hands fought better. The black silhouette of the guys walked along the black corridor of the last rooms, but thought that there was nothing here. The three guys suddenly tensed up when they were congratulated for reaching the end. The guys sweated looking at the ceiling of the room when they were told that they had passed all the prepared tests, and knew that only the brave and wise can reach the last room. The protagonist frowned through his bangs and they were told that they despised those who only hoped for strength, and they deserved nothing. Suddenly, a black chest fell in front of them with an explanation that only competent people should have the power of a great god, and they had already proven that they were wise and brave, and now it was time to receive a reward. In front of them was a shining black chest with a plate. It was a plate with engraved hieroglyphs or with a detailed description of fragments of the world, because it changed the life of Aiden, who could read in the ancient language. The dialogue of the guys was heard against the background of a large hall, and the judge explained that he must destroy it so that Aiden does not get there. Kale tried to ask his leader why he was going to break the plate. Suddenly, the chest with a blue glow opened. A huge glowing crystal appeared from the chest. The knight was going to go forward, while the blonde carefully examined the crystal, in which enormous power was felt. Mord touched the crystal with his hand and was asked why he was collecting them from the very beginning. The main character calmly reached out with his hand and said that he must save the world. Already reincarnated, with white hair, he reached out with his hand because he felt that his body was changing a little, but this time there were big changes. Mord with white hair closed his eyes and understood that fragments of the world not only allow one to draw strength, but also change the owner, and over time he absorbs only the power of the fragment and becomes stronger. A huge rocky hill surrounded the water because this fragment was like a cliff with a huge stone on the edge, and the three fragments he got last time merged with it to become one. He tilted his head, opening his palm, and realized that he was lucky. He closed his eyes in displeasure when the knight behind him wanted to know more about this plan. Ward answered the mercenary that the dungeon would soon collapse and they needed to go back. The boy looked back with a smile at the indignant Leon, who was ignored again, and their leader was always like this. The boy looked up with a trembling grin and understood that the protagonist was saving the world, and it sounded ridiculous, but although he was not verbose, he would definitely not lie. The reincarnated brunette, staring intently through his bangs, and Kale did not quite understand, but still felt trust. The killers killed all the people and were going to finish off the last one. The surviving guy was frantically baring his teeth and trying to figure out who attacked him. Three ninja in black were looking at the guy. I didn't expect more from him, but he was made of silver blood and not as special as they thought. The red brand of the eye leaked onto the guy's hand, who understood that he was attacked by the top of the Shadow Wolf squad, and it was strange that 3 carriers of divine blood were killed, and it turns out, because of them. The mercenary in the black balaclava raised his hand when the guy realized that he had no chance to defeat them and needed to call the consciousness of the higher one into his body. The brown-haired man managed to smile maliciously when his head was cut off, and managed to say after that he would take them all to hell with him. The mercenary with the blade cut off the heads of the rest of the guys. The 3 mercenaries looked at the decaying body of the dead man, and one of them noted that his last fight was so easy and he was disappointed. The largest of the mercenaries crossed his arms and explained that these guys were just flunkies and they would be in danger once they had gathered all the soldiers and not to underestimate the silver blood. The leader thought that the general would not warn him without a reason. The masked mercenary looked back at his leader sitting on the rock and noted that they would be walking faster now, and he should have said when he got tired and they would take turns carrying him on their backs. The leader immediately jumped off the boulder and stated that he was very curious about what kind of person Mord was if they had to go through all this to meet him. The brunette took off his mask and with an eye patch noted that it was curious. The main character landed in front of the hole in the rock. He stared at his fist and began to feel stronger after the 4 fragments reunited and was able to draw energy from the fragments for a longer period and even use them to heal. A glowing finger touched his bangs, and the divine physical data that he received from the god of battles is a blessing, which takes a long time, but in the right situation it will be very useful. Kale knocked on the door of the room and told Mord that they received the results of the investigation from informants and found Aiden. The Reborn immediately came out to the boy and began to inquire about this matter. The guy explained that Aiden left the city yesterday. The main character's eyes widened in surprise. Kale began to imagine how Aiden was sitting with mercenaries at the table because he came to Palos about 5 months ago, worked as a mercenary before he met a mage named Levan and became his disciple. The long-haired mage around the city and the residents were afraid of him because it was Levan, an advanced mage of the 6th level, who is quite famous in the criminal world of Palos, and that is why no one could touch the organization he is associated with, although it is not that big. He recalled how a huge explosion occurred in the city because last night some unknown group attacked the base of the organization, and because of this many people died, and the guards began to search for the killers on the order of the count. The elf held a white letter in his hands and said with surprise that, apparently, Aiden left the castle through the eastern entrance and said that he was heading to the village at the request of his teacher, but informants said that the teacher simply sent him away for his own safety. The protagonist touched his chin and was puzzled by the fact that the course of history had changed, because this should have happened at least half a year later, and besides, Levin could not predict this and sacrifice himself to save Aiden. The story begins with the revenge of Aiden, a mage who dominated the world. It was a huge kingdom in a flat area because Aiden lived in a wealthy family in the kingdom of Lutvan, and his life was like a flower growing in a garden. In his memories, the wounded family hugged the boy who lost his entire family due to the silver blood attack, and after that, the dark sage deprived him of a teacher, so he began to despise himself, feeling responsible for the death of his loved ones. In the memories, the blonde man with a sullen look showed 3 fingers, because everything did not go as he thought, which led to the massacre in Gramolder, where not only the returned king was considered their enemy, but also the dark sage. The future he did not know has come, and from this moment everything begins. Kale was sitting at the table opposite the leader, who was trying to understand what happened to that mage Levan. Kale answered that he simply disappeared after the attack last night. His body was not found, but people think he died. Mord immediately got up from the table, and Kale asked about whether he was really going to take up this case and for what purpose. The protagonist answered that he would later encounter the people behind this. The boy looked at the reborn man with concern and did not understand where he had so many enemies from and asked where he was going to go. Mord looked away calmly and answered in agreement, because he understood that Levan had created several secret places around the city, which he had prepared specifically for such situations as well as for his magical research, and therefore he was sure that the mage was hiding in one of them. The man covered himself with his hand, frowning. A bunch of mercenaries burst into the room, and the man noted that his workplace was now in chaos. The blonde in the black mask stared ahead and noted that the man had quite a lot of abilities, but he was just a tavern owner, and he understood that the man would not tell where Levan was and therefore would finish him off. As soon as the man stamped his foot, a cry of cessation was heard. The gray-haired Levan appeared, putting his hand to his chest and declaring that the mercenaries must promise that they would harm the man and he would go with them. The tavern owner closed his eyes and smirked, saying that there was no point in talking nonsense because they would definitely not leave him alive. The long-haired man closed his eyes and apologized to the man for dragging him into such danger. The tavern owner assumed a fighting stance and asked the mage to hide while he held them off. The mercenary leader bowed his head and said ironically that he was about to burst into tears, addressing number 29. Levan frowned intently, looking ahead. He saw a dark follower pulling a bone cane. The tavern owner looked at the mage angrily and asked him about his acquaintance with this man. Levan explained that they were from the top of a secret organization called the Dark Mages and called themselves Dark Followers. He imagined a man in a rag robe against the backdrop of a huge stencil, because many years ago there lived a great mage who called himself the Sage of Darkness Eriksson. This red-haired naked mage was bound by darkness, trapped by his enemy and sealed when Dark Followers penetrated Eriksson's consciousness with the seal and took away his knowledge and power. The blonde in the mask smiled maliciously against the backdrop of the same mage, and noted that number 29 was quite good at hiding, and he managed to avoid them for over a century. Levan bared his teeth angrily and said that he was not number 29. The curly blonde stared intently through the mask and explained that the guy was still the same number 29 and had not changed at all, because the experiment under this number was intended to become a vessel, and he was the previous experiment, so there was no need to hurt him if he simply submitted to them. The long-haired mage immediately extended his hand with the crystal and shouted that this was absurd and asked him to go back and lick Eriksson's fingers. The leader of the followers covered his face and said through his fingers that he was left with no choice, and if Levin wanted to go to hell so badly, then he would fulfill his wish. Through his fingers, the demonic follower's eye bulged. He extended his staff and emitted purple streams of aura. Levin looked at what was happening in shock and horror. A purple funnel of aura was spinning above his head like the magic of the sealing vessel. The curly blonde stretched out his hand and assumed that Levin would try to lure the guards here with loud sounds, but they are a secret organization with a long history and know how to achieve their goals while avoiding attention. The purple funnel of the barrier enveloped the tavern, so no sound would be heard outside it. He extended his glowing bone staff. The energy flow flew straight into the mage's body. Levin held his staffs in horror and wanted to use the division of darkness. The mage's body was lifted into space by the energy surge. Then he and his staff fell to the ground because the protection did not help. The leader of the followers in a black cloak declared that a beautiful vessel, whose magical abilities are as good as his, but there is a nuance. Suddenly the door opened and the protagonist entered the room, who was glad that he was not late. The curly blonde frowned in bewilderment at the guest who appeared. The black silhouette of the protagonist was hidden behind a veil of smoke, and, as expected from the Sage of Darkness and the Dark Follower, his eyes would be great for filming a horror movie. The blonde frowned angrily and realized that everyone knew about them. The Sage of Darkness pulled out his staff and emitted a stream of aura at the brunette, whom he wanted to get rid of. The revived cold-blooded stood in place. He looked through his bangs with an empty face. Then he suddenly raised his clenched fist and used Mirage Destruction. He sent a bright stream of energy towards the dark mage. The blonde's face began to incinerate from the light. Then his black silhouette flew away from a powerful explosion. His body flew into the residential buildings of the city. The blonde was sitting by the destroyed wall after the blow. He lowered his head all in blood. A cloud of dust and smoke came from the whole of the tavern. Levin frowned in amazement and realized that it could not be that the Reborn One had defeated the Dark Follower with such ease, the person he feared the most. The mage raised his hand and immediately excitedly began to ask the guest about who he was, because, judging by the way he fought with his bare hands, most likely from the Vernar's family. Ward looked at him intently, showing his fist, and said that he did not need to know. Levin excitedly pointed his finger at the brunette and continued to ask him about who he was, because with such a physique, he did not use weapons, but fought with his bare hands and assumed that he was from the Vernar's family. The protagonist replied that he did not need to know this, because he simply came to destroy the people of the Sage of Darkness, and having heard that they were here, it so happened that he saved him too. The long-haired mage frowned in surprise and realized that they did not come for him. The knight with the bloody sword, along with Kale, stood in the passage and said that they dealt with those who were in the vicinity. Leon went inside with his comrade and said that the Dark Follower looked like a high-level mage, but his opponent did not really. Mord replied that the protective dome was no longer there, so onlookers would soon come here and they needed to leave. The mage was pointing his finger at the protagonist's backs in agitation and wanted them to stop, since he didn't know exactly who they were, but he asked again. Did they really not want anything from him? To which he received an appropriate answer. Levin's eyes widened in bewilderment when he was asked not to let the Sage of Darkness take him. Mord looked back intently through his bangs and said that there was no need to be so afraid of him, since he was going to destroy him and everyone else anyway. The long-haired mage clenched his fist in anger and realized that it was impossible for him to destroy the sage alone. Then suddenly he froze with a blank face and realized that it was possible. He looked back at the cloud of smoke and realized that, judging by how easily the fighter dealt with the Dark Followers, he clenched his fist in anger and realized that he had lived in fear all the time that they would find him. He imagined a bunch of hands reaching out to him and looking into his eyes, wondering if he could really get out of this hell. He came closer to the main character and was going to find out his name. Levin put his hand to his chest and said that he would not forget what he had done for him and wanted to give him something, but he did not know if it would be suitable as gratitude, and offered to go on a joint hike. The revived one looked at him attentively through his long bangs and realized that the magician was going to give him something and there was no point in refusing it. Kale smiled and handed the restorative potion to the man. Another wounded man was getting his arm bandaged. Their black silhouettes stood before the descent into the basement. All the guys followed the magician one after another into the dungeon. While Kale looked around and tried to imagine how long Levin had been preparing all this alone, the magician himself explained that it would only take an hour and the road was confusing, so they should follow him. At one point they became excited and began to raise their heads, because they heard strange sounds, as if the people of the Sage of Darkness had appeared. The owner of the tavern raised his gaze and explained that it was the sound of explosives that he had installed, because everything would end quickly and the tunnel would collapse. The knight looked at the brown-haired man with a bandaged hand and asked if everything would be okay, because his store would also suffer. The owner of the tavern explained with a grin that he was not going to trade here anymore anyway. He put his elbow on Levin's shoulder. The brown-haired man leaned his elbow on the spellcaster and maliciously said that because of him his store was destroyed, so he would have to follow him and collect the debt. The long-haired man frowned in amazement when the owner of the tavern noted that he would not be able to leave him and run away. The bandaged brown-haired man patted the sad mage on the shoulder and praised him because he asked him to be like that later. Then he frowned intently and reminded him that the man had called him number 29. All the guys were watching the dialogue between the mage and the brown-haired man, who was very curious about what that meant. Closing his eyes, Levin stepped into the shadows. He imagined himself as a prisoner because that was his name as an experiment subject of the Dark Sage. People in cloaks conducted various experiments with lightning on him, because the Dark Sage conducted cruel medical experiments to create a vessel for his soul, and he was one of his test subjects. He imagined himself against the background of a black evaporating silhouette, because he did not know what he had become because they had erased his memory, but made one mistake and could not completely destroy his self-perception. He recalled running into the forest from the fire, because with Ericsson's soul inside him and his self-perception intact, he gained knowledge of magic through the implanted memories, and was able to escape using that power. After that, he tried to stay out of sight and settled in Palos. The knight and Kale immediately became excited, raising their fists, and realized that these people were terrible. The brunette crossed his arms and watched as his comrade began to support the test subject, because he read it in the original and 10 years had passed since Levin escaped. He recalled how the rest of the test subjects' corpses were lying in the dump. Because most of Ericsson's test subjects died, unable to withstand the experiment, Levin remained a very important test subject for them. The torch illuminated the basement dungeon. The guys realized that this was why the subject had nightmares every night, and he was worried and scared, but today he was lucky, but they can come for him again. The protagonist crossed his arms and looked at Levin's gaze with displeasure, who was thinking that this time he first thought that everything could end, and probably thanks to this boy. It was a huge long corridor in the basement when they came to the place. The caster immediately began to move the slab to get the chest. Ward carefully watched as Levin reached for the chest and realized that he did not use magic to hide it. The caster replied that the opponents have many mages who are superior to him, and he thought that it would be easier to find him if he used magic. He gave this chest to the protagonist with the information about the Sage of Darkness that he was collecting. He held the orange chest in his hands and explained that he wrote everything down in great detail so that it would serve as a key to finding their underground, since these are the materials that Levin prepared just in case, handed over to Aiden in the original story. The red-haired mage looked up and saw a whole crowd of followers, because thanks to them, Aiden realized his true identity and began to take revenge, and in the process, he contacted his original offender, the Silver Blood. The 5 guys were standing next to each other and talking. The Reborn explained that he would use this information wisely and wondered what he was planning to do now. The magic caster explained that first, he should leave this place and start looking for an acquaintance in Satan. The long-haired mage looked at the fighter carefully and added, if suddenly they are there and they need my help, then they can go to the Red Dragon alcohol shop, which is on 23rd Street in the east. The protagonist assumed that this was the place where Levin had sent Aiden. The protagonist looked closely through his bangs and agreed with this, adding that if the mage also needed help, he should ask about Mord from the guards of the White Kingdom. There was no guarantee that he would definitely be there, but at least he would be able to contact him. The caster immediately bowed to the fighter and thanked him, wishing him luck on his way. The mage with the man began to leave when the brunette looked back at his comrades, who noted this sad story of a man, but it was worth it. Leon noted that he would be angry if these 2 died after all their efforts. Ward looked back at the boys and said that it was time for them to go too. There were no more options now where Aiden would have started his path to becoming a mage who ruled the world. Unlike the original, here Aiden did not lose his teacher and left Palos much earlier. The manhole cover flew off. The guy wondered how this event would change the future. He immediately stepped on the ground and understood that he would find out about it someday. He walked along the empty street of the city with the boys and realized that history had already begun to change, because now was the time to make every effort to bring the future to the desired end. This is a huge kingdom under the clear sun. The prince was sitting at the table when an aristocrat entered the room. It was the 5th prince of the Lutvan kingdom, Salen, who was drinking tea with displeasure and told his assistant that he did not expect the guy to be so talentless. The nobleman Ruth smiled and put his hand to his chest and said that every word the prince said was like a knife in the chest. The nobleman stood in front of the prince's table and explained that he did not think that things would go so badly. He wondered if this boy Mord was blessed by the god of luck. He remembered how he looked through binoculars from behind the bushes and said that General Ilden was joining the case. Then they confirmed 4 of the best soldiers in black capes, but did not know how many more would be called. The prince remembered about the monster and did not understand why he went to such measures, hinting at the illegitimate child of the Archduke. Ruth approached the colorful cookies on the table and said that he did not know for sure, but he understood that Mord was very important to him, and this irritated Salen. The nobleman closed his eyes, eating cookies, and said that it was not beneficial for his father to fight the general in order to return the illegitimate son. The prince looked through his bangs with displeasure and said that Ruth sounded like a merchant, but the pride of a nobleman was not a commodity. After all, he was supposed to just catch a 15-year-old boy. The nobleman pointed out that he was under the protection of a blind monster. The prince bloodthirstily slammed his fist on the table and said that it was not even the blind monster itself. A mug of tea spilled on the table, and the prince wanted to give him his soldiers. Ruth narrowed his eyes at the indignant Salen, who asked him to find this scoundrel and finally deal with him with the dogs of the blind monster from the northern regions. The nobleman narrowed his demonic gaze and noted this attractive offer and understood everything, so he said that he would deal with him before the old monster helped him. The nobleman stood on the stone pavement in front of 27 silver-blooded soldiers, warriors of the middle rank and above. Salen really made up his mind this time. The brown-haired man looked at his army of warriors and introduced himself, saying that he was the leader of this mission. The dark warriors with silver hair emitted a red aura, and Ruth gave the command to move out to hunt for the fighter. The knight in the helmet looked back and explained that it was a little strange to ask after everything was over, and wondered if these were the people from the prodigal monarch squad. The protagonist walked forward while his comrades stood behind. Leon thought that Mord would first deal with the people of the Dark Sage after receiving information about him from Levan, and did not understand why he started the people with the monarch. The fighter replied that they were closer to their next destination, and it was necessary to deal with the Dark Sage as well as the prodigal monarch, and there was no need to stick to the order. He stopped, stamping his foot, and added that there was one more important matter. The brunette stared down, clenching his fist. He directed a stream of air at the tiles. It broke the floor and they began to fall into the room. Mord landed on the floor, looking around. Leon plopped down next to him and noted with irony that their leader really liked to destroy floors to find something, to which he received a response since there were many who liked to hide things this way. The blonde stood next to the leader and they looked around the storage of the prodigal monarch. All three boys stood next to each other when Leon noted that there were magical healing herbs, high-quality medicines created with alchemy, even expensive magical items that could be sold. But the fighter was still interested in the box. He saw the same box with blood stains. He reached out with his hand to open it. As soon as he opened the box, a light shone. The boy's eyes widened in amazement. Inside the box was a spherical vial, a tear of a martial arts god. This is a trial-to-death opportunity that a martial artist can only use once, and Mord was able to gain aura in a short period of time thanks to this tear. In the original, Aiden would give Leon the tear he found here when he held it in his hands. It was a black silhouette of the god of battle with an old man's grin, making the ability grow exponentially. The lid of the bloody box was lying on the table. The boys were curious that this was a secret medicine made according to a recipe from the Far East region that was difficult to obtain, and wondered where the Dark Mage's organization got it from. He was told that in any case, this medicine cannot be bought through ordinary suppliers, and they most likely stumbled upon it when they were stealing someone's property. The boy reached out his finger to the sphere with admiration, because he had heard of it, but did not think that he could see it with his own eyes. Suddenly, he frowned with a white eye. He looked at the leader holding the sphere with a smile and asked him if he was going to drink. Such a brutally talented person should not take such a risk, but he had already drunk. Kale opened his mouth in amazement and indignantly asked how he managed to drink the tear of the god of martial arts, did not understand how he was able to gain aura at 15 years old. Mord explained that it still would not work twice on the same person. The protagonist smiled and said that if Kale was going to become strong, he would lend it, but there was a chance to pay for this with his life. The elf looked at this glowing sphere in bewilderment. The secondary hero is too strong. That day, when General Ilden saved the youth in his black suit, he had not a dream, but a desire. The elf looked at the general with wide eyes and also wanted to become a strong person. His wounded arm hung in space. After all, he trained day and night to achieve this. Kale bowed before the general at that moment, because he had the honor of guarding the general's favorite, Mord. Ilden looked at the boy who was reminded of the limitations that could not be overcome by hard work alone. The blonde fighter stretched out his hands sparkling with discharges, which Kale envied because he was a genius of talent. The elf watched the sparks of aura from the side and understood that nothing could be done about the spoon in the mouth in which Mord was born, just as with the fact that the secondary hero would never become the main one. The elf squeezed his injured hand because he could only admit it and give up. The blue bubble hovered in space, and he wondered if the way to overcome these limitations was right in front of him. The elf looked at the glowing vial of the battle god's tear with confusion and realized that he wanted to drink it right now and become stronger. But he was a soldier and did his duty out of loyalty to the general, and was trying to figure out if it was worth risking his life for a selfish desire that was not related to his duties. He frantically reached out with his hand. Then he clenched his fingers into a fist and tried to figure out if he was following orders well. The elf was slightly sweating and was about to ask an inappropriate question with an anxious look. The protagonist looked at the youth with bewilderment, trying to figure out if he was of any use. Mord looked closely at the soldier and realized that they had been together for 2 months, and during this time Kale had demonstrated the ability to adapt to the changes he faced. He remembered how this elf bloodthirstily strangled an enemy, and his skills in hiding and communicating with spirits, which he did not have, helped him a lot. At the moment of the sand explosion, the blonde ran away quickly, and for Mord this path would be difficult and problems without the soldier, and the progress they had made so far would be delayed. He imagined the laughing general against the backdrop of the burning fortress, because the deciding factor in giving the elf this vial was his sense of duty. The reborn bowed his head and realized that Kale was a comrade who could be trusted. He looked down with an excited look. The blonde looked at his leader with concern, who responded with agreement. Mord looked closely through his bangs at his comrade and said that he was of great use and felt himself becoming attached to him. The youth raised his eyebrows in surprise at what he heard. They imagined the black silhouettes of the dark mage fighters and understood that next time the silver blood would send stronger fighters, and so far they were only minions of high-ranking leaders, but next time they would come themselves. The elf stood in front of the fighter, who said that they must definitely become stronger. Faded Kale remembered how he ran away from the fire with a smile, and he understood that it was so because next time stronger enemies would come for them. And the last time they fought the silver blood, he was almost useless. If he did not change now, then next time he would be an extra burden. The soldier stretched out his hand to take this vial with a tear. He opened the vial with an admiring smile and realized that this was a wonderful feeling, and he decided. The knight immediately called out to his friend and said that he made such a dangerous decision too easily. With the help of sparks, Kale tore his feet off the floor. The boys saw how the elf soared into space and radiated a powerful aura. The boy with empty eyes began to scream furiously. The protagonist looked back at Leon, who asked why he exposed himself to such a risk. The mercenary held his face and explained that he knew exactly what important work Mord did, but if dangerous people were hunting him, he could just run away, or he could go to his family, to General Ilden himself, and there would be no need for unnecessary actions. The main character looked closely at his comrade and explained that his family could not become his refuge, because the reason why the silver blood was hunting him was to fulfill the Archduke's wish. The brown-haired man immediately frowned in bewilderment, realizing that His Highness the Archduke was collaborating with this crazy secret squad to catch him. The leader agreed and explained that the Archduke had been collaborating with the silver blood for a long time and doing terrible things. He imagined a huge flowering tree in the forest, because they needed to stop aging by feeding on the blood of Vernars. Leon immediately frowned angrily and did not believe what he heard. The brunette stood in front of the excited knight, who said that the Archduke is a living legend who has accomplished numerous feats as a warrior of Vernars, and the people revere him as the patron saint of the duchy. In fact, he is a vile villain who preserves his youth by sacrificing his own children. Mord replied that the question of faith will remain with the rights of the fighter, but if he did not believe him, he could leave. The naked mercenary sat on the ground in the rain, because in the original Leon, although sad, believed in Aiden and devoted himself to him more than anyone. However, when everything he sacrificed led to the destruction of the world, he plunged into true despair. The main character remembered looking at the phone and realizing that he wanted a different outcome for Leon, but was not eloquent enough for the mercenary to make the right decision. The brown-haired man watched as the leader worriedly looked away, because he hoped that the guy would do it on his own. Mord added that risking his life for someone he didn't even trust was very sad. The mercenary looked at the brunette with bewilderment. The protagonist looked away and Leon noticed this unpleasant look. The mercenary was surrounded by a cloud of dust, and he thought that it was still hard to believe that the Archduke was like that. Leon remembered how the skeleton enemy noticed the protagonist. The knight remembered various moments with the protagonist. In the past, they came across a huge glowing crystal together. The main character at that moment looked at him intently and said that he wanted to save the world. In the memories, the knight looked at the silhouette of the leader and thought about these words. The helmeted mercenary in the memories thought about this, wondering what Mord expected from him after he said such ridiculous words and did not even explain what it meant. The guys ran after the revived one in a hurry, and it was strange to them, why were there such ridiculous words, whether he was comforting him. Mord added, slightly opening his mouth, that he believed. Leon put his hand to his chest and said that he didn't know the Archduke well, and didn't know his leader for long, but if he had to choose who he trusted more, it was definitely Mord. The dark-haired fighter looked at his comrade in bewilderment, who trusted the one who saved his life. The protagonist slightly closed his lips. Behind them, Kale's silhouette landed with discharges. The guys immediately looked back at him. The little soldier stared intently through his bangs. Kale stood proudly in discharges, and the guys understood that he had done it. The henchman followed his master into the dungeon. The leader of the organization, the prodigal monarch, Derek, anxiously bit his nails and did not understand where such a fighter came from because one of the 7 fragments was completely destroyed. 70 years ago, he found the soul of the Archlick monarch and made a deal with him. The skeleton mage opened the magic stencil, and 40 years later, he also became an archlich with the help of the fragment map and the power received from the deal, and founded the Prodigal Monarch organization. His silhouette soared in the magical space above the army, because by today he had successfully expanded the organization and all he had to do was find the soul fragments and resurrect him. The skeleton anxiously bit his nails and realized that in this case, his complete resurrection is impossible because the memories of the archlich monarch are broken into soul fragments, so he needs them all to return the memory, so it is difficult for them, who only have one fragment, to find the rest. Daniel kicked the chair in anger, communicating with the spirit of the crystal, because he was indignant that some scoundrel killed all their best soldiers. The organizer stood near the maroon sphere, and the spirit answered him, even if he is not fully resurrected, he has a way to fix it, and moreover, he has a way to go beyond the past, and of course, the fewer fragments, the more difficult it will be to do this, but the second fragment should fall into their hands soon. Derek closed the book and bowed his head, saying that a letter arrived yesterday that the second fragment was found, and the more fragments they find, the faster his memory will clear up, then they will find the rest of the fragments even faster. Derek looked up maliciously and explained that it was too early to despair. Suddenly, he opened his mouth in horror. His legs began to tremble. He frowned angrily and trembled, turning away from the sphere, and said that the cheerfulness of the army guarding the soul fragment had disappeared. The red crystal floated in the purple clouds and responded with an affirmative, adding that another fragment of his soul had just been destroyed. The protagonist looked at the evaporating appearance of the skeleton, who was indignant because it was impossible to kill him. Mord looked at the skeleton arrogantly and explained that he had killed the second fragment. The black energy from the evaporated skeleton disappeared in front of Mord, who realized that the second fragment of the archlich monarch's soul had been destroyed. He remembered this skeleton, pulling his fingers, and his magical abilities, different from those that were, but the combat skills are identical. Then a black cross hit him in the hand, and it was even easy, since this time the protagonist was able to defeat him without difficulty, even without using a dagger. The fighter clenched his fist and realized that less than 2 months had passed since that battle in Luride, and he had definitely become stronger. The protagonist saw a sparkling blade, thinking that there is a comrade who really made an upgrade. Kale stuck his sword into the ground near the headless monster and asked the leader how he was able to finish off the skeleton faster than them. The knight looked closely at the satisfied elf and realized that this boy had become incredibly strong after drinking the tear, and he could not yet obtain an aura, but his magical abilities had increased, and he had become more combat ready. He imagined raising his sword in front of the army of the dead, because the archlich had summoned the higher powers of the dead in advance and was able to summon 4 death knights. He and the elf cut off the heads of the monsters, because while Mord was fighting the archlich, they were fighting the 4 death knights. Leon looked through the helmet and realized that Kale had made the biggest contribution. The blonde looked back at the knight and said that if he fought with his bare hands, they would be faster than the leader, and asked how long he planned to fight with this sword, which he did not even really know how to use. The mercenary tightly gripped the hilt of the sword and realized that others would not understand him, but he had an important reason. He remembered the dark fortress above the clear sun, and the sword meant freedom from his dark past for him. This is an expression of his desire to live freely. The brown-haired man walked forward from the fragments with a smile. Various books and objects stood on the table in the room. The 3 guys looked closely at the things on the floor that were relics. The protagonist crossed his arms and remembered how he saw a huge crystal, because he destroyed the golden throne and found the 10th fragment, which does not match the rest, but this is not scary because he did not expect this, but hoped to find a useful item. On the table lay a book, a bottle, a cube, and a ring. He considered these things trash. He paid attention to the book and the cube, thinking that this book of dark magic, allowing you to make a deal with a strong entity from the demon kingdom, but he does not need it. There was no information about the silver bracelet on the table, so he was going to take it and study it later. The reborn stared at the empty bottle. He threw it to the elf and asked him to drink it. The boy's eyes widened in surprise when he heard about nectar, and apparently the archlich monarch had prepared it for his resurrection. This empty bottle was surrounded by bubbling water because it contained nectar, and according to legend, this is the name of a drink that only the highest level gods could drink, and it is made from the core of the world tree. He imagined an angel with huge wings, because if a person drank this nectar, he would be able to obtain the power of a god. Kale's eyes widened in excitement, squeezing the bottle, and realized that this was the very nectar that was mentioned in the legend. Leon looked at the leader and asked him why he did not drink it himself. The mercenary in the helmet looked at Mord, who told him that if he drank the nectar, he would lose more than he gained, and wanted to do without unnecessary explanations, and told him to accept it as a fact. He remembered how he stared at the bottle and actually thought about drinking the nectar, but at the moment when he held it in his hands, his inner voice said that it was poison for him. At that moment, his eyes widened in excitement. He imagined Vernars laughing in the fire and the god of the sky next to him, realizing that if he only had divine blood, Vernars could be drunk, whereas with the blood of Arita, the god of the sky, he did not know what would happen to the balance of the blood. Kale with an empty look reached out his hand to the crystal, and Mord understood that if he drank it, he would become even stronger, and would also be able to possess fragments of the world. He imagined a bloodthirsty wolf and the silhouette of people with water. Usually, only those with divine blood can absorb the power of a fragment of the world, although this does not only apply to those with divine blood. Those who have been noticed by the gods and given a blessing, those who have united with something that has divine power, or those who have drunk nectar can absorb this power. The main character put his glowing hand to his chest and realized that he had no desire to share fragments of the world, but there was something he was worried about. He was worried about creating a new world in the form of a city above a shining circle, because in the new world there were all those who made and loved, and they all forgot about the destroyed old world, which allowed them to live happily. This red-haired guy with his family sat at the table, because the new world was like a garden created for him. He imagined the smiling black silhouettes of these people, and he understood that only they were real in this world, and the rest were fake copies of people created by the hero. Aiden angrily extended his finger at people and did not dream of this from the very beginning, because the new world that his enemies wanted to create was a world in which their fantasies would come true, and the red-haired guy rejected this fake world. This guy happily threw up glowing crystals, and the more fragments he collected, the more he was drawn to this world, and in the end, he created a terrible world that was more selfish and monstrous than his enemies wanted to create. Mord watched the elf drink the nectar and wondered if getting all the fragments of the world would make him unable to resist the temptation of a new world. The elf drank the magical nectar, and Mord knew that it was probably wise to have a reliable comrade to share the fragments with. After leaving Palos, they had done two things in 20 days. First, they had destroyed the prodigal monarch's secret base in the form of a ruined basement. Second, they had found a soul fragment that even the prodigal monarch could not find and destroyed it in the form of an evaporating red crystal. A powerful burst of purple light enveloped the forest, and they were now heading to the underground of the Dark Sage according to Levin's information. The youth had fled after the big comrades, who I liked that Levin had attacked the prodigal monarch, knowing that it was dangerous, but they had finally attacked the people of the Dark Sage. The elf looked up in surprise. We were standing on a hill and saw a magical funnel above the city. The knight and Kale were looking around when the swordsman suggested that the demonification was large scale. The elf replied that in that case, there should be high-level soldiers there. The protagonist stared, imagining the black silhouettes on the hill, because the first demonification the unit encountered was a vortex about 500 meters in diameter. This huge magical funnel was destroying the entire city and was incomparably more dangerous. The swordsman and the boy looked at the leader and asked if the underground of the Dark Sage people were there, to which they received the answer that they might have been absorbed by this vortex. Leon suggested through his helmet that maybe they should wait until the soldiers deal with the demonification. A dim glow appeared on the fighter's bangs, who replied that they were going there now because there was a person there to whom he owed money, and he felt one change since his senses had reached a higher dimension. A magic eye with the activation of the seventh sense lit up on his forehead. Blue energy streams stretched into the depths of the forest, because if a person has 6 senses, then 7 is the sense of God. Blue energy beams stretched into the dark city, and only those who have the power of heaven can see the true essence of this world through the 7th sense. This energy stretched between the residents to the blonde. The 7th sense said that Erna Vernars was there. The blonde held her head and looked down on the man. She frowned angrily and twisted her face. White clouds floated in the sky above the tents. Erna crossed her arms over her chest, standing in front of the guy, declaring that they cannot break in now. The boy said that if they didn't do it, he would die. Then he folded his hands in front of himself, looking at them with a pitiful expression. He asked them to save Mr. Vyden, since he stayed there to save them. The white-haired girl said that they couldn't, and they had to wait until the emergency team arrived. Then she looked around in bewilderment, sensing something was wrong. A blue light was visible not far from the boys. She wondered if it was divine blood. The guards looked at the boys with menacing faces. The man asked that he needed to meet with Mrs. Erna. The knight pointed to his helmet. The fighter told him to take off his helmet then, since they couldn't let him in until they confirmed his identity. Leon noted that he had already said that he couldn't take it off because of the terrible scar on his face. Kale and Mord watched what was happening with bewilderment. The protagonist thought that he was too stubborn and he wouldn't have taken him if he knew that he would be so annoying. The protagonist's hair turned white. The reincarnated thought that he understood his feelings, since Erna was very important to him and he wanted to see her, but he was very ashamed to meet her since he left his family and would have to resort to extreme measures. Blue lightning began to emanate from the protagonist. The guards watched in fear, asking what he was doing and that he was going to fight them. Kale stared at his partner, asking what he was doing and that he was crazy to fight the soldiers of the Vernar's duchy. Mord noted that he was not going to fight them, but simply thought that it would be faster to call her to them. A girl suddenly appeared in the circle of guards. Kale asked who to call and was he really talking about Erna. The blonde looked at the girl who appeared, dumbfounded. The white-haired girl said that she felt that she had met this divine blood somewhere before. The warrior looked at the magician with a smile, noting that she knew it was him. After which the main character's hair changed color to natural. The main character knelt before the lady, saying that he was glad to see her. The girl reciprocated the guy. The lady looked towards the worried guards, telling them to escort them to her tent since they were important guests. The man noted that one of them did not want to reveal his identity, and it was very suspicious that he did not want to take off his helmet. The lady looked at the knight in the helmet. Leon awkwardly turned his head to the side. The girl looked at the fighter with a serious look, saying that everything was fine and he could pass. The shadow of the tent fell on the ground. The guys gathered together at the table. Erna asked the magician that he was not heading north and what business he was here for. The reincarnated man said that he was on a secret mission under General Ilden's orders and they were here to sort something out, and he found out that she was here and decided to meet. The guardian glared at the guy while Erna looked ahead thoughtfully. The brown-haired girl thought that this was who everyone was talking about, wondering that he might be a genius, but how dare he talk informally to Mrs. Erna. The warrior asked that he was on a secret mission and that if they were on a secret mission, it was better to be as inconspicuous as possible, so why did he come to meet her in a place where there were many eyes? The main character looked at the girl with a serious look, noting that it was to repay the debt, since he was saved by the tear of the god of martial arts that she gave him. Yellow lightning began to emanate from the mage's hand. The white-haired girl asked what it meant. He drank it. The main character emitted lightning, saying that he drank it and mastered the aura. The girls looked at the magician in bewilderment. Erna said that it couldn't be, asking that he had mastered the aura at the age of 15. The brunette mused that even Mrs. Erna, who was known as a genius since she was a child and had received the best education, had failed to master the aura at the age of 15. The guard widened her eyes, wondering that he had managed to do so and who he was. The mistress closed her eyes and smiled in confusion, telling Mord that he was so talented that she could not even imagine, adding that it had only been 3 months since he left and in that time, a lot had changed. The boys stared at the warrior. The mistress noted that he even had company. The blonde smiled widely, saying that he was glad to meet her and that he was a top-level warrior under the command of the Ilden general, Kale. The mistress said that she was pleased to meet him. The knight looked at the girl with an oppressive aura, saying that he was paid on, a mercenary. Erna said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, asking what he was doing now, calling him by his name Leon. The girl smiled awkwardly, looking at the mercenary. The tent canopy was slightly lit by a dim light. The mercenary asked who this Leon was. Erna asked Mord that he didn't happen to know who it was. The protagonist answered that he did. The girl asked why he was like this all the time. The mage answered that it wasn't so. The warrior sighed with a grin. She remembered looking at the knight at the entrance, noting that as soon as she saw him, she knew it was him. In the memory, the mercenary turned his head away. The girl noted that she thought that he didn't want others to recognize him, so she brought him here, asking if he really thought she wouldn't recognize him. Leon took off his helmet, asking how she recognized him, after which he widened his eyes. The lady stated that they were very close after all, and it would be strange if she did not recognize him. The lady looked at the boy with a smile. She said that she knew that he wandered around the continent, working as a mercenary, and was glad to hear that he was fine, but she did not expect him to be with Mord, but in any case, she was glad to see him. The boy slightly opened his mouth. He remembered a small smiling girl. Leon thought that Erna, a sweet girl who was like a sister to him, and at the same time made him remember his dark past. The mercenary put the helmet on the table, thinking that he envied her and kept his distance, but she always watched over his well-being, adding that he had mixed feelings. The brown-haired man closed his eyes and smiled shyly, thinking that he was sure of one thing: he was sincerely glad to meet her. The mercenary said that he was glad too, noting that she had grown a lot since their last meeting. The white-haired girl smiled sheepishly, noting that it had been 5 years, asking that he knew she was 20. The protagonist looked at the smiling lady with a serious look. He said he wanted to ask her something, and she said that she knew it was him from the divine blood, asking if she could recognize Vernar's that way. The lady looked at the mage curiously, answering that it was, although it only applied to those she knew, asking if it was him too. The protagonist nodded, stating that he knew it, and he too could only recognize those he knew. The reincarnated one looked away. The white-haired girl mused that she had learned it 2 years ago, wondering that he could do it only a year after awakening the divine blood. The girl grinned in confusion, thinking that he would recognize the divine blood and even the aura, adding that she had underestimated him. Erna closed her eyes and furrowed her brows, thinking that she thought she could expect more from him then. The warrior said that now that they met again, she would like to talk about what happened without rushing, but unfortunately, this was not the situation. The reincarnated one asked what happened. The warrior imagined the destruction of buildings and the magical aura. She asked that he knew that demonification was happening, adding that if it reached the 3rd level, then the entire city would become a place where there would not be a single soul, and if a rift occurred in the dungeon, it would be an event worthy of mention in history. In the memory, the lady was standing next to the army. Vidin was looking into the distance with a serious look. The lady noted that she and Vidin were sent to prevent this. The fighters rushed into battle towards the white whirlwind. The warrior noted that Vidin had arrived first and said that he would clean up. The girl remembered the demonic smiling face. She said that the result was a disaster. The worried boy ran towards the lady. The white-haired girl said that half of his squad had died before they arrived here, and only he had managed to escape to tell them. In the memories, Erna looked at the warrior warily. She said that the main problem was that Vidin was most likely trapped there. The white-haired girl imagined the red-haired guy behind the thorny branches. The guys looked at the warrior in horror. Erna sighed heavily and closed her eyes. She said that they had sent an emergency squad, but they would not be here for 3 days, and they would like to save the people who were trapped, but they had no choice but to wait for the squad. Erna introduced the demon army and their leader. She said that the core of this dungeon must be the highest class demons, and among them there might be a count of the demon realm, and the count has an army led by other highest class demons, and her troop alone can't handle it. The white-haired girl narrowed her eyes. The boys looked at the warrior in surprise. Erna said that however, if they can help, then it's worth the risk to help those who are trapped. The protagonist looked at the mistress warily. He mused that Vidin didn't appear in the original, and it was probably because he would die here, adding that he wouldn't help just because the red-haired one would die here, but there was something that worried him. The mistress looked at the boys worriedly, asking that they help them. Mord noted that this is something that Erna didn't appear in the original either. Reborn imagined a black silhouette of a man inside an explosion. He thought that if the reason was that Erna died before Aiden's story began, then there was no guarantee that she wouldn't die here, and this was a good opportunity since he would prevent Erna's death and see how good she was to become the Archduchess. The protagonist grinned mischievously, thinking that if he had more achievements from defeating the highest-ranking demons, it would greatly help him achieve the 2nd stage of awakening the divine blood. The boys walked along with the fighters in the desert. The warrior told the protagonist not to forget, their goal was to save the people and then retreat. The protagonist looked back with a frown. He thought that Erna's squad was 15 people, there were 3 of them, making it 18, adding that in her squad, there were 2 with divine blood, including the mistress herself, and there were 4 in total, so it was quite achievable. After which the protagonist turned his attention to the knight, noting that there were 3 of them, since Leon did not use divine blood to keep his identity a secret. Beasts ran across the sandy desert. The fighter said that monsters were advancing. Monsters in the form of wolves were approaching the guys. The warrior noted that they were in front. Monsters appeared behind the guys. The soldier said that they were from all sides. Erna and Mord looked ahead with a wary look. The white-haired girl said that they needed to open a path in the direction where Vidin was, but she did not feel his presence, and apparently he was somewhere far away. The protagonist said that he apparently knew where he was. The reincarnated one squinted into the distance. The warrior asked that he was definitely there. Mord replied that he was. The lady closed her eyes and grinned contentedly, declaring that she believed, ordering everyone to use the awakening of divine blood. The soldiers covered their faces with their hands from the bright light. The protagonist with white eyes looked ahead confidently. Erna stared ahead, emitting lightning. The guard narrowed her gaze, emitting an aura. The guys with stern expressions on their faces steeled themselves in combat readiness. The warrior said that it was time to get down to business. Clouds of smoke and dust rose near the rocks. The red-haired one bared his teeth, thinking that he would have to admit that he had been too impatient. Gray clouds floated above the rocks. The fighter held his hand to his wound, saying that it was all his fault. The guys stood in front of a crowd of monsters. The warrior apologized to the guys, saying that because of him, they would all die here. The demons looked at the guys with evil grins. Sharp axes were visible in their hands. The guys smiled anxiously, looking at their opponents. Botan told his comrade to save his boring jokes for later, since they were making it hard to concentrate. Waltz told him not to give up, as there was still hope. The monster flapped its wing, stating that for demons, the blood and flesh of a person of unusual bloodlines was a delicacy. The boys looked up at their opponent. The monster said that divine blood was a special delicacy and would be served at the count's table. The demon looked down with a malicious grin, stating that he would have a taste of it by then. Botan looked at the demon excitedly, wondering if this was a high-ranking demon commanding this army, adding that things had gotten even worse. The blonde told his comrade that he was leaving the master to him. The fighter stood in front of the demon army, stating that he would clear a path here. A yellow moon shone in the sky. The master asked the fighter what he was doing, telling him to stop. The comrade asked the red-haired man if he remembered the boy. The blonde stood with his back turned, looking into the distance. He said that he was once cursed to become a lycanthrope, causing the villagers to almost burn a 10-year-old child at the stake. In the memory, the teenager was tied to a tree, which began to engulf in flames. The master saved the boy, holding him in his arms. The blonde noted that if he hadn't saved the boy that day, he wouldn't be in this world now. The fighter's body began to grow fur. Walsh said that he was going to repay the debt for saving his life, so he had to promise him that he wouldn't give up. After which the boy turned into a lycanthrope. The commander looked at the boy with a bloodthirsty grin, asking him that he was a lycanthrope, noting that he was lucky and in that case he could eat him. Walsh flashed a beastly look, declaring that he would show them who would eat whom. After which the fighter in the form of a wolf pounced on the monster. The wolf sank its fangs into the monster's shoulder. It tore off a piece of flesh from the demon with its teeth. The commander watched what was happening with curiosity. A blue aura began to emanate around the boy. The demon said that it was devouring its enemy to restore its magical powers. The monster with the staff emitted a purple aura. As the demon army began to move towards Walsh, the lycanthrope dodged his opponents by jumping up. He swung his paw with sharp claws. The wolf cut his opponent's body into pieces. He looked at the army with a menacing look. The commander bared his fangs in a bloodthirsty grin, saying that he was strong. Walsh widened his eyes in rage. The demon asked that he no longer had any regrets after his actions, after which he shot a column of energy straight at the wolf using a beam of punishment. Smoke began to come out of the guy's body. The commander swung his spear, approaching the fighter. He delivered a slashing blow to the wolf's body. The demon continued to attack the guy mercilessly. The spear approached the fighter's abs, after which Walsh in the form of a wolf flew to the side. The attack sent him crashing into a rock, raising clouds of dust. Viden watched anxiously as Botan held him. The brown-haired man said he shouldn't go there. The Lord told him to let him go, adding that he would be killed by a higher-ranking demon, and it would be better to keep his honor and die in battle together. The commander approached the guys with a bloodthirsty smile, telling him not to worry and he would return him to them soon. Blue pillars of energy appeared out of nowhere, attacking the demon. The demon looked away in confusion. Dead monsters lay under his feet. The demon didn't understand what it was or who it was. A bright flash appeared in front of the evil one's face. A huge pillar of energy attacked the devil. The protagonist used the Mirage Destruction skill. The guys watched in shock. Botan rushed to the Lord, telling him that he needed to step back, after which he picked him up and jumped away from the fragments. The brown-haired man looked away in horror, thinking it was a rain of pulse balls, wondering who it could be. A human leg appeared above the rock. The protagonist landed on the ground with a thud. Blue lightning emanated from him as he prepared to attack. Mord extended his hand in front of him, emitting an aura. The demon pulled his head towards the protagonist's hand. He looked at the protagonist in horror. The reincarnated man swung his fist, after which he delivered a fatal blow to the head. The demon's body stood in front of the protagonist without a head. The boys looked at the mage in shock, wondering if this was telekinesis that only martial artists can use. The red-haired man's eyes widened in bewilderment. The lycanthrope rushed to attack the reincarnated man when Viden shouted his name. The mage grabbed the boy by his hand. The protagonist stood in front of Walsh in the form of a wolf. The gentleman asked the magician to stop, saying that he did not know who he was, but Walsh was their ally, and he could not determine who was who due to the state he was in now, and he did not want to attack him. Mord said that he knew, and he saw him not for the first time. The main character looked at the grinning lycanthrope, and then turned to him. The protagonist smiled slightly, saying that he was much better in battle than he imagined. The young guy struck the fighter's body, after which the wolf fell to the ground. The guys watched what was happening in surprise. Viden wondered if he had already met Walsh, and whether he had met the owner of such strong divine blood. The red-haired guy widened his eyes in surprise. The protagonist's hair began to change color to natural. The brown-haired guy looked at the guys with a serious look. Viden asked that he was Mord. The guys stood opposite each other. Viden asked that he was really Mord. The protagonist replied that it was, adding that he now saw that they had different mothers, so they were not alike. The fighters looked at the mage in shock. The brown-haired man thought that if he was Mord, then he was the illegitimate child who had caused the stir in the Archduchy. The gentleman asked how he had ended up here. The protagonist threw the bottle to the guy, saying that he had been passing by and had heard about the situation here, and first let him give it to Sir Walsh, and they should also drink. In the gentleman's hand lay a bottle of liquid. The gentleman noted that it was medicine. The protagonist looked at the serious gentleman, asking why he had gone to the dungeon first, because he knew that it was a rash step. The red-haired man lowered his confused gaze, after which he widened his eyes in surprise. Mord asked that it was because of the competition between the heirs. The boy bowed his head low, saying that it was true, or more precisely, because of Erna. The white-haired girl stood next to the dead monster with a wide smile. Viden imagined the heirs against the backdrop of bloody blades. He noted that as time went on, the competition for the place of the next Archduke became intense, and now the person closest to becoming the next Archduke is the current Archduke's eldest son and also his older brother, Alan. The third contender is Dri, and the fourth is Hewlin. In the memory, the two heirs walked with smiles in front of the crowd. The red-haired man noted that they were equally in the race for the place of the next Archduke and had already achieved achievements. The young man watched from the crowd with a serious look. The gentleman noted that since he was younger and entered the race late, it was easy for him to catch up with them. The boy raced down the road, raising dust. Biden stated that of course he had no intention of giving up, because he believed that if he acknowledged the difference and worked hard to make up for it, he would have a chance. In his memories, a long-haired girl ran past the gentleman. The warrior ran ahead of the young man. Biden noted that, however, Erna had taken that chance away from him. Erna knelt before the man. The red-haired man said that since she was a child, Erna had stood out and was called a genius. Despite the fact that she entered this race 2 years after him, she had caught up with him in the blink of an eye. There were papers with hieroglyphs scattered on the table. The red-haired man said that this was why he voluntarily began to go on missions that were very risky, but would give him the opportunity to achieve achievements, and this strategy was initially successful. The gentleman held a golden statue in his hands. He noted that with several achievements, he was able to increase the gap between him and Erna, but he had made a huge mistake earlier. Dead bodies of fighters were visible on the ice. Biden said that while on a mission to the northern border of the White Kingdom, he suffered great damage due to the interference of the Orda's family. He recalled the White Huge Mansion, noting that the failure of the mission itself was a huge blow, but the fact that they were defeated by their sworn enemy Ordas greatly lowered their reputation. Biden stood next to the long-haired girl, excited. He noted that due to impatience, he ended up going on a mission with Erna as he was worried that she would overcome the gap between them that he had increased. The red-haired boy and the fighters looked menacingly ahead. He stated that this mission was supposed to be his achievement, and he came here to clear the way, planning to do it step by step, but not to overdo it. Near the rocks was a huge fire crater. Biden said that because of this greed, he considered his absurd actions rational and ultimately led to the death of innocent subordinates. The protagonist looked at the guy thoughtfully. The Lord said that he should have waited, no matter how patient he was. The protagonist mused that Erna had not appeared in the original, so he did not know that she would displace Leon and Biden to such an extent. And he knew that she was considered the strongest in magic among all the heirs, but apparently that was not all. There was an empty medicine bottle on the ground. Biden asked Mord why he had come to help him. The reincarnated one sat down next to the Lord, saying that Erna asked him to. The red-haired guy asked what she asked him to do. The mage replied that it was, and while he would save him, the warrior's squad would act as bait and attract the enemy's attention. Then the red-haired guy looked behind him when the mage said that they were coming. The white-haired girl closed her eyes, adjusting her hair. The protagonist said that she had arrived faster than he thought. The warrior said that at first they were attacked by a huge army of monsters, but at some point the attack gradually weakened, and she thinks they opened a path for them to lure them deeper inside. As they approached the depths, the demon count, who acts as the core of the dungeon, would have an easier time projecting power onto his army. The red-haired man looked at the girl in surprise. The white-haired girl closed her eyes and turned her back to the boy, saying that it was good that he was alive, and he should be grateful to Mord, since if it weren't for him, he would be dead. Biden asked the girl why she did that. The warrior looked at the Lord, asking what he meant. The fighter noted that he was told that she asked Mord to help him. The red-haired man looked at the ground with a frown, asking why she did that, since they were rivals, and wouldn't it be better if her rival disappeared? Erna closed her eyes, saying that it was true, they were strangers, not related by blood, but he should know that he didn't need a reason to save someone's life. Erna smiled slightly, noting that saving him wouldn't hurt her in any way. The long-haired girl pointed her finger at herself with a smile, saying that she would take the Archduke's place anyway. The red-haired guy looked at the girl in surprise. He lowered his head, thanking Erna. Botan brought the bottle to Waltz's lips. Biden said that thanks to her, Botan and Waltz remained alive, and he would definitely repay this debt. The warrior closed her eyes and grinned contentedly, thinking that he would say as always that he would not give up and blush, after which Erna and Leon looked at the gentleman in bewilderment, not understanding what he said. The guys turned their attention to the mercenary. Leon turned away from the guys, apologizing to them. Erna thought she was very surprised that Biden said words of gratitude. The red-haired guy noted what he wanted to ask. He stood behind the knight, asking why he was wearing this helmet, calling him by his name Leon. The mercenary looked back at the crowd of people who were wondering if it was Mr. Leon. The knight turned away from the guys when Erna sighed heavily. The fighter said that he was using a two-handed sword in this strange helmet, asking why the descendants of Bernas were doing such a thing. The comrade said that it was impossible for Mr. Biden to lie, and now his voice seemed familiar. The disgruntled knight took off his helmet, asking why everyone recognized him. The gentleman looked at the guy in bewilderment, asking if he was really trying to hide his identity like that. The mercenary said that he was, asking if it really surprised him so much, after which he closed his eyes and grabbed his head with his hand, wondering how he even recognized him. The gentleman said that he was wearing that bracelet. Leon turned his attention to his wrist, where a golden bracelet was visible. Viden said that he thought it was a joke, but it was not. Leon thought that it was a gift from his mother for his coming of age. The mercenary looked at the gentleman in surprise, asking that he remembered it. The fighter said how could he not remember if he wore it all the time. Erna looked at the guys in shock, wondering why he wore it all the time. The protagonist thought that she probably did not know. The protagonist looked at the guys with a serious expression, offering to talk later, noting that apparently they can move freely, so they better leave here first. Viden noted that this is true. The protagonist's eyes widened when he heard the stranger's voice, who asked what they were coming. Red pillars of energy began to appear in the sky. A black aura emanated from the pillars. A huge portal appeared above the guys. The guys watched what was happening in bewilderment. The stranger said that they made a mess here and were going to leave without even apologizing to the owner of this place, noting that they were very impolite guests. The warrior frowned, saying that this was not just a way to open a path and drag them deeper, but that it was a trap. A fiery whirlwind was visible in the sky. The owner said that everything was correct, calling them the descendants of Burnas, and it would be a shame to send precious guests home without treating them properly. Monsters began to emerge from the portal. The owner said that he was preparing dinner for them, but it ended earlier than he thought, and so they were able to meet. Leon looked up, asking that judging by the words, he was the Count of Demons. The Count said that he was. A funnel swirled in the sky. The Count said that his name was Lades. There were demon troops in the sky and on the ground. Lades said that it was a name that would consume their precious blood and flesh. Mord and Erna watched in bewilderment. The white-haired girl asked how many there were, noting that there were over 2,000 monsters and several dozen demons. The monsters smiled bloodthirstily. The warrior said that there were even lord-level demons. A girl with a sly grin was floating in the air. The warrior asked Mord who this person was who was watching from above, and if she seemed strong to him. The protagonist said that she was probably a Viscount level, and he did not know what was waiting there, but she must play some role. The protagonist looked back at the girl, noting that they were advancing from all sides, asking what they would do. The white-haired girl asked which side would be best for them to break through. Demons in armor were floating in the air. The protagonist said that among the north, south, east, and west, the east is the strongest. A demon with a bloodthirsty grin was hovering in the sky. The protagonist said that on the other hand, the west is noticeably weaker, but the intention to attack the west seems so obvious that it is probably a trap. The protagonist and Erna changed their appearance, emitting blue lightning. The guys looked at their enemies with confidence. Mord said that therefore, they are breaking through to the south. Demons in armor were hovering in the sky. The protagonist said that one side is open, beckoning, the other is not. A demon with a bloodthirsty grin was hovering in the sky. The protagonist said that something seems to be happening to both, so it is better to go south or north. Mord bared his teeth, saying that the north is moving deeper. Erna grinned slightly, saying that everything is correct. The guys stood with their backs, looking at the horde of monsters. The protagonist suggested breaking through the south. An army of demons was approaching the fighters. The guys rushed to meet their enemies. The white-haired girl narrowed her gaze, noting that one baronet was a warrior type. The sly one was rushing towards the guys with a grin. A demon in a black robe was cutting through the air. Erna noted that it was one Baron Wizard. The reincarnated one looked ahead with a serious look, saying that he was responsible for the baronet, asking if he could leave the baronet to her. Erna agreed with the guy, after which she rushed to attack. The baronet swung his fire blade, saying that it was stupid to deal with him alone. The fighters were approaching the monsters. Kale swung his blade, cutting off the demon's hand. The guy hit the monster's body with his fist. The white-haired girl parried the attack with her hand. The baronet said that it was not bad. He pressed his blade harder on the girl, asking how long she could hold out. A yellow lightning appeared in the air. The warrior asked who knows. She smiled maliciously, emitting golden lightning, asking that was all he wanted to say. The demon widened his eyes. Then his body was engulfed in lightning. The warrior used the skill Wind Rupture. The demon opened his mouth wide in pain. Erna sent the demon flying with the attack. She stood on her toes. Then she pushed off the ground, heading towards the enemy. The demon swung his blade, baring his teeth. He sent a pillar of fire towards the girl, using frantic excitement. The monster narrowed his eyes, asking that it did not work. The warrior cut the attack, swung her leg. Then she attacked the demon. A huge golden pillar attacked the monster. The girl used the acid destruction skill, after which she landed on the ground. Erna looked behind her, smirking slightly. Leon was clutching a two-handed sword in his hands, noting that she had grown a lot in this time, and she was strong. The mercenary frowned, wondering why, adding that the thought that this monster was as monstrous as the last one. An energy pillar appeared from the sky. The warrior looked up in confusion. Kale watched the scene with bewilderment. The protagonist emitted a blue aura while attacking the wizard baron, after which the enemy fell to the ground. The protagonist stood up on the ground. He looked at his opponent with a menacing look. The reincarnated one frowned. The cracked sword lay on the ground. The fighter said that he could not believe that the baron and baronet were defeated so easily. The wizard baron lay on the ground with a hole in his stomach. The warrior noted that, apparently, there was a chance of victory. The soldiers rushed to attack the demons. The fighter shouted that they could not just rely on the two of them, offering to sweep away the rest too. A powerful blow flew past the guys. The demon bent over the ground with a two-handed blade. The monsters looked at the guys with bloodthirsty grins. The fighter noted that there were demonic defenses bursting in on them from different sides. The demoness smiled maliciously, saying that she had no idea that they would break through so quickly. She floated in the air, filling the space with black energy. The brunette said that they must be the younger children of Vernars, and they were incredibly strong even if you forget about that fact. The girl smiled bloodthirstily, saying that she thought it would be better for them if it ended like this. The main character looked at his enemy with a frown. He thought that usually demons acting as cores remotely supply energy to their subordinates. However, if you put consciousness and power into the body of a demon viscount and raise it to a level comparable to that of an earl, a purple aura emanated from the blade. The mage wondered what it could be said that demons can also progress. A terrifying dark aura emanated from the demoness. She said that if they meekly obeyed, she would give them a painless death and let them choose for themselves. The main character looked back at the warrior, offering to put this count together since it was the only way. Erna asked what about the others. Mord said that they should trust them. Viden looked back at the girl with a serious look. Erna said that he would take command while she dealt with Mord and the demon count. The fighter asked if it would be okay if the two of them went to the count. The warrior stood with her back radiating a powerful aura, saying that if not, they would all die. She thought that with this level of magical power, she would not be able to deal with the count. The white-haired girl took a fighting stance, saying that they needed to try. She noted that it was necessary to increase the power to the maximum. The long-haired girl radiated a white aura, swinging at the demoness. The warrior struck the blade with her fist. Yellow lightning surrounded the count. The warrior used the wind rupture skill. The brunette smiled maliciously, asking that she really thought that such a little trick would work on her. Erna grinned contentedly, saying that, as expected, she did not even flinch. Suddenly, the main character was attacked by the demon in the back. The demon was thrown into the ground from the attack. The brunette sat on the ground, baring her teeth. Mord and Erna were approaching the demoness. The girl put her hand in front of her. She attacked the warrior with a purple column of energy, using the destruction flash skill. The white-haired girl fell to the ground. She looked at her hand, from which a black aura was coming off. The main character handed over a bottle of liquid, saying that it was a healing potion, and she would recover after it. The white-haired girl noted that, however, it was difficult to fight him alone, so he should hold out for 30 seconds. A purple aura appeared in the space. The protagonist told her not to worry, and he planned to show her his secret skills. The protagonist looked ahead with a confident look, emitting powerful energy. He said that now that he was going to use them, he would finish this matter with his own hands. The protagonist smiled slightly, saying that now that he was going to use them. A powerful aura emanated from the protagonist. He stated that he would finish this matter with his own hands. The count in the body of a demoness looked at the guy angrily. Lades said that he must have a very useful artifact or blessing, because this was the first pain he had felt in a long time, so he should not even think about dying without pain. The count directed energy blades towards the protagonist, using the skill combat dance of the blazing swordsman. The reincarnated pushed off the ground, telling Erna to stay back. The swordsman carried towards the spears. With great speed, he dodged the blade attacks. The enemy's blade exuded a blue aura. The demon swung his blades. He spread his arms out to the sides, declaring that he would finish him off in one move. Then, his eyes widened in bewilderment. A huge fist appeared in front of the brunette's face. The count blocked the blow with his blade. The attack sent him flying. A bright light emanated from the protagonist. The protagonist noted that the second blessing received from the god of duels is a light divine body. The protagonist was inside the energy body. Lades wondered what this light divine body was. He looked at the protagonist in bewilderment, asking how he was able to use the power. Mord noted that it was because he was a descendant of the god of duels. Erna stood with her back to the protagonist, wondering what this divine body of light was. She looked at it in surprise, thinking that she had seen this in the myth of Vernars, and thought that it was just embellished, noting that she could not believe that this was real. The old man stood in front of his opponents. The reincarnated one noted that before the end of the legendary era, there were many races of giant size. Vernars clashed with a man. Mord noted that in order to solve the problem of the overwhelming difference in size, the god of duels that lived in that era created the power of the light body, a giant of light consisting of the power of divine blood. The main character dealt many blows to the enemy. The protagonist looked ahead with a serious look. He thought that he was in a robot and controlling it. In addition, with the blessing of the light body, a person can easily exceed his original weight by 30 times. But this delicate technology has a drawback. It is complex and consumes a lot of magical power. From the impact of Lades in the brunette's body, he fell to the ground. He stretched out his hand in front of him with a furious look. Purple rays of light attacked the protagonist's energy body. The demon blade appeared near the throat of the divine body. It pierced the protagonist's head. The Count looked ahead with a mad expression, saying that the light body does not change everything as much as he thought, since he is not a god of duels. Light began to emanate from the bracelet on the reincarnated one's hand. Ward thought that this was a bracelet for storing mana, which he found in the machines of the Great Mage, and now he will test it in action. He said that even if the light body receives damage, it will only consume mana and he himself will not be harmed. The arm of the light body began to recover. The magician said that even a severed arm or a pierced neck could be restored in an instant by simply consuming mana. With the help of the energy body, the protagonist grabbed the Count. Lades looked at his opponent in horror. The protagonist suggested putting an end to it. The demon looked at the protagonist, behind whom Vernars appeared. Ward attacked the demon, cutting it into pieces. An emaciated old man sat on the throne. Ward noted that after it was over, they headed to the dungeon club, but at that moment Lades had used up all his magic power due to the fact that he possessed the Viscount's body, and thanks to this, having dealt with him without difficulty, they returned to the village. A villager said that Vernars' squad managed to stop the demon kingdom, and he heard that a festive celebration would be held in honor of this event. The night sky stretched above the village. The man said that a small delay would have led to death. The villager noted that he had heard that there was a man who had single-handedly defeated the demon count in the dungeon. The man asked who it was. Ward and Erna were standing on a balcony in the building. The protagonist told the girl that he hoped that it would be entirely her credit, and that she should just report that he was moderately useful. The boys looked out at the city at night. The white-haired girl asked that he wanted her to take the credit for it, noting that she could not do that. The mage stated that he was currently on a secret mission, and there was no use in reporting it to his superiors. The protagonist looked ahead with a serious look. He mused that there was one more thing. Thanks to this incident, he had fully seen Erna's skills, and she had more than 50% more magic power than him. The protagonist recalled the white-haired girl in battle. He noted that he had such a level of talent that he could catch up with the other successors in a few years. The warrior looked at the protagonist with a frown. The reincarnated man thought that this is why he is thinking about making her an archduchess, and for this, it is important to increase the number of her achievements. The girl looked at the fighter in surprise. The main character said that if she is uncomfortable, then she should think of it as paying off a debt, because he still owes her something. The white-haired girl noted that if there are debts, then they must be repaid. Mord thought about what worries him, which side Erna will be on when she finds out the secret of the Archduke and that his goal is to kill him. The young man frowned as he looked at the night city, wondering that anyone would believe that the Archduke, a national hero, has such a secret. Mord asked Erna that if she really thought so, would she trust him one day. The boys looked at each other under the starry night sky. Erna looked at the protagonist curiously, asking what it meant. The protagonist noted that when the time came, she would understand everything. The girl looked at the guy with a serious look. He said that it did not matter how difficult it would be to do, asking if she could support his choice. The warrior closed her eyes and smiled slightly, agreeing with the mage. The reincarnated asked if everything would definitely be okay. The white-haired girl recalled the image of the demon count. She stated that, of course, she could regret this decision, but when Lades appeared, she realized that even if reinforcements arrived, they entered the dungeon together and they would still be destroyed without him. The girl looked at the guy with an embarrassed smile, said that therefore he was the benefactor who saved her life, and she could not refuse the favor and the fear that she might regret it in the future. The guys stood opposite each other. The warrior told him not to worry, as this was not a decision to be taken lightly and her mother had taught her thoroughly from a young age. Only those who knew the weight of promises could be truly trusted. Erna looked at the protagonist in surprise, who thanked her. The mage closed his eyes and grinned contentedly. The white-haired girl thought that he was a person who could smile like that too. Bright stars were visible in the night sky. Mord noted that he would also like her to swear to keep what she was going to say next a secret and not reveal it even to her family or the most trusted person, adding that this secret was worth it, and he promised her. The girl stamped her foot on the ground. Erna approached the huge doors. Mord asked that she had seen him use the god's techniques, noting that the reason it was possible was because he had met him and learned from him directly. The warrior looked at the doors with a satisfied grin. The main character said that he would tell her how. The sunlight illuminated the walls of the building. The guy said that he was sorry that he sent him to the savior. The reincarnated was sitting next to the bed of the wounded fighter. He said that he had a rather serious injury, but naturally, as a descendant of the god of duels, he recovers quickly. Viden said that if it were an ordinary person, everything would not have ended like this. Then he handed the guy a box, noting that he was really grateful for it, and if it were not for him, he would have buried his bones there, so he prepared something in return. But he is not sure if he will like it. Mord asked what it was. In the box was a red stone. The red-haired noted that it was his divine blood stone. The mage wondered what it was, the divine bloodstone, noting that this was the first time he heard of it, because in the mage who rules the world such a thing was never mentioned. The gentleman noted that he probably didn't know, asking that he had only recently entered the family. The sun was shining brightly above the building. The gentleman said that this was the essence of divine blood that official descendants created after shedding their own blood, and it was a right that only official descendants could use, and it was given through a blessing at the temple of the Archduch, adding that it was usually given to one's children, and he had also created it as one of the things that he would pass on to his children, but he couldn't think of what to give to the person who saved his life. The protagonist asked what the meaning of this stone was. The red-haired man looked at the guy with a smirk, telling him to calmly try to resonate with the power of his blood later, noting that it was a catalyst that raised the power of the blood to a higher level only once in a lifetime. The protagonist began to put the box in his bag. The red-haired guy noted that he wanted to ask him one question. The protagonist looked at the gentleman with a serious look. Biden asked if he intended to support Erna in the future. The protagonist stared at the man, saying that it was true, and he was thinking about making her an archduchess. The gentleman smirked slightly and sighed heavily. He said that if he supported her, Erna would become an even more difficult opponent than she was now. However, looking at him, he did not want to give up even more. The protagonist asked what exactly while looking at him. The sunlight illuminated the gentleman with a wide smile. Biden stated that it was because he saw that no matter how good he was at something, there would always be someone superior to him. And no matter how talented Erna was, she was not the best in the world, asking if that was true, noting that then it was worth fighting for. The protagonist widened his eyes in surprise, after which he smiled slightly, saying that he was an optimist and they would see each other later. The red-haired guy watched the protagonist leave with a wide smile. He said that everything was right and they would see each other again, and he would surprise him when he returned to the family. Just wait. The red-haired guy looked ahead with a serious look and a slight smirk. He imagined Alan and Mord. He noted that Dree's brother did not understand Mord's true values, wondering what Alan's brother would say when he saw this guy. The protagonist noted that they had been resting for a day at the Vernar's military camp. The guys were standing in front of the warrior. The protagonist noted that Erna had replenished their military supplies with various consumables such as healing potions used in the dungeon, and also generously loaded them with other resources. The protagonist imagined the bracelet. He noted that they had not yet been able to evaluate the silver bracelet obtained by destroying the second fragment of the Archlich Lord's soul, and found that it increased the speed of thought and agility for a certain period of time. Kale held gold coins in his hand with a wide smile. The author noted that Kale, who was in a good mood after receiving this bracelet, ran around the festival, performing various errands. Leon sat opposite his old friend. The author noted that Leon had dinner with Alina and told her about the events that had passed before returning. The door to the room was slightly open. The author noted that he found Mord late in the evening. The knight told the protagonist that he had a favor to ask of him. The guy stood in front of the mage with a serious look, stating that he wanted him to lead him as the main Vernars. The mercenary furrowed his brows, saying what he had felt up until now while following him. In his memories, the mercenary looked ahead in surprise. He recalled how the protagonist donned the divine body. The knight said that his path was worth risking his life on, and that in order to walk this path together, he needed to get rid of his useless obsession. The protagonist looked at the boy with a serious look, asking that in other words, he wanted to put the sword aside. The boy clenched his hand into a fist. He looked at the reincarnated one with a serious look, saying that everything was correct and he would put the sword aside. The protagonist grinned contentedly, thinking that his look had changed and that he had already made a decision, adding that he had been waiting for him to say so. Leon looked at the black object on the floor in surprise. Mord said that since he had decided so in the beginning, he should figure it out. Leon asked what it was. There was a red hieroglyph on the object. The protagonist noted that he would understand soon. Erna stood in a fighting stance opposite the old man. The man asked that these descendants were the direct heirs of the current Archduke Vernars. The fighter put his fists in front of him. Vernars smiled widely, saying that he had been waiting for this. The old man looked at the boys with a smile, offering to test how thick his blood was. Erna grinned contentedly. The fighter looked at the old man warily. The man in the black robe smiled maliciously, looking at the crystal in his hand. The protagonist noted that this was the Sage of Darkness, and this was an evil organization created to revive the Archmage Eriksson. The black silhouette of a man with a mark on his forehead smiled widely. The unknown person stood among the crowd. The man stood with his back to them, watching what was happening. Mord noted that, unlike the prodigal monarch, all the key figures of their organization are people, and they run organizations and enterprises in criminal areas across the continent to provide themselves with various resources and test subjects. A mark with a check mark was placed on the map. The mage noted that the Viscountcy of Durin is one of their main strongholds, since the Sage of Darkness controls all of his underground organizations. This makes Durin relatively safe for them. Residents walked along the streets of the city with smiles. The Reborn noted that now, when the festival dedicated to the suppression of the demon world is taking place in the Viscountcy, the most appropriate time for the activity of the Dark Sage. In the underground passages under Durin lay the dead bodies of fighters. Sweat flowed down the guy's face. He extended his hand with a mark, looking at the guys with bewilderment. He asked what they were doing at all. The blonde gritted his teeth. The Reborn said that the harvest was more than he expected. The guys looked at their opponent with a malicious grin. The main character noted that he could not believe that the left hand of the sage was here. The main character imagined a crowd of people in black robes under the sign of the eye. He noted that the Dark Sage is led by 12 high-ranking warlocks, and among them there are 3 of the highest rank. He imagined an image of a warlock with a mark near his mouth, noting that these are the lips of the sage. Mord imagined a follower with a mark on his hand, noting that it was the sage's right hand. The protagonist imagined a guy in a robe with a mark on his palm, noting that it was the sage's left hand, and the common feature of the 3 was that they all possessed fragments of the world. The follower stood in a magic circle, and a red crystal was visible above him. The mage noted that the fragments were the means for awakening Erickson. Aiden stood opposite the sage who had appeared. The protagonist noted that, in addition, after 2 years, the Sage of Darkness, who had managed to collect all the fragments, succeeded in resurrecting Erickson. Mord imagined Aiden's image with a serious look. He mused that in the end, they were killed by Aiden's hands, and he took the fragments with him, and he could not allow this. The reincarnated looked at his opponent with a menacing gaze, noting that by eliminating those who could cause a disaster in the future, they were also protecting the fragments of the world. The reincarnated looked at the enemy with a cold gaze. He told the fighter that this guy was the second strongest among the Dark Disciples and he should be careful, and he was also the owner of a fragment. The left hand of the sage looked at the protagonist with a frown, asking how he knew about him. A blue aura was emanating from under the disciple, and a fragment was visible in his chest. The protagonist noted that since he currently had 10 fragments of the world, he could easily see through opponents who also had fragments. The mage looked at the mercenary, who said to leave it to him. Leon clenched his hand into a fist with a smirk, emitting blue lightning. He said that he wanted to test the new power he had gained in hell. Left hand narrowed his gaze, asking that it was divine blood and he was from Vernars, noting that he would see why he was so confident. A black aura began to emanate from the follower. He stated that, however, this confidence would lead to collapse. Mord grinned maliciously, asking if he could win, adding that this guy's magic power far surpassed his. The knight rushed to attack his opponent, saying that if he was afraid, he would not have even started. The warlock created black snakes using the skill 5th circle, snakes of the eastern lands. Leon confidently dodged the attack, approaching his opponent. The follower looked at the knight angrily, emitting black energy. He told him to kneel before the great power of magic. The fighter's eyes widened in surprise. The blonde pressed his palm to the guy's chest, using the 6th circle, Curse of the Soul. The student smiled maliciously, asking that he would not be able to recover from the mortal pain. The mercenary held his hand above his head, emitting blue lightning. The warlock said that he would finish him off with this, after which he turned his gaze upward. The fighter attacked his opponent with his fist, pressing him to the ground, after which he grinned maliciously, saying about the mortal pain. He remembered how he sat on the ground, looking at the guy with a bloodthirsty grin. The brown-haired man looked ahead with a frown. Above the mercenary, his energy body was visible. The knight noted that the number of times the god of duels beat him yesterday exceeded 200. The main character looked at his comrade with a serious expression, saying that this was an excellent job, and now he can use the combat body. The brown-haired man noted that in comparison to him, it looked like a god's. The protagonist grinned slightly when a dim light appeared behind the building. Mord told him not to be impatient, because he had already achieved a lot. The man sat behind the building with a frightened look, not understanding what it was, adding that he could not believe that the leader was defeated so easily. He narrowed his eyes, thinking that they still had not found him and the subordinates had already taken the confidential information and disappeared, so he just needed to quietly escape. Kale appeared next to the man, holding a knife to his throat. The youth asked what was left of the rat. The follower looked away in horror, asking what was in his hands. Behind the boy lay the corpses of soldiers. He noted that he thought it would be calmer if he made their task easier. The soldier looked away in horror, saying that this could not be and they had to go through a secret passage. Kale closed his eyes and smiled widely and noted that this was something like his specialty, after which he said goodbye to him. The youth looked ahead curiously, asking about the White Demon Kingdom. The boys stood in a circle on the path. The protagonist noted that everything was correct and now they were returning to the gate guard unit. The warrior said that he liked it, but the period promised by General Ilden was 8 months and they were only gone for 4. The protagonist with a serious look imagined the images of the boys in uniform. He thought that soon the Silver Blood group would catch up with them, and if they dealt with them, they would make their final move. The boys looked at the protagonist with bewilderment. The magician thought that he still needed time to become stronger, and if this continued, he did not guarantee that these two would survive when faced with Silver Blood. He recalled how Leon fought with the enemy. He noted that even though he received the blessing of the god, he needed time from duels to properly absorb the teachings. In the flashback, Kale held the blade to the enemy's throat. Mord noted that Kale also gained an aura after taking the nectar, but he did not have time to fully adapt. The youth crossed his arms over his chest, looking ahead. The protagonist noted that no matter how monstrous his talent and knowledge of the future was, it was largely thanks to Kale that he was able to collect the fragments so easily. The author noted that he was the MVP chosen by Mord. The fighter looked away in confusion. The protagonist noted that Leon was also useful. The knight asked why he suddenly felt sick. The author noted that he was simply helping Leon. The reincarnated man looked at the boys with a serious look. The fighter agreed with his comrade. The blonde asked when they were leaving. Mord stated that it would happen now. The boy bared his teeth, asking that they had just left the borders of the Viscounty. Ruth closed his eyes, looking behind him, noting that they had a good sense, asking what they noticed, that they were being followed. The soldier said that everything was possible. The fighters walked in boots on the ground. Ruth noted that he did not care and his men were already prepared, and they would be happy to meet them here. The red-eyed guy smiled maliciously, suggesting that they have fun. The sun was shining brightly over the lake. The guys ran along the path. Kale asked the protagonist that he was sure that the silver-blooded guys were chasing them. The protagonist answered that he was sure. He looked back at his comrade, stating that they would not be able to avoid conflict with them, so they should not let their guard down. The mage narrowed his gaze. A red beam of energy struck in front of the protagonist. The nobleman said that it was smart of them to leave the Viscounty. The brown-haired man looked at the boys with a sly grin, saying that they almost missed them, adding that it was nice to meet him, calling him a ducal scoundrel. The protagonist swung his fist and emitted lightning. The reincarnated man sent a beam of energy towards his opponent, using the Mirage Destruction skill. The guy swung his hand, after which he parried the attack with his palm. The brown-haired man smirked slightly as the attack exploded in the air. The reincarnated man looked away in bewilderment. He stood with his back turned, looking at his opponent. Mord noted that he changed the trajectory of the attack, wondering if it was a unique power or the influence of an item, adding that in any case, it was a certain ability that should be feared. The nobleman looked at the protagonist, saying that he was indeed impatient. The mage turned his head towards the enemy, noting that it was immediately obvious that he was of silver blood. There were fighters hiding behind the trees. Mord said that even if not, he did not think his reaction would be any different considering the number of guys sitting in ambush and planning to kill them. The brown-haired man closed his eyes and frowned, noting that he had a very keen sense. Mord said that he was the highest level of silver blood, level 4, 24 hours of white silver, or 16 steps to heaven. The guy looked at the protagonist angrily. He looked ahead with an arrogant expression and asked how he knew all this. The main character looked at the guy with a cold gaze, noting that he was fighting them for the third time, asking if it would be strange for him not to know. Ruth introduced the fighters against the backdrop of the arch. He thought about 24 hours of white silver, still understandably wondering what else he knew about the 16 steps to heaven, adding that it was ridiculous and it was closed information for most even in silver blood. The brown-haired man bared his teeth, thinking that he was an unpleasant guy in many ways, so he must be eliminated without fail. The main character looked around the area, noting that there were only 27 of them and less than expected, wondering why this was so. Fighters were located in the trees. The main character noted that he did not think that the reason was the visibility of the movement of a large number of people. The reincarnated man tilted his head slightly, saying that it seemed like following them wasn't that easy. The soldiers then surrounded the boys. The red-eyed guy said that was right, and they were working so hard, so they couldn't wait for those who hadn't made it. Kale looked at the soldiers worriedly. The red-eyed guy told him not to worry. The soldiers stood ready for battle. Ruth noted that there were more than enough people to capture them. The soldier held a dagger in his hand. 3 soldiers were hiding behind the trees. Several soldiers were watching what was happening. The protagonist noted that 5 were new blood, and the rest were at least mid-level managers. Leon bared his teeth in displeasure. Mord said that since the number was 27, each of them needed to take on 9 people, asking if he could handle it. Kale said that it was no problem for him, asking if it wouldn't be a little difficult for Leon. The boys stood with their backs to each other. The mercenary said that he would then take 3 more, and he would take 6 for himself. The silver-blooded soldiers changed their appearance. The warrior said that he underestimated them. The boy asked the master if they could begin. Then they rushed to attack, when the brown-haired man said that they could kill 2 guys, but not touch Mord. Energy pulse balls flew towards the enemy fighters. The explosion raised clouds of smoke. The fighter stretched his hand in front of him, saying that this was expected and the power of Vernars is incredible. The mercenary looked at the enemy with a sly grin, asking that he only now realized this. The follower of Silver Blood narrowed his gaze, saying that this will be an interesting battle. The soldiers rushed to attack Kale. The youth stretched his hand in front of him, emitting an aura, telling him to answer his call. A powerful energy engulfed the fighters. The boy summoned the wind spirit. The soldiers behind the warrior fell to the ground. The warrior looked angrily at the boy, saying that it was surprising because he was a half-elf child, and there was no information that he was a master of magical martial arts. Two spirits appeared behind the smiling boy. The elf said that he believed their intelligence department was not very competent, asking how about taking this opportunity to replace everyone. The fighter jumped off the ground, saying that he would think about it after his death, after which he appeared near the boy's face. The youth blocked the blow with his blade. He looked ahead in surprise. The enemy continued to strike at the youth. He smiled maliciously, telling him to resist with all his might. The blonde looked at his enemy with displeasure. The enemy said that a long time had passed since he killed the master. The protagonist stood in front of the silver-blooded follower. Shoten said that no matter how much he thought about it, it was strange to ask where the other soldiers had gone and why there were only 3 of them. Ward did not understand what he was talking about. Ruth closed his eyes, saying that the blind monster must have introduced a group of elite soldiers to protect them, but they left and there were only 3 of them left. The protagonist smirked contentedly, thinking that he probably did not know that he had defeated the pursuers alone so far. Ruth looked at the protagonist in shock. The protagonist stated that if they had tried to stop him with all their might from the beginning, he would have had a hard time. The reincarnated one looked at the silver blood followers with a serious look. He asked that the people who were here now were not only a small part of the 24 hours of white silver. The brown-haired man slightly opened his mouth, noting that he spoke as if he knew everything about them, and he didn't know how much he knew, but it would be easier to get rid of him before he continued to blab. The red-eyed guy radiated dark energy, inviting the heir of Vernars Mord to fight. He said that he was Ruth, the heir of the god, lakes, and the world. The fighter changed his appearance, radiating red energy, saying that he would show him what it meant to fight him by the lake. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. He thought that this was the second level of opening new blood, and he even had some kind of artifact. The nobleman looked at the protagonist with an arrogant expression. He said that they formed this squad thinking that there were many of them, so he thanked him for politely introducing himself, after which the fighter widened his eyes. The protagonist asked why he didn't look around before becoming such a pompous turkey. The boys stood opposite each other in a circle of dark energy. Ruth looked behind him in horror, thinking that this was not a sound that others would make during a battle. The attack sent the soldier flying into a tree. Behind him lay the bodies of the girls, smiling maliciously. The warrior looked up, saying that this was Vernars, and there was another Vernars. Erna smiled widely, calling out to the protagonist. She waved her hand at the protagonist, asking that she was not too late. Last night, the protagonist went to the white-haired girl. He took out a piece of paper, saying that she trusted him, so he would trust her and tell her the truth. Erna reached for the paper in confusion. The protagonist noted that he decided to repay Erna, who believed in him despite the risk, and the price was the ugly truth about Archduke Vernars. The warrior widened her eyes in bewilderment. The protagonist imagined red eyes looking at the Archduke. He noted that it was a fact that in order to maintain his youth, the Archduke ate his own children. The boys stood opposite each other. Mord said that this was proof and that these were letters exchanged between the Archduke and the silver-blooded. The girl clutched the letter in her hand, noting that sometimes the truth was extremely painful and disgusting. She glared at the piece of paper, saying that their hero was actually a devil. Ruth, surrounded by red energy, looked at the protagonist, asking that Erna Vernars was his support. The nobleman closed his eyes, saying that this was certainly unexpected, but in the end it would not change anything, and she would also be killed, but he would deal with him first. The protagonist slightly opened his mouth, saying that Lexion was a god who hated ambush killing. The mage closed his eyes and put his hand behind his head, asking that the blessing given to him didn't specialize in preventing sudden attacks. The noble looked at the reincarnated man with confusion, asking what he knew about Lexion's divine blood. The protagonist imagined images of fighters with a knight in armor hovering above their heads. He noted that Lexion, the god of lakes and the world, was a fairly well-known god even in the novel The Mage Who Ruled the World, probably as popular as Magenta, of which Aiden is a descendant. Thanks to his unique defensive ability, Lexion's descendants will never be killed. No stray arrow, no accidental killing, can harm them. The noble looked at the protagonist with a frown. Mord said that that was all, and that it was a powerful blessing. However, one of the conditions was that it had to be by the lake. However, it was a little annoying that they could extend its effects to their allies. The main character frowned at the enemy, saying that he would finish them off as quickly as possible and then take care of the rest. Ruth bared his teeth, saying that he was an insolent bastard. An arrow flew through the air. Ruth said that his subordinates would kill his friends first. Then the arrow hit the guy's head and bounced off to the side. The fighters were standing on a cliff. The guy said that he was curious to see what it looked like. The warriors in black suits were watching what was happening. The archer said that it was quite an interesting ability. 4 of the squad's best soldiers, Shadow Wolves. The half-elf looked at the squad, saying that they were delayed for some reason. The guys jumped off the cliff. The warrior said that he himself asked them to go around so that no one would notice, and they got there as quickly as they could, considering the possibility that an ambush could be waiting somewhere. The silver-blooded followers looked up in bewilderment. The guy said that they would speed up now to catch up on what they had lost due to being late. Then he landed on the ground with a loud thud. The red-eyed boy looked at the guys who appeared with confusion. He wondered what a master this was, adding that the blind monster really wanted this bastard to survive. The archer pulled an arrow onto the bowstring, after which he shot at the enemy. Ruth slightly leaned forward and moved his hand to the side. He then bared his teeth and blocked the arrow with his hand. The archer looked at the blonde with a smirk, saying that he blocked it himself this time, asking that apparently his powers do not block long-range attacks. The half-elf said for him to come and help him. The red-eyed boy frowned, noting that this guy is also a master, wondering how many master-level mages are on this battlefield. He imagined black images of people, noting that a master-level mage is a valuable human resource for a nation, and they are rare enough to be counted on the fingers of 2 hands and not so easy to deal with. The white-haired boy clutched his blade in his hand as he looked at his opponent. He wondered how much the blind monster valued this Mord guy. He looked at the protagonist with a worried expression. Mord told him not to worry. He clenched his hand into a fist, noting that he would have to deal with only him asking, which was somehow comforting. The noble bared his teeth, stating that he admitted that he lost the fight. He then jumped off the ground. He jumped into the air, swinging at the protagonist, stating that he should not think that he won. The brown-haired boy smiled contentedly, pressing his palm to his chest. The author noted that Ruth was ranked 4th in the Silver Blood hierarchy, and he had quite a lot of combat experience compared to the other members of the 24 Hours of White Silver. The brown-haired boy was sitting on a mountain of corpses. The author stated that he had also hunted divine blood several times, which required silver blood, and among them were members of the Vernars. The guy gave off an ominous aura. The author noted that the family, whose representatives have a developed physical body, but only some of them were able to advance to level 2 of the new blood, and the lack of artifacts in Vernars made the battle easier for Ruth. The red-eyed guy released a rain of pulse balls towards the protagonist. The protagonist dodged the attack, fighting with his opponent, after which he clenched his hand into a fist. The reincarnated looked at the enemy with a cold gaze, thinking that the combination of pulse balls together with the sword attack was annoying. The reincarnated sent green beams towards the aristocrat, using the skill triple destruction of Mirage. The red-eyed guy watched what was happening in bewilderment, not understanding what it was. The main character appeared from the back of his enemy. Ruth wondered where he would hit from. An energy shield appeared behind the aristocrat when Mord hit him, after which he smiled maliciously, saying that he was a stupid guy and he knew that a surprise attack would not work. The protagonist suddenly attacked the enemy in the face. The guy fell to the ground from the blow. The magician looked at his fist, saying that a surprise attack after it was noticed more was not such and that could have been the end of it. Ruth rose to his feet from the ground. The magician said that he got the point. A blue aura began to emanate from him. The protagonist said that from now on there was no need for any tricks. Ruth bared his teeth in bewilderment. He widened his eyes, asking that even if he was a genius, how was this possible? Verna looked behind him in surprise, feeling energy. Kale looked away in bewilderment. The protagonist changed his appearance, emitting powerful energy. The warrior noted that this was the discovery of level 2 of the new blood. She watched in horror, thinking that even if he had monstrous talent, it was impossible, wondering that he had trained enough to make the transition after only half a year. The protagonist stood in front of his enemy. The warrior wondered if it was because he had defeated the demon count in a one-on-one fight, noting that that alone was not enough. The reincarnated man stared ahead with a menacing look. The girl wondered what he had been doing all this time. The protagonist imagined Ultaz, noting that he had a one-on-one fight with the demon baron. He recalled the dead bodies on the ground, noting that he had a battle with the silver blood as well as a high-class warrior. Mord recalled the skeleton, noting that he had destroyed the archlich and 2 high-level mages. He imagined the blonde, noting that he had defeated the god-cursed witch in her release. Mord clenched his fist, noting that there was a battle with the demon count a few days ago. He then threw a punch towards his opponent, who blocked the attack. Ruth gritted his teeth, wondering why he was so strong. The reincarnated man slightly opened his mouth, asking what the power of the new blood was, that the artifacts they were given were not the original, but just a copy. The protagonist, with a terrifying look, rushed to attack the boy, asking how durable they were. The mage swung his fist. He sent a beam of energy towards the boy, using Mirage Destruction. The young man walked towards the enemy, asking that magical abilities, the blessings of the god, and the artifact were all he had. Ruth bared his teeth angrily, wondering if the difference in skills was that great even with the artifact. The boys turned their attention to a bright yellow flash, after which the nobleman looked at the protagonist with bewilderment, asking what it was and how much of his power was hidden. The protagonist rushed to attack the nobleman. Ruth blocked the attack with his blade. The young man looked at his opponent with a cold gaze, saying that his defeat was a consequence of the fact that he could not predict the capabilities of his power. The silver-blooded fighters looked ahead in bewilderment. A powerful yellow energy emanated from the youth. Mord noted that another thing was that they could not predict the capabilities of his comrade. The long-haired elf held a bright energy sphere in his hands. The white-haired elf stood with his minions. The author noted that the ancient elves are those who, according to legends, fought with the gods, the descendants of the divine tree, and the heritage of the blood of an ancient elf means belonging to the elven nobility. The silver-blooded fighters stood in front of the blonde, not understanding how a half-elf could have the power of an ancient elf. The warrior grinned maliciously, thinking that they should be surprised just like him. The boy looked at the enemies with a sly grin, clutching his blade in his hands. The protagonist noted that not even a few days had passed since he had consumed the nectar, as he was able to use the power of the ancient elves and succeeded in opening the divine blood. In the memories, the guys were standing next to Kale. Leon asked that he had opened his divine blood so quickly and that he was the same monster as Mord. The mercenary looked at the protagonist in bewilderment. The mage stated that this happened because Kale did not go the same way they did. Leon emitted blue lightning when Kale clutched the blade in his hands. Mord said that they usually acquire an aura after reaching the level of divine blood. Kale is a master of magical martial arts, and he is already at the level where he can probably use aura. The warrior rushed to attack the fighters. The reincarnated thought that it was natural that he reached the level of divine blood in a short period of time. The blonde used the skill bracelet of speed, activate. The silver-blood soldier blocked the blow with his blade. Kale suddenly appeared behind the soldier. Then he kicked him with his foot. From the attack, he fell to the ground. The fighter looked in bewilderment ahead, wondering what kind of speed this was. Then he looked back in horror. The youth was swinging a lightning hammer at the enemy. The guy looked up, asking him to wait. A bright column of light rose from the ground. Ruth grabbed his chest with his hand. The main character's fist appeared in front of his face. The main character was attacking his opponent. The blow sent the boy flying. He flew above the ground, knocking down a tree with his body. The protagonist looked at the aristocrat with an arrogant look, saying that as expected from God's blessing, he was still breathing even when the artifact was already broken. The wounded boy looked at the reincarnated one. He asked to spare him, adding that he was a high-ranking representative of the silver blood, and if he spared him, he could provide them with information that would be extremely useful to them. Mord said that they did not need it. He slowly walked towards the noble, saying that there was probably nothing interesting in it, since someone of the 4th rank had it and the really useful information was probably under restriction, and he would definitely not tell it. The follower of the silver blood sat on the ground with a frightened look. He said that if he spared his life, he would definitely be useful. The mage swung his fist, saying that this was not true. Ruth bared his teeth in horror, mentioning a merciful goddess. White clouds floated above the mountains. The stranger stood with his back, looking into the distance. The man looked back at the boy, asking what was happening. The brown-haired man said that a gap appeared in the ranks of the 24 white bloods. The men were climbing the mountain. The old man said that judging by the scream that came from him, he thought he was killed, and it was really not surprising considering that he was a 4th rank, asking if everything was correct. Brown-haired said that everything was correct, but in the center of this scream, he saw an incredible monster. The stranger narrowed his eyes. He imagined the image of a formidable protagonist. Brown-haired said that it seemed that the monster that could bring trouble to them opened its eyes and killed one of the 24 white silvers. The old man looked at the guy with a malicious grin, saying that it was quite funny, asking if the culprit was divine blood. Brown-haired said that anything could be. A thick fog was visible among the mountains. The guy said that he would need to deal with this when he returned. Black silhouettes were visible among the fog. The old man said that he did not know when everything would end here. The monster pressed his hand to his chest, greeting the guys from silver blood. The monster looked at the boys with a serious look, noting that they were from a rebellious dragon race. White clouds floated above the trees. The fighter asked where such a boy came from. His comrade replied that he did not know. Kale crossed his arms over his chest, telling him not to try to understand using a rational approach, and he was giving him this advice as someone who had spent some time with him. The masked warrior looked at the youth in surprise, asking what happened to him, noting that he was a capable soldier but became very strong. The boy said that it was all thanks to that boy. The half-elf looked ahead with a smirk. The fighter mused that he was a master of magical martial arts with the blood of an ancient elf, wondering if only pure-blooded elves had this power until now. The youth looked at his comrade in confusion. The warrior stated that he might get in trouble if the white forest elves acknowledged him and if it turned out that the half-elf had the heritage of an ancient elf. The boy smirked, asking what difference it made what those long-eared bastards would make. In the memories, little Kale looked ahead in horror. The man looked at the boy menacingly, saying that he had dirty mixed blood and was a disgrace to their clan, so he should get out of the forest now. The fighter looked at his comrade in confusion. Kale stated that he would kill them all if they contacted him. The soldier thought he should stop talking about it. He said that he had become more aggressive since they last saw each other. The blonde asked if that was true. The youth looked at the protagonist with a smirk. The protagonist looked ahead with a serious look. The half-elf said that he learned it by watching the guy he was following. Erna looked at the box in her hands with a happy smile, asking that she could actually take it. Mord said that he had a lot of everything, so she could take it. Magic items collected with silver blood. The girl looked at the reincarnated one with curiosity, asking what he was going to do with them now. Mord noted that he was heading north to the White Demon Realm. The warrior smiled widely, telling him to be careful, because the White Demon Realm was an unusual and dangerous place. Mord said that she should also be careful from now on. The main character looked ahead with a serious look, thinking that if it became known that Erna knew the truth about the Archduke, it could be dangerous, and he definitely would not let it go. The boy looked at the warrior with a serious look, saying that he hoped that she would not do the work of revealing the truth and increasing the number of supporters now. He said that the time had not come yet. The white-haired girl covered her smile with her hand, asking that he was worried about her. The boys stood opposite each other. The white-haired girl told him not to worry, and that she and the Archduke had no personal contacts, so there would be no serious problems, asking who else she should be careful with. The young boy narrowed his gaze, saying that the Archduke trusted 10 people above all else. The main character introduced the images of the men. He said that now that Barin was dead, there were 9 of them left, and they knew the truth, but they still acted like the Archduke's dogs, with the exception of Kessner. The girl looked at the boy curiously. Ward noted that there were probably others who did not know. Erna asked if Sir Kessner didn't suspect this. The protagonist imagined a man, saying that he believed in this man. He mused that thanks to the information they got from Kale, they found out that he didn't know the truth about the Archduke. The warrior stood there with a thoughtful look, saying that he wasn't the type to pretend that he didn't know anything in front of anyone. The white-haired girl widened her eyes. The protagonist stated that Prince Alan was following the Archduke even though he knew the whole truth. The reincarnated imagined a menacing man with a beard. He mused that Prince Alan was the one who was currently leading the fight for the succession and that perhaps he was the person they should be most afraid of right now. The warrior extended her fist in front of her and thanked the guy, saying that they were together anyway. The girl looked at the mage with a smile, saying that they would see each other again soon. The boy extended his fist in front of him. Erna said that they would meet again in the north. Mord said that they had agreed. The boys bumped fists. The boys followed the protagonist. Leon asked if that was the east. The reincarnated noted that there was a place they needed to visit there, and they should prepare to cross the border. The youth looked back at his comrade. The fighter asked that they were currently heading to the east and crossing the border. He looked at the boys with a serious look, asking why. The Shadow Wolf Squad, Lowen. Leon looked at the boy in shock, wondering why he was still following them. The protagonist said that they had business there. Lowen crossed his arms, asking Mord if he realized what situation he was in. The protagonist said that he understood it better than anyone in the world. The warrior asked why he still wanted to go around. The mage looked at the boy with a frown. He mused that it was because he planned to collect as many fragments of the world as possible. He said that it was necessary, and in any case, from now on the route would continue north. The fighter closed his eyes, saying that he did not agree and that there was no point in taking more risks. Mord agreed with the boy. He went to meet the soldier, offering to part ways on this, thanking them for helping all this time. Kale watched in horror. The protagonist said that they would go to the shortest route to the north, and below they would pursue their own way. The soldier narrowed his gaze, saying that he was the talent he was pinning his hopes on, General Ilden, and their duty was to deliver him back safe and sound. The boy looked at the protagonist in bewilderment. He said that he was a mid-level warrior belonging to the Guardian Squad, asking that since he had joined, should he not come under his command. Kale looked at the protagonist worriedly, thinking that Lowen being the oldest in the Shadow Wolves Squad made sense. But Mord would not agree so easily. The protagonist looked at the fighter with a cold gaze, saying that he thought he was misunderstanding something, so he would clarify it for him. The mage raised his index finger, saying that he had not yet been officially accepted and was not affiliated with any organization. He then raised another finger, saying that even if he were, he had no desire to get involved with their unit. He narrowed his gaze, stating that General Ilden had finally promised him the right to freedom within 8 months. The fighter looked at the protagonist with displeasure. The protagonist stated that their task was to accompany him until he arrived north, and he seemed to be getting angry because he thought the mission would be delayed. The protagonist looked at the warrior with a cold gaze. He stated that he should not try to manipulate him for his own convenience, and he had 2 options. The fighter stared at the protagonist. The protagonist said that either they follow him and help him, or they split up and go back north. Lowen smirked. He started to take out his blade, saying that he was a little brat for saying such things. He pointed his blade at the protagonist, saying that if he wasn't going to follow his orders, he had no choice but to force him to go. The protagonist looked at the guy with a threatening look, asking if he thought he could do it. Leon looked at his friend with confusion, asking why the conversation was going down this path again and maybe they should stop them. Kale said that he should wait a minute. The soldier jumped off the ground. The guy said that it would be a good idea to take this opportunity to make sure everyone clearly understood who was who. The fighter swung his blade at the protagonist, who clenched his fist. A bright purple flash occurred in the forest. The reincarnated man looked at the fighter with a frown, thinking that he had previously watched all of his fights with interest, and yet the fact that he said that he would take him by force meant that he was confident in his skills. The mage blocked the attack with his fist, after which he blocked his opponent's sword. The boys watched in confusion. Leon said that he was stronger than he thought. The young man noted that Lowen was a legend in their squad. Lowen blocked the blows with his blade with a frown. The boy said that he single-handedly killed several Ordar's guys who were in the second stage of opening the new blood, and since they were not at a disadvantage just recently, he fought at half strength. The mercenary looked at his friend in confusion, asking that he was so strong and did this mean that Mord was at a disadvantage. Kale closed his eyes and smirked slightly, saying that he did not think so. He thought that Lowen might be strong, but he was still a human, and this Mord guy was a monster. The main character swung his fist, emitting a powerful aura. He aimed the attack at the fighter using the Mirage Destruction skill. The soldier looked ahead in confusion, thinking what he heard. It hadn't even been half a year since he discovered the divine blood and what incredible power he had, wondering how he had grown so much in just half a year. Lowen began to emit purple energy, thinking that there was no point in delaying this and one hit would decide the outcome of the fight. The main character raised his fist above his head, wondering what he was trying to fight with strength, adding that he would have to respond. The boys rushed at each other with an attack. The fighter's eyes widened. Mord looked at his opponent with a serious look. The boy slightly opened his mouth, saying that this was enough. He stood between them, using a barrier. The protagonist looked at the boy. The stranger said that something more than that could be a problem. The protagonist narrowed his gaze, noting that he had short, thick hair, a black eye patch over his left eye, and that he knew this guy. The boy looked at the protagonist with a cold gaze, saying that it was nice to meet him. Mord noted that this was Farwell Nair, Aiden's comrade. Farwell stood between the boys. Lowen looked at his lord with displeasure, asking to leave it to him, and he would teach him a lesson. The protagonist stared ahead. Farwell said that there was no need for that, and Mord's words were true. The boy turned his gaze to the protagonist, telling Lowen that he lacked the skills to teach. The barrier in front of the protagonist collapsed. The fighter's eyes widened in bewilderment, thinking that the protective magic that dealt with his attacks perfectly. The brunette approached the young man, offering to postpone it a little. He looked at Mord with a serious look. The reincarnated man looked at the boy with a frown. Farwell said that he had some business with him. A small fire was burning on the ground. Mord asked why he decided to chat with him separately. Farwell asked why he was speaking to him so informally. The brunette looked at the young man with bewilderment. Mord said that he could also speak to him like that. The boy noted that it did not match his character, and he could do as he wished. Then he pressed his palm to his chest, saying that his name was Farwell Nair. The reincarnated man crossed his arms over his chest, looking at the boy. The brunette noted that he was a mage belonging to the Shadow Squad. The young man thought that he knew Farwell, one of the main figures of the novel The Mage Who Rules the World. The protagonist imagined the boy, who was hugged by dead bodies. He noted that Farwell Nair was the boy who showed Aiden, who had already lost his family and teacher, and was in pain from losing his friend. Young Aiden was crying bitter tears over the body of the dead Farwell. The city was burning behind the brunette. Mord noted that his family was killed by a group of half-breeds called the Prixaras, and he joined Aiden's squad in search of revenge. The boys stood with their backs to each other. The protagonist noted that the two had a lot in common, quickly became close friends, and over the course of 2 years, they overcame numerous difficulties together. The red-haired boy extended his hand to his friend. Mord noted that in the process, they dealt a serious blow to the Prixaras and the Sage of Darkness, but in the end, Farwell died protecting Aiden, never completing his revenge. The main character looked down with a thoughtful look. He thought that all this would happen in 2 years, and at the moment Aiden and Farwell do not suspect each other's existence. The guys stood opposite each other. Mord wondered, how did he end up here, asking him why he came to him. The boy raised his head, saying that it was a personal matter, and General Ilden said that he could solve his problem. The guys stood under the night sky. Reborn asked what was personal. The mage asked that he was not by chance familiar with the name Prixaras. The brunette closed his eyes and lowered his head. Mord said that he was familiar. This is the name. The guy noted that, of course, he was not familiar, and he would explain it to him. After which he looked at the guy in surprise, not understanding what he said. Reborn looked at the boy with a serious look, saying that this is a group that hunts for new blood, calling themselves the gods of modern times, asking so what about them. The boy looked at the young man in shock, asking what kind of organization this was. He looked at the protagonist in confusion, asking how he knew this information. The protagonist mused that even when Farwell met Aiden, he had no idea about Prixaras. The mage looked at the protagonist in confusion. Mord mused that now, 2 years before the events, it was safe to say that he had little information. He asked the boy if the source of the information mattered, adding that at least he knew more than him. The brunette pressed his lips together. The protagonist told him not to beat around the bush, asking what he wanted from him. The mage knelt before the protagonist, saying that he would help him, so let him help him get revenge. The boy looked at the protagonist, remembering the image of the old man. He stated that the general said that he could find and destroy Prixaras. The reincarnated one extended his hand in front of him, saying whether he could or not, asking what he could do for him. Farwell stated that he was a high-level mage of the 5th circle, and he noticed that there were no mages among their companions. The brunette looked at the boy with a confident look, saying that he would offer him his power if only he could get revenge. The protagonist stared at the surprised boy, saying that he understood and accepted him. The brunette looked at the protagonist with confusion. The protagonist mused that Farwell was a mage with incredible talent, comparable to Aiden's, and eliminating the Prixaras should not be difficult since they were a relatively small group. The protagonist imagined the ground littered with corpses. He mused that they would be destroyed anyway due to the conflict with the silver blood even if they left everything as is, but if they destroyed them early, they could reduce the harm they would cause to the world. Mord imagined an image of a mage against the background of an energy circle. He noted that most importantly, he could recruit in advance the one who would become Aiden's comrade in the future. The young man narrowed his gaze, thinking that this in itself was a huge advantage. The brunette with a serious look looked at the main character. The reincarnated noted that he would take Farwell for himself. The guys were sitting near the fire. Mord said that he would have to work as a guard for several years, and this was necessary for his personal training. The reincarnated with a relaxed expression looked at the new companion, saying that he could not help him take revenge right now, asking that it was okay. Leon carried a box to the guys. The reincarnated said that instead he would show him that he had the power to help him with this matter. In the box lay a book with a staff. The boy asked what all this meant. He looked at the staff in surprise, thinking that with one glance, he could say that it looked much better than his magic wand. In the box lay a necklace with earrings. The magician noted that there was also a necklace for storing spells and even earrings for controlling magic. The boy held a book in his hands, wondering what these books were. Weren't they the kind of magic books that could only be found in ancient ruins? He looked at the mercenary in confusion, saying that they weren't even mages, asking where they got such incredible items from. The knight said that there was no mage in their group, so there was no one to use it yet. The protagonist narrowed his gaze, thinking that it was quite difficult to increase the level of magic on his own, since the amount of knowledge accumulated over the decades was enormous. The protagonist imagined images of little mage people. He thought that in other words, it was easier to learn something by using something than to come up with it yourself. The boys stood with their backs to each other. The protagonist thought that at the moment, Farwell was a more powerful wizard than Aiden, since at the age of 15 he was already a 5th circle mage, and this was his chance to raise him. The protagonist looked at the boy with a grin. The brunette looked at the main character with confusion. He noted that this happened just when he felt like he had hit a wall in his training, and now he owed him a great debt. Even after his revenge was done, he would definitely repay that debt. Lowen closed his eyes and chuckled in displeasure. Mord said that there was no need for that, and that was also a reward for convincing Lowen. Kale looked away with a smirk. The young boy mused that it was quite funny to use the knowledge of the mage who ruled the world to help his comrades grow. Farwell looked at the new magic wand with a smirk. The main character thought that he would see how fast this guy would grow. The brunette looked at the main character with a dumbfounded look when he asked how old he was. Mord said that he was 15. The brunette looked ahead in surprise, saying that the world was really big, and he never thought that there would be such a monster among his peers. The protagonist asked what he had just called him a monster, after which he smirked slightly. The mage said that he was sorry, but he could not think of another way to describe him and was looking forward to the future as he wondered what path he would show him. The protagonist looked at the boy with a satisfied smirk, saying that he would not be disappointed. The weather was clear above the city, the northwestern part of the continent, the kingdom of Vert. The boys were walking along a busy street. Farwell said that even though there were 7 of them, crossing the border was not difficult. Kale noted that they were experts in such things. Lowen turned his attention to the protagonist, saying that they had finally arrived, asking what he was going to do in this country. The protagonist noted that nothing special. Farwell and Lowen looked at the protagonist in shock. The reincarnated one said that they would simply destroy some things and leave. White clouds floated over the city. The guys did not understand what he was talking about. Lowen was holding a blade in his hands, standing next to a wolf. The author noted that this was Lowen from the Shadow Wolf squad, asking what kind of person he was. The fighter was heading to attack with the squad. The author noted that having lived for more than 20 years in the realm of white demons, he had accumulated a lot of combat experience. The guy and the fighters were walking in a cave. The author noted that be it battles against people, against demons, against monsters, battles in demonic dungeons, or even ordinary ones, all this had become familiar to him. Lowen looked ahead in bewilderment. He looked behind him, wondering how he was able to find these ruins without any information. The fighter followed the thoughtful protagonist. He noted that he had immediately headed to a rural village near the border and had suddenly cast a spell in the basement of the village hall. The soldier recalled how he had looked at the protagonist in surprise, noting that a passage leading to the ruins had appeared before his eyes. The protagonist clenched his hand into a fist. The fighter mused that he already knew the location, but the older the ruins, the more he had to be wary of traps. The protagonist smashed the wall with his blow. The young guy looked ahead with a serious look. The warrior wondered if he would break through them with one pure strength. There was a lit torch hanging on the wall. The protagonist said that from now on, their role was important. The guys stood opposite each other. The Shadow Squad asked what their role was. The protagonist approached the wall, looking back at the guys. He stated that from now on, attacks would rain down from all four sides, so they should take them on themselves. The guy asked what he was talking about. The mage imagined purple portals in space. He noted that circles of light would appear on the ground from time to time, and at least one person should be inside the circle at that time. Lowen looked at the protagonist in bewilderment. The reincarnated one stated that otherwise, defense would turn into an even bigger headache, so they should not forget. The fighter asked why he was suddenly saying this, after which the guys turned their attention behind them. Monsters with red eyes were coming out of the portal. The fighter asked if it was a magic golem. A magic circle appeared under the guy's foot. He noted that a circle appeared on the floor. The main character was standing near the wall, staring at it. The fighter noted that everything was exactly as Mord said, wondering who this guy really was. Defeated magic golems lay on the floor. Mord thought that since time was limited, he could not visit all the ruins and dungeons. He held a purple stone in his hand. He noted that, however, he should optimize the route to the north by collecting everything he could. The mercenary held a flask in his hand, asking that he could actually drink it. He looked at the kin with a joyful smile, saying that it was real nectar. Farwell and the soldiers watched in surprise. The soldier asked if this was an item only found in myths. The brunette noted that if it was nectar, then the risk was worth it. The main character looked at the joyful Leon. He said that unlike the fakes that were made in an evil way with silver blood, this was an authentic product from the mythical era. The main character imagined images of people stained with blood. He mused that this was also the reason why the silver blood attacked the Aiden family, adding that the nectar of the current world was made from unawakened divine blood sacrificed. The young man crossed his arms, looking to the side with a serious look. He mused that out of the 5 nectars he knew of, 2 had been used up, and he would need to think about how to use the 3 that could be obtained in the north. The reincarnated turned his gaze to his comrades. He noted that Leon's lack of talent had been compensated for by the nectar, and he would soon be able to reach the level of a master. Farwell approached the main character, asking what the next destination was and that it would be ruins or dungeons. The reincarnated said neither. He looked at the boy with a serious look, saying that this time they would be cleaning up trash. A bright moon was visible above the forest. The people looked at the boy with fear. The villager asked why he was doing this, and if he needed money, he would give as much as he wanted. The blonde leaned towards the boys with a sly grin, saying that he could get the money without his help, and he was doing this because, isn't that how the world works? Amit drew a purple circle on the ground with his blade. The villagers looked at the boy in horror. The blonde said that sometimes unexpected tragedies happen in life and it would happen in their lives today. After which he smirked slightly, said that he had enough. The man asked what he was doing. The blonde drew a magic circle around the villagers. He noted that the sacrifice must be brought alive. He stretched his hands out in front of him with a bloodthirsty grin, thanking them for staying alive. The boy looked at the blonde in fear, asking him to wait. He stretched his hand out in front of him when the blonde clapped his hands. A bright energy light appeared in the forest. Amit stood near the magic circle from which the people had disappeared. The guy smiled maliciously, saying that everything was ready, and thanks to the fact that he was constantly surrounded by these dark mages, his account was pretty good. The guy stood motionless, wondering where he should go now, adding that he would look for someone who could bring money. The blonde man flashed his malicious gaze. Amit, one of the 9 candidates for the Prixara's gods. In the center of the drawing was an animal skull. The protagonist noted that there were many secret organizations in this world, but this organization had the simplest goal among them. A long-haired man stood against the background of a golden circle. The protagonist noted that this was to become a god. People stretched out their hands to the silver book with an eye. Mord noted that Prixara's was the name of the group and an ancient relic left by an equally ancient god. The blonde man was wearing a red cape. The Reborn noted that the relic had selected 9 candidates and was empowering them whenever they made worthy sacrifices to it. Farwell stood in front of people and crucified a man. The protagonist noted that the victims were all different: living people, people with special bloodlines, strong people, people with high magical power, and divine blood. The blonde moved his leg to the side. He thought that the other candidates made sacrifices easily. The night sky stretched above the mansion. Amit thought that he was just a thief and would soon have to raid a village and make a lot of money. He opened the doors of the mansion, saying that he was back. The blonde stood with his back, not understanding where everyone had gone. He looked up with a frown. The young guy asked what he was doing outside for so long. The protagonist stood on the second floor, looking at the guy. The blonde asked who he was. The protagonist looked at the thief with a cold gaze. The guy looked at the protagonist with displeasure, asking what he did to his employees. There were corpses of men behind the reincarnated one. He said that he killed them both and they ate human flesh, noting that they even had a butcher shop in the basement. The thief furrowed his brows, noting that he knew who he was asking, that he was sent by another god candidate. The boys appeared next to the reincarnated one. He said that in life, unexpected tragedies sometimes happen. The blonde stood with his back, looking at the fighters who appeared. The protagonist looked at the blonde with a furious look, saying that in his life, it will happen today. The woman and the boy stood in front of the burning buildings. Every time he closed his eyes, it was like he was returning to that terrible moment in his life. The metallic smell of blood spread through the rain. The woman screamed. The screams echoed throughout the village. The boy looked ahead in shock. He was falling down the cliff. Farewell. The mother extended her hand, thinking that at least he should survive. The blue eye opened wide. The boy held the staff in his hand, hearing that he finally caught it. The limbless blonde howled. Leon clenched his fist, saying that it felt like he had been fighting him for almost an hour. He regenerated with each of his attacks. What was he? The brunette stood behind him, thinking about the incredible regeneration ability and destructive power that he couldn't forget. This was a monster that he couldn't handle at the moment. The boy looked at Mord, thinking that this time he was finished off easily with overwhelming power. Farwell closed his eyes, hearing himself asked, was this guy his enemy? Mord waved his hand, saying that he would let him deal with him. He had exhausted all his power, so he would be easy to deal with. The boy took a step, thinking that this was his gift to him, so that he could find out about his enemy himself. Amit sat by the broken wall, hearing himself told that he had a lot to ask. Reaching out his hand to the blonde, the brunette told him not to make his death easy. That day, one of the 9 candidates for the gods of Prixaras disappeared. The trees by the mountains were covered in snow. And so time passes, Mord and his squad arrive in the realm of white demons. The skeleton was broken. On the way to the realm of demons, the squad destroyed the 3rd of the 7 souls of the Archmage Lick. A total of 4 souls remained. The edge of the flag was burning. The Sage of Darkness attacked one of the main branches in the territory of Hubens County, himself receiving serious damage. The purple crystal flickered. They also acquired additional fragments of the world. Now there were 13 of them in total. At the same time, in the county, a guy in red shouted, "Who is it this time?" Mord entered the room. The man said that he came back earlier than promised. The guy with blue eyes said that he came back. He addressed the man with a blindfold, General Ilden. A thin ribbon covered his eyes. The old man heard thanks for his support. Mord stood in front of him, saying that the difference in strength was too great before. Even when they fought for 20 days, he still hadn't given it his all. Coming closer, he asked to show him now. The table crumbled from the blow of his palm. The man said that he must have had a hard journey, so he wanted to let him rest today, but since he insisted, he couldn't help himself. Ilden stood by the broken table and said that they would see what he had achieved. Snow fell near the stone building on the county training field. The blindfolded man said that here, unlike the main castle, he didn't have to worry about other people's views. The boy heard him say that they would have a blast. The brunette thought that there was no point in holding back. He rushed forward, thinking that he would go all out from the start. Mord struck with a shining fist. Ilden, surrounded by sparks, said that he had actually reached this level. He thought that it was really possible. Looking at the muscular guy, he thought that the genius talent of the current Archduke. This true monster is superior. The guy rushed to attack. Ilden thought that someone whose existence is incredible, who exceeds all expectations. The hero swung his fist. Yes, it is he. We'll be able to destroy him. A bright flash occurred. A rumble was heard in the stone building. Kale asked with a smile, what are they doing there? There were bright rays around the brunette. He concentratedly looked forward, thinking that since he was fighting a person, a fantastic body is useless. The guy jumped, thinking that in this case, a bright glow appeared near his palm. He thought that he would increase his body weight by 10 times with the warrior's body and activate the fragments of the world. Looking down, he ordered to show everything he can. The man in the bandage heard that or he would die. The floor broke from the impact. The hero surrounded by the glow heard Ilden laugh, saying that he couldn't believe it. Opening his mouth, he said that after experiencing it himself, he couldn't believe it. Clenching his fist, Ilden said that who would have thought that he would push him to take this form. Mord looked at him, thinking that the third stage of opening the divine blood. Unlike the first and second, in this stage he directly covers his body with the power of a god. Standing among the rubble, he said that he did not know what he did, but he increased his weight. The guy replied that the same applies to him. The general stood confidently in front of him. The brunette thought that he did not seem scared on the outside, but it felt like his weight had doubled. He must have used the power of a warrior, even if only a little. At the moment, in the whole world, only Leon and he have the power of a warrior. Ilden crossed his arms. The body's momentum was so advanced that even Ilden at the third stage of divine blood could barely handle it. If the general were to fully master this power, its effect on him would be limited. The man in the bandage said that if only he could handle this power after reaching the third stage, but he seemed to be doing it much more easily. Ward nodded, hearing that perhaps the answer lay in his journey, and thought that of course he was being taught by the god of war himself. The silver-haired man waved his hand when asked if he wanted to achieve this, and said that he said it as if he could give him this power if he wanted. With a determined look, the hero said that he could. The general was surprised. Looking at his palm, the brunette said that with his instructions, he would be able to master this power. Of course, he could not teach him for free. The man furrowed his brows and asked what he wanted. The hero showed him 2 fingers and said that 2 things would be enough. Looking at him, he said the first thing is sincerity. Mord explained with his hands that it meant they should stop beating around the bush and speak frankly about what was on their minds. Ilden touched his chin and repeated, sincerity. The boy thought that his true feelings were not revealed even in a novel. He was interested in his story. Surrounded by a glow, the hero said one more thing. He introduced the blonde boy and asked him to give him kale. The old man laughed and said that he was talking like that as if he was asking his father for his daughter's hand. Lowen was taken aback by this. Didn't he need him? The boy replied that he didn't need the sinister old man. His leg glowed blue. The man asked if there was a reason it had to be kale. He was just following his orders when he helped him. Looking at him, Mord said that acting on someone's orders didn't diminish the value of risking his life. Looking at the old man, he said that's why he should give it to him. Mord stood surrounded by a glow and said that's why he would take kale for himself. The blindfolded man was silent, but then he said that maybe he was the one who valued kale more than anyone else in the world. Standing in front of him, he said that he would give it to him. He was planning to create a team under his leadership anyway. The guy looked at him and asked his team. He was just a mid-level warrior who had joined. He heard that it would be a great loss for the Legion to leave him at a mid-level. Turning away, Ilden suggested that they first take a short walk and talk about the rest in a more secluded place. The brunette was sitting at a table with papers and told the man that he expected this. Holding the papers in his hands, he continued that these guys were the only ones he saw in his squad. He introduced images of heroes, saying that, as he had mentioned earlier, Kale, Leon, who had been working with him for some time, and finally Farwell. Ilden held up a cookie and said that Farwell seemed to listen to him. It was always good to have a wizard in the party. He pictured the cloaked boy, saying that he wanted to help him grow up by his side little by little, but he was worried because his desire for revenge was too strong. The boy with the eye patch looked ahead confidently. Ilden smiled and said that it was good that the wizard liked him. Mord said that was great, then those were the ones he wanted in his party. The general tapped his finger on the table. The boy in the chair heard how far they had come on this journey and thought that it was a question with no basis or end. However, the subtext was obvious. He said Archduke. Imagining the image of the demon, he thought that he knew that he was a monster who devoured children for the sake of his own youth. The man stroked his beard, saying that since he told Erna the truth and convinced her, it meant that he had decided that she was somehow worthy of becoming the Archduchess. He thought she could surpass him. The man was surprised to hear that it was true, that she was worthy of becoming the next Archduchess, and whether she could surpass the Archduke was not that important. Looking at him, Mord stated that it was because he was the one who would defeat him. He imagined a flaming eye and continued that, in addition, he knew that he had dreamed of defeating the Archduke and was looking for someone who was willing to fight the Demon King's incarnation once a year to protect the seal. A palm slapped the table, and words were heard that the hero assumed that this was why he was helping him. Ilden stood up, shouting, how did he know this? Since he was bound by an oath of divine punishment, only those close to him could know this fact. Mord replied that the divine power within him told him so. He thought that if he went into more detail, he obviously wouldn't believe him, so he'd better just continue confidently. The silver-haired man asked again after hearing this. The brunette said that it was his turn to ask questions anyway. Looking at the man, Mord asked why he wanted to kill the Archduke. Ilden sat back down and asked if it wasn't enough that Hardin had taken both his eyes and the position of Archduke that he had long dreamed of. The hero said no. Imagining the key, he said that he was in a position where he had to risk his life and fight for it. Mord laced his fingers together after hearing that he wanted to at least know the truth. Sitting across from him, the man said that he would tell him the story of what had happened between him and Hardin. It was raining in the city with the tower. The man sat at the table, writing something down on paper. Raising his head, he asked, "Did you come to apologize for your incompetence?" In front of him was a black light, from which a voice was heard. Would the Archduke allow him to appear before him? The man allowed. The blonde boy bowed, saying that he was a high-ranking leader of the second faction of the 8 Stars of Silver Blood. He opened one eye and said that his name was Killian. Hardin, who was sitting at the table, said that he was envious. And then he grimly explained that he looked so young, even though he was an old monster. The long-haired blonde laughed and said that it was embarrassing. The man, as if engulfed in fire, thought that in order to maintain such a youthful appearance, the level of magic must be high. So much so that it allows you to create myths and operate on reality, which means much higher than the 9th circle. Was Wernar's level that high? Standing opposite, he asked what business he came for. Killian answered to apologize for the failure. Introducing Mord with his arms crossed, the Perrier said that when he heard that he was the blind monster Ilden's pet, he should have taken it more seriously, but he was mistaken in his judgment. Hardin waved his hand, saying that it didn't take the boy long to get to the north. Apparently he overestimated him. The blonde raised his hand and said that he was very sorry, but he had prepared something as an apology for not living up to his trust. A glass vial appeared in his palms. He said that it was real nectar. The vessel contained a blue liquid. Nectar, known in mythology as the drink of the gods, enhances the power of divine blood. The nectar hovered near Killian's palm, who said that it was usually diluted and taken out as a reward to the members one day. However, since it was a sign of apology, he was offered the undiluted substance. The blonde raised a finger with a smile and said that he had one request in return. Licking his lips, he asked predatorily to let them enter the north and deal with Mord. The man with the beard took the flask and asked if he understood that this meant a possible clash with Ilden, and was told that of course. The silhouette of the man held the flask. He imagined a frozen building. All the past archdukes were afraid of the guard squad and kept them in check. Since the Wernar's Duchy and the White Demon County are geographically far apart, it is difficult to control them. If the leader was someone loyal to the Archduke, things might be different, but for now they are led by an enemy, Ilden. The man wore a black fur cloak. Killian bowed when he heard the man think about it and said that he would return to him again soon. He turned around when Hardin stopped him, saying that before he left, let him answer one question. Waving his hand, he said, he is not the first one he works for. Who was the first? Without turning around, he said that it was easy to answer. The boy introduced the handshake, saying that before they started working with the Archduke, the person they worked with in the past was Ilden Wernars. Ilden was sitting across the table from Mord. He crossed his arms and said that if he was a genius, then Hardin was a monster. He remembered the muscular youth and said that it was the discovery of divine blood. He achieved divine blood when he was 16, and Hardin achieved it when he was 15, less than half a year after awakening. He remembered standing across from him, congratulating him. Until then, he didn't care. He believed that if he just focused on his duties, he would definitely become an Archduke. But that was just the beginning. The brown-haired man said that they said he had accomplished his mission and stopped the demon world in no time. The boy said not to talk nonsense. He heard that he was currently passing the 8 great labyrinths. Covering his mouth with his hand, the man said that people were talking about him being the reincarnation of the god of death. If this continued, he would be the successor. The man scattered silhouettes. Then he stood in a cloak with a white flag. The cultivation of divine blood, aura, everything he had acquired through blood, sweat, and tears, he dealt with it faster, without any problems. There was a noise in the round arena. The decisive nail was hammered in when Hardin was chosen as the representative in the duel between the Fourth Kingdom and the Empire. Brown-haired stood by, saying that if he succeeded here, he would have another chance. It was a pity that he was in second place, but he could definitely easily defeat the second and third. Thus, the Ortiz family was chosen as the representative of the Fourth Kingdom, and the Wernars family as the representatives of the Empire. Young Ilden looked ahead in disappointment, since this was the first official battle with the Ortiz family, who had been rivals for a long time. The result of the battle would determine their reputation for decades or hundreds of years to come. He introduced warriors with spears and warriors with swords, saying that the Fourth Kingdom dominated the west of the continent, and the Urfan Empire had hegemony in the east. An arrow pierced the body. A conflict that arose outside their area of influence could lead to a war. The men sat at the table with papers. However, due to various circumstances, neither side wanted a big war. They chose 5 warriors to represent each side and decided that the result of their duels would be the result of the war. Under the sky stood a round building. If the winner wished, he could continue to fight with the next opponents, and eventually, fingers clenched on the skin, the competition became a stage for Hardin. He lifted his opponent by the neck above the ground. That day, no one was able to fight him for more than 5 minutes. The crowd cheered. Ilden stood behind him, blindfolded. From then on, there was no one left on the continent who did not know Hardin. The container shattered, spilling liquid. The man sat in his chair, dejected. Ilden said that he had begun to worry that if this continued, the position of successor would be taken from him. He looked up, noticing the light from the door that had opened. A man stood in the doorway, bowing. Then the Silver Blood addressed him. Mord looked at the man and asked if he had made a contract with the Silver Blood. He replied that yes, they had said that they would make him their successor. Ilden presented a vial of purple liquid and said that in exchange for helping them, he had received something called the essence of nectar. Sitting across from him, Mord thought that they must have asked for a lot, since the reward was nectar. The man said that, frankly, he had no objections to the ideals they stood for. The ideal of the Silver Bloods was to create a world in which the ruling classes would be only the descendants of God. The man with the glowing eye extended his palm over the planet. It was so natural for someone from Vernars. Ilden remembered looking ahead in surprise and said that the problem arose when he learned the secret of the nectar that was given to him. He stood at the threshold, and the room was filled with the bodies of people. The boy smiled, saying that it was the law that sacrifices were necessary for the sake of the future generation. Those who were weak in the power of divine blood could do nothing to help this world. He snapped his fingers, asking if he thought so. The blonde's eye glowed red. He continued that it was a blessing for them to help them. This nectar was the result of a terrible and insidious operation, the purpose of which was to hunt down innocent people. The man in red waved his hand, saying that he understood it was only natural to feel disgust when you see meat being cut. He laughed, telling him not to worry, the promised nectar would still be there. Ilden punched him, knocking him to the ground. He screamed as he punched the boy. The man said that he, who had become part of their sins, had unknowingly destroyed all the silver blood that was there. That was when his unfortunate relationship with the organization began. Ilden sat with his arms crossed and said that they had hindered his achievements at every turn, and behind the scenes, they had helped Hardin become his successor. He remembered standing in front of his rival and saying that after years of being like that, he had decided to take a better path. Then he asked him for the spirit of the dueling god. The rival smirked. A last-ditch effort from a being who had been knocked out of the fight for the throne. It was a challenge that had no meaning or need to be accepted. Hardin snapped his fingers, saying that he accepted the spirit of the dueling god, Ilden. The boy at the table heard that he knew the outcome. Hardin, like a true warrior, did not shy away from the challenge, and he was completely defeated in front of everyone. Snow fell outside the building. The man continued that he had become an archduke, and he was asked to become the general of the guard squad. Although he does not think that this is something like sympathy for the loser. The blindfolded man said that he gave a kind of opportunity to get out of a place where everyone would gossip about him. At the moment of the duel, they recognized each other as rivals for life. The man remembered standing next to his comrades and said that only then was he able to rise as a warrior, free from the gaze of the silver blood and family. For a while, everything was calm. He believed that everything was going well. Blood flowed into the man's mouth. Then the Archduke suddenly and inexplicably aged, and the silver blood took advantage of this to approach Hardin. And he, unlike Ilden, willingly contacted them. With a sly look, he thought that it had to be him. It had to be him. No one else could protect this world. The silhouette held the boy with chains. The silver blood had taken over Hardin, using his madness to carry out its mission. The man with the beard said that in the end, the rival truly believed that he was the only one who could protect the seal of the Demon King, and turned into a monster that devoured his children. Leaning down, Ilden said that he could no longer allow Hardin and the family of Archduke Vernars to be defiled by these terrifying guys. The candle flame burned. The old man said that from that day on, he began to search for hope, someone who had the potential to defeat Hardin, someone who could return freedom to him and his family. The brunette looked at him. He silently thought that it was good that he asked him. He was not just obsessed with the position of Archduke. The hero did not know that he was such an honest man. That was why so many people followed him. Ilden smiled and asked, did he hear everything he wanted to know? Mord, who was sitting on a chair, said that yes, that was enough. In exchange for telling him his whole story, he would give him a gift. He presented a tablet with red symbols and asked if he by any chance knew the stone tablet with runes. Snow fell on the roof of the tower. Mord turned around as the man asked, was he asking the general for him? Kale closed his eyes, saying that Ilden said to stay by Mord's side, even if it meant going against him. How could he make him say that? Looking up, the blonde asked him to promise him one thing. The boy asked, what kind of promise did he want? The blonde presented a blindfolded man and said a promise that he would fulfill Ilden's long-standing wish. If he promised him this, he would give his life for him. Mord nodded, saying that he promised he would definitely fulfill the knight Ilden's long-standing wish. Kale smiled and asked, is that true? He innocently turned away, saying that it was enough. He was a man who kept his word. Until now, Kale had no idea. He put his hands behind his head and asked, were they going to meet Leon? He heard that he had to start as a normal warrior because of his identity being hidden. The brunette said that it couldn't be helped, that an unimaginable disaster would befall them at dawn. Someone cursed at the stone building. Kale looked down in frustration, saying that he was a normal warrior. Mord looked forward, saying that it couldn't be helped. The personal information of the Shadow Wolves squad members was confidential. A normal warrior, Leon thought, why him too? The hero looked, at least they weren't forced to retake the warrior exam. An indignant cry was heard that he was a mid-level warrior and also a squad leader. He watched his comrades talking and thought that he felt a little sorry. Compared to the normal world, it was like making a colonel or lieutenant colonel a second lieutenant. They needed to be treated better. The man approached and asked if there was anyone else in the squad. Farwell walked with the staff, saying that he thought they alone weren't enough to handle it. Mord crossed his arms and said no, as long as it was just them. The squad was planned to be small and elite. The guy with the bandage looked at the hero when he called him. Crossing his arms, the brunette said that now that they were in the same boat, could he please tell them about his abilities? Farwell flexed his fingers and agreed. He introduced a cloaked figure next to a star and said that he came from the Breathius family, one of the 5 stars that is closest to the moon. The man sat with a book. The guy said that his unique power was useful for studying, but of little use in combat. He lifted his hair, revealing the bandage, and said that when opening the divine blood, it can open his left eye. Kale looked at him and asked if he couldn't see with it. The brunette replied that it was true, it could only be used when the divine blood was unlocked. The boys were surprised when he said that he could see with excess mana in that case. Farwell waved his hand and explained that they usually couldn't use all the mana they produced, so some of it was wasted. Kale touched his chin when he heard that he could use it when he unlocked the divine blood, as he could also give it to his comrades to restore or boost their mana. Standing next to the team, Mord said that he thought they would have to practice to see how effective it was. They didn't have a good reputation, as he had turned down several people in order to keep their party small. The brunette looked ahead, saying that they had to prove their worth, of course, and they would also gain new ranks. The boys clenched their fists in delight and exclaimed that they would start right away. Mord introduced the figures of the heroes plus the warriors and said that as far as they knew, since they only had the minimum number of members, the squad only had 2 options. They could conduct joint operations with other squads, or they could respond to an emergency request for support. Farwell held the staff, hearing that in other words, right now they can't do anything, so they will train until they drop. He pursed his lips. The boys looked forward with determination. Mord clenched his fist and said that when they were ready, they should all attack at once. Snow was falling on the snowy hills of the White Demon Kingdom in the border area with the Demon World. The men stood surrounded by monsters and cursed. The bald advanced warrior Aduit frowned and said that a strong warrior does not retreat. The proud warriors of Vernars must hold on. They stood in front of the blue monsters. The man thought their squad consisted of 500 people. The number of monsters is estimated to exceed 1,000. He gritted his teeth, thinking that he requested urgent support, but they need time to get there. The tall monster opened its mouth. The man thought the enemy was an ice troll. A blow of the sword cut the troll's body. The men looked ahead tensely. Aduit clutched his sword, standing in front of the monster. He angrily gritted his teeth, thinking that if this continues, they will be destroyed. The blow raised snow. The bald man tensely called out to the commander. A flash appeared above the monster. The trolls raised their heads. A blue beam fell from above. Mord chuckled darkly. A group of heroes stood in the fog. The brunette said that he hoped they were not too late. Kale smiled, saying that there were 1,000 ice trolls here, so he believed that there would be no problem with the promotion. Leon smiled, saying that they could make a bet then and see who could kill more. The heroes stood with their backs to each other. The blonde agreed. Aduit looked at him in surprise, asking what was that. Farwell stood with his staff next to the trolls and said that they had received an emergency request. Blue symbols appeared around him. He said that they were the Mord squad. A path of blood led to the house. A man entered the house with a bare carcass. The figure in black, without turning around, said that she had arrived. The girl let the carcass fall to the floor and reached back. She asked the masked figure what brought her here. Wiping her blade, she heard that the general needed her. Looking with blue eyes, she asked what he wanted from her. The masked man told her to join the guard squad and help one person. Sitting on a chair, she said, "Give it a little time, she will finish in a month at most." The girl looked down, hearing the question, what to call her. The axe cut into the body. She said to just use her. The man in the mask said that he understood and said her name. There was blood on Aryu's face. The heroes stood confidently, turning their backs. The reputation and status of the Mord squad continued to grow rapidly. There was a glowing ball on Farwell's staff. Kale was surprised to see a man in black, recognizing the elder Lowen. Thanks to Ilden, he was hired as the new instructor for training Leon and Kale. The magician extended his palm with a shining ball. Thanks to Mord's help, he mastered the spell of the 5th circle and began to prepare for training with the 6th. During training, Mord broke the floor. He gained strength in sparring with Ilden and prepared for the next mission. The time came and the squad was finally given a second task. The 4 heroes confidently walked forward together with the recruits of the Hether squad to stop demonification. The black beasts ran forward in the demonification zone. Hether, a mid-ranking warrior, waved his hand, shouting for the vanguard to quickly change and for Mord's squad to cover the rear. The heroes stopped, looking at the battle. Mord crossed his arms and asked why they were using such a battle strategy. The guys in black were fighting the beasts. The hero said that they were able to destroy them with firepower alone. Kale looked ahead, thinking that no matter how you look at it, he was only 15, and said that this was so that the squad members could gain some experience in a real fight. The guy asked again. He displeasedly heard the blonde man say with a smile that not everyone in the world was like him. This process was necessary to strengthen the squad. The hero thought that he would have to act as an adjutant for some time. The guys were breathing heavily from fatigue. A question was heard. Does he see those new recruits? For training purposes, newcomers are sent to the safe small dungeons of the demon world. Mord touched his chin, thinking that he had not had to go through something like this thanks to the talent of this body. He must watch carefully and learn. The man crossed his arms and said that they would soon get to the very depths, but there was no need to worry, their leader was not even a lord level. But let the support continue to be on guard. A powerful explosion interrupted his further reasoning. The monster with the axe laughed and said that the small fry from Bernars were here. Hether looked at him and said that a black orc who turned into a demon. They should not panic. If they did as they were taught, it would not be difficult to deal with him. Mord exclaimed that something was wrong. The demon had a red eye with a vertical pupil. The boy looked at its silhouette. The red-eyed man said that it was interesting. The one who was his victim last time and the one who humiliated him, Weirgun, the Earl of the Demon Realm, gathered together. Kale laughed, and Mord said that he saw him for the first time. The darkness behind the orc shouted, how dare he look down on him. A bright flash appeared in front of the heroes. Mord looked ahead carefully, asked, does he understand now? The red-eyed demon called him arrogant. Weirgun in the orc's body roared, saying that he will make him regret this. Hether tensed up and told the recruits to get ready, this guy is a lord level. Many monsters appeared around. A scream was heard that he can't believe it. Even the undead, where did they suddenly come from? Frowning, the man thought that he heard that recently in the dungeons of the demon world there were more unusual dangers, but he never thought that he would encounter such a ridiculous situation. He looked at the red-eyed monsters, thinking that there were 50 undead, 4 death knights, and 1 lord-level boss. Hether stood tensely, wondering if they could survive. The boy snapped his fingers and said contentedly that it seemed like the time for games and shows was over. The heroes stepped forward. Leon said that he didn't want anyone to say that he was just quietly going through life. The boy standing behind said that their unit was decreasing. He clenched his fist, saying that he would clear the way and leave the rest to them. Ward extended his fist. The monster looked at him in surprise, asking what he was doing. Only legs remained of the undead. A wave of power swept away half of their bodies. The demon with the red eye looked forward. The eye widened in shock. Hether opened his mouth, hearing that he had suspected Weirgun since last time. It seemed that he somehow influenced the underground demon realm even from outside it. The guy took a step, saying that if something impossible happens, then the answer is obvious, and thought to himself that it was like always in the novel. Standing in front of the darkness, Mord said that he had fragments of the world. The red eye opened in shock, asking how he knew. The hero stood next to Kale and said that he needed to find out something from this guy. Let them sort out everything else for now, he asked. Hasn't everything been settled yet? The monsters were restoring their bodies. Mord explained that the undead do not die immediately. A trace remained from the jump. The hero rushed to the red demon. A glow appeared, as if from the stars. The purple flame said that from the armor instead of a head, purple fire with crystals was visible. Living armor, Weirgun exclaimed, what did he do to him? Mord stood in front, thinking that this world is an illusion, and this is the true form of Weirgun. He looked at the crystals, thinking that this guy also had a piece of the ideal world fragment. That's why he could manifest this piece of the illusory world. For that to happen, the right conditions had to be created. The figure with the flame for a head looked discouraged. The hero thought that either the owners of the world fragments were negotiating with each other. Mord stood surrounded by many crystals, thinking that either the side with the overwhelming advantage was luring the other side into their world. The guy hovered in front of him, thinking that he had 2 fragments, but that was strange. The world fragments were connected to this one according to the sacred council of creation. He imagined a man in white holding a crystal, and he thought that there was no way they could be transferred to another world. That was why the gods left behind fragments of the world when they ascended to the heavens. Mord said that he must have many questions. Weirgun was silent. The hero thought that the number of fragments held mattered, but the opponent did not know exactly how many he had. He probably thought that he had much less. The living armor extended his hand and exclaimed, how dare he fight him one-on-one? The guy standing in front of him thought, what? The girl in black swung her weapon. The hero thought that someone had entered this place. The blow shattered fragments of the sky above. Weirgun exclaimed in amazement, what is this? The figure struck with a silver club. Mord looked at it in amazement. He was surprised to hear that she came at the request of Ilden. From today she serves in his squad. The girl threw the weapon on her shoulder. The guy thought that long black hair, blue eyes, and a huge club did not match her height. Ryu, the brunette, looked at him confidently, while the guy thought that this was the main villain of the novel. Ryu Ranfalos, who appeared in the middle of the Mage Who Rules the World, was the villain who left the strongest impression on Aiden. In the context of the novel, which is full of munchkins, it was she who cornered the main character several times, who was also a great wizard. Mord looked at the girl and thought that he did not know why she came here, but if at the request of Sir Ilden, then she must be their ally. The guy frowned and noted that he understood how she was able to enter here. The brunette lowered her head and said that below. The hero saw that she had 3 fragments of the world. The warriors looked at each other when they heard a scream. The bright light emanated from the armor. Ryugun was indignant. How dare they insult him, the count? The villain flared up, shouting that he would make sure that they pay dearly. The brown-haired man frowned and suggested that the girl finish the conversation later, because first he needed to deal with him. She agreed. The enemy put out his hand and noted that they were too confident in themselves. A bright beam of light burst out from it, namely, Flash of Destruction. Mord frowned and activated his divine power so that his hair and eyes turned silver. He quickly approached the enemy using the 2nd-level Divine Blood opening. The warrior looked at his opponent and swung his sword, while the latter nervously exclaimed that he could do whatever he wanted. Ryugun punched back, declaring that he would take the guy down right then and there. The armor recoiled and grunted. It noticed fragments flying in front of it. Behind it was a girl swinging a sword. The enemy asked what kind of trick this was. Ryu's eyes flashed, and snowflakes appeared around. The monster recognized this power. The protagonist looked at him and was indignant at where he was looking. The guy swung his fist, radiating energy, and reminded him that the enemy here was not fighting against one person. Ryugun froze and muttered, "What cowardly people." He realized that he had hit. A bright flash appeared, and the enemy begged for them to stop. The armor tried to run away, but the hero grabbed him with his hand. Mord said that he only had one question. He lifted the enemy up and asked how he was able to take possession of fragments of the world that lived only in the demon realm. The interlocutor laughed, and a crystal was floating nearby. He noted that there was no point in hiding it now. Ryugun said that he was originally a piece of armor with special abilities. He was able to split himself into parts to make more weapons and give them to others under the pretext of a contract. The black orc that the protagonist killed was one of them. But Ryugun did not have to make a contract with weaklings. They were naturally absorbed by his power and became his property. He used them to explore all sorts of ruins. And finally, the armor was able to find a fragment of the world hidden deep in the ruins. The guy looked at it and thought that he most likely found the rest in a similar way. Mord said that everything was clear with him. It was time to finish. The interlocutor shuddered and exclaimed that he was not finished talking yet. He added that if the warrior killed him, the fragments of the world would scatter and he might never be able to find them again. The boy thought that he couldn't sacrifice so many people just to get his hands on 2 fragments of the world. He smiled and said that there was no need to worry about it. The enemy shrank and asked in surprise. Mord looked at the enemy intently and said that this was where he would die. There were fragments lying on the floor among the howling. Someone cursed and asked what was happening and what that sound was. A bright flash appeared in front of the soldiers. They looked at each other and discussed whether they would be able to enter like the woman earlier. A light appeared in front of them and the men took fighting stances. The protagonist emerged from the portal accompanied by Ryu. Kale looked at the commander and asked what happened. The interlocutor replied that Ryugun was indeed the Earl of the Demon World. He added that he fought him and killed him. The Hether squad watched in shock as they discussed how it was like the protagonist to kill the Earl of the Demon World. Hether winced and frowned when he was addressed. Mord smiled and said that the man had done a great job on this mission. The interlocutor narrowed his eyes in embarrassment and replied that it was all thanks to the guy. Outside, birds were flying in the sunset light. The hero clarified the name Ryu. The girl was sitting at the table, arms crossed. She announced that from today she was a member of his squad. The brown-haired man looked at her and thanked her for her timely help, adding that without her, it would have been very difficult. The brunette closed her eyes when the commander asked her to tell him why she decided to join them. Ryu said that she was indebted to Ilden, and he asked her to stay with Mord and help him achieve his goal. Kale and Farwell shuddered in shock when the girl said that she hoped the hero would not ask for more. The guy narrowed his eyes and thought that perhaps it would sound a little rude, but it was unlikely to be malicious. Besides, this was to be expected since the Deuce had given him the fragments of the world. The interlocutor looked at the protagonist. In The Mage Who Rules the World, she had actively sought out the guardians of the fragments and killed them to take them for herself, but this only happened after the battle for them had reached its peak. In this case, the protagonist should ask another question. Ward folded his arms and said that he wanted to clarify one thing. The interlocutor's eyes widened when the warrior asked if she was a dragon. The brunette shuddered and answered negatively, asking what had prompted him to think so. The guy frowned and said that during the past battle she had used the power of the dragon people. Ryu made a gesture with her hand and replied that the fact that she used the power of the Dragon Clan did not mean that she belonged to it. She had human eyes and no tail or horns. The protagonist thought that this was true, and she was not from the Dragon Clan. A shadow stretched out over the girl. Ryu is a being higher than them, a descendant of the true dragons that fought for supremacy with the gods in ancient times. The guy leaned on a chair and said that the interlocutor can go to her barracks and rest. The brunette stood up and said goodbye. The men silently watched her go. Someone noted that the atmosphere was a little tense. Leon looked at the blonde and asked who she was. Kale replied that he saw her for the first time in person, but this woman was a mystery even for the Shadow Wolves unit. The interlocutor raised an eyebrow and asked again in surprise. He put his hand on the hero's shoulder and asked if the girl was strong, because they fought together against the Count of the Demon World. Mord frowned and replied that she was at least on par with him. Leon's eyes widened in shock. Farwell and Kale also stared at the hero in shock. They, like no one else, knew how powerful Mord was, and this man declared that Ryu was on par with him. The brunette walked down the street. She looked ahead confidently, illuminated by the setting sun. The soldiers did not understand who the girl even was. A gloomy dungeon. A girl with dark hair was lying on the floor. She looked up and knitted her eyebrows. An old man stood behind the bars, grinning slyly. Ryu opened her eyes wide, breathing heavily. She sat up on the bed and put her hand to her forehead. The girl muttered a tired curse. The Kingdom of White Demons. The main character's squad was walking along the snowy street. The half-elf exclaimed in surprise. Had Farwell really become a mid-level mage already? He grabbed his head, while the wizard, trembling, walked next to him. Kale muttered that he himself had not been able to outgrow the rank of an ordinary warrior in a whole year, and Farwell became mid-level. The main character closed his eyes and replied that nothing could be done because their squad did not have enough merits for promotion since they were not particularly active due to training. And Farwell was a high-ranking mage, so they treated him accordingly. Mord frowned, and Leon shuddered, looking ahead. The brown-haired man said that the squad's reputation had grown during their operations with the Heather squad, so it was time to test their strength. Leon smiled nervously and noted that this was definitely a suitable place for this purpose. The essence of the quest was as follows. They needed to penetrate deep into the ruins of the White Demonic Realm and subdue the monsters there. Large creatures stood in front of the soldiers. They bared their teeth and greeted the humans, asking if they would become their snack. The hero jumped up, using divine power, and swung his fist. He aimed an attack at the monster, using triple mirage destruction. The monsters recoiled, shouting to wait. The guy's hair was dyed silver, and the enemies realized that he was of divine blood. The young man grinned and said that it was too early to be surprised. The enemy frowned and asked again. His soldiers looked menacingly at the monsters, and all but the girl had silver hair. The hero said that their squad was unusual, as if selected. The warriors walked through the tunnel. The blonde said that they were not just some kind of ice comrades, but also demons. This place was definitely suitable for training. The half-elf smiled and noted that the hard work was worth it. They walked into a treasury full of gold. Kale raised his hands and exclaimed that there were many valuable-looking artifacts here. The hero looked back at the wizard, while the blonde examined the gold bars and the girl kicked the monsters. Farwell asked what kind of ruins these were, sealed 10 demons and used them as guards. The brown-haired man suggested that in the White Demonic Kingdom there were several more ruins created by this god. He sat down and added that since he had been defeated in the fight for supremacy in the north, his existence must have already come to an end. The mage approached him and noted that he was quite a powerful god. The brunette stared at the protagonist when he said that since they were the ones doing this, there would be no problems. Leon looked at his fist and muttered that it was a little more difficult this time. There was a defeated monster lying on the ground. It was quite dangerous, but it was a good help in training. They also got a few useful items. Leon turned around when the commander addressed him. Mord held out white gloves and said that the boy could use them. The interlocutor asked what kind of thing it was. The boy shuddered in surprise when the hero said that these were gloves of ice and snow, which could only be used by people with divine blood. They can absorb and release cold energy, so if he studies them well, he might be able to combine them with impulses or aura. The soldier asked in shock if they were really that strong. The warrior looked at the commander with tears of gratitude. The hero thought that he chose to invest in Leon's strength because she was growing faster than him. After all, the guy could buy a second pair of these gloves later. The half-elf noted that it seemed like their squad's average would increase. Leon frowned and asked if he really meant that he was underestimating him. The hero walked up to the wall and wanted to say something, but they didn't listen to him. The soldiers were arguing among themselves. Mord frowned and swung his sword silently. Leon and Kale's eyes widened when an explosion was heard behind them. The protagonist smiled and said, "This is where the 16th is." A huge crystal was shining in front of them. The guy reached out his hand to it. Ryu, standing behind him, widened her eyes in surprise. The brown-haired man's brows furrowed as she called him. The brunette came closer, under the soldier's gaze. Ryu stared at the hero and said that she wanted to talk. They stepped aside, and the hero crossed his arms. He noted that she seemed to have a reason for calling him to talk. The girl opened her mouth and suggested that he had heard about her from Ilden. The interlocutor widened his eyes in surprise. On the day he received the offer of his own squad from the old man, he also heard Ryu's story. Long ago, she slept somewhere in the ancient white demonic realm. She was found by 3 strangers from the distant east. They called themselves the half-dragon people and harbored an endless hatred for dragons. They began to investigate Ryu, who had a trace of a dragon and ended up causing her terrible pain. However, their evil deeds were not destined to continue. The half-dragons, who needed more subjects than just one girl, began kidnapping people from nearby villages. When Ilden noticed this, he attacked their hideout with the shadow wolves, and Ryu was freed. After that, she was free, but her memories were tainted with pain. In the original, after the girl completed her revenge, she was deceived by the Dragon Rebellion Corps, one of the secret organizations of the mage ruling the world, and became a villain. The brunette looked at the interlocutor and muttered that in that case, she did not need to explain. The guy frowned when she asked if there was a way to remove the fragment of the world he received here. The hero asked why she would do that. Ryu frowned and replied that the fragments of the world inside her body were obtained by killing the half-dragons who experimented on her. She has 3 of them, 1 for each of them. She clenched her fist and added that she hated them. The hero stared at the interlocutor in shock, who said that she hated the fact that she had what was inside their bodies. Mord thoughtfully lowered his gaze and said nothing. Finally, he looked at the girl and said that the way to get them out of her body was simple. She widened her eyes and asked what it was. The brunette looked at the interlocutor in surprise, who replied that they needed to be given to him. The guy made a gesture with his hand and said that a fragment of the world could be given to someone who could become its new vessel. He extended his hand to the girl. Suitable vessels are those who possess the power of the new blood, ancient elves and descendants of the dragon tribe. She looked at him warily and asked if this was really the right way. The brown-haired man looked at her decisively and swore that he was not lying. The interlocutor stood in front of the hero and wondered why he was collecting them. Mord lowered his head and paused. The brunette's eyes widened when the guy replied that it was to save the world. She raised an eyebrow and asked, puzzled. The hero was already sick of such a reaction. The woman furrowed her brows and asked if he would take them from her if she said she did not want to give them. The brunette flinched when the guy replied that this did not mean that he would have a reason to take them by force. Mord looked at her seriously and said that he respected her right to ownership. He thought that he had no reason to collect all the fragments of the world. His job was to prevent someone from monopolizing them. If the hero collected all the fragments of the world, then that someone would eventually be himself. The interlocutor replied that she would then give them to him. Mord narrowed his eyes and clarified if everything was okay. She extended her hand and said that to her, they were just trash, so she could take them if she wanted. A bright light and 3 crystals appeared around her. Who would have thought that the one who tried to collect the fragments of the world and the mage who ruled the world would hate them more than anyone else? The girl looked at the hero with alarm and exclaimed what happened. The guy looked at her questioningly and asked what was wrong. He wondered why the interlocutor was so surprised. Suddenly, the warrior's body shuddered and his eyes widened. Everything around began to darken, and the guy only saw Ryu running towards him, screaming his name. She extended her hand to him, and the hero realized that he was passing out. The guy opened his eyes with a scream. He was standing in the middle of a street engulfed in flames, and people were running everywhere. Mord thought that he was now confused, because he was sure that he was in the kingdom of white demons. A red dragon appeared in front of him, from which everyone was running. The lizard raised his head and looked up. A white dragon was hovering in the sky above him. It opened its mouth, accumulating icy energy inside. The winged creatures attacked simultaneously, and their forces clashed in front of the main character. Someone said that he was a fool. An old man in a cloak appeared behind the guy, who asked if the young man knew what he had done. Mord turned around and asked if he had dragged him here. The interlocutor was surprised, hadn't the hero noticed yet. The old man frowned and said that the fragment of the world that he had received from the dragon's descendants was filled with their power. It was thanks to it that the young man had ended up in his imaginary world. The brown-haired man looked closely at the man and thought that he saw that this man was half-dragon. It must be because of the fragments of the world. He asked what brought him here. The guy turned around and asked for what purpose the old man was showing this spectacle. The interlocutor replied that it was so that Mord would know how terrible it was, and see that all these dragons were the embodiment of evil. They, the half-dragons, wanted to stop them and worked hard for a just cause. The old man frowned and said that people like the boy had ruined everything. He clenched his hand, engulfed in flames, and demanded that the fragments of the world given to him by the descendants of the weak dragon be returned. The man added that the moment they opened their eyes, it would bring much destruction to the world. The hero replied that he did not want it. He looked at the old man and noted that these fragments of the world belonged to him. Mord asked where it said that he should lose his right of ownership. The interlocutor asked again, confused. The brown-haired man frowned and thought that all he could see now was an image created by the half-dragons when processing the fragment of the world. There was no way to know whether what he was saying was true or nonsense. The boy crouched and swung, noting that he saw how the interlocutor was trying to poison his mind and instill disgust for dragons. The old man bowed his head and called the hero a fool. A red magic circle appeared under Mord's feet after his opponent extended his hand. He stated that if the boy did not give it to him willingly, he would have to take it by force. The brown-haired man frowned and realized that his body was not moving. Dragons landed on both sides of the hero. The red lizard opened its mouth, preparing to strike. Mord turned around in alarm, not understanding why it was doing this. At the same time, the white dragon bared its teeth, preparing to attack. The combination of their powers caused an explosion. The old man waved his hand and exclaimed with a smile that this was his imaginary world, and he was able to control it as he wanted. The man demanded that he give him the fragments of the world right now. The mage flinched when the boy asked what he was talking about. The hero approached the enemy, revealing the second stage of divine blood. He frowned, engulfed in lightning, and thought that this imaginary world must have been a curse placed by the half-dragon on the fragments of the world. Aryu had probably suffered from this curse as well. After the girl was freed from hell, all she was given was freedom, but a freedom that felt like she was abandoned in the middle of a desert. The madness caused by the emptiness of not knowing who she was consumed her, and a rebellious army of dragons seduced Aryu, saying that they would restore her memories. In return, she became their lackey, a murderer who caused countless deaths. The hero darkened, overcome with energy, and said that he now understood that it was his antics that led to the disaster. The old man frowned when the youth said that he would not allow him to do something like that again. The youth responded that it would not do. The boy suddenly appeared in front of his enemy, raising his fist, and demanded that this hate-mad ghost shut up. A powerful blow landed right in the old man's face. The illusion began to crack. Mord hit the wall of the imaginary world, destroying it. Someone was screaming his name. The boy frowned and opened his eyes. He stood up abruptly, and the shadows around him parted. Aryu looked at him worriedly and asked if he was okay and what had happened. The girl stared questioningly, waiting for an answer. The hero thought that in the mage ruling the world, Aryu was restoring only a part of her past. However, the rebellious army of dragons was killing her without ever knowing who she really was. The boy decided that he would never allow this. Mord straightened up and thanked the interlocutor. He said that he had definitely received the fragments that she had given him. The light came through the stained glass. Someone sighed and noted that they had not seen each other for a long time. The man in the hood leaned on his hand and asked what was wrong with Eltane because his expression was somehow unpleasant. The interlocutor in the same clothes said that he guessed what the current situation was, and it was unlikely that they had gathered here without a good reason. The man on the throne looked at them and asked them to stop talking about personal matters. All the interlocutors were sitting in a gloomy hall. One of them said that it had been a long time since the leaders of the Silver Blood clan had gathered together, so they had a lot to talk about. He suggested that they start the meeting. One of the leaders chuckled and asked if Eltane had finished the negotiations with the rebel army, because it must have been difficult to please these guys. The interlocutor made a hand gesture and said that the result was so-so. It was decided that they would cross the sea within the next 3 years. The third leader put his hands on the chair and said that at least they had postponed the large-scale move, so it was all for the best. He added that even the guys from the Golden Branch had a hard time. The man removed his hand from his face and straightened up, remembering something. He looked at the others and said that he had a strange dream. The man frowned and said that he felt uneasy when someone with such a powerful gift of foresight said such things. The man asked what kind of dream it was. The storyteller bit his finger and muttered that it was a vague dream in which the three of them were. He narrowed his eyes and added that there was another person there. The guy said that the fourth one was trying to do something, and the three of them were trying to stop him. It just seemed to him that there was something important, but that was all. The man in the middle said that at the moment he had no idea what it meant. He asked to let me know if anyone had a similar dream. They pulled out the reports and decided to move on to the next question, Vernar's illegitimate child. The second noted that this guy was the one who had vacated the 24 hours of white silver. Someone muttered that this blind monster Ilden was very attached to this guy. One of the leaders leaned on his hand and looked thoughtfully at the report. He read it carefully and dark energy swirled around him. The man said the protagonist's name. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. The protagonist and Aryu were having a training fight. The other soldiers were watching this fight. The magician noted that as time went on, the girl was becoming more and more terrible, losing control of her power more and more. Leon confirmed his words. He smiled nervously and muttered that he was a complete idiot for being the first to offer such a woman to train. The only one who could become an opponent for her was Mord. The hero looked questioningly at his rival when she asked why. There was ice under the guy's feet, and the brunette asked why he did not freeze, because all her previous opponents were frozen. The interlocutor shuddered when Mord answered that she could not yet use her powers properly. The girl asked if this meant that she was weak. The brown-haired man objected. He looked at her and said that her very essence was strong. The hero frowned and added that her ability to create cold was laughable compared to her potential. The warrior thought that even in the mage who ruled the world, Eryu's true identity was never fully revealed. For Aiden, she died before the truth was revealed. The boy narrowed his eyes and noted that they could guess. A dragon who forgot who he was, or rather, was forgotten. Among the true dragons, who were said to have come from outside the world at the beginning of creation, Eryu is a descendant of such a dragon, possessing the power of ice and snow. The girl frowned carefully. The warrior thought that at this point, the woman's freezing abilities were laughably weak for a true dragon. He said that developing the abilities that came from her essence could be a way to find out who she was. The interlocutor lowered her head and clarified if that would really work. The hero replied that there was nothing wrong with trying. Eryu looked at the boy in shock when he said that she needed to experience different things to understand who she was. The girl smiled and agreed that he spoke correctly. She clenched her sword in front of the hero and declared that she would follow his words. It had been a year since Tisung reincarnated as Mord. He had really worked hard and had changed a lot. His soldiers looked at the boy in admiration. The hero clenched his fist and thought that he had collected 24 fragments of the world so far. If they all merged into one, the first stage would be complete. Once Aiden, the mage who rules the world, had collected a single fragment of 24 pieces, he would immediately move on to the next stage. You could say that this was the real beginning. The rivals turned around when someone called out to the protagonist. Heather waved with a smile and noted that the training ground was a complete mess. The man chuckled that they were lucky to be on the same level as them. The hero wondered what kind of person was standing next to him. Heather pointed at his companion and introduced him as a senior warrior, the knight Eirik. The commander said that this time he had been promoted to senior warrior and put in charge of an independent task force. The warrior extended his hand to the hero and introduced himself with a smile. Mord looked at him intently and said his name. The guy asked what brought the interlocutor here. He replied that he wanted to ask for a favor. He looked closely at the brown-haired man and asked him to support their unit. The hero shook the soldier's hand and asked if he meant a joint operation. The interlocutor confirmed and added that he had already requested permission from the command. Since this was an important mission, he would like to contact Mord's experienced unit. The hero narrowed his eyes and thought that during their last independent operation, they had been able to search the entire realm of white demons and collect quite a few fragments of the world. The guy assumed that they would achieve good results in this operation as well. He said he agreed. Eirik turned around when a guy called out to him. The warrior smiled and said that he was just about to introduce them, so this was a good opportunity. The knight explained that this guy was also in his unit. The hero frowned, recognizing the guest. The red-haired man sweated and opened his mouth in surprise. Fionn looked at the guy in shock and asked if it was Mord. The wind blew through the trees, carrying Eirik's laughter, who exclaimed that it was an interesting coincidence. The warrior smiled and said that who would have thought that they were in the same class. Fionn paled and thought that this was the first mission he had been waiting for so long. The guy sweated, standing next to the unperturbed protagonist, and noted that he never thought that he would carry out his first mission with this man. He still remembered the time he got hit so hard that he had to go to the hospital. The red-haired man wondered whether he should punch Mord later. The soldier winced when the hero asked how he was doing. The interlocutor turned white. The brown-haired man asked what was wrong with his face and where the desire to hit him had gone. Two squads were walking through the forest. Mord asked how his old acquaintance ended up in this unit. The red-haired man replied that when he returned from treatment at the medical center, the world had changed. He frowned and said that Instructor Daisley had been suspended from his post. The protagonist looked at the interlocutor and clarified whether he had really been suspended and not retired. The guy sighed and said that the fact that they had quarreled was a simple coincidence. The Archduke used this incident as a pretext to order an investigation into the training grounds. Thus, the actions of the instructor were exposed, and the red-haired man, as the one responsible for supervising the students, also had to leave the castle. Fionn looked down and said that after 8 months of wandering, he had heard a rumor. There was a serious shortage of people in the north, so if new blood applied for a transfer, he would be accepted without question. And so it happened. The hero frowned and asked if the guy was ready, because an independent operational unit is not an easy place. The interlocutor frowned and said that it meant there was a chance to make a contribution, so he was fully prepared. The brown-haired man looked at him intently and wished him luck with it. The red-haired man stopped and stared at the hero in shock. He sweated and looked ahead, confused, thanking him. Eirik stopped and asked everyone to listen to him. The warrior turned around and declared that this mission must not fail under any circumstances, because it involved an old enemy of the Grand Dukedom of Vernars, the Ornus family, the son of the sun god Radas, the god of punishment Ornus. He punished those who opposed his father and paved his way to power by drenching him in the blood of countless battles, literally becoming a true punishment himself. However, in a series of battles, there was someone who was able to hold back Ornas several times. This someone was the god of duels, Vernars, the son of the goddess of the sky Arita. The fight between the god of punishment and the god of duels. The stubborn feud between them had no end, and even after 500 years, it continued as a fight between families. Eirik looked seriously at the soldiers and reported that the guys from Ornas destroyed the support units of the kingdom's army. The warriors entered the dungeon of the demon world. The protagonist looked at the commander, who noted that this dungeon was in the third stage of demonization. The ground shook, and small stones fell from the ceiling. The warriors looked forward when Eirik said that a breakthrough would happen soon. He frowned and thought that when a breakthrough occurred, many demons and monsters would burst out of the dungeon. The Ornas troops fled when this happened. The hero said that he knew that the Ornas were good at hiding. He stepped forward and said that even if they tracked them, the breakthrough to the dungeon would happen before they could find them. The captain asked if he had a good idea. The brown-haired man grinned and answered in the affirmative. The orange soldiers were standing in the dungeon, and one of them was sitting on the corpse of a monster. He said that they even sent additional troops to catch them. Tefa Ornas leaned on his hand and noted that the guys from the kingdom were really cool. The other boy fixed his hair and apologized for screwing up, even though it wasn't a very difficult mission. Someone put a hand on his shoulder and asked him not to blame himself too much. The girl named Mil Ornas slung her sword over her shoulder and noted that there wasn't much time left before the breakthrough. The captain didn't turn around and said nothing when she suggested finding a place to rest for now. Dickel smiled and thanked her. Tefa winced and frowned, his eyes glowing golden. His companions looked at him when he said that someone had infiltrated this dungeon. The captain frowned, even though the girl said that it was just the Vernars and they were well prepared to meet them. The blonde thought that there weren't only Vernars here, since 4 of them were special. Mil looked at the boy and asked what he was going to do. The captain frowned and thought that, judging by the average fighting ability, the Vernars family was slightly superior to them. Of course, it changes from time to time, but now there are more of them. He opened his mouth and suggested retreating, because fighting them was too dangerous. The guy thought that if they ran away, hiding behind the monsters, they could easily hold out until the dungeon was breached. Suddenly, the walls began to shake. An explosion occurred in front of the knights. The warriors stood in front of them. Eirik shielded the protagonist and Fionn, declaring that it was time to pay for what they did. This is how things developed. Ward turned to the commander and said that he had a good idea. He smiled and suggested clearing the dungeon, and the man would make sure that there was no breach. Eirik confidently gave the go-ahead for this operation, although he could not get rid of the feeling that something was wrong. However, he did not think about it for long. The warrior and his soldiers looked at their allies in shock. Mord's squad, walking in front, paved the way to the very depths, immediately destroying all the monsters that appeared on it. Eirik's squad was experienced and veteran, but they were no match for him. The main character's squad was on par with a squad led by a warrior of higher rank, if not superior. The commander glanced at Mord and thought that the rumors were understating rather than exaggerating how skilled they were. The knight stood up to them and said that he had tried to avoid unnecessary battles, but it couldn't be helped. The captain straightened up and ordered Tefa and Mil to help him. The blondes looked ahead with determination, and Dickel declared that he was going to destroy those damn Vernars and get out of this dungeon. Eirik exchanged glances with the enemy captain and retorted that he would destroy him first. They introduced themselves. The girl looked at Leon and called out to him. Mil smirked and declared that she would be his rival, because she didn't like it when people were stupid and tall. The guy frowned and introduced himself in return. Kale chuckled and noted that his comrade was popular with the girls. He gritted his teeth and snapped. The hero glanced at him and thought that in the mage who rules the world, Vernars and Ornas say their names before fighting each other. According to tradition, the winner had to remember the loser. The guy turned and looked at Tefa. He approached his opponent and introduced himself, and he responded in kind. Fionn slumped, realizing that his attempt had failed. He had been beaten to it. 3 more Ornar's knights looked at their opponents with displeasure, noting that they were indeed full of energy, and they decided to join in as well. Ariu frowned and flashed her eyes, using frost magic. An ice wall appeared in front of the knights. The guy jumped on top of it and asked what kind of impudence it was to interfere in a family quarrel. Kale looked down at his opponents. The half-elf, the girl, and the wizard stood above them. The blonde declared that they would be their opponents. The ice shook. Dickel swung his blade, attacking with lightning. Eirik clenched his fists and exclaimed that this would not stop him. The knight, whose hair had also turned white, frowned and thought that this recurring situation was sickening. He had to finish this guy off quickly and help his comrades. Someone opened his mouth wide and shouted his name. The captain turned around and saw the protagonist holding Tefa by the throat. The guy grabbed the warrior's hand and asked his allies to leave. Mord looked closely at his opponent and noted that even in a situation where death was inevitable, he puts his comrades first. Dickel gritted his teeth in rage when the protagonist said that Tefa had incredible fortitude. Eirik swung his sword and asked where his opponent was looking. He frowned and asked to focus on him. An explosion was heard from the side of the hero. The boy turned around, dumbfounded, not understanding what had happened. Dickel had put his fist out, and his body was engulfed in lightning. He asked if he hadn't warned his comrade. Mord assumed that this was the second stage of opening the new blood, but immediately decided that there was something else. The captain frowned and with tears in his eyes shouted that he asked not to make him stronger. The hero tried to understand what it was. Eirik hit the wall and sank. He frowned and clenched his teeth, thinking that this degenerate from Ordis had shown magical power much more powerful than what he had before. The man narrowed his eyes and assumed that the boy was using it. Dickel clenched his fists, and the floor around him began to crack. The warrior thought that if he was using it, he would use it completely. Like a bright lightning, the knight approached his opponent, stretching out his hand. Dickel looked at the man and declared that he would die first. There was an explosion. The knight frowned as he was met with a rebuff from the protagonist. Mord blocked the attack and said that his commander could no longer fight. The boy furrowed his brows and declared that he would stand against him from now on. Eirik was placed on a stretcher and noted that he was still alive. The soldiers stood around him, exclaiming that they had to pull him out no matter what. They gripped their swords and shouted that they would crush these Ordas. The wizard frowned and ordered them to stop killing their enemies. Farwell turned around and said that Dickel's unique ability was that he became stronger every time his ally died. If this continued, they would be in serious trouble, so no more killing. Leon took a fighting stance in front of the girl and accepted the order when he was asked not to kill anyone else. The protagonist frowned and thought that the wizard immediately sensed the change in Orda's behavior and understood everything. The enemy captain flew up to the ceiling and created an energy ball in his hand. He shouted that he would avenge Tefa. The guy waved his hand and sent a rain of fire arrows into the attack. The projectiles bounced off the walls and flew in different directions. The hero approached his opponent and swung. The guy extended his fist, engulfed in lightning, and used mountain destruction. The knight received a blow to the stomach and coughed. He sank to the floor and cursed, thinking that he could not allow his friend's sacrifice to be in vain. The blonde clenched his teeth and decided that only he could avenge him. Mill took the blade and called out to the captain. She brought the blade to her throat and asked him to run because these guys are damn strong. The guy looked at her worriedly and asked her to run while he did something. The wizard shouted for Leon to stop her. Mill smiled and asked Dickel to survive. Blood gushed from the girl's throat. The captain's eyes widened and his face was distorted with pain and rage. The deaths of his close comrades flashed before his eyes, and he mentally apologized to them. The blonde screamed, his eyes flashing. The boy realized that he was incompetent. The hero covered his hand from the powerful energy emitted by the enemy. The captain could not fulfill their request and run. Kale and Aryu looked at the enemy in shock. Leon frowned in alarm. Dickel thought that he could not just leave these guys behind. The hero frowned and noted that once the second stage of opening the new blood was reached, the weapons and artifacts given by Ordas came into effect. Golden gloves appeared on the opponent's hands. Dickel donned the armor, the favorite thing of Ordas. Tears flowed from his eyes as he declared that they would all die by his hand. The half-elf took the blade and said that they would join in too. The hero frowned and asked them to step back. The blonde looked at the commander in surprise and asked if he was really going to fight him alone. He answered in the affirmative. The hero thought he was delighted with how Tefa and Mill had shown themselves, even though they were enemies. The boy clenched his fist, and his body was filled with energy. The warrior would like to show a little politeness. Dickel looked at his opponent and asked if he was Mord. The interlocutor confirmed. The blonde frowned and said that he did not know where such a monster came from, but he was going to kill him right here and now. The hero smiled and said that it was impossible. They both pushed off the ground sharply. The men approached each other, holding their fists at the ready. The vibration was noticeable in the street. Ilden looked out the window and thought that he felt a powerful force. One side was Mord, the other was a descendant of Ordas. The old man muttered that they finally met. He turned around when someone asked what he was talking about. Ilden smiled at the interlocutor opposite and replied that he was just thinking out loud. He asked what brought her here after not hearing from her for some time. The woman took the cup and remarked that he obviously didn't like her coming here. He replied that it couldn't be helped since she only came when something bad was happening. The guest put the cup down when the old man muttered that it would be better if they never met. The woman smiled and said that it seemed that the Silver Bloods were keeping an eye on someone in the north. The host wanted to know who exactly. The woman replied that she had 2 people, but she couldn't tell for sure. She winced when the old man suggested that he knew one of them. The guest asked him to tell her. Ilden grinned and said that he would tell her after he had questioned them himself. At that moment, the protagonist raised his fist to strike. The hero's soldiers watched his fight in amazement, remarking that it was simply incredible. Mord and Dickel were furiously striking each other. The opponent hit the warrior in the jaw, and the hero hit him in the forehead. This fight is a real war. Mord frowned and swung. He brought down his blow on the enemy captain's stomach. The opponent gritted his teeth and cursed in his mind, realizing that if it weren't for the artifact armor, his body would have already been destroyed. He jumped back and decided that this could not go on any longer. The guy stepped back with his foot, squeezing the hilt of the blade. The captain thought that the sacrifice of Tefa and Mill should not be in vain. The blonde winced with tension, and his sword was burning. The hero looked at his opponent in surprise when he addressed him. Dickel ran up, holding a fiery blade, and declared that he would definitely kill him. Bright flames cut through the air, and the guy's eyes sparkled. He turned his power into a giant sword. Dickel lowered his blade and the table of fire rushed towards the hero. It was a deadly fire sword. The opponent began to emit mana, noting the incredible determination of the captain. Mord took a fighting stance and swung, concentrating energy in his hands. He said that he would respond with the same determination. This is a secret technique of Vernar's, available only to those who have mastered the opening of blood of the 2nd level or higher. The guy aimed his fist at the attack. A powerful stream of energy turned into a beam directed at the enemy, tearing apart the sky. Dickel's eyes widened in shock, realizing the outcome. A powerful explosion was heard. The tiles on the floor cracked. The enemy was kneeling in front of the hero, calling him a damn monster. The blonde lowered his head and noted that with such skill, he could have laid him down at any moment, but he still played with him. Mord looked at the guy and said that he wanted to give him a chance to give it his all. The interlocutor exhaled and said that this was the generosity of the strong. He thought that he felt sorry for his comrades. The hero looked at Dickel when he said his name. The blonde frowned and said that his brother would avenge him, so let him wait. Mord narrowed his eyes and agreed. Dickel collapsed to the floor in front of his opponent, and the hero replied that he would wait. The warrior looked at the guy's hand and muttered that this was the end. Suddenly, the hero shuddered and widened his eyes, feeling incredible energy. A huge red eye opened in front of him. Mord raised his head and frowned. The figure of the god Ordas was looking at him. The protagonist gritted his teeth and noted that he felt the power of incredible rage. Perhaps this was because the guy defeated his descendant. A silhouette appeared behind Mord, and the voice noted that he fought well. Vernars smirked and told the second god that old men like them should not interfere in the battles of the young. The young man shuddered and turned around. There was no one behind him anymore, and he himself was back in the dungeon corridor. The warrior narrowed his eyes and thought that sooner or later something would happen, since he had received the attention of a god who was not his ancestor. The fact that the boy had attracted Ordas' attention meant that he had risen a step higher. The hero moved forward, declaring that he needed to gather his strength and prepare. The warrior's room. Eirik covered his face with his hand and muttered that this was a chance to achieve great things, but he missed it because he became greedy and wanted to defeat the leader. The boy narrowed his eyes and wondered if he should have used this. Fionn entered the room and called for the captain. The man turned around and asked what happened. The boy looked at his superior and asked how he was feeling, adding that their unit would be rewarded as soon as he recovered. The interlocutor exhaled. Eirik looked down and asked if Mord had been different from the others when they were in the castle. The red-haired man frowned and replied that he had not been that different, but he was still a monster. He added that even those who came from other lands, inheriting the blood of the Archduke makes them like that. The difference is so great that the boy feels inferior. The commander stood up and addressed his subordinate. He put his hands on his belt and said that there was no need to rush too much. The warrior came closer and said that he felt like he had finally come out of his shell only after 6 months of service here. Hard work never fails, so there is no need to lose hope. Tears welled up in the boy's eyes. He hugged the captain and roared. Eirik frowned when the other exclaimed that he would try his best. The sun was shining outside. The old man asked how it felt to be a senior warrior now. The boy replied that it was not that different. They sat across the table from each other. Ilden said that the rest of the squad had become mid-tier warriors, and the Empire had also announced a time frame for the return of the body. Brown-haired frowned and remembered that there was an unspoken agreement between Archduke Vernars and the Great House of Ordas. When they fought each other and a winner was determined, the latter must find the body of the loser and return it to the family. Ilden frowned and noted that it seemed like they wanted the hero to deliver the body himself. The boy frowned when the old man asked what he would do. Mord looked at the other man and said that Dickel had said that his brother would take revenge on him. He asked if this could be somehow connected. The old man touched his chin and muttered that his brother Sorkel Ordas had apparently asked the hero to do this himself. The brown-haired man narrowed his eyes and noted that it was unusual to hear that name like that. Sorkel belonged to a new generation of talents that the family had raised with great care, and at the moment, he was probably one of the candidates for the post of the next head of the family. The warrior looked at Ilden and thought that Sorkel most likely knew of his existence as an enemy of his brother. The boy declared that he would go. The hero looked decisively at the mentor and said that he must take responsibility for the offense caused. The old man grinned and agreed. He said that the boy would leave in 2 days, so let him get ready. The young man accepted the order. The man frowned and added that that was not all. He turned to the warrior and said that there was another person who wanted to meet him. Carriages were driving through the night forest. Mord sat with his arms crossed and turned the name Eresvan over in his head. He looked out the window and noticed that they had a connection with General Ilden. In the world of the Magus who ruled the world, there were supreme deities called the Five Great Deities. However, if you dig deeper, in ancient times there was another division into three deities: the god of heaven Arita, the goddess of the earth Meltes, the goddess of the sea Paseda. They are called the Original Trinity, and the secret society that serves the Original Trinity is called Eresvan. At their meeting, the old man said that if he were allowed, he would have arranged a meeting right away, but they left, saying that something urgent had come up. Brown-haired frowned and thought that he did not know why they wanted to meet him, but he himself would understand when they wanted to meet. The warrior shuddered, feeling the energy. He stood up and told Kale and Leon, who were sitting opposite him, that there was a man here who was looking for him, so he would go out for a while. The half-elf asked what was looking for him. The hero looked at them and answered that he did not know either. He quickly jumped out of the carriage, while the remaining warriors began to curse. Brown-haired noticed that the two of them from the chest were identical in appearance. He ran forward, realizing that it was somewhere here. He stopped in front of a man with a sword on his back. The hero looked at the woman. She turned and noted that he had come. The stranger took off her hood and said that she was pleased to meet him. The woman smiled and introduced herself as Luisa Urascalda, a member of the Eresvan Saints. The boy looked at her closely and thought that he had not expected them to meet like this. The woman studied the boy and gave the impression of a kind and gentle person, but the blood of the god of duels whispered in him that she was dangerous. The boy frowned and tensed. The woman raised her chin and looked at him questioningly. The hero realized that she was much more dangerous than the enemies he had met before. The woman took a step forward. Luisa noticed that the warrior had backed away. She smirked and muttered that she had thought so. A red circle glowed around her. The woman said that the boy had already noticed her zone. Ward frowned when the woman reassured him, assuring him that she was not going to offend him. The boy assumed that General Ilden was talking about her. The hero looked at the woman and thought that hearing that she was from Eresvan, plus with two long swords on her back, he understood something. Lewis's eyes widened in shock when the warrior clarified whether she was the Heavenly Sword. She asked in surprise if Mord knew about it. The Heavenly Sword is often called a cursed talent, since it goes back to Urasura, the unrecognized daughter of the god of heaven, who tore herself into pieces and scattered them throughout the world. These pieces turned into principles that can allow one to become a swordsman, and in each generation at least one person was born, becoming like an incarnation of the goddess. The Heavenly Sword is a person who can stand up to even the descendants of the gods. The woman stood in front of the tense hero. The young man frowned and thought that this was the talent he was looking for as a future companion, but never thought that he would meet the previous incarnation. He asked her why she was looking for him. The woman frowned and said she didn't know how he knew about the Heavenly Swords, but suggested getting to the point. The woman looked at the warrior and said that their company would protect him from the silver blood. Mord narrowed his eyes and said that he and his comrades were enough for that. Luisa grimaced and noted his arrogance. The guy clarified if that was all she had come for. The woman put her hand in her pocket and said that there was something else. The brown-haired man's eyes widened when the woman told him that, according to their records, he was the first in 300 years to inherit the blood of the goddess of heaven. The swordswoman held a blade in her hand. She said that she had come to confirm whether the guy had inherited her blood or not, with the help of this sacred object that contained the presence of the goddess. The guy straightened up and said that it was this dagger that brought him here. He asked if she was waiting for him with the holy relic after the revelation from the Trinity. Luisa frowned, and the blade glowed in her hands. She muttered that it was amazing how he knew about everything. The woman widened her eyes, looking at the blade. The boy frowned and looked ahead. A bright flash lit up the forest. The boy covered his face with his hands and opened his eye. He looked ahead, floating among the clouds. The hero asked if it was really she who called him here. In front of him was the goddess of the sky Arita herself, looking at Mord. The boy stood in front of the huge figure of the woman and said that it was she who called him here, the goddess of the sky Arita. The blonde looked at him and said that some people call her that. Looking down, she heard that he thought he was a god. Mord looked ahead, hearing that when creating the archetypal basis of this world, she simply chose her form. Instead of a female figure, a male one appeared. Arita said that he was a being of no particular gender, but each time he created offspring, he imagined them in male form. This must have been the reason that everyone remembered the man. The deity heard the boy ask why he was looking for him. Mord was surprised when he heard it said a second time. Presenting the dial, Arita said that he watched its end when he was a being completely subject to fate before he returned to the past and gained the power to change fate. The hero looked forward in amazement. He imagined a baby in a swaddling cloth. The illegitimate child of Archduke Vernars was born, exchanging his life for the life of his mother. Silhouettes of people looked at the child. He was called the one who devoured his own mother to be born. A bright radiance surrounded the man. On his 15th birthday, he experienced the awakening of divine blood. After, following the will of his mother, he went to Archduke Vernar's. The man stood with his back to him. There he met his ideal, as if he had come from his dreams, Harden. The boy looked ahead in surprise. From the moment he met the Archduke, who was related to him by blood, but had no chance of ever calling him his father, Mord was overcome with a passionate desire, and he decided to become strong enough to earn Harden's approval. The hero stood there, covered in blood, suppressing the feeling of guilt for beating people. He does everything to become stronger. Behind him stood a man with a knife. At that moment, silver blood began to follow him, and studying the relics of the god of heaven Arita, obtained after killing Luisa, Mord discovers that the blood of the god of heaven flows in him. The boy was engulfed in a blue glow. The knife in the man's hand glowed. Threads stretched from the man's fingers to Mord. Thus, having become the puppet of the Archduke, the young man commits countless and irreparable sins. The man with the beard was stained with blood, including killing his benefactor Kessner with his own hands. Looking down, Arita said that when they met, he had half lost himself. He tried to free his spirit, but it was too late. Mord looked ahead, hearing that during the ritual to maintain mental control, he was killed by a certain group. This is the end of the Mord he knew. The hero thought that this group was probably the Ilden group, the same end that Mord had in the novel. The blonde man called out to the boy. Towering over him, he asked, "Who is he?" The boy thought that the god of the sky Arita knew that this world had once fallen into decay, but even he did not know who he really was. Looking ahead, the hero asked, if he was not Mord, then who was he? The deity looked at the hero, saying that he was the result, but he was not the one who tried to change fate. Mord concentrated and heard that what he could see through him was only the future, which he had already reached. Fate was a realm that even he could not reach. Spreading his arms, Arita said that he was his son's descendant, and also his descendant. He had brought him joy, so he would give him a gift. One day, when he was ready, they would meet again. The hero wiped his face and said that he had returned. Looking at Luisa, he asked how much time had passed, and she asked in surprise. Facing the woman, the boy asked if time had not moved in this world. The fact that he could see her meant that this was not a dream, and the woman asked if he meant the blood of the god of heaven. Looking at the shining knife, she said that it really seemed like the god of heaven wanted to achieve something through him. Clenching his fists, Mord said that perhaps it was simply because he had inherited his blood, but he heard no. The woman in the cloak said that if that were the case, there would be no revelation to find him, and when the revelation was given, it made sense. She asked to let her tell him again why she came. Luisa touched her chest and asked to let Mord help him in his fight against the silver blood. Looking seriously, the hero thought that she was showing a completely different attitude towards him, unlike the first attempt when she tried to take the lead. The guy agreed. The heroes shook hands. Smiling, the brunette said that he hoped they would work together. The carriage drove up to the castle, and order was heard to stop. As he descended, the man said that they had finally arrived. Mord asked Kale, who was standing by the carriage, was this the border zone? The man standing in front greeted them, saying that they had come a very long way. Standing in front of the knights, he asked which of them was the knight of Mord. With a wave of his hand, the man introduced himself as Count Kelpis and said he was as young as they said. When would the bodies be handed over? The bearded man turned and said soon. It looked like the Ornas were almost there. Turning, he said that once they passed the wall, they would be able to meet them. The grating moved up. Mord looked ahead and thought that he was Sorkel. He looked at the fair-haired man with his arms crossed. He stood with the other people in front of the heroes. He asked, "Is he Mord?" Looking at the guy, the fair-haired man said that he was younger than he thought. The brunette replied that if this old man wanted to boast about his age, then so be it. Sorkel frowned and said that there was only one reason why he called him. He wanted to get a good look at the face of the man who killed his brother. What was his end? Looking down, Mord said that then he must be Sorkel. Looking at him, the brunette replied that his brother met his end without shame. Introducing the heroes, he said that Mil and Tefa met their end too. They were enemies, but respected people. The blonde looked down, saying that this is how it is. A transparent bird flew, dropping feathers. It landed on Mord's shoulder, and he thought, "Spirit messenger, what is happening?" The hero's eyes widened in surprise. With a bird on his shoulder, he said that everyone should leave this place. Sorkel wondered what that meant. Suddenly, people felt an earthquake. The hero scowled that it was a silver blood trap and ordered everyone to leave. The blonde guy sat on the floor and said that it was impressive. Killian smirked and said that she attacked him, created a loophole, and then even sent a messenger spirit. In front of him stood a woman with 2 swords, and he said that is expected of a heavenly sword. Luisa looked at him, hearing him say that she was truly worthy of the name. There were bodies of people lying around the room. The blonde guy said that it wouldn't change anything here. They had been preparing this trap for a long time. Leaning over, he continued that this time Sorkel got caught in it too. All the better. A blow flashed past him as he smirked and said that Luisa was a child from the past who had grown up to be a match for him. A bundle of hay fell to the floor. Looking at the bundles lying there, the woman asked what he was planning. The man frowned. Sorkel was lying on the ground, his eyes wide in surprise. Then he got up, holding his head, and asked, "Is this place a dungeon?" He turned around when someone asked if he was awake. He recognized Mord and his team. His comrades with swords jumped forward when the blonde asked why he didn't do anything. Mord looked down and said that they didn't meet today to fight. Looking at him, the blonde thought that as soon as the dungeon appeared, he tried to warn everyone about it. He thought that he was telling the truth. The man asked out loud, did they know anything about this dungeon? Mord was silent, looked down, and the blonde said that judging by his reaction, he knew something. The man was surprised to hear the boy ask, does the name Silverblood sound familiar? Opening his mouth, he replied that he did. They were the people who had been contacting him since last year and asking him to become their leader. The hero was shocked to hear this and thought, what did he say? He imagined the orange and blue flag and thought that it seemed like nothing could be done. They had become more active towards the family of Archduke Ordis. Imagining the man with a blindfold, he thought that since General Ilden was related to Archduke Vernars, they would definitely have a hard time dealing with them. Words were heard in the dungeon that Silverbloods were those who would do anything to achieve their own goals. They accepted divine blood like him into their organization and at the same time hunted them. Standing in front of him, the boy said that he was one of their targets, so they set up this trap. The man leaned forward as he stood up and said that did this mean that they had become victims of an attack on him? The brunette stood in front of him and replied that judging by the fact that they had taken advantage of their meeting, it seemed like there was another motive. Sorkel waved his hand when he heard that if something happened in the place where the ducal houses of Vernars and Ordis were supposed to pay their respects and homage, the relationship between the two families would become even more tense than before. Mord looked ahead sternly when he heard what a surprise it was. Standing with his team, he asked what he planned to do next. The man asked what he was talking about. The hero showed 2 fingers and said that there was a choice. Showing his fingers, he said that the first one, they would join forces to conquer the dungeon. Sorkel frowned when he heard that the second one, they would conquer it separately. Frowning, the blonde said that there was a risk either way. How about eliminating him first? With a determined look, Mord said that if he wanted revenge, he would accept it. The heroes stood silently facing each other. The man said that it was fine. His comrades were surprised when he suggested that they work together until they left this dungeon. He had not met him today for revenge, but to designate an enemy. But it was only today. Mord nodded in agreement and said that they were leaving. A voice was heard saying that this was amazing. 2 enemies forming an alliance, even if it was temporary. Sorkel exclaimed in surprise, who is this, a silver blood? Turning around, they saw a hooded man who said that he wanted to tell him something funny. The man in the black cloak said that this dungeon was created by a certain tribe of gods to weed out their members, so that only the strongest would become warriors. Mord looked at him carefully, wondering if this dungeon was so dangerous that even a god could die in it. But for a god who did not become a warrior, it is not so difficult. Sorkel was amazed to hear that here, those who die become the basis of life for the survivors. The blessing of sacrifice is what makes the living stronger. After realizing this fact, do they think they can trust each other and fight side by side? A shadow fell on the face of the blonde, who said how ridiculous it was. Who did they take him for? A descendant of the great Ordis family. Resolutely turning around, he said that he did not have to kill Mord, he could just kill him wherever he was hiding and become stronger. The man with the blue eye said that he was as arrogant as he heard. Stones fell to the ground. The blonde turned around in surprise, hearing that such arrogant people like him would be sent a special gift. A huge stone monster appeared in front of the heroes. The voice said that it would see how they could deal with it. Ordis, who was standing in front, told the brunette that he was saying this just in case. He hoped he would not hide his strength or not use his full power. The man surrounded by a glow added that he would use all his power and was going to kill the guy who locked them in this dungeon. Mord smiled and agreed. His hair and eyes turned white. He said that he liked this proposal. Both heroes said the same thing, wait a little longer, silver blood. The man in the black hood smiled. Traces remained from the jumps. The heroes rushed to attack the stone monster together. A rumble was heard in the dungeon. The heroes simultaneously attacked the stone monster. The man in the cloak watched this in the blue portal. Touching his chin, he said that he knew they were strong, but were they really that strong? A man appeared in the rift behind and asked Amal if everything was okay. The hooded man who appeared said that it looked like their help was needed. Amal turned around and asked if he was offering him his. His intention was too obvious. In this dungeon, the blood of the dead makes the blood of the survivors stronger. Sorkel and Mord attacked the monster. The man looked up and asked, is he trying to take the opportunity to deal with these people and become stronger? He said that he would be the one to kill them and gain strength. The purple flash became smaller, and he heard an advice not to regret it later. The man chuckled and asked, what's the point of regretting? A group of guys in black suits stood in front of him. He said that it was better to prepare for the meeting. There were fragments of monsters in the room. He heard words that the guys from the Silver Blood were well prepared. He did not think that there would be so many golems. Mord looked ahead, saying that they needed to finish them off. The heroes froze, feeling an earthquake. The man asked what kind of vibration it was. The man replied that he thought they dealt with the golems. The hero thought that it was obvious that they did. Leon looked at his hands and said that the transformation was ending. The girl asked why. The heroes looked at each other in surprise when they heard that it seemed that only those who had reached the second stage of revealing the divine blood could endure this. There was a haze around Sorkel. He said that the only ones here who had reached the second stage of revealing the new blood were Mord and him. Surrounded by a glow, the guy stood in front of him and thought that this was a dungeon where the fighting ability of the carriers of the divine blood was sharply reduced. Only one person in the novel could create this dungeon. The comrades discussed what to do. The hero introduced the red-haired man and said that this was the great wizard Killian. He is a high-ranking leader of the 8 stars of the second faction of the Silver Blood and one of the strongest magicians on the western continent. Looking ahead, the white-haired man thought that due to his nature, he would definitely not reveal his true form, but would control a doll. But even this doll is a very difficult opponent. Feeling his presence like this, it seemed like he had slightly changed the course of fate. A voice came from the blue portal that had appeared, asking, is he just now realizing the seriousness of this? A man came out of the portal, speaking, addressing Mord and Sorkel. He walked with his hands behind his back and said that he was glad to meet them. He was a Mal. The man seriously stated that he belonged to the third faction of the Silver Blood of the 16th step to heaven. A group of people in the same uniform came out behind him. The man said that he was the one who would lead them to death, so let them become the basis for the correct future. Mord frowned and asked, the correct future? He is ignorant, speaking as if he knows the future. Amal chuckled, repeating his words. He rubbed his wrist and asked, doesn't this word suit him better? Sorkel, who was standing next to him, asked, the discovery of divine blood, immunity to the power of this dungeon. The hero said that above all, immersed in a blue glow, he said that he thought he would have to reduce their numbers a little. The people with weapons were afraid. Mord, clenching his fist, rushed towards them. They asked, the second stage of opening the divine blood. Clenching his fist, the hero thought that since this facility was built to suppress the manifestation of divine power, it is natural that the power of divine blood will also be weakened. However, it does not work on those who have power of a higher level than this facility. The members of the Amal squad flew away. Someone like Archduke Vernars, whose divine blood has reached a higher level than the blood of ordinary gods, or someone who controls the power of world fragments. Mord called out to Kale, who was standing behind him with a sword. The blonde heard him ask to transform right now. 2 guys rushed at him with weapons, wanting to die. The guy chuckled and asked, really? Holding the sword, he wondered, what do they believe in besides numbers? Bright sparks appeared. Bright lightnings spread from Kale. Looking up, the boy laughed and asked how could a half-elf have the strength of an ancient elf? Lightning struck the boys. The men looked forward and thought what kind of ignorant woman, completely untalented. Aryu hit the shield with a club while the man thought how could she be so strong? The brunette's eye lit up blue. He said that then. A bright ice wave appeared. He shouted, freeze everyone. Aryu raised her weapon up, widening her eyes, and ordered them to freeze even more. Turning around, she asked how she thought she knew. The heroes were surrounded, angrily saying that there was no end to the Silver Blood attackers. Farwell stood with his back to Leon and told him that it was not for long. They must reduce their numbers before they were defeated. He asked what should they do. Touching the bandage, the brunette said that even if he transformed, he would only be able to hold out for 30 seconds. The attackers looked at them in surprise. Farwell took off the bandage and said that they would deal with them in those 30 seconds. A blue seal appeared under the hero's feet. The hero looked ahead and explained to his friend that he had used another spell in addition to the giant's muscles, so he was leaving it to him. Leon clenched his shining fist and thanked his friend. He swung his fist with satisfaction. At the same time as Farwell's spell, Leon's artifacts were activated, the stone giant glove and the ice and snow glove. An icy whirlwind flew towards the screaming attackers. The white-haired man looked to the side and asked how it was that it didn't affect them. The 3 people heard the question, where was he looking? Mord snapped his fingers, saying that they would deal with him. Frowning, Amal said that they were pumped-up savages. A blue whirlwind appeared ahead. The white-haired heroes heard that he did not know how they transformed, but the result was the same. Looking with a wide eye, the hero thought that he did not expect this level of power. Amal had a shield and a spear in his hands. The hero thought that this was the 3rd stage of opening the divine blood. The man grinned confidently. The shining blue man was approaching the shining pink one. The guy clenched his fist and hit the shield with force. The hero was surprised. He thought this was a shield. The fist froze next to the decorated shield. The guy thought why there was a shield in the air. Amal grinned and said that he looked like he did not know what to say. He was surprised by his right. The man was surrounded by many shields. Mord quickly jumped back. The man standing in front of him told him to be proud. Holding a spear, he continued that the fact that he was using it meant that he was strong. Mord looked ahead, thinking that a unique right that allows him to use a shield. He imagined a man with a round shield and thought that it was a god who protected warriors who used the shield. The shield god Krogus. The man swung his spear with a smile, and the hero thought that only the Elsen aristocrats who inherited the blood of the god were able to use its power. The crescent moon with the sun was shining. The hero thought that even so. This symbol was on a pole in the hand of the woman with books. The man he brought with him belonged to Papers, the god of record keeper. Mord shifted his gaze, thinking that even in such an unfavorable situation, he was not able to complain because the white-haired man was fighting several warriors at once. Sorkel was surrounded by a glow of power. He was fighting a much larger number of warriors. The guy surrounded by a blue glow thought that in this case he could not afford to give in, and said out loud that the silver blood had prepared a lot to kill them. Mord clenched his fist and said that they would not succeed, let them attack at once. The fist hit the center of the shield. Amal looked at him in surprise and thought, what kind of person is this Mord? The guy was rapidly approaching him. The white-haired man thought that in a short time he had destroyed his right and then removed all the shields. Amal smirked, thinking that he was like a monster, but by killing only him, he would become stronger. He must kill him here. Holding the shield, the man shouted at Esda to push him back and not leave him a chance. The girl pulled out her staff and said that she would activate the spell of the 8th circle. A beam of fire flew towards the guy. His foot slid along the ground. Mord flew forward rapidly. He was approaching the girl. Amal thought, did this guy plan to deal with Esda first? He cannot let this happen. His fingers clenched the handle. The man pulled out his spear, shouting that nothing will go as he wants. Many shields surrounded the hero. He smiled a little, and, bouncing off everyone, flew forward. The woman, amazed, said that she could not believe it. Amal, shocked, told her to come to her senses and attack. She was still protected by the shield. She clutched her staff tighter and thought that it was true. This was not the end. In front of her, a round shield shone golden. She said that she believed in the shield that was in front of her. If she used a spell to stop it, he would not dare to try to kill. Esda did not have time to finish her thought because Mord hit her with his fist. With a powerful force, she flew back. Amal screamed in shock, calling out to her. The woman was sitting by the destroyed wall. Mord crouched, clenching his fist. The man thought how she died. No matter how strong he was, it was impossible. The guy's white eye was glowing. The man thought that these eyes, reminiscent of the sky with their light. A blue fire burned in the eye. He thought that these were clear blue eyes. The man with the shield called Mord. The boy, surrounded by blue fire, heard that he was not part of the Vernar's clan. He looked at the white-haired man, thinking that the source of this absurd energy must be the energy of the god of heaven. Amal trembled, thinking that this was his first encounter with such an enemy. He had little chance of defeating this guy. Opening his eyes, he thought that if there was even the slightest chance of victory, he would face fate head-on. The shields rushed towards the hero. He swung his fist. A bright flash came from his blow. The enemy thought with a wild smile that this was the 3rd level of aura. What nonsense, he had already reached this level. His foot stomped hard on the ground. Amal took a fighting stance, thinking that it did not matter how powerful the blow was, because in the end it would not be able to break through the shield. The man threw a spear. He was struck, coughing up blood, and then he smiled, thinking that now he knew why Esda died. There was a hole in the man's chest from the blow. Mord was clenching his fist. He thought that his fist had reached the level where it could overcome space. The man sat on the ground, saying that he had a request. Looking at the medallion in his palm, he asked that this necklace be given to his family. He did not have to give it to him himself, just let him say that Amal sent it to his brother. Without turning to him, the hero agreed. Blood was running down the man's face. He told him to be careful. Those who stood above them, the 8 stars, would be interested in him who conquered fate. The man fell, saying thank you. Surrounded by the glow, Mord did not look at him. The guy raised his hands and made a delighted sound. His body was glowing. Kale said that the strength felt almost the same as the nectar he drank. The hero looked at Leon, who said that the described properties really exist in this dungeon. It is full of energy. He thought that it seemed like the blessing of the dungeon was working. There were bodies on the floor. Mord thought it made sense. 2 people of the 3rd stage of opening the divine blood and some other people of different stages were killed. The boy clenched his fist, thinking that he was also experiencing this effect, but the problem was the divinity. He imagined a cross and thought that when he met the god of heaven Arita, it was blessed with the ability to control his blood, however. He imagined an outstretched palm, thinking that in order for him, who has the blood of 2 gods, to open up true power, he must cultivate the power of both equally. He imagined a man and a woman, thinking that in order to do this, he would have to go through more significant battles. The muscular boy was engulfed in a glow and thought that such as today's battle, for example. Ariu came up from behind and said that it was a pity. Looking away, she explained that she thought she was in the process of finding out some information about herself, The hero thought that she must be about the situation earlier when she felt the cold. The brunette was surprised to hear that if she had such a feeling, then she was probably not that far from the truth. From now on, her abilities can develop further. Mord looked at the blonde and said that, by the way, the man and his comrades were stained with blood. The hero said that it seemed that no one was killed. Sorkel looked at his comrades and thought that he had overdone it. They could no longer fight. He frowned. Looking at the confident opponents, he thought that this was the perfect situation to deal with them. Mord looked at him. The man closed his eyes and said that he asked for one thing: he could take his life. His team was surprised to hear how he asked to spare the lives of his comrades and send them back. The blonde sat opposite and said that he knew perfectly well that the main thing was just difficult, but even for the sake of his reputation. Looking at him questioningly, Mord asked what he was saying. A box appeared in front of the man. The brunette said that there were potions inside. Let them take them out and drink them, and first give them to the wounded. The guy turned away and said that if they needed to collect something here, then go ahead. It seemed there was no reason to rush, so they would get out as soon as they were ready. He heard the man ask, "Right." He turned and repeated what he had already said, and since they heard, then let them start healing their own. The blonde stared ahead in surprise. The heroes turned around, leaving. The man thought that despite 2 whole chances to kill them, he kept his word to the end. He remembered how his brother told him that he would help him become the head of the family. Dickel looked at him with admiration and asked him to watch him become a great warrior like him. Sorkel turned to his brother in his mind and said that he would free him from a life where brothers competed fiercely with each other, driven only by the lust for position and power, like prisoners locked in a cage. He remembered how he had led the younger one by the hand and thought that although he had failed to keep his promise to watch over his growth. Sorkel looked darkly at Mord and thought that since he had last seen him, he seemed to have become a great warrior. The hero looked at him, hearing him call him. The blood-stained blonde said that he recognized him as a true warrior. He frowned, saying that his recognition did not mean that he gave up on avenging Dickel. Standing in front of him, the blonde said that even if he failed to avenge him, he would not blame him. Mord, in a confident pose, said that he would wait. The comrades stood near the portal. The boy called him, saying that the entrance to the dungeon had reopened. The boy thought that in the novel, Sorkel was an unlucky character who dreamed of becoming the head of the family, but was defeated by a competitor who received support from the Silver Blood. He remembered the red-haired man near the lying bodies and thought that after that, he fought against the Ilden group under the orders of the new leader and eventually met his death. Sorkel clenched his fist. The hero thought that, however, the current him, like them, received the blessing of the dungeon and became stronger. Frowning, the brunette said that fate can also change. The sun illuminated the bright building. Words were heard about how good it was that they got back safely. The hero said that he thought so too. Kelpas said that he wanted to clarify something with them. He remembered how the guy screamed and said that at the moment the dungeon appeared. The man he helped escape told him. The man with the beard turned around and continued that he had shouted, "This is a trap of the Silver Bloods. So he is their enemy." The one sitting opposite Mord said that he knows about them. The man confirmed and said that he had never crossed paths with them, but now it seemed that some kind of contact would still be. Kelpas waved his hand and asked why they came for them, because there were people from Ordas with them. The brunette was sitting opposite, next to Kale, and thought that it was not necessary to tell the truth, it was necessary to give a convincing reason. He answered that he hurt their pride several times, after which they declared him an enemy and attacked. Kale smiled and asked to let him explain everything. There was a vase on the table. A question was heard: did he know what ideal the Silver Blood strives for? Kelpas answered that he knew that they were supporters of the supremacy of the divine blood. Was not the world always like this? The blonde man, looking ahead, said that maybe it would remain the same, but if the ruler was of silver blood. He waved his hand and continued that the world would change its order, ruled by a nation with divine blood in its veins. The man at the table asked, was the goal treason? The blonde man explained that it was much more dangerous. He imagined the man above the planet and said that they not only wanted to change who ruled the world, they also wanted to unite everyone into one organization. Kelpas closed his eyes, saying, what a long-term dream. They were talking about creating a single nation that would unite the continent, right? He heard that at least they were serious. Opening his eyes, the man said that he understood. The heroes opposite heard that he would allow himself to imprint what he had just heard into his memory. He would be very careful in finding allies to keep them in check. The sky was lit by the colors of the sunset. Words were heard. How did he manage to say all this without moving a single muscle? Kale walked with his hands behind his head and answered that he was used to it. The situation was not particularly difficult. Mord walked behind and heard that he was simply telling him what he wanted to hear. The hero thought that from the Kelpa's point of view, it was much easier to accept the fictitious story that Keen had made up than to accept the whole truth about the Silver Blood. Today's incident must have made him realize its danger and become wary. Kale turned around and asked if their goal was not to unite the continent. The rays of the sunset penetrated the windows. The hero answered, no, what is it? They do not need to unite the world under their rule so that the divine blood would become the ruling class. If they had aimed for this from the very beginning, they would have forced everyone to be loyal to them. Mord remained silent when he heard the question, does he know something else? Standing next to his comrades, he said that one of the goals of the silver blood is to awaken the divine king. A man sat at the table. A blue fire flared up next to him. The man who appeared in Killian bowed. The Archmage smiled and said that it was a long time ago. Alan looked at him grimly. Killian stood in front of the table and asked, is His Grace the Grand Duke absent? Alan replied that it was none of his business. The blonde man said with a smile that he was going too far, actually he was higher in rank in the organization. The man at the table asked, does he want to show it off to him? There is no point in joking just because his father is not here. He looked mockingly, hearing how he could dare to do such a thing in the Duke's castle. Alan grinned and asked, really? Killian's gaze widened in surprise. Figures appeared in the haze. The man asked, really he, who planned to place his magic signs everywhere. The black figures surrounded by haze stood in the office. The man continued, dare to say that he did not intend to at all. The guy glanced to the side, thinking that he immediately noticed his Archmage spell. Frowning, he thought that this means that he is also an Archmage. Black flashes emanated from the dark figure with white hair. She said that he understood. It is better not to do stupid things. Killian smiled, slightly opened his mouth, thinking that this was what it was, and said that he told him magic and even his innermost thoughts. He was surprised. The black figure appeared and words were heard that he knew that he had these magical abilities, but he did not know that he was hanging out with the dark elves. People in green cloaks looked forward, and the man thought that creatures created by mistake of the ancient elves, attempting to achieve true immortality, capable of interfering with reality with an endless illusion that does not exist. The elves in black clothes clenched their fists. Looking at the figure surrounded by flashes, the man thought that judging by his appearance, he was definitely a dark elf. He said that he was surprised. The elf smiled, and the words were heard that he acknowledged that he was an excellent magician. It would be better not to do stupid things. The dark elves surrounded Killian. Alan, who was sitting at the table, said what the purpose of today's visit was. If it was something trivial, he would prefer that he leave. Killian bowed and said that he planned to provoke the Golden Branch as soon as possible to force it to interfere in the affairs of the North. The man introduced the fair-haired elf and asked, the Golden Branch? Why these long-eared ones? Let him not say that he wanted them to fight them. The fair-haired one standing opposite said that he hoped so, but that was not the main goal. The Golden Branch would enter as soon as the plan they had prepared failed. The man asked what this meant. He was surprised. Killian, with a sly look, told the prince that it was related to his half-brother. There was a blue glow above the buildings, and the words that it was too easy were heard. The man took a step, repeating that it was too easy. Archduke Harden clenched his fist, saying that it was no longer fun. He stood in front of the huge black monster, addressing the Demon King. The Demon King was kneeling, making a sad sound. Grand Duke Harden has one duty that he must fulfill no matter what. It is to protect the seal of the legendary Demon King, whose name was lost after the battle with the god Vernars. Every time Harden wins, the seal is strengthened, the Demon King's existence weakens, but if the Grand Duke loses even once, he will lose the right to carry out the mission of protection. The man confidently stood in front of the demon and said that it was understandable why he became so weak. Looking at him, he continued that he had never been defeated by him. The kneeling Demon King heard that he would give him a chance. He heard a frown that if he showed the level he had encountered for the first time, it wouldn't be fun. How about the level his predecessors had encountered? The demon flapped his wing. His expression was gloomy. He said that this was an impudent man. He shouted as he charged. He would definitely make him regret it. Harden clenched his fist and said that this would be a little fun. The fists collided in a blow. Debris flew into the dust. The demon jumped back. A fireball appeared in his palm. He said that he would play with the man as he liked. Fire rays flew towards the man. Harden swung his fist and said that this was how it should be. A blue wave of mirage destruction flew forward. It hit the demon. He coughed up blood. Sitting on the ground, the demon heard a question. Has he already spent his fighting spirit? This is not fun. Looking at him, Harden said that he would let him become stronger. How about the level under the previous Archduke? The Demon King lowered his head. Hearing the question, is his fighting spirit growing? The veins on the Fanged Man's face bulged. He said that he was a damned man. He burst into flames and said that he would make him regret this. The man with the beard said that it was fine. He clenched his fist, using the opening of the third level of blood, and ordered to attack. The sun was shining in the sky. Words were heard that one of the main goals of the Silver Blood is to awaken the God King. Farwell, who was standing behind, said that they wanted to return to the myth, but they admit that the world has changed. They also know the most important fact, the blonde asked again. Imagining the palms with a cross, the guy explained that the divine people are essentially gods. Imagining the people in cloaks, he said that however, the blood of the gods is a trace of the gods that remains in humanity. Therefore, in the era when the gods went to heaven, their traces could not but disappear. The boy imagined them sitting in front of the throne and said that in order to prevent this, the silver blood must create a god king who can preserve the blood of the gods. Mord said that the plan was to collect the blood of those who have divine blood. He looked forward seriously, thinking that the plan would eventually fail, and they would change their priorities to collecting fragments of the world. He imagined hands reaching for the crystals and thought that this was one of the reasons why the fight for them intensified. Leon saw how the leader was surprised and asked, "What is it?" He looked away and said that everything is fine and thought to himself that he clearly feels it. Hardin stood with his arms crossed, surrounded by lightning. The hero thought as if someone died. The man smiled wickedly. Among the mountains stood a tall, bright castle, the hall of the gods in the heart of the silver blood. The man walked along the corridor, stopping. He told the other one that it had been a while since they had seen each other. Touching his chest, Killian said that he had come in for a moment to check on something, and he was here too. In front of him stood Eltine, a high-ranking silver-blooded officer of the first stage of the three gods' throne. The man walked forward, saying that he heard that he had been having a hard time lately. He looked very tired. Killian replied that he had recently fought with these people and would leave them to Mirius. Closing his eyes, the man said that the golden branch must be really angry. As a token of gratitude for his efforts, he would send him a few bottles of medium nectar. Since it was mixed with his blood, it would help restore his vitality. Killian chuckled excitedly and said that it sounded like he wanted him to drink it and get back to work straight away. The officer nodded and said that there was no other choice. That was exactly why he had told him to train his students well. The long-haired man asked with displeasure, did he think it was that easy to become an archmage? He got angry, seeing how the man said theatrically that finding a talented person who would attract attention was not an easy task. He imagined the man in the cloak, hearing that the time would soon come when the blessing power of the expended Karnak would be fully restored, and when it returned, he would bless him. Killian exhaled and said that in the end it remained unchanged, that the one who would be expended would be him. He imagined the dark elves and said that in the castle of Archduke Vernars, there were 2 dark elf archmages and 1 minor. Did he know about it? Without turning around, Eltine replied that if they themselves had not died out during this time, there would have been more dark elves. He remembered how he stood and said that he had actually fought them before. It was about 350 years ago when he discovered the first reincarnation of Mirius. Killian looked at him, realizing that he knew everything, and asked how things were going. Standing in front, the man replied that it was still the same. A bright radiance appeared in front of the heroes. The man said that it had been in stagnation for 19 years, so he thought it would end in another failure. The long-haired man said that it was indeed painful for the initiator. Lightning flashed among the radiance. A question was heard, wasn't the method of birth of the God King determined from the beginning? Rather, he should be praised for suggesting several alternatives. Eltine looked ahead, saying that it was not a failure at the moment, there was still about a year to wait. The archmage looked at him, hearing that he had a strange feeling, and asked what it was. Standing next to the radiance, the officer replied that he had a strange déjà vu, as if he had encountered a similar situation before. The long-haired man asked if it was just a premonition. He approached the man, who asked if he didn't know. Usually he had very few of them, and lately he had none at all. Looking forward seriously, he continued that what he found strangest was that he had a feeling that someone should be here. Mord looked forward. Leon turned to him in surprise and asked if they had come to the wrong place. Had they? He stated that they had not. Standing in front of a huge black man with long hair, he said that they had come to the right place. The hero remembered how they stood among the columns. After delivering the body, they explored the inside of the White Demon Realm to complete the creation of a large fragment of the world consisting of 24 parts. Thus, they found the last remnants of the White Demon Realm. The hero noticed something ahead. The comrades approached the black figure. Kale asked to see what it was. It was just a black stone. If they broke it, they would find jewels inside. A loud sound came from the darkness. The heroes froze, looking at it. The black figure rose and hit with his fist. Leon, running away, shouted that all this happened because Kale touched him. Who could have known that a giant was hiding there? The blonde clenched his fist and said discontentedly that he was just following his elder. He called white silhouettes and ordered the ice spirit to come out and quickly attack this giant. Mord glanced sideways at the magician with the shining staff. Blue rays came out of Farwell's staff. He activated a unique power, spirit armor. The glow surrounded the white figures of the elves. All together they rushed to attack. A blinding flash occurred. Mord watched this in surprise. A bright flash hit the monster. Leon covered himself with his hand, asking what kind of giant was this, from which such cold emanated. He saw Mord jump. The boy's eyes widened and he said what it was. He remembered the hero standing in front of them explaining and thought the leader had told him about it before. In the battle against the Silver Blood, he was able to use the power of the heavenly god Arita. However, it was such a heavy burden that he did not want to use it anymore unless absolutely necessary. The guy's eyes were very bright. The fact that he used it now meant that if they did not defeat this monster, the guy gritted his teeth. His comrades looked ahead attentively. The guy thought that they would all die. The hero rushed towards the giant. A bright flash appeared at his forehead. The hero quickly attacked him. The attack caused snow to fly up. Ryu jumped up, raising her weapon, and attacked the giant with force at the back of the head. Leon clenched his fist. Kale swung his sword. They attacked the monster together. The black figure fell to his knees. Frowning, the giant heard the question, has he already lost the will to fight? Surrounded by lightning, Mord stood in a fighting stance and said that they were not finished yet. One step left. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.